The first thing I did when I was reborn into the apocalypse was to spend a huge sum of money to buy 6 black dogs. Not only did I swallow their hearts, but I also had a guillotine custom made for myself. In the end, I even cut off my own head with my own hands. All this was because parasitic cells would soon arrive, turning countless creatures into terrifying monsters. The cells parasitized in the bodies of these 6 black dogs from my past life would make me the strongest overlord in the apocalypse. However, if the parasitic cells did not completely consume the host's brain before the host died during this process, they would die together. So I had to gamble on the parasitic cells. In order to survive, they would exhaust all their efforts to help me reattach my head. I could also take this opportunity to successfully merge with the 6 strongest parasitic cells, becoming the strongest monster in the end of the world. At this moment, I am holding back the urge to vomit, choking down the last black dog heart, and then I stride towards the guillotine in the garden. Tonight, I will sleep next to the guillotine. If there is any abnormality in my body, I will not hesitate to put my head on it. As time passes, I can feel some discomfort in my stomach, but I still endure it. As the clock is about to strike midnight on the 15th, I can clearly feel 6 strange forces in my body. A hot stream is stirring in my lower abdomen, slowly flowing towards my brain. Is it coming? Sensing my own abnormality, I immediately became alert. I glanced at the time and found that there was still 1 minute until midnight on the 15th. Without hesitation, I placed my head on the guillotine. I nervously gasped for breath. Facing death, even though I have died once, I still feel a trace of fear, but there is no turning back. I showed an unprecedented madness and determination in my eyes. As the final minute counted down to 0, the once bright moonlit night was now filled with thunder. Blood-red lightning crisscrossing the night as bright as day. What's going on? The red lightning. The sudden weather changes that many people couldn't understand. But just when everyone thought it was about to rain, the spider-web-like interwoven blood-red thunder suddenly changed, turning into one blood-red scar after another in the sky. Countless parasitic cells that human eyes couldn't capture, like rain sweeping down. At the same time, the 6 warm currents in my body also began to stir, constantly invading his head. Come on, life or death depends on this knife. I showed a fierce look and pulled down the rope holding the gate knife with force. The bright gate knife fell down with a thud. My head immediately separated from my body, spraying blood and falling to the ground with a thud. The bright red blood instantly dyed the lawn red. In that instant I was surprised to find that I still had consciousness. I could see my headless corpse, but soon the tide of darkness flooded my sight. Just as I was about to die completely, an amazing scene appeared. I saw one blood-red small tentacle after another growing fiercely at the neck of my headless corpse. They quickly intertwined and wrapped around my head, reconnecting to my body at the fastest speed. After a series of flesh and blood movements, in a few breaths, it was as good as new. Just as I regained consciousness, I immediately felt that the 6 biological-like things in my body were trying their best to invade my brain, but when they rushed to my neck, they were powerless to move forward. After a moment of stalemate, they helplessly retreated, then stopped around my heart, spreading out tendrils that rooted into my heart, then turned into a small parasitic relic that slowly rotated, emitting mysterious powers, flowing and spreading throughout my body. Under the impact of the 6 forces in my body, I let out a painful roar. My face twisted in grim. My black hair turned white before my eyes, and an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from my body. Under this force, the clothes on my body turned into powder. With a thud, my entire right arm turned into 3 sharp blood-red crystal-like tentacles. At the same time, 6 red and black sharp tail-like tails burst out from my lower back spine bone. Under my control, they instantly extended dozens of meters, accompanied by a loud rumble. A warehouse not far away was swept away and collapsed. The terrifying evolution was not over yet. A black dragon of extreme evilness grew out of my left and right shoulder bones with a crackling sound. The 2 black dragons roared and shook the entire villa area. At the same time, above my bare chest, 6 different colored, 9-pointed star-shaped totem tattoos slowly emerged. When I slowly opened my eyes, only the right pupil was black, while the left pupil was red. The different colored eyes emitted an unparalleled evil aura that made people dare not look directly at them. The blood-red scars in the sky intertwined like a blood river hanging high in the sky. To avoid causing panic, reports from all over the country explained it as a rare spectacle that had not been seen in thousands of years, unaware that now more than half of the global human population had been parasitized by cells, and mutations could occur at any time. At the same time, in the backyard, I slowly opened my eyes, and the 6 blood crystal-like sharp tentacles on my right arm slowly transformed into hands. However, on the arm, there were crisscrossing blood-red tattoos. Even the nails turned blood-red. 3 sharp red and black tails growing from the lumbar vertebrae also slowly retracted into the body. 2 black dragons growing on the back shoulders, the densely covered scales on the body emitting a faint black aura. and a pair of bloodthirsty crimson dragon eyes emitting a fierce light of desire to choose and devour people. This body's power. It's really good. 2 lifetimes of revenge. It's time to avenge. Wuchi felt the strong power brought by the 6 parasitic relics in his body, so he could not suppress the excitement and madness in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The 2 lifetimes of revenge in his mouth was the person who had run over his parents, the person at the helm of Yunyu Group, Sumu Yu. In his last life, Wu Qi could have entered the official refuge. It was because of this woman's interference that he fell outside and was finally captured by a parasitic monster and kept alive. Parasitic monsters are not brainless people who only know how to kill. Their level of intelligence is not lower than that of humans. In the first stage of descent, after parasitizing humans, they hunted frantically to kill for food. But they soon realized that if they ate like this, they would definitely eat humans to extinction. Therefore, came up with a very cruel method. Captive breeding, harvesting crop after crop. Say Wu Qi was lucky. He was captive again by the parasitic monster. Say he was unlucky. He survived for another 3 long years, and finally ate the parasitic monster because he could no longer reproduce humans for it. During those 3 years, he had to have sex with a woman almost every day. It made him so skinny and bony that he was eventually eaten alive by a puny parasitic monster. Revenge. This woman is like a fish in the throat if she doesn't die. Wu Qi slowly raised his head, looked at the dome of the sky intertwined with the scar of the blood-colored sky. His eyes showed the color of madness. Whispered to himself, belonging to my era, has come. After saying this, he went straight back to the villa, first bathed comfortably, and then ordered a takeaway. After parasitic cells parasitize, they all have a dormant period of a few hours. They would only make a move after familiarizing themselves with the body of the parasite, devouring the brain of the parasite and achieving super evolution. Around 1 in the morning, Wu Qi, who had a full head of white hair and eyes and was dressed in a black casual suit, sat in the hall eating the takeout that had just been delivered and using his cell phone to swipe through the news videos. Emergency report, under tonight's spectacle. Some monsters are appearing one after another. Please make sure the general public close the doors and windows, and try to go out as little as possible if there are no very important things to do. Emergency report, after research by the biological scientists of the Central Research Institute, it has been discovered that the human beings who have been transformed into monsters have been parasitized by a mysterious type of cell, and it is still unknown how many people have been parasitized by these parasitic cells. If anyone finds that they are unwell, please go to the nearest hospital or clinic for examination at once. As time passed, more and more humans were transformed into monsters. These things could not be hidden even if the officials wanted to, and could only be truthfully disclosed to the nation. Eating these things, why does it make me feel like throwing up? Wu Qi watched the news while eating the takeout on the table, frowning somewhat hesitantly. Only a few bites made his stomach roll. In his previous life, he hadn't been parasitized, or resisted the infestation of parasitic cells, so he didn't realize that the delicacy of cooked food among humans was worse than shit to them. Interesting, no wonder those parasitic monsters, they all like to be bloodied and eaten alive. Wu Qi quickly figured out the reason for this, but as far as he knew, there were quite a few humans who had resisted the parasitic cell infestation in their previous lives, so why hadn't he heard that they couldn't eat cooked food and the like among humans as well? There was probably only one reason. Officials were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble among humans and hid it. Wu Qi spat out the food in his mouth that made him want to vomit extremely, came to the refrigerator and took out a piece of raw meat, frowned slightly and opened his mouth to take a bite, surprised to find, actually feel not half a bit of fishy flavor and so on, but instead delicious let him have a bloodthirsty impulse. The raw meat entered the abdomen, and all of it was absorbed by the 6 parasitic relics next to the heart, and then transformed into wisps of hot current traveling through the body, and finally returned to the heart. At this moment, Wu Qi finally knew why parasitic monsters like to feed on humans. Humans, the eldest of all spirits, their flesh and blood was for them, and they were afraid that there was no creature that could replace them. In addition, between parasitic monsters, devouring each other would inevitably also gain a massive amount of warmth. Otherwise they would never kill each other. Although Wu Qi had now turned into a parasitic monster, it was absolutely impossible for him to devour humans. Then, it could only be done to the parasitic monster. Of course, if he met an enemy, a change of flavor was not out of the question. Sumu Yu, if I don't kill your entire family, it's hard to resolve my 2 lifetimes of hatred towards you. Wu Qi's intimidating 3-colored pupils revealed a bloodthirsty light, and immediately closed the refrigerator and went out. Cloud Moon Group. Market capitalization of trillions of dollars. In the country only hands cover the sky. Back then, his parents were killed by Sumu Yu's drunk driving. Wu Qi didn't even think about claiming compensation, only wanted her to accompany her life. But in front of this behemoth, not only lost the lawsuit, but also put a foreign spy hat on Wu Qi's parents, and propagandized Su Muyu as the one who eliminated harm for the country. In the end, it was out of humanitarianism that $5 million was compensated. Then this matter will not be settled. Wu Qi not only wants to kill Su Muyu's whole family, but also all the people who were involved in this incident back then. Perhaps it is the nature of the soul to be bloodthirsty. Revenge is just a reason to comfort oneself that one is not a bloodthirsty person. After fusing 6 absolute overlord-level parasitic cells, Wu Qi's bloodthirsty side had been infinitely amplified. It was night, 2 o'clock in the morning. Above the firmament, under the reflection of the unknown number of bloodstains, the Blue Star Purgatory era thus kicked off. All over the world, in every city and town, you can already see a batch after batch of hideous, evil and powerful parasitic creatures, hunting and killing humans who are either fleeing or hiding. These parasitic monsters are basically skyrocketing in size, with the smallest being as large as 2 meters. Their forms varied. Some had split backs and split heads with only a bloody mouth and tentacles growing all over their bodies, although some still maintained a human body. The body surface was full of bone spurs, which could also be extended widely, and the head was gigantic, with an open mouth capable of swallowing a human head. The forms were different, but the same ones were incomparably hideous and terrifying, and extremely powerful. Why did they let me go? What's going on? Why aren't these monsters eating me? In the various prosperous cities, many people were surprised to find quite a few parasitic monsters that did not make a move on them even as they swept past them ferociously. But soon after, these people knew what the reason was. It was because they also had parasitic cells in their bodies, and it didn't take long for them to stupidly devour their brains. Yunjiang City. This city with a population of 6 to 7 million people, and moreover the first war zone of the Xanadu province, was similarly in chaos at this moment. Under the blood-red night, in the city, in the streets of the various neighborhoods, the hissing of parasitic monsters, and the miserable screams of humans were continuous. In the Wan Yuan Villa area, there were screams and roars everywhere. Wu Qi stepped out of the villa. The 3-colored alien pupil slowly swept a glance around. One could then hear, within the villa next door, the screams of several women who were so fearful that they were tearing their hearts apart coming from them. Wu Qi's line of sight could penetrate all obstacles, only to see that the male owner of that villa, just like transformed into a parasitic monster with bone spikes and blades all over his body. With a snort, he chopped off his daughter's head, and then opened his bloody mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed it, chewing it with intoxication. Such a horrifying scene directly scared her wife and nanny into fainting. In the end, they naturally could not escape death. Wu Qi could have stepped in to save them, but he chose to ignore it. It was not until that blade parasitic beast ate up the corpses inside that Wu Qi appeared outside the gate of that villa. The blade parasitic beast let out a low growl, its triangular head slowly turning towards the door. The only silver pupil eerily eyed the figure standing in the doorway. Asterisk and hashtag. The blade parasite beast looked at Wu Qi eerily and spat out a series of languages that Wu Qi could not understand. Roar. Seeing that Wu Qi did not speak, the blade parasitic beast opened its mouth and roared. Then like a cannonball, it rushed upwards, opening its hands into sharp blades, almost killing in front of Wu Qi in the blink of an eye. Wu Qi's expression was indifferent as he slowly raised his right hand covered in blood-colored tattoos, and the moment he extended his index finger, this index finger immediately transformed into a sharp tentacle in the form of a blood-colored crystal. Die! As Wu Qi spat out the word death, the sharp tentacle that his index finger had transformed into was like a bloody light piercing through the head of the blade parasite beast. The blade parasitic beast let out a low roar of unwillingness, and its 2-meter-plus body drooped helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Qi ripped off the clothes he was wearing with one hand, revealing a robust upper body with perfect muscle lines and 6 colored tattoos running across his chest. Immediately after the back shoulder flesh wriggled, 2 hideous and evil black dragons extended out, came to the front of the blade parasitic beasts and feasted on them. They had no self-consciousness, and belonged to Wu Qi's body as if they were part of his body. As the 2 parasitic black dragons devoured the flesh and blood of the blade parasitic beast, Wu Qi was able to clearly feel that not only did they fill their stomachs, but also the power they gained was enormous, all of which converged into the 6 parasitic shards, which then fed back into his heart. This is wonderful. Feeling the added power in his body, Wu Qi enjoyed this feeling. After devouring the corpse of the blade parasitic beast, Wu Qi's figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the chaotic black night. As far as he knew, Su Muyu was not a simple character. Not only was she an ancient martial artist, their Su family had also raised quite a few powerful ancient martial artists, especially her brother, Su Yuan. In his previous life, he was a human sea-defining figure, the brightest heavenly figure of the current generation of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. whose strength was directly comparable to that of the older generation. At around 3 in the morning, the traces of the sky spreading across the firmament finally disappeared. Today was the 15th day of the 8th month, and a bright white moon hung high above. Originally it should have been a day of family reunion, but now they were all separated by life and death. Poof! In a certain neighborhood street, Wu Qi, whose right hand turned into a blood-colored crystal heli blade, killed 5 parasitic beasts in a split second and then feasted on them. I wonder what it tastes like when I eat it myself. Wu Qi, who was bare-chested, held a bloody arm in his hand, licked his lips and opened his mouth to take a bite. Delicious. The first sensation in his mouth made Wu Qi's body soothe, and together with the parasitic twin dragons behind him, he squatted on the ground and feasted on the blood. So hideous. After realizing the ultimate evolution, Wu Qi's teeth could even bite through iron. Bones were not even spared, crunching and chewing. Hiss. The few ordinary people who were curled up in the corners shivering and watching Wu Qi eat the parasitic monster alive. Immediately, 2 of the females peed their pants, gazing in fear, not daring to take a breath. If not for Wu Qi passing by, they would have fallen into the food of the 5 parasitic beasts. Wu Qi did not even look at them, and after eating the bodies of these 5 parasitic beasts, he disappeared into the darkness with a single leap. Is he a human, or a monster? After Wu Qi left, a middle-aged man spoke in a whisper with chattering teeth. He didn't eat us. He should be considered a human. Right. What to do? There are monsters everywhere? Phew, let's hide and wait for the military to rescue us. These ordinary people looked at the darkness of the spot where Wu Qi had disappeared, and followed up with trepidation, carefully hiding behind a trash heap, not daring to breathe too loudly. All over the entire Yunjiang Chang, the night was filled with ghostly shadows and roars, all of which were hideous, evil, and incredibly powerful parasitic beasts roaming around. Ordinary people were scared out of their wits, either hiding in their homes, shutting doors and windows tightly, or hiding in other nooks and crannies. But more people were unable to hide, and ended up becoming food for the parasitic beasts. Roar! Wu Qi, who was killing his way towards the Su family villa, suddenly heard 2 furious roars resonating from a neighborhood, followed by a burst of extremely loud fighting sounds. Well, finally, I've encountered some interesting parasitic beasts. At the sound, Wu Qi, who was traveling in the darkness, made a quick turn and swept straight towards the place where the sounds of fighting came from. Between the parasitic beasts, there is a life level division. The higher the life level, the stronger the same class. The higher the level of life, the stronger the same class. In the past life, human beings were divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F level of life. This is the level of life, not the class, representing the potential and combat power. New books sailing. Seek to catch up on reading, asking for recommendation votes, asking for monthly votes. Thanks. Rumble. An ordinary neighborhood was surrounded by all sorts of parasitic beasts, numbering no less than 1,000 as far as the eye could see, all raising their arms and watching the 2 terrifying existences fighting in the field. Swoosh. A black shadow, cutting through the night. Wu Qi, with white hair and pupils, his upper body bare, and a parasitic evil dragon hovering behind him, landed straight on top of the open space made by all the parasitic beasts. From his body, a gust of oppression permeated out, immediately attracted all the parasitic beasts present, and their gazes swiped to him. At the same time, the 2 powerful parasitic beasts that were fighting and entangling each other stopped after a single blow. Their gazes coincidentally turned towards Wu Qi. After the scene was silent for a moment, between the parasitic beasts, a series of murmurs immediately rang out, but Wu Qi could not understand them. It was as if dogs and canines were barking in their ears, not getting tired of it. Wu Qi looked around at the parasitic beasts present, which numbered at least 1,000. His eyes revealed a flash of bloodthirsty light, and turned his sight, resting on those 2 powerful parasitic beasts. The parasitic evil dragons behind them were also stirring. Those 2 parasitic beasts, their life levels were both S-class. One was covered in icy blue scales, with a white tail behind its back. Its burly body was as high as 1 zhang, with horns on its head, 3 intimidating eyes, and its hands were like hooked claws, with sharp, cold light flashing. The other one, with a tall and majestic body, 2 pairs of bone thorn-like wings growing behind his back, covered with a layer of white bones, 2 skeleton eyes on his chest flashed with red light, unnameable and hideous head, just like an evil ghost. How could so many monsters be focused here? On top of a building in the distance, a man and a woman appeared here, looking at the more than 1,000 parasitic beast things gathered in that neighborhood, and both felt a tingle in their scalps. They came from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and were both powerful ancient martial artists. There were actually not a few ancient martial artists in the Yen country. It was only that ordinary people were unable to reach them, and even if they could, it was impossible to know that people were ancient martial artists. That's us humans? When they saw the monster mass of Wu Qi, their pupils all stared slightly. Under their shocked gazes, Wu Qi and the monster mass suddenly stormed up. In a single step, he killed to the near front of those two S-class parasitic beasts. Seek death. Seeing this, the parasitic Bone King and the Ice King became furious, roaring out a language that only they could understand, respectively condensing a claw of cold ice and a fist of blazing bone inflammation, heading straight for Wu Qi to kill him. S-class life level energy fluctuation. 1 ice and 1 inflammation. 2 diametrically opposed forces converged together. The power at least increased several times. When it was too late, it was too soon. Since the moment Wu Xia approached, they struck out brazenly. It's a pity. If you were my kind, you wouldn't have to die today. A flash of bloodlight flashed in Wu Xia's eyes, and his right hand instantly transformed into a blood crystal heli, shining with a demonic and intimidating blood aura. Chopping forward with a bang, he broke through their combined attack with a single blow, destroying them, unstoppable, and straightaway knocking them back by several meters. Even one of the Ice King's claws was almost chopped off. They changed color, knowing that they had encountered an unbeatable existence, and without saying a word, they turned around and ran away as fast as they could. Intelligent creatures? There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. Stay. Wu Qi opened his mouth indifferently, spanning more than 10 meters in a single step to kill behind the Bone King, when the latter turned around and wanted to fight for his life. The blood crystal heli that Wu Qi's right hand transformed into had already penetrated through its heart with a poof. The Bone King turned his head with difficulty, his eyes were lax, and he could clearly feel that the vitality in his body was all sucked dry by the blood crystal heli inserted into his body in this instant, and his head was tilted, and he perished on the spot. Death. Kill the Bone King? Wu Qi's icy cold eyes looked toward the other side of the fleeing Ice King. As he spat out the word death, the left pupil burst out a red aura. Swooshing sound broke through the air and went, the speed of the fast, almost the blink of an eye, straight through the Ice King's head. Less than half a minute, killing 2 parasite kings. This kind of horrible strength. Look at the gathering here, more than 1,000 parasitic beasts' eyes show horrified. Do not even want to think of scattered and fled. Their intelligence was by no means lower than that of humans. They dispersed in a flurry. Souls can leave. Leave your flesh behind. Wu Qi revealed a touch of perverted smile, giggling a few times behind the back of the lumbar vertebrae, violently broke the body and out of the 6 red and black dual-colored, like crystals, cold light flashes, sharp as a knife of Heli's tail, instantly extended and swept away. Infinite extension. Like lightning, in a series of plopping sound, through the head of one and another parasitic beast. Roar, goo goo. Cursing sounds that Wu Qi could not understand resounded continuously from these parasitic beasts that were fleeing in distress. The 6 red and black dual-colored sheer crystal tails were like lightning, piercing through the heads of several parasitic beasts every second. Each parasitic beast's head exploded like a bloody flower blooming. During this time, Wu Qi detained over the corpse of the Ice Emperor in space, removed one of its arms and devoured it like a snack. The 2 parasitic evil dragons behind him followed and feasted. Worthy of being a parasitic beast's flesh and blood at the S-class life level, every bite into the stomach was a huge wave of energy. This is so strong. In the darkness of the night, a man and a woman on a high building in the distance watched Wu Qi, who was slaughtering the parasitic beasts, with a face full of shock. Is he a human? The woman's eyes showed hesitation. The scene of Wu Qi eating one of the Bone King's arms alive deeply shocked her. He is most likely an alien that resisted the invasion of the parasitic cells. This is truly a heavenly discovery. The man's eyes flickered as he whispered, in that case, is he still considered human? The woman didn't know what to say, staring blankly at the parasitic beasts being slaughtered one after another in the distance. A few minutes later, the original thousands of parasitic beasts, most of them were turned into corpses lying on the ground, and the rest ran away. With so many fleeing in all directions, it was naturally impossible for Wu Qi to leave them all behind. After killing these parasitic beasts, Wu Qi controlled the 2 parasitic evil dragons and started devouring them as fast as he could. 2 of you, after watching for so long, aren't you coming out to say hello? Just as that man and woman wanted to leave, Wu Qi's indifferent water-like voice suddenly came to his ears, and, upon hearing the voice, the 2 men's bodies slightly shook, and after looking at each other, they left at their fastest speed. Being at the 6th level of the Hotian, they did not dare to say that they could escape under the siege of thousands of parasitic beasts. That alien, on the other hand, could easily slaughter them. Facing such a dangerous person, they naturally did not dare to show themselves. Wu Qi watched them leave and did not chase after them to force them to stay. When this ground full of parasitic beast corpses was about to be eaten up by Wu Qi, the 6 parasitic relics in his body suddenly erupted to charge an extremely strong heat current into his heart. Under the impact of this energy, the level of Wu Qi's power seems to break a certain shackle. A more powerful force emerges. The ubiquitous parasitic beasts came too suddenly, so that countries around the world have suffered a big loss. Many head-level characters cannot be spared. By the parasitic beast devoured the brain. The only existences that the parasitic cells didn't dare to parasitize were the ancient martial artists of the East and the superhumans of the West. These non-human genes are untouchable by all parasitic cells. Nowadays, the armies of all countries are in chaos and are unable to carry out rescue operations. Only the ancient martial artists and superhumans were deployed one after another, either to solve the chaos of the armies or to rescue some big names. Yunjiang City, as the permanent war reserve city of Xanadu province, was purged of the internal parasitic beasts before 4 in the morning. At 4:30 a.m. In Yun City, the streets of all districts and counties were soon filled with the sounds of tanks and armored vehicles. Heavily armed troops, guarded by ancient martial artists, were out to rescue them. During this period, a number of parasites like Wu Qi appeared. All of these people resisted the fact that their brains weren't devoured and coexisted with the parasitic cells, thus obtaining powers no less than those of ancient martial artists and superhumans. The parasites might not be considered humans anymore, as humans were all delicious food for them. The Su family, the richest family in Xanadu province, only has its hands in the sky. The gorgeous villa complex was like a small city. Inside, the lights were bright and the figures were heavy. Outside the villa complex, the gruesome killing had lasted for more than 3 hours. The more than 100 ancient martial artists raised by the Su family, even they didn't know how many parasitic beasts they had killed in these 3 hours. The ground was covered in blood and corpses, both of the parasitic beasts and the few ancient martial artists. The parasitic beasts that surrounded the area had already begun to retreat. They weren't brainless fools, and with one scarlet gaze, they disappeared into the darkness of the night like a tidal wave. Phew, these monsters have finally retreated. I'm really afraid that they are all humongous. A red-haired old man present, looking at the pairs of disappearing scarlet eyes in the darkness, couldn't help but let out a long breath in his heart. After killing for nearly 3 hours, the true chi of the crowd basically bottomed out. If these monsters attacked for another half an hour, in order to save their lives they could only give up the Su family villa behind them and flee. Elder Yen, did the Heavenly Martial Alliance send out any news? These monsters mutated by humans. What is going on? The 5 squad leaders, slightly gasping for breath, came over and asked in a low voice with a face full of gravity. Elder Yen glanced at the villa group behind him, and only after realizing that there was no difference did he say, "More than 10 minutes ago I received the news that the trail of heaven that spread earlier was not a spectacle, but a passageway where some kind of terrifying parasitic cells descended, and that all of these monsters were aberrations from parasitic cells that had devoured humans. The Heavenly Martial Alliance managed all the ancient martial artists in the East, and the truly powerful existences were rumored to have been able to fly through the air and kill their enemies with their swords. When the parasitic beasts first appeared, the Heavenly Martial Alliance had researched what was the cause. Parasitic cells? From the deep space of the universe? Then on us. Could there be any on us as well?" When the 5 captains heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a little creeped out, and coincidentally used their true chi to check their entire bodies. Seeing them like this, Elder Yen shook his head. "Don't worry, we have true chi. The parasitic cells won't dare to approach. The Tianwu Alliance hasn't said where they are coming from for now, but 89%, it's coming from the cosmic deep space. This will be a prehistoric catastrophe for the human race." These news released by the Heavenly Martial Alliance could only be viewed by an innate-level ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists of the innate level were considered the mainstay of the Sky Martial Alliance. Somewhere in the hidden darkness, Wu Qi stood here quietly. The strength of the innate martial artist Yan Lao made him feel tricky. With his current strength of the 2nd rank, even without any reservation, he was afraid that he would not be able to injure it even half a bit. An innate ancient martial artist, it shouldn't be something I can fight against for the time being. But, with so many parasitic beast corpses here, if I can devour the parasitic relics in its body, I will be able to at least advance to the 3rd rank. Wu Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the parasitic beast corpses that filled the ground in the distance, which were visually estimated to be no less than 10,000. But an innate ancient martial artist was by no means something that the current him could shake. There, contemplating for a moment, Wu Qi's heart moved slightly and whispered to himself, "I almost forgot that I still have such a divine ability." With a movement of his mind, one after another red and black two-colored, hideous parasites like small snakes flew out from the center of his eyebrows. The number is said to be hundreds. The speed is very fast. Scurry out against the ground. in the blink of an eye came to the pileup of parasitic beast corpses, silently devouring the parasitic relics in their bodies, and then folded back to feed back to Wu Qi, Elder Yan and the others, who had already returned to the villa to stand guard and recover their true qi, didn't even half notice, as one parasitic beast relic after another was devoured by Wu Qi. The 6 parasitic relics in his body grew bigger with the naked eye. The bodies of the parasitic beasts whose parasitic relics were devoured quickly dried up and turned into a dried-up corpse. This was because all their sources of vitality and strength came from the parasitic relics within their bodies. Similarly, if Wu Qi lost the 6 parasitic relics in his body, he would also die in a short period of time. As those tens of thousands of parasitic beast corpses dried up, a few minutes later, Wu Qi's first parasitic cell was promoted to the 3rd stage. After those corpses were devoured to half, Wu Qi's 3rd parasitic cell also managed to advance to the 3rd rank. This state of extreme ascension mesmerized Wu Qi. When the last parasitic beast corpse dried up, Wu Qi's body shook slightly, and all 6 parasitic cells, all of them, were promoted to the 3rd rank. A more terrifying power immediately surged through his body like a great river. I wonder if the current me can compete with that innate martial artist. The 3-colored alien pupil under Wu Qi's white hair swirled with a bloodthirsty ripple as he slowly stepped out of the darkness. As far as he knew, there were also strengths and weaknesses of innate ancient martial artists. There were 4 stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage, and for each stage, there were 1 to 3 levels respectively. The Yen old man stationed at the Su family villa. Wu Qi had some impression that he was an early stage innate ancient martial artist. Roar! However, just as Wu Qi was about to show himself out, an intimidating roar suddenly came from the distance. Rumble. Afterwards, a loud rumbling sound was heard coming from the distance. Wu Qi looked up in surprise, and his eyes then contracted slightly. The first thing that caught his eyes was a group of military troops. In the back, was a parasitic beast that was as tall as 3 to 4 meters, with a form like a tiger and a snake, walking upright and hideous. Behind this terrifying parasitic emperor, with a tidal wave of parasitic beasts sweeping in, the scarlet eyes were particularly dazzling in the darkness. Quickly, in front is the Su family villa. There are ancient martial artists inside. Shoot, fire, aim at their eyes. Day. Fire rolled in the distance. The sound of guns, the roar of tanks, and the hissing of ancient martial artists were all in a row. That tiger snake parasitic emperor was leading thousands of parasitic beasts, hunting down a group of survivors escorted by the military. The scene was extremely chaotic, and it was in these short seconds that several ancient martial artists were torn apart and devoured by that tiger snake parasitic emperor. It's actually it. Wu Qi recognized that tiger snake parasitic emperor. It was an SS grade life level emperor. In his previous life, it was under the command of one of the overlord parasitic shells in his body. With a fierce reputation, Wu Qi did not expect that he could actually encounter this tiger snake parasitic emperor here. Dozens of ancient martial artists, and more than a dozen tanks, with hundreds of soldiers escorting a few buses. On the way, I do not know how many casualties were caused before arriving here. The corner of Wu Qi's mouth hooked up a touch of evil arc. A few vertical jumps, came to a high rise above. Ready to watch a good show. Sit down to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Carrying 6 overlord relics, he had the confidence to kill through this chaotic world. Moreover, Wu Qi's ambition was not small. Preparing to create a parasite power to fight against the Sky Martial Artist Alliance, as well as the parasite beasts. It wasn't that he wanted to be anti-human. Rather, if the parasites do not submit to the control of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, they will implement a cleanup plan. Wu Qi did not like the control. Then, it could only be confronted. As for whether it could be fought against, only by fighting would one know. Carrying 6 overlord-level parasitic cells, Wu Qi was very confident that he would lead the parasites to create a supreme power without fear of parasitic beasts and ancient martial artists in this chaotic era. However, in the early stage, both the parasite and the parasite beasts were absolutely unable to fight against the ancient martial artists. Old Yen, why don't you come out and join forces with me to finish off this beast? An innate ancient martial elder who was fending off that tiger snake emperor. The long spear in his hand swept out strikes wrapped in berserk true chi, forcing the latter back a few steps hard. S-class life levels are kings, SS-class emperors, and SSS-class overlords. The 6 parasitic cells that Wu Qi had fused were all SSS plus level, absolute overlord existences. The only one present who could withstand the tiger snake emperor's attack was the old man holding the lance. But the number of parasitic beasts was just too many. They could only fight and retreat. Oldly, don't panic. I'll come to your aid. At this moment, a long whistle was heard from within the Su family villa. Afterwards, they saw Yen Lao with more than 100 ancient martial artists behind him, rushing out with great vigor. Yen Lao took the lead. His body's crimson true chi stirred around him, and the long sword in his hand erupted with flames, going across the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye, and slashing down directly at the Tiger Snake Emperor's head. Roar! Tiger Snake Emperor's eyes showed ferocious light, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. A giant python silhouette emerged behind his back, fiercely tearing and biting to meet Yen Lao's tyrannical slash, accompanied by a deafening roar. Both of them were shaken backwards by the strong force from the collision. Am I overestimating early innate stage ancient martial artists? On a tall building in the darkness in the distance, Wu Qi looked at the Tiger Snake Emperor, who was only at the second rank and could already rival an early innate martial artist, which made him feel a little surprised. Earlier, the reason why Wu Qi felt that an innate ancient martial artist was something that the current him couldn't shake was because he was just an ordinary person before. Subconsciously, it was thought that an innate ancient martial artist was very bullish. Genuinely, he did not expect that the early stage of the innate turned out to be only the second stage of strength. Broken gun technique. Elderly saw the Tiger Snake Emperor being repulsed. A flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he immediately performed his famous stunt. The long spear flowing with thick true chi was like a dragon breaking through the abyss, and it went straight for the Tiger Snake Emperor's head to kill him. The Tiger Snake Emperor, who was retreating backward, looked at the long spear that attacked with murderous spirit, roared angrily while forcibly stabilizing his body, and the snake-shaped tentacles behind him fiercely grabbed a few parasitic beasts to fend them off. Poof poof poof. In a puffing sound, the lance ran through 6 parasitic beasts one after another, and only after the force was cut by more than half did the Tiger Snake Emperor stop one of the claws in midair. Die! But the next moment, Yen Lao's true chi like fire tyrannical knife, blazing like a blazing sun, straight to its head force slashed down. Facing this knife, Tiger Snake Emperor eyes flashed a flash of panic. In haste can only raise the sharp claws to resist, accompanied by a bang. The Tiger Snake Emperor's claws were cut off a few times while he was sent flying out several meters. Kill! At the same time, more than 100 ancient martial artists inside the Su family's villa complex joined the battlefield and killed into those thousands of parasitic beasts. The Tiger Snake Emperor, who knew that he couldn't defeat the 2 innate martial artists, took advantage of the chaos and tried to run at this moment. Sinful beast, stay! It wanted to run, but Elder Yen and Elderly did not agree. They shouted and rushed up to cut off the Tiger Snake Emperor's path of retreat, launching an unreserved onslaught against it. Far above the tall building, in the darkness, Wu Qi watched the melee, silently releasing his own parasitic body, devouring the slain parasitic beast relics. How could Wu Qi let go of this opportunity to reap the benefits of fishing? I wonder whether the true chi in the body of an ancient martial artist can be devoured. Wu Qi suddenly moved in his mind and controlled a parasitic body to approach an ancient martial artist's corpse, drilling into its Dantian air sea and sucking out every drop of its true chi. What a pure energy! When the parasitic body that had absorbed the true chi fed back, Wu Qi revealed a look of surprise. He really did not expect these true chi to be such a great tonic for him. Su family's main villa. Inside the opulent and brightly lit hall, all of the Su family's first family members were gathered here, their gazes heavy as they watched the gruesome killing outside through the images captured back by the camera lens. There were men and women, old and young, all of them were wearing noble air, and everyone's expression was very serious and tense. At the head of the group was an old man who was not angry and authoritative. The identity of this old man was not simple. It was a retired general of Yin country. Beside the old man, there was a woman who was cool, elegant, beautiful, tall and delicate, and could be called a woman of absolute beauty on earth. If Wu Qi was here, he would be able to recognize this woman at a glance. It was precisely Su Mu Yu. Grandpa, when will brother come back? At this rate, those ancient martial artists outside won't be able to resist for long. We need to enter the refuge as soon as possible. Su Mu Yu looked at the screen, the ancient martial artists who were fighting with the parasitic beasts in a bloodbath, and said with some gravity on her pretty face, the brother she was talking about was none other than the future human sea fixer, Su Yuan. This son was endowed with great fortune, and all Wu Qi knew was that this fellow had risen incomparably fast in this chaotic world, and was able to arm wrestle with SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasitic overlords. The old man shook his head inside. I'm afraid your brother won't be able to come back in a short period of time, and the Shangjing side is in chaos, so after Zhang Yan and the others settle the monsters outside, we'll immediately rush to the Cloud City refuge. But, could they really leave alive? That was something that needed to be asked of Wu Qi. I'll roar! Outside the villa, the tragic fight continued. The Tiger Snake Emperor was surrounded by Zhang Yan and Li Feng, roaring angrily, charging left and right, but no matter how desperately it fought, it could not escape. Old Yen, this sinful animal is at the end of its strength. Perform your and my famous stance to finish it off. Li Feng bellowed, the long spear in his hand erupted with piercing light. A lion silhouette could be vaguely seen emerging. heading straight for the Tiger Snake Emperor to suppress it. 100 crack slash. Zhang Yan also did not drag his feet. The long knife in his hand clanked, his true chi attached to it, and it even transformed into 100 cracks bird, and fiercely chopped out. Roar! Facing the second old man's all-out strike, the blood-covered Tiger Snake Emperor was filled with fear, and although it knew that it could not resist, it still opened its claws to desperately resist and die. That's just it. Speaking of which, this Tiger Snake Emperor has also saved my life, allowing me to live for 2 more years. If it can work for me, it would be a good fighting force. Wu Qi looked at the Tiger Snake Emperor that was about to be beheaded, and disappeared in place while whispering. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of the Tiger Snake Emperor, and that mighty and incomparable shot and slash were also less than half a step away from him. Wu Qi also did not know if the parasitic beast could be used for him. If it could not, killing it would be. As Wu Qi appeared in front of the Tiger Snake Emperor, Elder Li and Elder Yan's unrivaled gun and sword were less than half a step away from him. Wu Qi's sudden appearance shocked the 2 old pupils contracted. Never thought that there would actually be someone came out to rescue the head parasitic beast. The Tiger Snake Emperor looked at the human who was in front of him, and his eyes also revealed a few puzzled colors. Facing the unrivaled strike of the 2 old men, Wu Qi was indifferent, and 2 red auras swept out of his eyes. Bang, bang. The red aura was like lightning, accompanied by 2 thumps. It made the long knife and lance, which were less than a finger away from Wu Xie, collapse in true chi, and the weapons crumbled. Ah poof! At the same time, Elder Yan and Elder Li also suffered an irresistible force impact. While spitting out blood, the whole person was sent flying out several meters before stabilizing his body. Their gazes were horrified as they stared dead-on at the mysterious man with white hair and alien pupils, evil to the extreme, in front of the Tiger Snake Emperor. Who are you? Why did you save this beast? Elder Yan wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wu Qi with a face full of scorn. Roar! At this moment, the Tiger Snake Emperor let out an angry roar. As its roar resounded, all the parasitic beasts present, all of them stopped and retreated behind it. Seeing this, the ancient martial artists and military soldiers present led the survivors on the 10 buses into the Su family villa as fast as they could. Instantly, it made the scene here, forming a confrontation between 2 parties. There were over 140 ancient martial artists. The parasitic beasts, on the other hand, were in black, at least 3,000 to 4,000, and all of them were elites. Thousands of gazes on the scene were all focused on him. They were all filled with doubts and incomprehension. The human side wondered why Wu Qi, who was obviously a human, was helping the parasitic beasts. The parasitic beasts, on the other hand, were puzzled as to why this human would help them. The naked Wu Qi, with his white hair moving slightly with the wind blowing through his head, and his intimidating 3-colored pupils, revealing a cold and merciless, bloodthirsty and tyrannical color, stood quietly in the center of the 2 camps facing each other. Whether it was ancient martial artists such as Yan Lao, or parasitic beasts such as the Tiger Snake Emperor, his eyes were full of scorn. In this tense atmosphere, Wu Qi temporarily ignored the ancient martial artists on the opposite side and slowly turned to look at the Tiger Snake Emperor, who had a puzzled look on his face. Greeting Wu Qi's intimidating eyes, the Tiger Snake Emperor subconsciously took a step back and roared out a series of sounds that Wu Qi could not understand. The communication between parasitic beasts was no different from a low roar in human ears. Kneel down and submit to me. Wu Qi's face was expressionless as he pointed at the Tiger Snake Emperor and then at the ground, not allowing disobedience to open his mouth. Roar! The Tiger Snake Emperor seemed to be able to read Wu Qi's meaning. His eyes immediately revealed a ferocious color, roaring towards him repeatedly. Well, if you don't go to heaven when there is a way, then you will go to hell and die. With a flash of Wu Qi's icy cold eyes, a terrifying red aura burst out, and in the latter's case, he couldn't even react in time, poofing through his head. Ah! The Tiger Snake Emperor's eyes widened as his huge body fell limply to the ground. Dead. Ow! Roar! The thousands of parasitic beast objects present saw the scene and instantly reddened their eyes. All of them moved. They didn't run away, but instead, they pounced on Wu Qi with a brain. It wasn't that their loyalty wasn't afraid of death. Rather, the Tiger Snake Emperor had long ago branded its life imprint in their parasitic sheaths. If the Tiger Snake Emperor died in battle and they were unable to avenge it, these parasitic beasts that had been branded with the Tiger Snake Emperor's imprint would blow themselves up one after another within an hour. The only way to get rid of the brand in their bodies was to avenge their emperor. Unconscionable. Wu Qi looked at the thousands of elite parasitic beasts. The black pressure of brazenly pouncing, coldly grunted at the same time. The 2 parasitic evil dragons behind his back, along with the 6 red and black dual-colored hurly tails, broke out of his body. His right hand turned into a blood-colored crystal blade, and between one step, he killed the parasitic beasts. harvesting them as if he were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Plop, kaching. The bodies of these elite parasitic beasts with amazing defense seemed to be more fragile than tofu under the sweep of Wuqi's 6 heli tails and blood crystal blades, and they died when touched. Between the sweeping of the 6 heli tails, blood and broken limbs flew about. Between the roars of the 2 parasitic evil dragons, the heads of one parasitic beast after another were torn off. Although Wuqi was surrounded by thousands of elite parasitic beasts, there was not a single one that could really get close to him. On top of the battlefield, Wuqi was expressionless, walking idly, chopping and slashing, just like a god of killing, each of his heli tails, sharper than any weapon in this world, extended, strangled, pierced through the heart, as fast as lightning. All the parasitic beasts that were killed would, in the first instance, be devoured by the parasitic body released by Wuqi to devour the parasitic hairy in its body. Hiss! Outside the villa in the distance, Yan Lao, Li Lao, and the other 150 or so ancient martial artists looked at Wuqi, who was killing parasitic beasts like reaping straws. All of them showed fear in their eyes and sucked in cold air. Is he a human being? Hiss! So strong, is he a human or a parasitic beast? The 150 or so ancient martial artists present were all horrified by the strong strength displayed by Wuqi. Elder Yan's pupils contracted as he said with a face full of shock. This person is an alien who was carried off the parasitic cell infestation. He happened to see an announcement released by the Heavenly Martial Alliance not long ago, the contents of which spoke of this very alien. Elder Li's eyes flickered as he nodded. He should be this kind of alien, and is by no means good. I wonder if he is a threat to us. This scene of Wuqi destroying and slaughtering thousands of elite parasitic beasts was not to mention how frightening it was in their eyes. As innate martial artists, Elder Yan and Elder Li, facing such a large number of parasitic beasts besieging them, could only take the road and flee. Once they were surrounded, they would surely die. As time passed, blood flowed on that battlefield, broken bodies filled the ground, and the smell of blood so thick that it couldn't be melted filled the air. Poof! A few moments later, as Wuqi chopped off the head of a parasitic beast at the second stage A life level, none of the thousands of parasitic beasts ran away. All of them were resolved by Wuqi at this place. After finishing off this parasitic beast, Wuqi took off one of its arms, bit off a mouthful of blood and chewed it up. As far as he was concerned, whether it was a parasitic beast or any other raw meat, it was as delicious as snacks. The 6 crystal-like heli tails behind his back, with hot blood flowing from their surfaces, swung ghostly behind Wuqi. The 2 parasitic evil dragons on both shoulders were each chewing on the head of a parasitic beast. The crowd of ancient martial artists present, looking at that evil back, all shivered in agitation. At this moment, Wuqi, who was chewing on one of his arms as if he was eating sugarcane, slowly turned around, his icy eyes sweeping over Yunjiang City, outside the Su family villa. The thousands of elite parasitic beasts brought by the Tiger Snake Emperor were all buried here by Wuqi and devoured the parasitic relics in their bodies. After devouring so many elite parasitic relics, together with the Tiger Snake Emperor's parasitic relics, Wu Xie's 6 parasitic relics, among which was the Blood God's relic, were successfully promoted to the 4th rank. The 6 parasitic relics in his body were named, the Blood God Relic, Black Dragon Sherry, the Corruption Sherry, Evil God Sherry, Judgment Sherry, Juggernaut Sherry. In the previous life, the number of parasitic beasts that can arm wrestle with the above 6 existences is no more than 2 hands when looking at the world. Among humans, there were only 4 or 5, and one of them was Su Yuan. Nowadays, Wu Xia has gathered 6 invincible overlord shelters in one, asking who will compete with him? He was destined to be invincible in this chaotic world. In the night, the crowd of ancient martial artists present, looking at Wu Xia's evil back, all shivered with excitement. It was also at this moment that Wu Xia, who was gnawing on an arm as if he was eating sugarcane, slowly turned around, his icy eyes sweeping over, greeting his intimidating gaze. All the ancient martial artists here felt that their hearts stopped beating for a moment, and did not have the courage to look at him. Yan Lao opened his mouth and greeted him stiffly. This little brother, may I ask what is his name? Wuqi's face was devoid of any semblance of expression as he finished chewing the bones and meat of the parasitic beast in his mouth before speaking. You, all of you, are from the Su family? Yes, we are all Su family guest ministers. Upon hearing Wuqi mention the Su family, Yan Lao instantly felt that he had come to defect and nodded his head in agreement. What about you guys? Wuqi's eerie and horrifying gaze swept over the 150 or so ancient martial artists. Us too. They didn't think much at all, and agreed with Elder Yan's thoughts that Wuqi had come for defection. Unbeknownst to them, this was death knocking at the door. Yeah, then all of them die. As Wuqi's cold words fell, his figure had already appeared in front of those 150-odd ancient martial artists. But, the moment he appeared, the The 6 helly tails behind Wu Qi had already harvested the lives of 20 to 30 ancient martial artists and drained their true qi. When Elder Yen and Elderly came back to their senses, their faces suddenly changed, and while filled with horror, they turned around and ran as fast as they could. But they had only just escaped more than 10 meters when their hearts suddenly turned cold. When they looked down, what met their eyes was a red and black, crystal-like sharp tail. It ran through their chests along with their hearts. They were filled with despair and coughed up blood, immediately turning into a dry corpse. With 2 puffs, Wu Qi's tail retracted, and between sweeps, more than a dozen more ancient martial artists' heads fell to the ground. Having given you the chance to live, why did you say that you are from the Su family? Poof, put. Wu Qi looked indifferent, like a god of death from hell, snapping his fingers to explode the head of an ancient martial artist, and between the long whistles of the twin dragons behind him, he hard bit off half of the bodies of 2 ancient martial artists. Devil, run! The remaining ancient martial artists who reacted to the situation had their hearts and guts broken and fled in a hurry. How could this happen? Isn't he also human? In this chaotic world, why are the same humans killing each other? The survivors and military soldiers inside the villa, looking at the bloody and tragic massacre outside, all had white lips and their bodies trembled slightly. Why would this Fong suddenly go on a killing spree after Zhang Yan and the others claim to be from my Su family? Which one of you invited him here? Inside the main villa hall, when the Su family's old man, Su Tiancheng, saw the scene outside through the camera projection screen, his unruffled gaze swept through the crowd of Su family's direct lineage present, greeting the old man's angry gaze. The more than a dozen members of the Su family's direct lineage here, all shook their heads and lowered their heads. Even Su Muyu's father, Su Honglai, was too coy to say a word. It's actually him. At this moment, Su Muyu's incredible voice rang out. Little you recognize this son? The gazes of Su Tiancheng and the Su clan's group of direct descendants landed on her one after another. Su Muyu's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she said in a low voice, "This son is the son of the couple that I killed 10 years ago, in a drunk driving collision. I've been paying attention all these years, and I've had people campus violence him from time to time." Back then, the eyes of Wu Qi, who was only 7 years old, in the courtroom bent on getting her to accompany him. Su Muyu was still hard to forget. What? Hearing Su Muyu's words, the Su family's entire family felt that something bad had happened. Go! Su Tiancheng was even more decisive, his face full of seriousness as he got up and greeted the crowd to leave. No one dared to hesitate, following behind with hearts full of fear. Bang bang bang. However, just as this large family was about to walk out of the villa hall, several dead heads suddenly flew in from outside, banging and rolling down at their feet. This creepy scene instantly made several children and women scream out in shock. Gentlemen, where is this trying to go? Accompanied by a cold voice, an evil and hideous figure was blocking the front door of the villa. 6 helly tails surrounded Wu Qi's body, and 2 evil black dragons hovered behind him, each tail and dragon's mouth still tittering with the blood of those ancient martial artists. Seeing Wu Qi, who was like a killing god and demon, the women and children of the Su family's direct lineage were all scared and backed away with pale faces. Wu Qi, what do you want to do? Su Muyu stood out and blocked in front of the crowd, gritting her teeth and opening her mouth. Well, you still recognize me? Wu Qi raised his eyes and stared at the latter playfully. Su Muyu was perhaps used to being high and mighty, and his tone was quite righteous, saying, "The matter back then was indeed my fault, but if you were sensible, I would have let you be clothed and fed for the rest of your life. But you who are only 7 years old want me to bury your parents with you. You have a truly horrible heart. You are a person with a truly horrible heart. The depths of my Su family are not something you, a frog in the bottom of a well, can speculate on. If this matter is resolved, I guarantee that I will not even look for trouble from you in the future." After Su Muyu finished speaking, Su Tiancheng said in a serious tone, "My child, what happened back then can no longer be changed. What compensation is needed? You can just open your mouth." After Wu Qi heard this, his face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Is this your last words? Then all can go to hell." Puff, puff. As Wu Qi's words fell, the 6 tails surrounding his body violently swept out, instantly penetrating through the chests of Su Muyu's grandfather, Su Tiancheng, father, Su Honglai, mother, Qin Wanyu, and younger brother, Su Shaohai, then violently strangled. And with a few puffs of sound these people collectively burst into a massive blood slag. "No, beast, I'm going to kill you." Seeing this scene, Su Muyu's eyes reddened and hissed as he revolved his body's true qi and struck a spectral palm straight at Wu Qi. Poof! But she had only rushed out a step before a tail ran through her shoulder, then wrapped around her and lifted her in midair. In Wu Qi's eyes, he was full of disdain, dying to struggle. "I won't let you die so painfully." Have you experienced the pleasure of being eaten alive? The reason why Wu Chi's character is so dark, most of the reason, is that from elementary school has always been school bullying. Moreover, the teachers basically didn't care. When Wu Chi saw that Sumuyu recognized him at the first glance, he knew that it was this woman who was causing trouble. However, it was all irrelevant. Hatred was just a reason to find a bloodthirsty reason for himself. Somehow, Wu Chi was enamored with the thrill of his own Hurley's tail, penetrating through the flesh and bones of creatures. It was a feeling that mesmerized him. But he, who still had humanity, did not kill ordinary people. Not far from the villa, those military soldiers survivors, he did not kill one. The real strong man is not bothered to kill the weak and powerless people. Of course, except for enemies. At this moment, Sumuyu's shoulder was penetrated through the shoulder by one of Wu Chi's tails, and her entire body was lifted in midair. The piercing pain made her scream heartbreakingly. Bastard, if you have the ability to kill me, my brother will never let you go. Come on, give me a pain. Beast, demon, you will definitely go to hell. At this time, she was like a crazy woman, no longer the elegant and honorable, clear and beautiful as she used to be. Little brother Wu Chi, your grudge with the main family has nothing to do with us. Please be lenient and give us a way out. Her uncles and aunts, cousins and others, seeing this scene, had all been paralyzed with fear, constantly kneeling down and begging for mercy, even to the point that they all pissed their pants. They who were once high and mighty, turning their hands to the clouds and turning their hands to the rain, had they ever thought that there would be such a day? You guys are innocent. What about me? Wu Chi's bloodthirsty eyes coldly looked at them. None of you Su family members are innocent. If I don't kill all of you and the others, my thoughts won't be clear. Put. As his cold and merciless words fell, Sumuyu, these bloodline relatives, without exception, were all run through the neck by Wu Ste's heli tail, crushing their heads, dead without a body, blood splattered all over the ground. Ka-chow. Ah! At this time, Sumuyu suddenly let out an even more miserable scream, only to see that her pair of calves, at this moment, were respectively torn off alive by the twin dragons behind Wu Chi, crunching and chewing them. Kill me. Have the guts to kill me. Pig-killing screams continuously issued from Sumuyu's mouth, hearing those soldiers and survivors in the distance chilling. Want to die? Is it that easy? Wu Chi's voice, as cold as the death knell of hell, controlled the twin dragons behind him, devouring it from feet to head one bite at a time. Sumuyu's oozing screams cut through the black night, her face twisted and bloodless, hissing and screaming for death. When eating her internal organs, several times fainted and came to her senses in pain. After a few minutes, it wasn't until her heart was bitten off that she was completely relieved. Wu Chi did not devour her head and casually threw it on the ground. After killing the Su family's first family, Wu Chi wasn't going to stop yet. In a few flashes, he killed into the villa cluster where the side families lived, trampling one after another to death like ants. In the luxurious villa group, all kinds of miserable screams, begging for mercy, begging for help were endless. It lasted for several minutes before it gradually stopped. When Wu Chi walked out from the villa group, the tail and the twin dragons behind him had disappeared. Thousands of survivors and more than 300 heavily armed soldiers didn't dare to utter an atmosphere as they watched him leave. As he passed by, Wu Chi glanced over there and left with the words, "If you guys can survive, it's best to forget about tonight's events. Don't get yourselves into trouble of killing yourselves." After saying that, Wu Chi had already disappeared into the dangerous dark night in a few long jumps. Demon, the leader of the soldiers, the first captain, winced with palpitations. First captain, what should we do now? Several small captains, with somewhat pale faces, asked in low voices. Report that the family was slaughtered by a mysterious person with a full family. This person is wearing a mask. We didn't see what he looks like clearly. The first captain was very decisive, and said loudly towards the crowd, "Informing out about this matter will only invite you to kill yourselves. I believe that you know what to say and what not to say." "No, Captain Wu, please rest assured. We will definitely keep our mouths shut." Both the survivors and the soldiers nodded solemnly. Wu Chi's cruelty and terror had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Facing such a demon, they did not dare to provoke it no matter what. August 15th, 5 a.m. out. The first day of the end times. Somewhere in the darkness, Wu Chi smashed the heads of two parasitic monsters and then forcefully pulled out their parasitic relics and swallowed them, then disappeared under the horrified gaze of several survivors whose crotches were soaked, just like they were scared to pee. Swallowing the flesh of the parasitic monster was certainly better, but it was too time-consuming. From now on, after Wu Chi killed the parasitic monsters, he would only take their parasitic relics. Yunjiang City's military forces, with the help of many ancient martial artists, had stabilized the internal situation to launch a rescue. From time to time, Military tanks and ancient martial artists could be seen on the streets of various districts and counties, rescuing survivors while fighting the endless parasitic beasts. The official shelters in Yunjiang City could only hold a maximum of 600,000 to 700,000 people, even if they were rescued. Whether or not they could go in at the end depended on luck. In his previous life, Wu Qi was given the opportunity to enter the shelter. However, he was temporarily replaced by Su Muyu, causing him to fall out, and was finally captured by a parasitic monster and kept in captivity. Yunjiang City, Tianya Prison. This prison was one of the 3 strictest prisons in Yin country. The prisoners held here were all poor and vicious people. Haha, finally killed out. From now on, the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Cool, it's great. So what if they are ancient martial artists? They are not all killed by us. This end of the world is good. It's wonderful. At this moment, with a rumble, the heavy iron door of the prison was overturned from the inside. Then they saw a large group of berserkers with the characteristics of parasitic beasts, laughing freely as they walked out from inside. At the head of the group was a burly bald man. All over his body, he was covered with a very hideous layer of dark red flesh armor, and on his head was an evil creature that looked like a centipede. All of the ancient martial artists in this prison, along with the parasitic beasts, had already been killed and devoured by these 16 parasites. Together with the parasitic beasts crawling in from outside, they had killed no less than 3,000 parasitic beasts in these few hours. As such, every single one of them was basically a second-rank parasitoid. Brothers, this is the era that belongs to us, but it's time to keep a low profile. Truly powerful ancient martial artists have yet to appear. They can abuse us with a single hand. What we need to do now is to devour, evolve, and create an era that belongs to us. Leaving the dark and sunless prison, the bald centipede stout man turned around. His words were impassioned as he raised his arms and shouted to the 15 parasites behind him. What you and the others must do now is to submit to me. But not waiting for the crowd to reply to the words of the bald centipede strong man, far away in the darkness, suddenly floated an indifferent, disdainful voice. New book, catch-up reading is important. The more readers who catch up to the latest chapter, the faster the update. Who? Outside the Heaven's End prison, the group of berserkers who had just killed their way out stared at a darkness in unison. Wu Qi's figure slowly walked out from it. At this moment, Wu Qi, except for his full head of white hair, with a pair of intimidating alien pupils, there was no trace of the characteristics of a parasitic beast all over his body. However, as he appeared, he brought a great sense of oppression to the opposite group of berserkers. The bald, burly man with a hideous scorpion on top of his head at the head of the group, his gaze sunk slightly, and he coldly drank. You're an ancient martial artist? The others were on guard, ready to strike to finish off this strange man. Ancient martial artist? I just killed a few hundred of them. Wu Qi came to a short distance near them idly, raised his eyelids and said indifferently, kneel down, submit, or die. Wu Qi's arrogance instantly caused the thugs to show a fierce light in their eyes. The bald burly man revealed a hint of killing intent in his eyes and said in a deep voice, Kid, will you be too arrogant? Arrogant? Wu Qi shook his head non-committally and spoke indifferently. Since you are unwilling to serve me, then just go to hell. Put. As his words fell, the bald and burly man's head flew up high. No one saw when Wu Qi arrived in front of the bald strong man. With one hand, he crushed his neck and twisted off his head. Plop, poof. At this scene, the frightened remaining 16 parasites went cold, and without saying a word, they all fell to their knees and yelled, Submit, we are willing to submit. Too late. A red aura burst out from within Wu Qi's eyes, penetrating through these people's heads in an instant and absorbing the parasitic relics within their bodies. Killing. It's so pleasing to the mind and body. Wu Qi shook off his blood-stained right hand and disappeared into the darkness in a few steps. The reason why he had come here, it was because he knew that within this prison, there was a group of parasites with relatively good strength. The purpose of coming was also to take in, but they didn't know how to cherish them. Then, there was only death. The first day of the end of the world, 6:50 in the morning, during which it was unknown how many humans had fallen into the belly of the parasitic beasts. One after another parasite beast with a powerful life level appeared, and one after another parasite who had carried the parasite cell infestation came out of nowhere. This era of blood and chaos was thus kicked off. Parasitic beasts are not in harmony with each other. They will also devour each other and kill each other. However, they not only reproduce very fast, but also grow at a perverted speed. As long as a newly born parasitic beast has enough flesh and blood to devour, it will reach adulthood in a few months. The SSS-class dominant parasitic beasts that came into existence globally not only killed each other and hunted humans on this night, but they were also constantly expanding their power. And when they encountered parasitic beasts that were not willing to submit, they would all be torn apart and devoured. The power of the parasitic beasts in Yunjiang City was gradually taking shape. In his previous life, the entire Yunjiang City was ruled by the 6 shear cells in Wu Qi's body, and there were no less than 10 million humans in captivity alone. They had a special means to accelerate the growth of human infants. This cycle of growth was ridiculously fast, with 1 month being equivalent to 1 year of age. It was like fodder chickens raised by humans, catalyzing the breeding at the fastest speed to be used as food on the table. There is a cycle in the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. Dawn breaks. The morning sun shines on the corpse-strewn, blood-soaked earth, showing the bleak color. In this morning, in Yunjiang City, a large number of powerful ancient martial artists appeared. They came in force, and the vast majority of them were innate martial artists, searching for a man with white hair and alien pupils. Put in a certain neighborhood, the shirtless Wu Qi crushed the head of an early-stage innate ancient martial artist and looked at the bounty in his cell phone, the corner of his mouth revealing a cruel arc. Reward me? Let's see how many ancient martial artists you have for me to kill. After saying that, he disappeared in a few flashes, leaving behind more than a dozen dried-up corpses of early-stage innate martial artists. Shangjing Sanctuary, a certain branch command hall. Above the head seat, there was a stunning woman wearing a red power suit, with a slender and buoyant figure, and a head full of red hair over her ears. She was expressionless as she looked at the screen not far in front of her. What was displayed on it was precisely those 15 shriveled corpses. A woman in a suit standing next to her said in a low voice, "Commander." When the satellite footage captured over, the murderer was nowhere to be seen. Do you think that it will be the thug who bloodied the Su family? Red-haired woman's slender index finger, gently tapping the armrest. Gaze icy cold. I Su big brother whole family. Is not so good to kill. Increase the scope of the search. Notify all the squad. Once encountered the murderer first pass back the information. Last night more than 4 o'clock, when the body in the Shangjing Su Yuan learned that the whole family was slaughtered, and dead without a whole body, cannot get out of the body of him, then immediately let his right-hand man Li Hongyue thorough investigation of this matter. The trouble encountered in Shangjing was too great. One SSS-class overlord parasitic beast after another came out of nowhere, and the speed of growth was astounding. Immediately gather your men and follow me on a personal trip to Yunjiang City. Knowing that this matter had to be a personal trip over, Li Hongyue immediately gave the order. At this time in Yunjiang City, there were very few parasitic beasts that could be seen on the various streets. In this one night, almost all of them were consolidated by the 4 overlord parasitic beasts of Yunjiang City. Moreover, an unknown number of humans had been captured and imprisoned, allowing them to continuously reproduce. The current Cloud River City, there were 4 overlord parasitic beasts. If it wasn't for Wu Qi's appearance, this Yunjiang City would have been ruled by the 6 supreme overlord-level parasitic beasts within him by this night. The human refuge, on the other hand, could barely defend itself. Cloud River City, outside a certain large bar. Wu Qi's figure appeared here. Who are you? The 2 parasites guarding the door instantly manifested their weapons, their gazes staring dead on, as if they had appeared here out of thin air. Wu Qi, noisy. Wu Qi raised his eyes, flashing with a blood aura, dodged forward and pinched their faces with both hands, like 2 watermelons, crushing and bursting them, absorbing their parasitic relics. In this night's killing, Wu Qi completely unleashed the darkest, most bloodthirsty side of his inner heart, killing the parasites guarding the door. Wu Qi raised his foot and kicked over the door of the bar with a bang. The gate fell to the ground with a rumble. This huge commotion, it immediately attracted many parasites inside the bar. A figure came flying. In just a moment, Wu Qi was surrounded by more than 20 parasites. If you don't want to die, you'd better stop making noise. Let your boss come out to see me in a minute. Otherwise, everyone in this bar will die. Wu Qi was playing with a parasitic relic in his hand, as if he was looking at a corpse, scanning these parasites that surrounded him. However, if he was allowed to harbor the slightest bit of killing intent, all of these people would fall in a pool of blood within a breath. Wait a moment, I'll contact the boss. The parasite in the lead frowned, and was wise enough not to rave, taking out his cell phone to send a message. Neon Bar. In his previous life, even the captive Wu Qi had heard of it. The owner of this bar was an overlord-class parasite. Wu Qi's current visit was to subdue this person. Of course, if this person didn't realize it, then there would only be death. On the 3rd floor of the bar, inside an office. Sister, this chaotic world isn't really that bad for us. Supplies are important. Later on, you lead a group of people out to collect some supplies back. In front of the desk, sitting opposite each other was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black suit. His body was straight and slender, and his appearance was handsome and high-cooled, quite a superior style. The woman was a 16 or 17-year-old loli, wearing a pair of blue double ponytails. Her baby fat face was delicate and fair, and her figure was also very material. Don't look at her young age. This woman fusion is at SS Emperor Parasitic cells. One could only say that this pair of siblings had unusual genes. Chu Xiaoxiao playfully laughed. If you don't say anything, brother, I'm also going to take people out to gather supplies. If there's nothing else, I'll go gather my men first. Chu Beilan was about to nod his head when he suddenly received a message, and immediately frowned, saying, someone is looking for trouble. Follow me down to take a look. Saying that, he took his sister and got up, going downstairs as fast as he could. Outside the main door, Wu Qi was being surrounded by more than 30 parasites. Isn't this the thug who was officially wanted and rewarded and bloodied the Su family? It's actually him. The parasites present had all recognized Wu Qi. This was because the network was now full of video messages of him being officially wanted. No one dared to act rashly, staring at the figure in the field full of scorn. There are still 10 seconds left. If your boss doesn't come out, I'll start killing. Wu Qi glanced at the time, and a bloodthirsty killing intent gradually emerged within his eyes. Hearing this, the crowd tensed up. Brother, there are people outside of people. Don't be so grumpy. Right at this moment, a deep voice came out from within the bar. Boss. The crowd heard the voice and made way. Afterwards, they saw Chu Beilan, who was dressed in a black suit, bring his sister, who was dressed in a power suit, out from inside with quick steps. When Chu Beilan saw Wu Qi, the parasitic shelter in his body immediately trembled violently. Chu Beilan? Wu Qi raised his eyelids and looked at the latter playfully. Exactly. I wonder how this brother is addressed. After knowing that the one in front of him was not a good person, Chu Beilan stepped forward and smiled as he took out a cigarette and handed it over. An existence that could make his overlord-level parasite sharpness feel fear. Chu Beilan's heart was shaken. What exactly was the origin of this person? He didn't dare to show half a bit of hostility. Wu Qi took his cigarette and said in a faint voice, I am going to create an organization to fight against ancient martial artists and parasitic beasts. I wonder if you guys are interested in joining. When Chu Beilan heard this, his heart was slightly shocked. He didn't realize that this guy's ambition was bigger than even himself. He thought for a moment before saying, we and the parasitic beasts all started out the same way, but the ancient martial artists have been developing for hundreds and thousands of years. Can we fight against that? Wu Qi used his own blood god flame to light the cigarette in his hand and snorted. Some crooked people. What can't we fight against? Chu Beilan hesitated. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you guys don't intend to follow me, then I'll have to clear out my future enemies in advance. Wu Qi took a deep breath of smoke and made a naked threat. Chu Beilan frowned. He didn't want to make an enemy of the crown, nor did he want to offend this dangerous man. Just when he was torn, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. What kind of thing are you that you dare to make my brother follow? Die! At the sound of his voice, Wu Qi turned his eyes over and a red aura erupted, shooting straight towards Chu Xiaoxiao's head. Stop! Seeing this, Chu Beilan quickly blocked in front of his sister's body, his right hand turning into a dark golden crystal in general, blocking that red mango. Wu Qi did not feel surprised by this, and said expressionlessly, since you guys choose to die, I'll just fulfill you. Not to mention that Chu Beilan was a parasitic overlord. Even if he was a SSS plus supreme overlord, he would have to die if he dared to be his enemy. Brother, my sister is rude. Give it a chance. Chu Beilan sensed the killing intent within Wu Qi's eyes and hurriedly spoke. I am willing to follow you and create a supreme power. Xiao, why don't you come up and apologize? Yes, I'm sorry. Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as she trembled and stepped forward. At that moment just now, she really felt like she was going to die. Wu Qi said indifferently, just this once. Whoever dares to betray me in the future, I will eat him alive. Don't dare. The crowd spoke in unison. Then swallow them. When Wu Qi flung his hand, one red and black parasitic body after another flew out from his body, each flying close to the crowd. Once they swallowed these parasitic bodies of Wu Qi, they would form a parasitic brand in their bodies. If Wu Qi was killed one day, they could only be lifted if they avenged him within a limited period of time. Otherwise they would explode and die. The eyes of the people present who knew what was going on all looked towards Chu Beilan. Upon seeing that he didn't even hesitate to swallow it, the crowd all gritted their teeth and ate it as well. Very good. Seeing this, Wu Qi nodded his head in satisfaction. In the future, our force will be called the Black Dragon Palace. I will be the Palace Lord. And you, Chu Beilan, will be the Vice Palace Lord. Yes, Palace Lord inside please. Chu Beilan let out a bitter smile in his heart and invited Wu Qi into the bar. This bar, counting Chu Beilan and her sister, had a total of 33 parasites, all of which were above the A-class, second-order level, with only a few of the higher-ups being third-order. The bar's usual place of deliberation. Chu Beilan brought Wu Qi here. Among them were also Chu Xiaoxiao, with 2 S-rank parasites. After sitting down, Chu Beilan said bitterly, Temple Master, right now the entire network is looking for you. The power of ancient martial artists. I'm sure you know that. If they know that this is our stronghold, I'm afraid that it will be swept away in a matter of moments. Chu Xiaoxiao and Wu Rui, Zhao Fei all nodded their heads. Those were ancient martial artists, developed for an unknown number of years now, and truly powerful existences were afraid that they would be able to overthrow them with the flip of a hand. Facing this kind of terrifying existence, what could they take against them? Well, you guys think that ancient martial artists are untouchable? Wu Qi leaned sideways on the sofa. Seeing that they were so in awe of the ancient martial artists, his eyes revealed a touch of disdain, and said lightly, last night, I killed no less than 200 ancient martial artists, and I killed 20 to 30 innate ancient martial artists, so they are not as scary as you guys think. So I'll take you guys to kill a little bit of them to practice your hands later. Kill innate ancient martial artists to practice? Chu Beilan, Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, and Zhao Fei were all dumbfounded when they heard this. Last night, the existence of ancient martial artists had been officially announced. Even the realm had been announced. Hotian 9, innate beginning, middle, posterior, and peak, Grandmaster 6th level, Martial King 7th rank. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of Chu Beilan's 4, Wu Qi's eyes revealed disdain. A heli appeared steeply from behind him, wearing up the apple on the table and bringing it to him. Wu Qi took down the apple on the heli and bit into it fiercely. 3 days later, a large number of parasitic vines will grow underneath the ground of Yunjian City, and these vines will bear a kind of blood-red fruit called blood ritual, which will be able to raise the strength of parasites and parasitic beasts in a short period of time. At those words, Chu Beilan's 4 faces changed slightly. They accurately captured a key piece of information, boosting strength. The attraction of these 4 words to them could not be said to be small. The reason they were so afraid of ancient martial artists was simply because their strength was too weak. But right now, Wu Qi actually told them that there were fruits that could allow them to raise their strength in a short period of time? In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything, and the parasite beasts had manifested this to the fullest after their descent. However, this kind of fruit is also very useful to ancient martial artists, and the Heavenly Martial Alliance will definitely not let this opportunity go. Wu Qi looked at the longing in the eyes of the 4, and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Therefore, during these 3 days, we need to recruit more parasite beasts and develop the members of the Black Dragon Palace. Hall Master, do you mean that we're going to face the ancient martial artists head-on in 3 days? Chu Beilan asked. What? Are you afraid? Wu Qi said in a cold voice. Your Highness, naturally, I very much want to seize the first opportunity in 3 days. Chu Beilan shook his head and hesitantly said, it's just that our Black Dragon Palace's highest strength of few higher-ups are only at the 3rd rank, so I'm afraid that we can't compete with those innate martial artists. The innate ancient martial artists are nothing but a bunch of rabble. You don't need to worry about the threat of innate martial artists. I will wipe them out as much as I can, and all you have to do is to hunt down and kill the Hotian martial artists, as well as to collect as many blood sacrifice fruits as you can. Wu Qi said indifferently. All 6 of Wu Xie's sheds were at the SSS plus Supreme Overlord level. Now that Wu Xie's blood god had even reached the 4th stage, coupled with the strength of the other relics, the innate ancient martial artists were all ants in his eyes. And the one thing that really made Wu Xie care about was the Sovereign Realm ancient martial artists. I just don't know how much strength the Zhongshe Realm ancient martial artist can make him improve. Listening to Wu Qi's cold words, it was as if innate ancient martial artists were like ants in his mouth. The 4 people, Chu Beilan, Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, and Zhao Fei, all set off shockwaves in their hearts. By the way, you guys shouldn't know that parasites can devour each other, right? Wu Qi added, his pupils reflecting the faces of the 4 Chu Beilan people who were gradually falling into shock. This was a misconception in the thinking of the general public, which would subconsciously think that if they were of the same kind, they would default to peace. And even in Wu Qi's previous life, parasites devouring each other only began to appear on a large scale after a long time. What do you mean, Temple Master? Chu Beilan asked cautiously. Parasites being able to devour each other was undoubtedly terrifying news, especially still in the midst of today's post-apocalyptic world where there was no order. Once one of the parasites started to kill each other, how horrifying the consequences could be foreseen. If those parasites are unwilling to join us, kill them all and devour their parasitic relics. Wu Qi revealed a bloodthirsty smile. But Your Highness, would that be too cruel? Chu Beilan was different from Wu Qi. Although he had already become a parasite, he hadn't experienced those cruelties, and there was still a trace of goodwill left in his heart. Cruel? Oh, Wu Qi sneered. In an instant, a black and red-colored crystal heli suddenly rushed out from behind Wu Qi, instantly penetrating Chu Beilan's left shoulder, blood flowing down the heli. Will die. Chu Beilan's pupils suddenly contracted. and a great crisis immediately surged in his heart. Facing Wu Qi, Chu Beilan had no doubt that as long as Wu Qi wanted to, the other party could easily take away his life. The sudden scene made Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, and Zhao Fei all fail to react, but at this moment, none of them dared to make any movements. Wu Qi's body exuded a sense of intimidation, as if it came from an absolute superior, so that they did not dare to move, did not dare to resist. Wu Xia looked towards Chu Beilan and said in cold blood, "In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, strength is never paramount. Everything that cannot be used for me will perish." "I understand, Lord Temple Master." Chu Beilan trembled and slowly lowered his head. At this moment he also completely accepted it all. Using all means, he devoured and became stronger in the midst of the end times. "Boss, a group of ancient martial artists hit the door, and injured several of our brothers." At this very moment, a gangster like Parasite rushed up and hurriedly shouted. Chu Beilan's face turned cold. "What's the situation? How dare this group of ancient martial artists be so arrogant?" Chu Xiaoxiao instantly said angrily. "Boss, Miss Xiaoxiao, this group of ancient martial artists is mixed with a large number of peak realm and 8 realm ancient martial artists. The brothers are no match for them. It says they're looking for some kind of wanted criminal." The mongrel Parasite said with a bitter expression on his face. "Peak and 8 realm." Chu Beilan was somewhat shocked. Like Chu Beilan's men including himself, the only few third stage parasites, most of them were in the early third stage, and of these, only Chu Beilan himself was in the late third stage, able to barely compete with an ancient martial artist of the peak and 8 realm by virtue of his overlord level talent. Chu Beilan could only look towards Wu Qi, casting a gaze of help. "Lord Palace Master." Wu Qi slowly stood up and blandly said, "Then let's clean up these ants first." Downstairs of the bar hall was already in chaos at this moment, with a dozen parasites lying on the ground wailing in pain, and those 30 or so innate ancient martial artists teasingly looked towards the parasites who were still holding on and sneered. "Ha ha ha, seeing those parasite beasts killing it big time, I thought how powerful these parasites that also have abilities were, but are they all such losers? It's just a bunch of trash with unfruitful evolution. Why don't you call out that white-haired villain to the master, otherwise you all won't want to live." As they spoke, these 30 innate ancient martial artists were still abusing each other. One of the innate martial artists with a machete, seeing that there was still a struggling parasite on the ground, directly slashed down, severing the parasite's head, spilling blood all over the ground. "How dare you!" Seeing this scene, the remaining parasite's eyes turned red, and one of them even roared in anger, generating a dark black crystal armor on his body's skin and slowly giving birth to a black crystal blade in his hand. In the next second, the armor-clad parasite lifted up the black crystal blade and suddenly shot out like a cannonball, the black crystal blade pointing directly at the head of the innate martial artist holding the machete. The latter revealed a cold smile. The machete in his hand swung out to meet the attack at the same time. Between the lightning and fire, the armored parasite's black crystal blade shattered, and the whole person flew out directly backwards, smashing a hole in the wall with a bang, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. "What a self-indulgent waste," the machete-wielding innate martial artist sneered. But suddenly, a blood-colored heli rushed out from the dust and fog, instantly penetrating the innate martial artist's heart and lifting him high above the ceiling, blood flowing along the long heli. The sudden scene caused all the ancient martial artists to stop fighting and look within the dust and fog as if they were enemies, and the next moment, another 5 heli shot out from it, instantly obliterating more than a dozen innate martial artists, with only the peak realm innate martial artists surviving. In an instant, the space was already filled with blood. And at this moment a black figure stepped out from the dust and mist. "I heard that you guys are looking for me?" Inside the bar, 6 black and red hurleys swept across the scene with an unbeatable momentum. In just the blink of an eye, all the innate ancient martial artists below the peak realm instantly died violently. The walls, floors, and sofas of the bar hall were all stained with scarlet blood, and a pungent bloody odor spread throughout the space. Not to mention Chu Beilan's side, all of the parasites were now looking at Wu Qi with dumbfounded faces. The remaining dozen or so peak realm ancient martial artists were also looking at this scene in shock, with a strong fear surfacing in their eyes. How is this possible? In an instant, seconds, half of our ancient martial artists were killed. It must be known that most of the ancient martial artists that they had sent out this time were in the late stage innate realm, and the weakest was also in the middle stage innate realm. But they didn't expect that even so, this Wu Qi would be so terrifying as such. In the next second, the ancient martial artists were like enemies, only to see the smoke and dust dispersed. A black figure emerged from it, white hair and pupils, the whole person with a brutal, bloodthirsty atmosphere, like a tyrannical god of murder. And that 6 horrible black and red crystals heli is from behind this person extended out. They even noticed that there were 2 terrifying evil dragons coiled behind this person, exuding extreme darkness between every move. as if he could devour all of their lives in a single moment. Wu Qi's eyes cold-blooded look at the ancient martial artists, eyes emitting a faint golden light. At the same time a powerful pressure swept across the scene. His voice is indisputable. As if the master descended, who is it that sent you here? This is derived from the power of the juggernaut Sherry on Wu Qi. Just like its name, it could release a terrifying pressure that shocked everything, like the absolute master of all things in the world, making all living beings unable to give birth to the will to resist Wu Qi. No, don't kill me. In this instant, the originally unrivaled ancient martial artists were instantly scared out of their wits, and fell to their knees under the pressure of the Dominator Sharpener. One of the dominants was so frightened that his face turned pale as he stuttered and explained, "It's a bounty. You have been offered a bounty by the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Please don't kill me. I have an old man and a young man at home." Before this person could finish his words, the black and red helly tail behind Wu Qi had already taken the first step to pierce through his body and instantly devoured this person's true qi, turning him into a withered bone. The remaining ancient martial artists' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene, but when they wanted to get up to resist, they realized that they could not even raise a trace of resistance in their hearts, and they could not even get up. Instantly all the ancient martial artists revealed a look of despair, watching those 6 terrifying heli, piercing through them one by one, and then devouring them, turning them into a set of withered bones, and their miserable screams were even more incessant. It seems that the movements of the Heavenly Martial Alliance are a little faster than I thought. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously he noticed through his cell phone that the Heavenly Martial Alliance was offering him a bounty. He just didn't expect these ancient martial artists to move so fast. It seems that the expansion of the Black Dragon Palace will have to be brought up to the process. At this moment, the hearts of all the parasites behind Wu Qi were all set off in shocking waves, incredulously looking at that bloodthirsty, brutal figure. They couldn't help but tremble just by feeling the terrifying aura of Wu Qi's body, and thoughts of submission arose in their hearts. There were more than 38 ancient martial artists, half of which were at the peak realm, unrivaled powerhouses to this group of parasites. Yet all of these ancient martial artists were like ants in front of Wu Qi, instantly killed in seconds. There wasn't even anyone who resisted. Chu Beilan was shocked beyond words. At this moment he clearly realized what kind of a terrifying existence he was following. At this moment, Chu Beilan also completely submitted to Wu Qi. His heart is incomparable ecstasy. Thinking about this, Chu Beilan directly to the presence of all the parasitic beasts loudly announced, "All people listen to me well. From today onwards, we want to set up a force belonging exclusively to the parasites, the Black Dragon Palace, and this person in front of us is our hall master, Wu Qi." All the parasites were stunned when they heard this, and a strong shock surfaced in their eyes. Wu Xia, the terrifying existence that had wiped out all the ancient martial artists like ants, was actually their Lord Palace Master? In the next second, I don't know who shouted out Black Dragon Palace. At once all the parasites, Chu Beilan, Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, Zhao Fei only had that one fierce and bloodthirsty figure in their gazes, and they shouted crazily for that. Black Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Palace. In the center of their gaze, Wu Qi stood on top of the corpses, his body revealing brutality and bloodlust. Under the incessant shouts, the Black Dragon Palace was formally established, and it was also the beginning of the future sweep of the world. After the establishment of the Black Dragon Palace, the first thing to do is to make a name for themselves, so that everyone knows the existence of the parasitic forces, the Black Dragon Palace, so that there will be parasites to take the initiative to request to join. The matter of Wu Qi crushing and killing more than 38 ancient martial artists was the best subject for publicity, and under Chu Beilan's maneuvering, the Black Dragon Palace immediately caused a considerable ripple in Yunjiang City. At the same time, the Black Dragon Palace took the initiative to spread the news, accepting all members whose identities were as parasites. In just one afternoon, the Black Dragon Hall, which originally only had more than 30 parasites, swelled by more than 4 times, with the number of parasites reaching as many as 120. Including the dozen or so criminals that Wu Qi had previously taken in at the prison. Of course, with the establishment of a parasite force like the Black Dragon Palace, there would naturally be other parasite forces established as well, but most of these were not as powerful as the Black Dragon Palace. After all, the current parasites had just been born, and at the very strongest, they did not exceed the 4th rank. Moreover, most of the parasites basically chose to join the Black Dragon Palace after hearing about Wu Qi's terrifying deeds. Black Dragon Palace Headquarters. Wu Qi leaned on the sofa, and in front of him, Chu Beilan, Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, Zhao Fei, and 3 other unfamiliar faces stood respectfully. The former, Chu Beilan, was the Vice Temple Master. Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Rui, and Zhao Fei were all former high-level executives of the Neon Bar. with their strength reaching the third stage of Parasite, and each of them was an S-rank king Parasite. The noteworthy Chu Xiaoxiao was a SS Royal Parasite. Although not as strong as his brother Chu Beilan, he would be a good fighting force in the future. And the other three were the three parasites who voluntarily joined the Black Dragon Palace that were not bad in terms of strength and talent. 2 S-Class King Parasite bodies and 1 SS-Class Emperor Parasite body. Hall Master. Right now our Black Dragon Hall has almost become the strongest parasite force in Yunjiang City, and the current members are still constantly increasing. It is expected that our members will reach 200 today, Chu Beilan respectfully reported. Among them, there are 132 first-order parasites, 48 second-order parasites, there are 13 third-order parasites. Not enough, these people are still far from enough. At this moment, a touch of madness and tyranny appeared in Wu Qi's eyes. Gather all the members of the Black Dragon Palace and sweep all the parasite forces. Those who are unwilling to join our Black Dragon Palace, devour them all. Turn them into nutrients for the growth of our Black Dragon Palace. The Heavenly Martial Alliance was the strongest force of ancient martial artists in the country. Ever since the official announcement of the existence of ancient martial artists, branches of the National Tianwu Alliance have been listed in major cities one after another, as the most powerful force amongst humans. The influence of the Tianwu Alliance was unprecedentedly strong in this post-apocalyptic world where parasitic beasts were rampant. At this moment, the headquarters building of the Heavenly Martial Artist Yunjiang City Branch Alliance. In the Alliance leader's office, a middle-aged man named Li Jiancheng was in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the smoke-filled Yunjiang City. The city was filled with all kinds of sounds, from the roaring of guns and cannons hunting parasitic beasts, to the loud commotion of ancient martial artists fighting powerful parasitic beasts. Even though the human army and ancient martial artists had mobilized in full force, they had only managed to control 1/10 of Yunjiang City. More places in Yunjiang City were all bloody, and humans were powerless under the parasitic beasts hunting. But there were exceptions to everything. At the same time as the parasitic cells descended, parasitic beasts were being born in large numbers, and parasites were also being born. In just one night, parasite forces sprang up like a rainbow. One of the forces that most concerned Li Jiancheng was the force called Black Dragon Palace. Its hallmaster slaughtered more than 30 innate ancient martial artists, causing quite a ripple in the city, and could be said to have stepped on ancient martial artists to rise to power. It had close to 200 parasite members in one night. Not only that, the Black Dragon Hall was still expanding, and without any surprises, it would undoubtedly become the strongest parasite force in Yunjiang City in the future. The key is, this Black Dragon Palace's hall master, Wu Qi, is still the culprit for the massacre of the Su family. What kind of existence is the Su family? The strongest heavenly pride of the entire new generation of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, Su Yuan's family. But right now, the Heavenly Martial Sub-Alliance in Yunjiang City was also left to its own devices, busy hunting the parasitic beasts that were running rampant in the city. However, it was rumored that over in the capital, Su Yuan had already dispatched a team of ancient martial artists to prepare to hunt Wu Qi. The Black Dragon Palace? Li Jiancheng slightly narrowed his eyes, in which flickered a smear of killing intent, and coldly said, "I'll let you guys bounce around for a few more days." 10 Murderers Society, one of the parasite forces. At this moment, inside a dimly lit room, the top 10 parasites of the 10 Foul Society were gathered here, and the topic they were discussing was the Black Dragon Hall. A parasite said, "Is this Black Dragon Palace master really as strong as the rumors say? One person crushed and killed more than 30 innate ancient martial artists? This is bound to be fake news put out by the Black Dragon Hall. Everyone is a freshly born parasite. Even if he's a high-level parasite, it's impossible for him to grow to such terrifying strength in a short period of time." Another parasite retorted. At the beginning of the advent of the end times, there was no division of parasite life levels for the time being, but all parasites could clearly perceive that there was a division of life levels between parasites and parasites. For example, the lord of their 10 Fierce Club, Tao Wu, was a terrifying high-level parasite, regardless of the strength of the Black Dragon Hall Master. As long as they dare to obstruct the development of our 10 fierce fighters, even if the God of Heaven comes, he will be eaten by us. The head of the 10 Murderers Association, the vicious parasite known as Tao Wu, said with a loud and incomparably confident voice. However, in the next second, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open, and a member of the 10 Murderous Guild ran in a panic. "Help! Help! Ah!" The parasite shouted with a face full of fear, only to see a black and red hurley tail piercing him through from behind and instantly being sucked out of his life and turned into a human stem. What man? Seeing this scene, each of the 10 Murderous Society's 10 murderous parasites' faces changed drastically, and Tao Wu gazed at the doorway and shouted in a cold voice. However, in the next second, he only saw another black and red heli rushing in from outside the door, instantly penetrating the chests of the 2 parasites beside Tao Wu. their screams tearing through their hearts. Submit, or die. A powerful aura suddenly descended on the entire room, and the Taowu only felt a wave of fear from deep within, straight to the sky. Then in the next second, Taowu fell to his knees. Not only him, the remaining 8 parasites also fell to their knees and prostrated. The rest of the line of sight, Taowu only saw that it was a black figure, white hair with different pupils, 6 horrible black and red helly tails, like the scythe of the god of death, and the evil black dragon looked like it came from the abyss. What kind of figure is that? Kill valve, brutality, bloodthirsty, as if the demon god like horror. Only one glance Taowu no longer resistance heart. I submit to you. At this moment, Taowu finally knew how ridiculous his thoughts were just now, and even more so, he realized that in front of that figure, he was as small as an ant. This kind of scene was constantly playing out in the parasitic forces around the Black Dragon Palace, leaving them with only one choice to make, either submit or die. The Taowu of the 10 Fierce Fighters Association was an S-Class King life-level parasite, and at best, Wu Qi had cleaned it up along the way. Wu Qi's real target was the unheard-of parasite power in Yunjiang City, Bonjour Hall. However, it was one of the top parasitic forces in the country in the latter days. Its hall master, Feng Eveningsi, was a SSSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasite. But even so, if the hall master of the Prajna Hall was unwilling to submit, Wu Qi would not hesitate to devour him. My sovereign Sherry has evolved? At this very moment, Wu Qi suddenly felt that the dominating Sherry in his body was evolving crazily, and his pupils uncontrollably changed into golden vertical pupils, and faint golden scales surfaced on the surface of his body. At the same time, a majestic sovereign aura erupted from Wu Qi's body, and the parasites of the surrounding 10 murderous society were shocked by this aura, and all of them could not help but kneel down on one knee and submit to Wu Qi. There was no doubt. This was the phenomenon of Wu Qi's dominating sharpness crossing over to the 3rd stage from the 2nd stage. At this moment, Wu Qi only felt that he was more in control of the sovereign Sherry, and had a feeling of controlling everything in the world. I wonder what level the dominating sharpness has reached now. Wu Qi looked directly at a parasite in the distance. His golden vertical pupil emitted a faint golden light. He did not take the initiative to release his master aura, but he saw that the parasite met his eyes for an instant. As if it had seen some horrifying existence that could not be looked at directly, it instantly lowered its head and prostrated itself on the ground. Can you make someone submit just with your eyes? The corner of Wu Qi's mouth curved up in an arc of tyranny and bloodlust, as if he was a brutal monarch. Blood God, Juggernaut, and Black Dragon. These have already surprised me greatly. I wonder how powerful the remaining 3 are. Wu Qi couldn't help but have a flash of anticipation rise in his heart. Nowadays, the 6 major relics in his body. The Blood God relics, Black Dragon Sherry, the Juggernaut Sherry, Evil God Sherry, Judgment Sherry, Corruption Sherry. The Blood God Sherry was the fastest developing Sherry among all the Sherrys in the early stages, and its strength had reached the 4th rank. The Juggernaut relic had reached rank 3, and the rest of the Black Dragon relic, Evil God relic, Judgment relic, and Corruption relic were all rank 2. However, the Black Dragon Sherry was the slowest growing of all the Sherrys, only at the early 2nd rank. But the Black Dragon Sherry was the one with the strongest potential. Even if it was only at the early 2nd rank, it was not to be underestimated. I wonder how far I can utilize the Blood God Relic's ability with my current strength. One could only see the 6 red and black colored crystal helly tails behind Wu Qi, on which a dark red crystal vein gradually emerged, while Wu Qi's arms also transformed into 6 blood red crystal helly. A scarlet blood slaughtering aura erupted from Wu Xie's body, as if he was a murderous god from hell. Incomparably horrifying and full of berserkness and bloodshed. This was the power of the Blood God Heli, the 6 major relics of the Blood God, Black Dragon, Juggernaut, Corruption, Evil God, and Judgment, each of which possessed a special innate power and a different evolutionary path. For example, the Black Dragon Relic and the Juggernaut Relic. The first form path of the Black Dragon Relic is the illusion of molding, that is, the 2 dark black evil black dragons behind Wu Qi. While the first form pathway of the Juggernaut Sherry is on the aura form, which is the Juggernaut aura released by Wu Qi. At the same time, Wu Xie pupils will also change into golden vertical pupils, including the golden scales on his body. These are the symbols of the dominating sharpness. Undoubtedly, these 6 major relics become more powerful the further they go, and the immediate future is just the beginning. As for the Blood God Sherry, as the fastest evolving Sherry amongst all the Sherrys, after advancing to the mid-4th stage, Wu Qi completely grasped the 2nd form pathway of the Blood God Sherry Blood Flame God. Bloody, Berserk, Hall Master. At present, the parasitic forces around the Black Dragon Hall have basically been cleared, and those parasites who are unwilling to join the Black Dragon Hall have all been killed and devoured. However, Chu Beilan reported to respectfully, After learning of our rapid expansion, several other first-class parasite forces in Yunjiang City seem to be united in battle, preparing to deal with us. In a single morning, the Black Dragon Hall's members had rapidly expanded to 300 parasites, leaping to become the strongest parasite force in Yunjiang City. However, as a result, the Black Dragon Hall caused all the parasite forces in Yunjiang City to be afraid of it. If the Black Dragon Hall could strike at the smaller forces, so brutal and bloodthirsty, it could naturally strike at them as well. It was impossible for them to choose to join the Black Dragon Hall. As the heads of the major newborn first-class parasite forces in Yunjiang City, they were all existences above the SS Emperor level parasite. How could they be willing to be depressed and live under others for a long time? However, if the Black Dragon Hall was allowed to expand like this, their forces would inevitably suffer sooner or later. Therefore, this afternoon, the top echelons of several parasite forces met, and quickly reached a unanimous front fight against the Black Dragon Palace. Stop the Black Dragon Palace from continuing to expand. They even wanted to bring down the Black Dragon Palace, but Wu Qi didn't care. Mole crickets were mole crickets after all, and it wouldn't change their fate just because there were a few more of them. A few mole crickets are just mole crickets. Don't pay any attention to them for the time being, Wu Qi indifferently said. His current target was only Banjur Hall, Foam Evening Ruwashi, the SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasite. In his previous life, the Banjur Hall was not famous at the beginning of the end times, and it could even be said that no one recognized it. It was only later that it became famous. However, this wasn't because the Prajna Hall didn't exist, but rather its hall master, Fong Wanqi, had always chosen to lie dormant in the shadows. It wasn't until 2 days later that she took advantage of the major forces fighting to seize a large number of blood sacrifice fruits and grow into a fifth-order parasite after the opportunity arose to annex several major parasite forces in Yunjiang City overnight. Even the Tianwu Alliance couldn't do anything about Banjura Hall, watching it step by step become one of the top forces in the country. It would be a good thing if Fong Wanqi could be of use to him. In the future, she would be an important figure in the Black Dragon Hall's world domination. But if Fong Wanqi was unwilling, Wu Qi didn't care and would just devour her to increase her strength. Although the number of SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasites was limited, Wu Qi wasn't that far off. All the parasites that can't be used for Wu Qi, for the Black Dragon Hall, will surely be turned into nutrients for the Black Dragon Hall to take off. However, precisely because Banjur Hall had little reputation in the early stages, now Wu Qi did not even know where she was. It was only known that Banjur Hall existed in the area of the Dongjiang region, but the Dongjiang region was huge, so Wu Qi could only have the members of the Black Dragon Hall carpet search. Lord Hall Master. It was at this moment that a senior member of the Black Dragon Hall came before Wu Qi and bowed. This person was a high-ranking member of the Neon Bar at one time, and was also Chu Beilan's former subordinate, called Wu Rui. However, at this moment, he did not look at Chu Beilan when he walked in, and only had Wu Qi in his eyes, full of respect. This was because in the Black Dragon Palace today, all the members had only one thought in their minds, and that was to serve Wu Qi. What is it? Wu Xia's heart-stopping heterochromatic pupils looked at Wu Rui, which carried a hint of light gold-colored dominant aura. Then it was as if it was wrapped in endless pressure, more like a natural-born dominator. Wu Rui didn't dare to meet his eyes and lowered his head. Your Highness, Li Feng's squad was sneak-attacked by a group of ancient martial artists and all died. Captain Chu Xiaoxiao led a team to check out the situation, and word came that the other party was feared to be an ancient martial artist above the innate. Ancient martial artists above the innate. That is, Zhongshe Realm Ancient Martial Artists. Sovereign Realm Ancient Martial Artist? Wu Qi narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that he would encounter a Zhongshe Realm Ancient Martial Artist so soon, although Wu Qi knew that there were still a few Zhongshe in Yunjiang City. However, Wu Qi had never imagined that these old undead had come out so soon. Was it the ancient martial artists sent by the Heavenly Martial Alliance to kill him? Or was it the ancient martial artists sent by Su Yuan to kill him? Wu Qi didn't know, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He even couldn't help but reveal a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, worrying that there was no one to test the strength of the blood god's relic. This is not it. So soon there is an ancient martial artist coming up to send death to him. Then let's take this patriarch to test the power of the blood flame god. Another battlefield. A group of ancient martial artists with black combat suits on their bodies were surrounding the members of the Black Dragon Hall. And these Black Dragon Hall members were precisely the team led by Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao was originally prepared to first rendezvous with the Black Dragon Hall's large force after she finished poking around. However, what she did not expect was that the divine sense of the Zhongshe Realm ancient martial artists was incomparably powerful, and they detected Chu Xiaoxiao's presence from 1,000 meters away. Then the members of the Black Dragon Hall led by Chu Xiaoxiao were all intercepted by the ancient martial artists, and most of these ancient martial artists were at the peak innate realm. It was fortunate that Chu Xiaoxiao had relied on the power of devouring parasites during the expansion of the Black Dragon Hall to grow to the late 3rd stage, and with her emperor-level parasitic body, she was able to barely fight against them. Otherwise, Chu Xiaoxiao's squad would have been completely wiped out long ago. Above the sky, a pale ancient martial artist stepped on the void, his gaze coldly looking down below, at the battle between the parasite and the ancient martial artist. If one knew the realm of the ancient martial artist, they would immediately understand that this person was a Zhongshe realm ancient martial artist. At this moment, this ancient martial artist of the sovereign realm looked at the mutated bodies of those parasites and coldly said, "Parasite? Compared to the great Tao of ancient martial arts, they are like humble ants that can be slaughtered at will." The old man's name was Dong Qianxiu, a Zhongshe realm ancient martial artist hibernating in Yunjian City. Although Dong Qianxiu had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, Dong Qianxiu still had a huge position in the ancient martial arts world of Yunjian City. It was important to realize that although there was only a large realm difference between an innate ancient martial artist and a Zhongshe ancient martial artist, there was a heavenly gulf between the two. One could say that in Yunjian City, a peak innate ancient martial artist could only be considered a top-tier powerhouse. On the other hand, the sovereign realm was a heavenly giant that shook the party. Therefore, the difference between the two was like mud. At this moment, the parasites and ancient martial artists from the Black Dragon Hall below Dong Qianxiu were still fighting, and it was an intense moment. Only to see Chu Xiaoxiao explode with unprecedented potential, layer after layer of dark metal covering her entire body. Behind Chu Xiaoxiao, a dark golden tail solidified, and at the same time, her hands changed into a pair of sharp claws, and the intent of madness erupted in her eyes. At the SS level of life, the innate bloodline suppression brought about by the Emperor Parasite shook the entire arena. Chu Xiaoxiao directly plummeted and killed several innate ancient martial artists in seconds. Seeing this scene, Dong Qianxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. Right at the moment when that Emperor Parasite aura erupted from Chu Xiaoxiao's body, Dong Qianxiu unexpectedly could not help but feel a momentary scorn in his heart. This caused Dong Qianxiu's heart to be extremely unhappy. He was a grandmaster ancient martial artist. The entire Yunjian city could tremble when he stomped his foot. But Chu Xiaoxiao is just a mole cricket. Dong Qianxiu knew that this was the suppression brought about by a powerful parasite. It was like those ancient martial geniuses who cultivated like drinking water. Damn it! Below, everyone hold on. Lord Temple Master will definitely come to save us, Chu Xiaoxiao shouted as she killed the ancient martial artists. The other members of the Black Dragon Hall were also infected by her aura, squeezing all the potential in their bodies and erupting the most powerful force they contained within them. But even so, the ancient martial artists' numerical superiority, coupled with their strength, was far beyond what the Black Dragon Hall squad could fight against. It was just a matter of delaying the time of death. Lord of the Black Dragon Hall? It's nothing more than an ant under the sovereign, Dong Qianxiu sneered. A mere parasite that had just been born not even 2 days ago wanted to confront him. A sovereign? Then wouldn't the ancient martial Tao that he had cultivated over the past few hundred years be a big joke? What a fool's errand. Yes, Dong Qianxiu had never put any parasitic person, the Black Dragon Hall master, in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Dragon Hall master had slaughtered Su Yuan's family, and Su Yuan was the new generation of rising stars of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, possessing supreme status, Dong Qianxiu wanted to use Wu Qi's head to gain Su Yuan's favor. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to make a move at all, thinking that Wu Qi wasn't worthy of touching him. While Dong Qianxiu was thinking this in his mind, the battle below him changed, only to see that at some point a team of parasites appeared below him, directly rushing up and then going on a killing spree against the ancient martial artists. These parasites were naturally members of the Black Dragon Palace. At this moment, seeing the support coming from the Black Dragon Palace's companions, Chu Xiaoxiao shouted, "Our support is here. All of you give me a boost. Now, here's our chance to kill back." As the Black Dragon Hall continued to expand its members, there were naturally many third-rank parasites among them, and even the late third-rank parasites were not a few. Thus, when the Black Dragon Hall's support arrived, the situation was instantly reversed. Those ancient martial artists who were originally raging were caught off guard, and could only group together in 2s and 3s to resist the ferocious attack from the Black Dragon Hall's third-rank parasites. Among them, it was Chu Beilan who killed the most ferociously. After all, Chu Xiaoxiao was his sister, and after learning that his sister had been surrounded and killed by the ancient martial artists, he rushed to the scene as fast as he could. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao was fine, Chu Beilan was relieved, and then, endless anger erupted in his eyes. "Dare to touch Laozi's sister. Laozi will let all of you die without a burial place." With a roar, the SSS class? Overlord class parasite's aura on Chu Beilan's body suddenly exploded out. Dark golden crystals rapidly emerged on Chu Beilan's body. He directly raised his hand and blasted towards the nearest innate ancient martial artist. hitting him squarely in the chest. The latter's chest was immediately pierced through, a mouthful of blood gushing out, instantly losing his life. Lord Family had saved my life. This time, the many innate ancient martial artists of the Dong family were so beaten that they could only beg for help from Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu's face was completely gloomy at this moment, a terrifying killing intent showing between his brows. Why were sovereigns so rare? It was the fact that the chances of an innate ancient martial artist advancing to a zongshi were less than 1 in 1,000, and the group of ancient martial artists was already scarce. These innate ancient martial artists right now were his Dong family's heritage. How dare you! Dong Qianqiu's body was filled with a majestic ocean-like ferocious true qi that swept madly from the dome of the sky, descending on every living being. Most of the parasites were shocked by this wave of terror, stopping their attacks and cautiously looking towards the sky. As for those innate ancient martial artists, when they realized that these parasites didn't dare to attack anymore, each one of them instantly revealed their smugness. Having angered Lord Family Master, "You bastards creatures wait for death. All fucking die for me." However, it was as if Chu Beilan did not notice Dong Qianqiu in the sky as he raised his fists and landed punch after punch on the ancient martial artist in front of him. This ancient martial artist was blasted to death by him, and he locked onto the next innate ancient martial artist and continued to kill. Whether the sovereign realm was terrifying or not, Chu Beilan didn't know. Chu Beilan only knew that he was only responsible for killing these innate ancient martial artists. As for the sovereign ancient martial artists, the lord of the palace would take care of it himself. "Kid, you seek death." When Dong Qianqiu saw the scene, he instantly rose up violently. In the next moment, he directly slapped down a palm through the air, his majestic true qi converging into a huge palm print, wrapped in infinite sect master power, killing towards Chu Beilan. However, he saw a huge blood-colored heli that emitted a bloody aura, like a giant python, suddenly attacking from afar. The palm imprint that Dong Qianqiu had created with his true qi was instantly absorbed by this blood-colored heli. In the blink of an eye, the huge blood-colored crystal heli arrived in front of Dong Qianqiu's head. Dong Qianqiu's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly performed his footwork to dodge. But even so, Dong Qianqiu's body was also heavily swept by the huge blood-colored heli. Dong Qianqiu's entire body fell towards the earth like a kite with broken strings. With a loud bang, smoke and dust rose up in all directions, and the ground sunk into a huge crater. However, Dong Qianqiu was after all a grandmaster, and after the smoke and dust cleared, he stood up trembling from the huge pit, but his entire body was covered in skin and blood. Not far in front of Dong Qianqiu, a black figure slowly walked towards him, white hair and pupils, brutal, bloodthirsty, and the scarlet heli that was like a monstrous python was his power. "Black Dragon Hall Master," Dong Qianqiu said in a sorry state, unprecedented gravity appearing in his eyes. Wu Xie stood still, his huge scarlet heli rising up into the air, killing valves, tyrannical and bloodthirsty. It was like a cruel lord, said, "I hope you can last a little longer in my hands." Looking at the figure that was like a juggernaut, brutal, bloodthirsty, Dong Qianqiu was afraid. Endless fear climbed out from deep within him, prompting him to tremble. To be honest, he really wanted to kneel down to that figure, submit to him. However, Dong Qianqiu restrained that fear within him. He had never pinched the posture of a strong man, and had long gotten used to it after so many years, not to mention the fact that there were so many juniors watching him right now. In full view of everyone, Dong Qianqiu was even more unable to kneel down to Wu Qi. Thus, Dong Qianqiu could only brace himself and stand up, forcing his composure and saying, "You are the Black Dragon Hall Master? Perhaps there is a bit of misunderstanding between us. Do you think we can sit down and make peace?" Wu Qi heard this, but it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke. "Peace talk? Ha 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 ha." At that moment, Wu Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then the laughter came to an abrupt end. Brutality and bloodlust surfaced once again on Wu Qi's face as he said in cold blood, "It's all on the brink of death. Are you joking with me?" Dong Qianqiu's face became unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Villain, don't give an inch. If you really have to fight to the death, you'll never be better off either." Rumble. Before Dong Qianqiu could finish his words, the blood-colored heli behind Wu Qi that looked like a giant python killed directly towards him. The former's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly performed his footwork to dodge, while the scarlet heli instantly burrowed into the ground, then surged madly underground, suddenly rushing out from where Dong Qianqiu stood. Poof! Dong Qianqiu was caught off guard and was instantly hit head-on by the scarlet heli, a mouthful of old blood gushing out, and his face paled a few points. "I see that your entire body, only your mouth is hard." Wu Qi coldly laughed, revealing a crazy intent on his face. "Then let me see how long you can last in my hands." The moment Wu Qi's voice fell, the blood-colored heli completely erupted in general. The bloody breath rolled crazily, and a dark red crystal vein surfaced from above. "I'll fight you." Dong Qianqiu also completely understood at this moment that it was completely immortal between him and Wu Qi. If he didn't bring out his full strength at this moment, he would be the one to die. With this in mind, Dong Qianqiu's Grandmaster aura completely erupted. Exploding palm. Dong Qianqiu shouted angrily, directly executing his strongest palm technique. In an instant, monstrous true qi, wrapped in terrifying sect master pressure, converged on top of Dong Qianqiu's right palm. Dong Qianqiu's entire body flew out like a cannonball, meeting the blood-colored python. However, only in the moment of collision, Dong Qianqiu's true qi instantly disintegrated, and the blood-colored heli directly sent him flying out. In the next instant, the giant blood-colored heli split into 6 small black and red helis. Put, plop, one after another, penetrating Dong Qianqiu's body. High above the dome of the sky, blood flowed horizontally, and at the same time, the dark red veins above the 6 heli continued to surge. Dong Qianqiu's true qi was also being crazily devoured by Wu Qi, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a dry corpse. A sect master had fallen in this manner. Family master. Impossible. How could the family master lose to a bastard parasite? The Dong family's innate ancient martial artists' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. However, the Black Dragon Hall would not wait for them to react. It's the Palace Lord. It's the power of the Palace Lord. Worthy of being a Hall Master Lord, patriarchs are only as small as ants in front of Lord Hall Master. Ha 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 ha. This group of innate ancient martial artists shouldn't bother Lord Palace Master. Let's go and kill them all. Let them know that our Black Dragon Palace is not something to be messed with. When the crowd of Black Dragon Hall members saw that the patriarchs were as easily wiped out as ants in Wu Qi's hands, each one of them immediately killed the innate martial artists in a swarm as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. Under the suppression of numbers, coupled with the fact that in the expansion of the Black Dragon Palace, the members had devoured quite a few parasites, or parasitic beasts, and at the moment, their power had also increased considerably. On the other hand, the Dong clan ancient martial artists, who had lost their backbone, were all demoralized, and were defenseless in the encirclement of the members of the Black Dragon Hall. A breakthrough? After absorbing all the true qi in Dong Qianqiu's body, Wu Qi could feel that all the 6 sherries in his body had begun to promote. The corrosive sherry, judgment sherry, and evil god sherry all advanced to the early stage of the 3rd rank. The Black Dragon sherry had reached the late 2nd stage, and the Juggernaut sherry had also reached the late 3rd stage. Lastly, there was the Blood God Shelter, which had been promoted from the middle of the 4th rank to the late stage. This was a speed that could not be described as fast. It seems like we have to find more patriarchs to kill to advance even faster. Wu Qi felt the surging power in his body, and his heart was somewhat moved. It was at this moment that Wu Qi felt a gaze watching him, and he suddenly looked over in that direction. However, he saw a giant parasitic beast coiled in the sky. It was a dragon whose body was covered in blood-colored crystals. Blood Dragon Overlord. Wu Qi instantly recognized this parasitic beast. The life level of the parasitic beast is also divided into high and low, the same as the parasites. It is divided into SSS+, SSS/SS/S/B/C/D/E/F9 levels. The higher the life level of the parasitic beast, its spirit is almost no different from humans. This Blood Dragon Overlord is a SSS plus life level, Supreme Overlord. In the future, this Blood Dragon Overlord would establish a powerful system of parasitic beasts and keep humans in captivity. However, the Blood Dragon Overlord was not the only parasite that did this. As long as the parasitic beasts are above S-class kings, all of them have spiritual intelligence, and although they feed on humans, they all know that if they hunt too much and humans die out as a result, they won't be able to eat them. That's why many higher parasitic beasts will establish human farms one after another in later generations, just like human captive breeding chickens and ducks in general. Until the humans in the farm grow to a certain degree, they will slaughter and eat. However, Wu Qi did not care about this behavior. His gaze was fixed on the Blood Dragon Overlord, and the latter's scarlet pupils were also watching him. The Blood Dragon Overlord exuded a powerful aura, vaguely stronger than Dong Qianqiu just now. Could it be trying to prey on me? Wu Qi thought in his heart. Wu Qi was about to respond to the battle, but he saw that in the next second, the Blood Dragon Overlord directly spread its wings and flew towards the sky dome. Seeing this, Wu Qi didn't chase after it. After all, he wasn't good at fighting in the sky right now. However, the appearance of the Blood Dragon Overlord reminded him. The enemies that the Black Dragon Palace faced were not only threatened by ancient martial artists from the human Heavenly Martial Alliance, there were even powerful and terrifying parasitic beasts. The latter's unbridled reproduction was what made them the top overlords of the world today. If the Black Dragon Palace wanted to grow, it could never ignore the parasitic beasts. Previously, the Black Dragon Palace was surrounded by only some low-level parasitic beasts, with no concept of a group. But the more it expanded, sooner or later, It would come across high-level parasitic beasts like the blood dragon overlord. And unlike humans who would kill each other, parasitic beasts would not strike at their own kind most of the time, and would only frantically prey on humans. But the most crucial point is still that the blood sacrifice fruit is also tremendously attractive to them, Wu Qi murmured. He chose to create the Black Dragon Hall immediately after the end times descended. One of the most important points was because of the blood ritual fruits. In order to seize the first opportunity to get more, or even exclusive possession of the blood ritual fruits, as a material that could directly enhance strength, the blood ritual fruits possessed a great attraction whether it was to parasites, parasitic beasts, or even ancient martial artists. Even parasite beasts without spiritual intelligence would instinctively search for and eat the blood sacrifice fruit after smelling it. So no matter what, it was currently impossible to ignore the threat of the parasitic beasts. Lord Hall Master. At the same time, the members of the Black Dragon Hall also killed all the ancient martial artists and came before Wu Qi. As Wu Qi's thoughts returned to reality, the 6 heli behind him directly rushed towards the corpses of those ancient martial artists, instantly devouring the true qi that had not yet dissipated from their bodies. The corpses of the ancient martial artists that were still in human form were instantly turned into shriveled and dried corpses. When the members of the Black Dragon Hall saw this scene, their eyes did not reveal fear, but remained endlessly respectful, because after becoming parasites, they had already been changed too much. For example, in terms of diet, nowadays their diet could not eat any human food at all. Just by smelling human food, they would feel as bad as shit. Instead they began to have a craving for some raw flesh and blood, even for the corpses of these ancient martial artists at the moment. The smell of blood drilled into their nostrils like the aroma from a delicious meal, and when they saw the blood and flesh of an ancient martial artist, it was like seeing a plate of food that made them gag. But after all, the members of the Black Dragon Hall had all been humans, and asking them to eat humans was something that most people would have trouble doing. Chu Beilan. After absorbing the true qi of this group of ancient martial artists, Wu Qi's gaze looked towards Chu Beilan. Lord Temple Master. Chu Beilan immediately responded, his gaze respectfully looking towards Wu Qi. You will now bring a team of people to explore the distribution of parasitic beasts within Yunjian City nowadays, Wu Xia said. Since he was already wary of the parasitic beasts, he should know clearly in advance. Wu Xia had always been a party of action that did what it said it would do. Yes, without any hesitation after hearing that, Chu Beilan directly called out to more than a dozen members of the Black Dragon Hall, and then directly walked towards the distance. Just as Chu Beilan left, Wu Qi continued, the rest of you, continue searching for the whereabouts of the Prajna Hall. Yes, the remaining members of the Black Dragon Hall crowd replied. Then each captain, with their own squad, left in different directions. After the members of the Black Dragon Hall had all left, Wu Qi left alone. However, he did not return to the Black Dragon Hall, but was prepared to head towards the depths of the parasitic beast infestation in Yunjian City. The hurley behind Wu Qi gently tapped on the ground, and his entire body rose up in the air, followed by the 6 hullies behind him that also quickly inserted themselves into the buildings on both sides of the road, taking him to higher ground. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qi arrived at the top of the building. In the rear, where the Black Dragon Hall was located, the nearby parasitic beasts were basically cleared by the members of the Black Dragon Hall. This also prompted a large number of ordinary humans to flock to the area and pray for shelter. After all, compared to the parasite beasts that only madly hunted and killed humans, the parasites were at least once still humans and were able to communicate. Moreover, although many humans had their brains devoured by parasitic cells and turned into parasitic beasts, there were still a large number of parents or blood relatives of parasites that survived. So for the time being, the Black Dragon Palace did not do anything to these humans. Wu Qi also did not care about this. Moreover, these humans, there was still a chance for them to become parasites in the future. With this in mind, Wu Qi's eyes looked towards the place where the parasitic beasts were wreaking havoc. Even though a day and a night had passed, there were still many humans surviving in the city, except for the safe zone protected by the army and ancient martial artists. I wonder if my rebirth will bring about a butterfly effect, Wu Qi muttered. There was no doubt about the fact that he had changed the world line after being reborn. Otherwise it shouldn't have been the Black Dragon Hall that appeared, but those 6 black dogs. But it was just unknown. Just how much did his appearance change? In the next moment, Wu Qi directly leapt down from the building, and the 6 black and red-colored heli kept running through the surrounding buildings, supporting Wu Qi's body always above the sky, moving forward swiftly. Rumble! It was at this moment that the skyscraper in the distance collapsed with a loud bang, the dust and fog covering the sky. Wu Qi landed on the roof of the building. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead, only to see that in the midst of the dust and fog that covered the sky, an ancient martial artist figure flew out of it in a sorry state, and right behind it, there was a giant parasitic beast. It was an elk-like parasitic beast, but a pair of huge white bone wings grew on both sides of its body. At this moment, the ancient martial artist who was flying in the air, fled in all directions, with the deer-shaped parasitic beast in hot pursuit. Interesting, has an emperor-level parasitic beast appeared so soon that I haven't seen before? A look of interest surfaced on Wu Qi's face. In fact, this was not difficult to think of. Although low-level parasitic beasts would basically not kill each other, it was different when they had a spirit. Everyone wanted to become the king of the parasitic beasts, and no one wanted to take a step back, so naturally friction would arise, and even devour each other. Right now, this imperial-level deer-form parasitic beast was most likely the one that survived after the black dog's heart was devoured by Wu Qi. However, it's a pity that you still have to die when you meet me. In the next instant, the 6 Heelys simultaneously exerted their power and slammed the roof of the building, and Wu Qi's figure suddenly catapulted out towards the deer-form parasitic beast like a cannonball. At the same time, the 6 heli behind him fused into one giant heli, attacking and killing the deer-shaped parasitic beast. The deer-shaped parasitic beast sensed a powerful aura approaching and instantly reacted, abandoning its pursuit of the ancient martial artist and turning around to deal with it while letting out a hiss. And the ancient martial artist stopped at once, seeing a figure that came out of nowhere, fighting with the deer-shaped parasitic beast to a fierce battle. He was somewhat shocked. This person is a parasite? Nowadays, the birth of a parasite had long since not been a rare thing. Even ordinary people were aware of the existence of parasites. But even though parasites were turned by humans, the official attitude towards parasites at this moment was a bit subtle. Even the stupidest ancient martial artist could understand that the parasite used to be a human, but now it was by no means a companion, and he was shocked that the other party was fighting that terrifying parasitic beast without losing the slightest bit of ground. In the next moment, the ancient martial artist instantly reacted. Escape! But just as he flew out less than 100 meters, a black and red crystal heli instantly came from behind him and penetrated his body. Put! The ancient martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood and turned his head incredulously to look at the figure, only to see the latter calmly stepping on the corpse of the deer-shaped parasitic beast. In his blood-drenched hand, he was holding the still beating heart of the deer-shaped parasitic beast, which was being torn and gnawed by him one bite at a time. This guy was actually eating the parasitic beast. As he watched Wu Qi gnawing on the heart, his hands were drenched in blood and his face was also stained bright red, coupled with the fact that Wu Qi's body was already revealing a bloodthirsty, brutal aura. This Zhongshe ancient martial artist only felt as if he had seen the terror of a demon that dominated everything, but he couldn't think that much in time, because his body had already been penetrated by the other party's body, that terrifying heli's tail. No, don't kill me, aren't we all humans? The ancient martial artist spat out blood from his mouth, and his eyes looked at Wu Qi prayerfully. Wu Qi's heterochromatic pupils did not flood with any pity. Wu Qi had known this for a long time. He knew it in his previous life. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything. If you don't have the strength, not to mention the parasitic beasts, the first thing those humans will eat when they get hungry is you. So Wu Qi would not pity anyone because of this. We are all humans? A sneer appeared on Wu Qi's face, but more than that, it was still cruel and bloodthirsty. In the next second, 5 more heli tails stabbed at the ancient martial artist's torso, with one of them piercing through his heart. Ah! That ancient martial artist's miserable scream resounded through the sky. His eyes were incomparably resentful, and his blood fell from the sky to the ground like rain. At the same time, between the surge of the dark red veins on Wu Qi Hurley's tail, the true qi in the ancient martial artist's body was instantly devoured, turning into a dried-up corpse. After eating the deer-shaped parasitic beast's heart, Wu Qi aimed his gaze at its wings again. At this moment, the deer-shaped parasitic beast was already too dead to die. Wu Qi easily removed one of its white bone wings and placed it in his mouth for a crunchy bite. Next, after Wu Qi roughly confirmed the distribution of the parasitic beasts in Yunjiang City, he returned to the Black Dragon Hall. It wasn't long before Wu Qi received a message from the Bonanza Hall. Lord Hall Master, there is a parasite who claims to be the master of Bonanza Hall, saying that he wants to join the Black Dragon Hall, but the other party is requesting to see you. Black Dragon Hall squad leader, Zhao Fei reported to Wu Qi. A bit interesting. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and said with interest, with the Black Dragon Hall expanding with such fanfare, the Bonjour Hall was bound to receive news, and the information that the Black Dragon Hall was searching for the Bonjour Hall would naturally spread. Wu Qi thought about the possibility that these higher-level parasites might refuse to join the Black Dragon Hall. After all, kings, emperors, and even overlords and above all possess great potential. Who would want to live under others? Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves in this chaotic world? Not to mention a SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasite like Feng Wanxi. And from the horrific forces she'd built up alone in her later life, she wasn't a person without ambition. Wu Qi simply didn't expect that Feng Wanqi would take the initiative to come to his door, wanting to join the Black Dragon Palace. If that was true, naturally, it couldn't be better. In the next moment, Wu Xia said, "Have her come see me." Yes, Zhao Fei didn't dare to hesitate and brought Feng Wanqi over in a short while. This was a beautiful woman with a tall figure and a competent temperament. Wearing a black leather jacket, she had a hot body with a convex front and curved back. And at this moment, Feng Wanqi's face was slightly wary as she looked towards Wu Qi. There would be no mistake. At this moment, this woman standing in front of her, with a wary face, was precisely that top parasite power, the hall master of the Prajna Hall. But compared to that powerful Feng Wanqi in her later life, the current her obviously lacked a lot. At this moment, Feng Wanqi was also sizing up Wu Qi. Having just arrived here, she noticed Wu Qi's presence at first glance. With a black combat suit and white hair and pupils, his first impression was one of brutality and bloodlust. His body even exuded intimidation that made people dare not resist, as if he was an ancient brutal monarch. In fact, Feng Wanqi chose to join the Black Dragon Palace because of Wu Qi's existence. Powerful and bloodthirsty. No matter when she was a human or after she became a parasite, she would always only chase the truly strong. And the moment she saw Wu Qi, she was even more certain of what she had in mind. Joining the Black Dragon Palace was perhaps the rightest decision she had ever made in her life. Greetings, Lord Hall Master. Although Feng Wanqi was a SSS plus Supreme Overlord Parasite, however, facing Wu Qi, who had fused the power of 6 SSSS plus Supreme Overlord Sharpies, she still couldn't help but feel submissive. You want to join the Black Dragon Palace? Wu Qi asked out loud. Lord Hall Master, may I ask how can I join the Black Dragon Hall? Feng Wanqi wasn't stupid and knew that Wu Qi hadn't directly asked her to join, but instead asked her out loud, inevitably with conditions attached. But before coming here, Feng Wanqi was well prepared to do whatever it took. Seeing Feng Wanqi's determined look, a flash of surprise flashed across Wu Qi's eyes. The next moment, a black and red parasitic body appeared in Wu Qi's hands. Wu Qi gazed at Feng Wanqi with a pale gaze and said, "Eat it." This was a parasitic body that Wu Qi had spawned with parasitic cells. Once it entered the body of the parasitized parasitic object, it would be permanently branded in its body. This kind of parasite would self-destruct after the death of the mother, unless the other party avenged him, or Wu Qi took the initiative to release the parasite. Not only that, as Wu Qi's strength continued to improve, Wu Qi's control of the parasite also became more and more skillful. He can lock the location of the parasite through the parasite, and can also manipulate the parasite to blow itself up, even if the parasite is thousands of miles away. Feng Wanqi, who was a parasite, could naturally sense what the parasite was, yet she still didn't hesitate to stretch out her scallion-white fingers to grab the parasite and take a bite. From today onwards, you are my direct subordinate. Wu Qi's eyes revealed a touch of satisfaction as he blandly announced. Not only was Feng Wanqi at a higher level of life than Chu Beilan, her awareness was also higher than Chu Beilan's. Many thanks, Hall Master. A flash of surprise flashed through Feng Wanqi's eyes. Her original intention of joining the Black Dragon Palace was to chase after Wu Qi. Now that she had directly become Wu Qi's direct subordinate, she naturally couldn't be happier. Hall Master, I wonder what my current mission is, Feng Wanqi asked. Now that Feng Wanqi had eaten his parasite, she was naturally no longer an outsider. Wu Qi directly informed Feng Lianqi about the fact that after tomorrow, vines would grow underground in Yunjiang City and bear blood sacrifice fruits. Wu Qi coldly said, and what you have to do now is to devour everything to become stronger. Prepare everything for the opportunity after tomorrow. Feng Wanqi was filled with shock at the words. A fruit that could enhance strength? In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything, and if there was such a treasure, it would surely cause all the major powers to scramble for it. Feng Wanqi was naturally moved by this. In the evening, Yunjiang City was a place where a large number of parasitic beasts had gathered. Here, there were more than 100 king-level parasitic beasts alone. Among them, there were even more than a handful of emperor-class parasitic beasts. At this moment, they were all submitting to the giant dragon in the center that was covered in mixed-colored crystals. Outside Yunjiang City, a jeep convoy of about 300 people was traveling on the road. In an army green jeep at the very front, a woman with a full head of red hair eyed Yunjiang City ahead. This team was precisely the one sent by Su Yuan to round up Wu Qi. The red-haired woman at the head was Su Yuan's right-hand man, named Li Hongyue. She was also a Zhongshe realm ancient martial artist. Since the first day the Su family was slaughtered, after Su Yuan received the news, they were sent to Yunjiang City. But it couldn't be helped. The end times broke out and there were parasitic beasts everywhere. The sky was also unavoidable. The high-speed trains and airplanes were completely suspended, so they could only drive to Yunjiang City. But on the way, they were also constantly attacked by parasitic beasts. After clearing all the obstacles, it was already the next morning before they arrived at Yunjiang City. At this moment, Li Hongyue looked at the smoke-filled Yunjiang City and coldness flashed in her eyes. Daring to slaughter my big brother Su's entire clan. I'd like to see what kind of thugs. Black Dragon Palace. With more and more members of the Black Dragon Palace, Chu Beilan's tiny bar naturally couldn't fit anymore. What's more, the Black Dragon Palace would inevitably be the top parasite force in the country, and even the world. In the future, how could it live in a small bar? So last night, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace collectively relocated to a building. It just so happened to be located within the boundaries of the Black Dragon Palace, a newly constructed skyscraper, which hadn't even begun to attract business before the Parasite endgame descended upon it. As a result, there was almost nothing destroyed in this building. And after the Black Dragon Palace moved in, the building was officially named Black Dragon Mansion. At this moment, on the top floor of the Black Dragon Mansion, inside a modernized conference room, Wu Qi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire Yunjiang City. As a first-tier city in the country, Yunjiang City's entire city circle was very large. However, at this moment, a glance at the many buildings that had been destroyed into ruins by the parasitic beasts. Your Highness, at this time, Chu Beilan pushed the door from outside the conference room and walked in. His spirit was somewhat depressed. It looked like he had stayed up all night. He said, "Last night, we have already probed all the forces within the current Yunjiang City. Roughly speak." Wu Qi's brutal face and heterochromatic pupils were reflected on the glass. And what attracted the most attention was the short white hair. It was as if he was a lord standing on the top floor of the building, overlooking everything through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Hall Master. Currently all the forces in Yunjiang City are roughly categorized into three types. One is, like our Black Dragon Palace, the forces established by parasites. Currently in the Dongjiang district, the uptown area, there are a large number of parasitic forces, of which the strongest few forces, respectively, are the Dark Crow Group, Golden Tree, White Python Society, White Python Society, and White Python Society, White Python Society and White Tiger Hall. However, these four major parasite forces have now joined forces in order to deal with us. The second is the power of the parasite beasts. The parasite beasts within Yunjiang City are ruled by the four hegemony level parasite beasts, which are the Thunder Tiger Hegemony, Dark Gold Mang Hegemony, Inferno Rat Hegemony, Bone Dragon Overlord. However, it seems that there are also Supreme Overlord class parasite beasts above the Overlord class within the city, and there is basically no friction between these four Overlord class parasite beast forces. And lastly, there is the human power. The Tianwu Alliance. Now that the human armies are under their management, they are all currently cowering in that so-called safe zone in the city. Wu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly at these words. Without a doubt, the Supreme Overlord level parasitic beast that Chu Beilan had mentioned was naturally the Blood Dragon Overlord that Wu Qi had seen yesterday. In his previous life, the Blood Dragon Overlord should not have come out so early. After all, there were 6 black dogs mutated into 6 Supreme Overlord level parasitic beasts. However, after they were devoured by Wu Qi, only the Blood Dragon Overlord, a Supreme Hegemony level parasitic beast, was left in Yunjiang City. Now, it seemed that it was under the influence of Wu Qi's rebirth that directly allowed the Blood Dragon Overlord to rule over all the parasitic beast forces in Yunjiang City. Hall Master. On top of that, a group of more than 300 ascendant ancient martial artists arrived in Yunjiang City today. The one at the head is at least a sovereign realm ancient martial artist. At that moment, Chu Beilan added, Li Hongyue's team of more than 300 people, who entered the city in great numbers, were bound to be hunted by the parasitic beasts, so it was inevitable that they would be discovered by the members of the Black Dragon Palace. Wu Qi nodded. Without thinking, he knew who sent this team. Other than Su Yuan, who was located in Shangjing, the headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Who else could have so much energy? Now that the parasitic beast had descended and ravaged the globe, all the cities in the country were left to fend for themselves. Other than Su Yuan, who was regarded by the Heavenly Martial Alliance as the linchpin of the sea, it was estimated that no one would be able to send out a team of 308 ancient martial artists. Then its purpose was bound to be simple as well. It was here to kill Wu Qi. What is the current situation of our Black Dragon Palace? Wu Qi asked. Chu Beilan respectfully said, Your Highness, currently our Black Dragon Palace parasites have reached more than 1,000, of which the first order parasites are the most numerous, with 500. The second order parasites are 327. The third order parasites are less than 180. And there are no fourth order parasites for the time being. It was only with third order parasites that one could fight against an innate ancient martial artist. And obviously, with the Black Dragon Palace's 180 third order parasites, it was currently far from enough to deal with a team of 308 ancient martial artists. However, These did not matter at all to Wu Qi. Any more innate ancient martial artists were more like walking experience packs in his eyes. Of course, it would be even better if there were patriarchs. That would be a big experience pack. Today is the last day for the vines to be born. Don't worry about the ancient martial artist side for now. Continue to increase the expansion, Wu Qi said indifferently. Yes, Lord Temple Master, Chu Beilan immediately answered and then exited the conference room. Not a moment later, another figure entered the conference room. It was Feng Wanqi, whom Wu Qi had personally absorbed. A day ago, Wu Qi had personally sent word to tilt most of the Black Dragon Palace's resources to Feng Wanqi. At the moment, her strength had risen to the peak stage of the 3rd rank. She was the strongest one in the Black Dragon Palace excluding Wu Qi. After all, it was a SSS plus Supreme Overlord class Parasite, and the speed of her strength increase was more than a star faster than the other parasites. Lord Temple Master, Feng Wanqi said respectfully, you've come at the right time. Come with me to hunt some parasitic beasts. Wu Se's blood god Sherry in his body had come to the peak of the 4th stage at the moment. He was preparing to break through the 5th rank in one fell swoop today. As one of the 6 major relics, the one with the fastest promotion speed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the blood god Sherry was the fastest parasitic body in the world in terms of strength enhancement. It was only the power that Wu Qi had devoured, where one portion had to be used as 6 portions. That made it seem slower. But this didn't mean that Wu Qi's strength enhancement was slow, because after the 6 Supreme Overlord level relics, the 6 parasitic body powers were also fused together. Parasitic bodies of a higher order life level that far surpassed the Supreme Overlord level parasitic bodies had long been born. Cloud River City Safe Zone. The 2nd day after the end times descended. In an area of the city centered around the Sky Martial Alliance Cloud River City Branch Alliance building, within a range of about 20 kilometers, it had been surrounded by human armies, building a section of protective battle lines, and on these battle lines, there were a large number of ancient martial artists holding down the fort. Some lower-level lifeform parasitic beasts were basically unable to break through the defense line. At the same time, the Sky Martial Alliance Yunjiang City Sub-Alliance also sent out a large number of ancient martial artists, who were divided into small squads, to eliminate the high-level parasitic beasts at regular intervals. But even so, the safety zone was still in chaos. Due to the sudden arrival of the end times, resources were poor and completely insufficient to feed every ordinary human within the safety zone. Ordinary humans within the safety zone were practically only bread buns every day, which caused ordinary people to complain. I used to pay so much tax, and now you guys are giving me such crappy bread buns to eat? I want to eat meat, not bread buns. That's it. We want to eat meat. Why should you guys get to eat and drink? We want to eat meat. Outside the Tianwu Alliance building, a group of ordinary people assembled to protest, being blocked by a group of heavily armed soldiers outside the door. In the next moment, several ancient martial artists came out of a building, and one of them, a middle-aged ancient martial artist, looked indifferently at the group of ordinary humans blocking the doorway and causing trouble. Want to eat meat, right? Throw him out to the safe zone. Let him go outside and find meat to eat by himself. The middle-aged ancient martial artist said indifferently to the soldiers. But my lord, the soldier was a bit hesitant. After all, the former was just an ordinary human. If he was thrown out of the safe zone, the result would inevitably be death. What? You also want to roll out of the safe zone? The ancient martial artist said coldly. The next moment the soldier instantly stopped hesitating. He didn't want to face those terrifying parasitic beasts. Thinking about this, his face turned hard and he directly went forward to rack up the man who was making the most noise and got into a jeep. You can't leave me outside. The protesting man panicked. But in the end, he couldn't resist the strength of a few soldiers, and was racked onto the jeep, heading towards the borderline of the security zone. All the protesting ordinary people saw the scene all changed their faces. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. They didn't dare to make any more noise, and each of them looked at the middle-aged ancient martial artist in fear. The middle-aged ancient martial artist also looked at them indifferently, but his eyes did not look like he was looking at his own kind, but more like he was looking at an inferior creature. He indifferently said, "Those who want to eat meat can do the same as that person just now and go out of the safe zone to look for it." At the same time, the aura of being an ancient martial artist also erupted from the middle-aged man. And how could ordinary people stand the oppression of an ancient martial artist? At once, the protesting crowd, like birds and beasts, fled in all directions. Ally, we've only just ended up like this. Would it not be too good? Beside him, another young ancient martial artist asked cautiously. Not too good? Li Jianxing coldly laughed. Nowadays, in this post-apocalyptic world, supplies are scarce, strength is everything, not to mention ordinary people, even you and I would have a life and death crisis. And this group of pariahs of theirs, they're already very lucky to have a bite to eat. Is it hard to believe that you want us to take our lives to fight against those parasitic beasts and parasites, and let this group of pariahs eat and drink in the safe zone? Hearing this, the young ancient martial artist fell silent. The changes in human society in Yunjiang City were also the changes in all cities around the world. Since the moment the end times descended, everyone in this world was no longer equal. At this moment, outside the safe zone, a modernized human army was clearing out the parasitic beasts in the vicinity. The scene was filled with gunfire, and a parasitic beast died under the guns of the well-trained army. Although the powerful parasite beasts were as terrifying as they were, there were also weak parasite beasts that could be killed by the ammunition, even if they were replaced with stronger parasitic beasts. But taking a shot from a tank, they would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die. Boom! With a loud sound of a shell, a parasite beast was blown apart under the bombardment of artillery fire, also announcing that their mission was coming to an end. The next moment, a team of soldiers in protective suits rushed up to look for something inside the shattered flesh of that parasitic beast. Soon, a soldier team member said in surprise, "Captain, the parasitic cell has been found. It's still alive." Then immediately, someone brought a container and took in its parasitic cells. That's right, since the parasitic end times came, the nation's major scientists were also urgently researching on the parasitic cells in an attempt to overcome the parasitic beasts with the power of science and technology. However, unfortunately, so far none of the nation's scientists had said that they had researched a solution either. That is the ancient martial artist. The captain of this team of soldiers looked into the distance, only to see in the distant sky of the battlefield, 6 figures fighting together. Its momentum is incomparably great. Every power collision can make the sky and the earth for the trembling. Such terrifying power came from the battle between ancient martial artists and parasitic beasts. Nowadays, if human beings want to survive in the last days, the only hope is to become an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists have great power, which is undoubtedly enough to deal with parasitic beasts. Of course, although the parasites are also mutated from humans, but the latter genetically has been completely different from humans, almost no different from parasitic beasts. There have been several cases of humans devouring humans in human safety zones alone, so the attitude of humans towards parasites is not much better. The most important thing was still the bit of ancient martial artists in power today. They would not allow another major force to breed in the area under their control. What's the situation? A new parasitic beast? Suddenly, the soldier captain noticed a figure suddenly intervene in the battle as the ancient martial artists and the parasitic beasts were fighting furiously. Far away in the sky, 2 ancient martial artists of the first sky of the sovereign realm were fighting 4 parasitic beasts. At this moment, their appearance was not considered good. If it were any other parasitic beasts, with their strength, they would have ended the battle long ago. But it was biased. These 4 parasitic beasts were different from the parasitic beasts they had encountered before, which had no coordination and only relied on brute force to kill. They cooperated extremely well, like parasitic beasts with organization and discipline, coupled with their already strong physique. They were strong enough to fight against a Zhongshe. Thus 2 ancient martial artists of the first level of the Zhongshe realm were losing under the siege of 4 late 3rd stage parasitic beasts. One of the blue-clothed ancient martial artists spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with rage. What the hell is going on here? Obviously, weren't they each their own king a day ago? Why have they suddenly joined hands? The black-clothed ancient martial artist also had a gloomy face as he took cover and said, "I don't know. Let's find a way to get rid of these 4 beasts first." It was at this moment that 6 black and red crystal heli flew from the distance, instantly killing a parasitic beast. The 6 black and red heli were like the sharpest spears in the world, and the huge body of the parasitic beast was cut to pieces like mud. Black Dragon Hall Master. Seeing that terrifying black and red heli, it instantly sliced the parasitic beast's huge body into pieces. The 2 sovereign 1 ancient martial artists did not breathe a sigh of relief because of this. This was because they knew that this highly recognizable black and red heli was the means of that parasite, the Black Dragon Hall Master. It must be known that ever since Wu Xia had continuously killed ancient martial artists, his great name, as well as his appearance, had long spread to the ears of all ancient martial artists. After all, one person had massacred the Su family, and later crushed and killed more than 30 innate martial artists, and it was even heard that even that patriarch of the Qin family had died in his hands. And this was by no means something that a 1 or 2 weight sec master like them could do. Thinking about this, the 2 ancient martial artists' gazes looked in the direction of the black and red heli, that black figure with white hair and different pupils, as if it was the embodiment of brutality and bloodshed, exuding an aura of domination over everything. And with just one glance, they couldn't help but feel a sense of subjugation. But at this moment, that terrifying figure didn't care about them. The black and red heli once again killed towards the other 3 parasitic beasts. The latter sensed the extreme danger and actually fled. But it was futile. with the 6 terrifying heli in pursuit. It was more like a game of cat and mouse. What's going on? He's helping us? The blue-robed patriarch was puzzled. Now that the Black Dragon Hall was on the opposite side of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and even humanity, the blue-clothed patriarch really couldn't imagine. Why would the Black Dragon Hall patriarch help them? But in the next second, it was obvious that he had overthought it, only to see that in the flash of lightning, a scarlet-red flaming flame, transformed into a rain of flames, descended from the top to the bottom over their heads. The blue-clothed sect master was already seriously injured, and at this moment, facing the sudden appearance of the attack, he was unable to dodge for a moment, and the terrifying rain of flames all attacked him. Ah! The blue-clothed patriarch's miserable scream resounded through the sky, and in the next moment, his body was pierced through by the roiling rain of flames, revealing a few bloody holes under the reflection of the sunlight. However, the body of a sovereign realm ancient martial artist was very powerful, even if his body was pierced through. As long as it did not injure his heart, the blue-robed sovereign still survived. As for the black-clothed patriarch, although he reacted in time at the critical moment, he was not able to retreat to safety in a short period of time because the attack came too swiftly, and his arms were burned with several charred black wounds by the terrifying scarlet-red flames. What people? The black-clothed patriarch did not have time to check the injuries of his teammates, as he looked as if he was on the verge of an attack at the figure in front of him, with scarlet wings spread behind him. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a black leather-clad figure, and behind the woman's back, a pair of scarlet, red inflammation-like wings were slowly swinging. The woman was naturally Fengwanshi, and the scarlet wings behind her were her SSSS plus supreme hegemony level parasitic body. At this moment, the black-clothed sect master looked at Fengwanshi with a grave expression. With that strike just now, he had no doubt that the woman in front of him was aiming to kill them. But at this moment, the blue-clothed patriarch was greatly injured and was estimated to be 10-1 in terms of strength, while he also didn't have a chance of winning against the woman in front of him because he had consumed too much of his strength in the confrontation with those 4 parasitic beasts. Thinking about this, the black-clothed patriarch threatened. "We are from the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Your Excellency, could it be that you want to completely offend our Heavenly Martial Alliance? How can you talk so much nonsense when you're on the verge of death?" Fengwanshi didn't want to waste words with a corpse. What kind of bullshit Tianwu Alliance? In front of a powerful hallmaster, it would collapse sooner or later. The moment the words fell, Fengwanshi moved. Her parasitic body gave her absolute speed and strength. Fengwanshi transformed into a scarlet beam of light and instantly attacked the blue-clothed sect master. In just a blink of an eye, she came before the blue-clothed sect master's eyes. And then, she raised her hand from top to bottom, almost pressing it against the blue-clothed sect master's head. An unprecedented blazing flame coalesced into an existence like a small sun. Rumble. In the next moment, the red flames exploded, and all that was left of the blue-clothed sect master was a headless corpse that crashed into the earth. Escape! And all of this was only in a flash of lightning. The black-clothed sect master instantly had only one thought within his heart. That was to flee. The moment the thought was born, the black-clothed sect master mobilized all the breath in his body, performed the strongest footwork, and flew in the direction of the safe zone. As long as he entered the safe zone, as long as he entered the range of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, he would be able to survive. And naturally, the patriarch's speed was terrifying. In an instant he arrived outside the safe zone's defense line, but in the next moment, he froze and looked towards his chest. Pooh! A black and red crystal heli extended from the sky, piercing right into his heart. The dark red veins on the heli rapidly surged. The black-clothed patriarch only felt his life force was frantically draining away, and in the next instant, he went black, transforming into a dried-up corpse that landed in front of the soldiers stationed below. What is this thing? How did it fall from the sky? Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the party, Wu Qi was sitting on top of the blood and flesh of a parasitic beast and was gnawing on the torso of a parasitic beast. As the blood and flesh of the parasitic beast entered his body, it was quickly devoured and absorbed by him, and turned into an intense energy that surged into the 6 sherries at his heart. The black and red heli behind Wu Qi also finished devouring all of the blue-clothed patriarch's true qi and withdrew it. The power of the 6 relics within his body was also in the process of rapidly increasing. After devouring the blood and flesh of the 4 parasitic beasts, and the true qi of the 2 patriarchal ancient martial artists, the power of all 6 great heli had increased considerably. The corrosive sherry, judgment sherry, and evil god sherry came to the middle of the 3rd stage. The black dragon sherry came to the peak of the 2nd stage. However, the blood god relic still hadn't broken through to the 5th rank, and was currently at the peak of the 4th rank. It seems that just a couple of Zongshire and 3rd rank parasitic beasts are not enough to raise me to the 5th rank. Wu Qi muttered. Ancient martial artist realm 9th level of qi refining. Beginning, middle, late, and peak stages of innate. 6th level of sovereign, and 7th level of Martial King. Although a first-ranked Zongshi ancient martial artist was strong, he was only an ancient martial artist who had just stepped into the Zongshi realm. The true chi in his body was far inferior to those in the middle and late stages of Zongshi, the 3rd and 4th, and even the 5th and 6th. It was just that these Zongshi ancient martial artists, all of whom were at the level of big brothers, and not like Wu Qi, could directly become stronger by devouring true chi, blood and flesh, were naturally unwilling to do it themselves. It seems like we still have to wait until the blood-colored vines grow out of the ground tomorrow. The blood-colored vines were no ordinary vines, named blood sacrifice vines. Each one of them was immense and very numerous, spreading out crazily from underneath Yunjiang City, a sight that no creature could ignore. Once they realized that the fruit born from the blood sacrifice vines could enhance their strength, even these old monsters would inevitably come out in droves. At that time, parasitic beasts, parasites, ancient martial artists, all the true powerhouses of all the forces would come out. When he thought of this, a touch of cruelty and anticipation appeared on Wu Qi's bloodthirsty face. He couldn't wait to devour all those people. What? The Black Dragon Hall Master has killed 2 more of our sect masters. Black Dragon Hall Master, this villain, how dare he? Inside a conference room on the top floor of the Heavenly Martial Alliance Yunjiang branch building, Li Jianqing angrily slammed a photo of a dried-up corpse on the conference table. In the photo, it was clearly the corpse of the black-clothed martial artist who had his true chi drained by Wu Qi. At this moment, Li Jianqing fell into an unprecedented rage. Previously, the ones that the Black Dragon Hall Master had killed were all ancient martial artists who had taken up the bounty offered by the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Although they were also all members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, it was not enough for him to be so enraged if it was only a group of innate martial artists. However, the ones who died in front of him were 2 of the Heavenly Martial Alliance's grandmasters, which was something that could not be exchanged for any number of innate martial artists. One must know that even though it was the strongest force of ancient martial artists, Yunjiang City was only a sub-alliance, and the power of the Zong Masters was extremely limited, almost equivalent to a strategic level force. At this moment, they were killed for nothing. An unprecedented anger rose in Li Jianqing's heart. Death. I want this Black Dragon Hall Master to die. It was at this moment that an ancient martial artist rushed in and reported, Lord Alliance Master. The ancient martial artist Lord sent from the upper Beijing side to hang the Black Dragon Hall has arrived. What? Quickly invite that Lord. Li Jianqing's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy upon hearing this. Back when Su Yuan had sent Li Hongyue to lead the team of 308 ancient martial artists, he had informed him to fully cooperate with Li Hongyue. What kind of existence was Su Yuan? The Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters see defining pin. An existence like the blazing sun. Even his right-hand man, Li Hongyue, was simply not something that could be compared to a Cloud River City sub-alliance leader like him. And naturally, Li Hongyue's purpose was to hang that Black Dragon Hall villain. When Li Hongyue arrived at the conference room, Li Jianqing immediately arranged the first seat position for her, and Li Jianqing directly informed her of Wu Qi's strike, killing the 2 patriarchs of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Li Hongyue's eyes flashed with a touch of amazement, her slender fingers tapping on the desktop. It seems that this villain is growing incomparably fast. Could it be that he is an emperor-level parasite? The Shangjing side, as the imperial capital, is the region of the country where the top ancient martial artists are gathered, and is also the hardest hit area of parasitic cells. The division between parasitic beasts and parasites has long been completed. An emperor-level parasite. A flash of doubt flashed across Li Jianqing's eyes. With the end of the world coming, the current Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing City was preoccupied with itself. So naturally, it wouldn't bother with the Heavenly Martial Alliance subleagues in other regions. Therefore, he also did not know the specific division of parasites within the Heavenly Martial Alliance. But it's also ultimately just a weak parasite that was just born. Li Hongyue briefly explained to him, then faintly said, Alliance Master Li, today, you will arrange for my men to have a good night's rest. After all, they have been busy dealing with the parasite beasts in the past 2 days, and they have long since been exhausted, and tomorrow morning, they will move to completely overthrow the Black Dragon Hall, and kill that villain. Yes, these 2 days, the expansion of the Black Dragon Hall, and the friction between the parasitic beasts, parasites, and ancient martial artists was constant. Among them, ever since Wu Qi met with the Blood Dragon Overlord, there were king-level parasitic beasts, leading a large number of parasitic beasts that then frequently attacked the Black Dragon Palace's territory. However, with the current strength of the Black Dragon Palace, it could easily cope. In addition, there were the parasite forces, the Dark Crow Group, the Golden Tree, the White Python Society, and the White Tiger Palace. These 4 forces were originally united to fight against the expansion of the Black Dragon Palace. Since yesterday, the 4 forces had continuously dispatched parasites to attack the members of the Black Dragon Palace. At this moment, one of the battlefields between the Black Dragon Palace's perimeter and the parasitic beasts, Wuqi's 6 heli tails surrounded a king-level parasitic beast and instantly exploded and killed it, absorbing the parasitic beast's flesh and blood. Lord Palace Master, the Dark Crow Group, the Golden Tree, the White Python Society and the White Tiger Palace, these 4 forces, have assembled a team of third-rank parasites and are going around hunting our Black Dragon Palace members. Zhao Fei stepped forward and respectfully said, and they've also started to follow our example, devouring the killed parasite cells to enhance their own strength. Even more ruthless than us, they even kill their own people. And the boss of these 4 forces has already become a 4th-order parasite by devouring his own members. Wu Qi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although he was bloodthirsty and good at killing, he wouldn't do it to his own people. It could be said that this group of people had already done whatever they could to become stronger. But this is the real end times. Where are they now? Wu Qi asked indifferently. It's nearby. The Vice Temple Master has already led a team of people to deal with them. Zhao Fei said. What is their highest strength now? Wu Qi asked again. The highest peak of the 3rd rank. There are 3 of them, Zhao Fei said. Peak 3rd rank? In the past 2 days, Chu Beilun had already devoured quite a few enemies, and his strength had reached peak 3rd rank. However, currently, most of the Black Dragon Palace's top echelons were at the late 3rd rank. It should be a bit of a struggle to deal with 3 peak 3rd rankers. Of course, it wasn't that the Black Dragon Palace higher-ups were less talented than them. Rather, it was the fact that this group of people, after learning about the nature of the parasite, devoured it frantically without distinguishing between their enemies and themselves, which was why they were able to improve faster than the Black Dragon Hall. The corner of Wu Qi's mouth hooked up into a bloodthirsty smile that was cruel and incomparable. However, this has picked up a bargain for me. With the power of 3 peaks of the 3rd rank, it should be enough for me to raise my blood god shrine to the 5th rank. Thinking of this, Wu Qi got on the jeep that he had prepared beforehand. In the post-apocalyptic world, automobiles were still the means of transportation for all major powers except for the parasites. Parasites were naturally no exception, and after occupying a piece of territory, while the Black Dragon Palace expanded, its resources could not fall behind. For this reason, there was a team of parasites dedicated to scouring the city for resources. No matter who it belonged to, as long as it was useful, they would snatch it. Wu Qi and Feng Wanqi landed in the back seat, and his exclusive driver immediately started the car and drove towards their destination, a ruined battlefield. Chu Beilun led a group of Black Dragon Palace's senior officers and members, including Chu Xiaoxiao. There were 4 newly promoted senior officers, and the lowest one was also a king-level parasite, and all of them were at the late stage of the 3rd rank, with only Chu Beilun, an overlord-class parasite, reaching the peak stage of the 3rd rank. Other than that, the members of the Black Dragon Palace were all 3rd rank, although 90% of them were just promoted to the early stage. Opposite them at the moment, a team formed by the 4 major parasite powers converged, with a full 3 peak stage parasites. However, compared to the strength of its members, the latter was far worse than the Black Dragon Palace, which even had 2nd rank members in its team. But the 3 peak stage 3 rank parasites piled up with parasites were enough to make up for it all. The auras of both sides were drawn out with swords. One of the peak 3rd rank parasites from the 4 parasite forces laughed. Ha ha ha, Chu Beilun, so what if your life level is higher than mine? You still have to be devoured by me this time, and become my sustenance for my advancement to the 4th rank. Just you are also worthy of devouring old me. Chu Beilun shouted explosively, and in the next moment his figure instantly killed in front of the other party, and the great battle erupted in an instant. The method of combat on the side of the Parasite 4 forces was also very simple. A peak 3rd stage parasite would deal with Chu Beilun. Then the 2 of them, the 2 peak 3rd stage ones, relied on their strength to crush and kill all the other members of the Black Dragon Palace. Finally, they would pack up Chu Beilun together. The parasites are divided into small realms, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage, and the difference in strength between each of the minor realms was huge. Thus when the great battle erupted instantly, those 2 parasites with peak strength of the 3rd rank harvested the lives of several Black Dragon Hall parasites in the blink of an eye. Rumble! Dark golden crystals surfaced on Chu Beilun's arm, transforming into a giant large fist as he battled with a peak 3rd rank parasite. The ground underneath them instantly surrounded the 2 of them and dented down in a circle. At this moment, the overlord-level parasite cells in Chu Beilun's body erupted with terrifying power, and the dark golden crystals on his arms also instantly wrapped Chu Beilun's entire body and turned into armor. The peak 3rd rank parasite instinctively felt that Chu Beilun's crushing power originated from the life level, and a trace of fear surfaced in his heart. But the next moment, he also immediately exerted his full strength. His body was covered with brown scales, a tail was born from behind him, and his face became particularly hideous. no longer human-like, like a terrifying monster. In the next moment, the power of the two came into contact with each other, but every time they touched each other, the latter's heart became 1 point more terrified, because he realized that Chu Beilan's strength was not weaker than him in the slightest, and was above him. This fellow's strength is above me. You guys quickly kill all the Black Dragon Hall executives first, he roared, and the next moment Chu Beilan's iron fist blasted him in the face. When the other two peak third-rank parasites saw this scene, their faces turned vicious as they looked towards the 4 Black Dragon Hall executives including Chu Xiaoxiao. The 3 higher-ups of the Black Dragon Palace were all staring at each other, and Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Everyone, even though they are all peak third rank, as long as we hold on and wait for my brother to finish killing them, we'll have a chance." "Humph, a mere 4 late stage. How dare they fight against us?" A peak third-rank parasite snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "Become the cornerstone of our promotion to the 4th rank." In the next moment, the battle on this side also suddenly erupted. The 4 higher-ups of the Black Dragon Palace spread out 2 by 2, each fighting against a peak third order. As this side fought fiercely, in the distance, a sexy figure in revealing clothes stood on the roof of the building. Her eyes stared at the battlefield, and a condescension flowed from her eyes. As the leader of the 4 parasite forces White Python Society, she relied on devouring her enemies and her own people, and her strength had already reached the 4th rank. This time, she also came here to keep an eye out in the shadows, wanting to see what the strength of that Black Dragon Hall master was. On the one hand, it was also to protect these 3 peak stage 3 rank parasites. After all, they were all battle forces that the 4 major powers had piled up with parasites. It was rumored that the Black Dragon Hall master could easily kill 30 innate ancient martial artists in seconds, and not too long ago, he even killed a grandmaster. But after all, it was just a rumor. Plus the fact that she had already reached the 4th rank, even if she faced a first-rank Zongshur, she could still be easily defeated. What's more, after the 4 major forces of parasites united, the 4th rank like her too had reached 4. Even if the Black Dragon Hall master was stronger, he was still only at 4th rank. How could he be a match for the 4 of them at rank 4? Thinking of this, a flash of disdain flashed across Yi Ching Snake's eyes. What kind of people? At this moment, Yi Ching Snake realized that a black leather-clad woman suddenly appeared in the battlefield, with a pair of scarlet wings that could instantly release a large amount of red flames, incomparably terrifying. Also accompanying the appearance were 6 terrifying crystal heli, instantly slicing a peak stage 3 parasite into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Scarlet was spilled, and blood was everywhere. The battlefield was completely reversed at this moment. At this moment, the jeep that Wu Qi was traveling in also arrived at the battlefield. He wasn't a person who liked to talk nonsense, and it was obvious that Feng Wanqi wasn't either. The latter directly summoned her parasitic body, and the intense and powerful red flames instantly took away the lives of a dozen parasites. As a supreme hegemonic level parasitic body, Feng Wanqi was too much stronger than her peers in terms of both life class and strength, not to mention the parasites who were even lower than her. At the same time, Wu Qi's Hurley was also frantically harvesting the lives of hostile parasites. He aimed his gaze at the 3 peak stage 3 parasites, and the black and red Hurley instantly killed one of them in seconds. The other 2 were instantly scared out of their wits when they saw Wu Qi's horrifying and brutal tactics, shouting, "Chairman White Python, save me!" However, the 2 people were ultimately unable to escape Wu Qi's heli and were both absorbed in seconds. On the roof of the building in the distance, these 2 idiots. Yi Ching Snake's face went white. Seeing that brutal and bloodthirsty figure, she had instantly known that she was by no means a match for Wu Qi. However, these 2 idiots were still trying to trap themselves at the end of their lives. With this in mind, Yi Ching Snake immediately prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing. However, Wu Qi, who was on the battlefield in the distance, looked towards her. At this moment, Yi Ching Snake only felt that she was being stared at by a great terrifying existence, and she could not help but tremble all over, and her buxom figure, which was dressed in a revealing outfit, also shook slightly at this moment. Not good, but after all, she was a 4th order. The moment Wu Qi looked at her, Yi Ching Snake directly cast her parasitic body to run away. "Since you're all here, why are you running away?" However, the next moment, Wu Qi's voice had reached her ears. Not only did she look backward, but she saw that bloodthirsty face with white hair and alien pupils was already close at hand. In the next instant, a black and red heli killed Yi Ching Snake. Yi Ching Snake was a smart person, knowing that if Wu Xia could instantly catch up to her, it would be impossible for her to escape, so she directly backhanded to answer the battle. Pure white crystals attached to her body, and she raised her hand to slap at that crystal heli. Ka-ching! However, in an instant, the pure white crystal on Yi Ching Snake's body shattered like glass, and Yi Ching Snake's body instantly smashed into the building behind her. The building collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust and fog. Wu Qi had no intention of letting Yi Qing's snake go, and the 6 heli came out in unison behind him. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit to you. At this moment, Yi Qing's snake's voice suddenly came from within the ruins. However, Wu Qi's heli did not stop there, instantly piercing into Yi Qing's snake's plump body and binding it. Yi Qing's snake's face was fearful, her pure white vertical pupils, looking towards the cruel, bloodthirsty Wu Qi, as she coughed up blood and prayed. Isn't it just a matter of submitting to you? I'm a 4th stage parasitic body. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I'm yours too. After saying that, Yi Qing's snake directly bared her plump figure to Wu Qi, a mere imperial level parasitic body. A flash of disdain flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. In the next instant, the 6 crystal heli behind him tore Yi Qing's snake into pieces while devouring the parasitic cells in her body. After completely absorbing Yi Qing's snake's parasitic cells, Wu Qi only felt an intense blazing sensation coming from the blood god heli at his heart. Swish! In the next moment, the 6 black and red heli behind him evolved crazily, the dark red crystal veins, measuring its unprecedented blood-colored light. At the same moment, Wu Qi also felt the blood-colored tattoos on his arms burning. In an instant, Wu Qi's arms were also transformed into 6 blood-red heli, and a horrifying bloodthirsty blood slaughter aura emanated from Wu Qi's body. The powerful energy of the blood god heli erupted from Wu Xie's body, and along with it, the power of the black dragon heli and the depths of the dominator heli also erupted instantly. In a flash, 2 dark, evil dragons, as if from the abyss, were born behind Wu Qi, and at the same time, a golden aura flashed in Wu Qi's pupils, and layers of golden scales emerged from Wu Qi's body. This phenomenon only gradually stopped until Wu Qi's blood god shelter completely completed its promotion. 5th rank. A rare hint of joy gradually surfaced on Wu Xie's bloodthirsty face. At this moment, Wu Qi's blood god shelter officially stepped into the 5th rank. At the same time, the Juggernaut Sherry advanced to the peak stage of the 4th rank, and the Black Dragon Sherry advanced to the 3rd rank. The Evil God Sherry, Judgment Sherry, and Corrosion Sherry had all reached the late 3rd stage. Along with the advancement of all the Sherries, Wu Qi only felt that the power he possessed was growing exponentially. Even when facing a martial king, he had the ability to devour it. If it were an ordinary 5th stage hegemony level parasite, or even a supreme hegemony level parasite, at most, he would only be able to fight with a mid-stage sect master. However, after Wu Xie's 6 supreme overlord level relics were fused, his life level had long since arrived at a higher life level. So naturally, it wasn't something that other parasitic bodies could compare to. I just don't know. How strong is a peak 6 heavens patriarch, or even a martial king? A touch of belligerence and bloodlust flashed through Wu Qi's heterochromatic pupils, and the surging power in his body made him itching to fight at the moment. Experience this terrifying might. Unfortunately, today is not a very good time. After all, after today, the birth of the blood sacrifice vine is the most important. Only by seizing the lead in this opportunity could the cornerstone be laid for the Black Dragon Hall to rise in the afterlife. That's just it. Let's call it a day. Wu Qi said indifferently, and the golden light in his eyes then dissipated, and all the changes in his body also dissipated at this moment. But even so, the bloodthirsty, brutal, killing and dominating general aura on Wu Qi's body was something that would never dissipate. Congratulations to Lord Temple Master for his breakthrough. Shock flashed through Feng Wanqi's eyes. The incomparably powerful aura on Wu Qi's body just now made her feel like she had encountered a brutal monarch who dominated all things in general terrifyingly, and pressed her to the point that she was nearly a bit breathless. It should be known that her parasite life level was almost close to the highest, yet in front of Wu Qi, she was still as small as a mole cricket. Congratulations on the breakthrough of Lord Temple Master. All the people of the Black Dragon Hall, led by Chu Beilan, felt shocked beyond measure. At that moment, they faced Wu Qi like a small droplet of water facing a vast ocean, bringing them infinite shock. All of them could not help but have one thought in their hearts: how strong is Lord Hall Master in the end? Cloud River City's upper city area, the joint headquarters of the 4 major parasitic forces of the Dark Crow Group, Golden Tree, White Python Society, and White Tiger Temple. At this moment, Dark Crow Group, Golden Tree, and White Tiger Hall, the 3 4th-rank parasite leaders were gathered in front of a conference table, with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Yun, the head of the Dark Crow Group, looked at Zhao Yuan, the head of the Golden Tree, and asked, "Has the person who was sent to spy on the news returned?" However, Zhao Yuan's face was grave, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. "Yi Qing Snakeshi is dead." "What?" Chen Yun and White Tiger Hall Master Luo Baihu both changed their faces. "Zhao Yuan, don't joke. Yi Qing Snake is at least a 4th-rank parasite, not to mention the Black Dragon Palace. Even if that group of ancient martial artists old things came, they might not be able to help her." Chen Yun said in disbelief. Luo Baihu was equally so. Although Yi Qing Snake's strength is the weakest among us, it's not so bad that she would be killed by the Black Dragon Palace. At least she still has the ability to escape. Although I think the same as all of you, but that's just the way it is, Zhao Yuan said with a face full of scorn. After my people arrived over there, they found Yi Qing Snake's corpse. Not, accurately, a pile of broken meat. After saying that, Zhao Yuan threw a printed photo onto the desktop. When Shen Yun and Luo Baihu saw it, both of their pupils suddenly contracted, shocked beyond attachment. How is this possible? Since then, there was no more news of the four major parasite forces saying that they would join together to attack the Black Dragon Palace, deep within the Cloud River City Parasite Beast Group. Here, powerful parasite beasts gathered. There were as many as hundreds of king-level parasitic beasts, and even more royal-level parasitic beasts. Among them, the four Overlord-level parasitic beasts of Cloud River City were also gathered here. The Thunder Tiger Overlord, bathed in purple lightning, exuded an incomparably violent aura, and in its purple pupils, thunder snakes roamed. Dark Gold Python Overlord, more than 30 meters long. Its body size is incomparably thick and heavy. Its body surface is covered by dark gold crystals, and its bloody mouth spits out dark gold letters. The Inferno Rat Overlord. This was a giant rat with a huge body size. Its body surface was covered in red inflammation. Its eyes were red and it was as huge as a building. The last Overlord parasitic beast, the Bone Dragon Overlord, was on the same side as the name. Its body was made up of withered bones, but it was also incomparably huge, and its claws landed on top of a rotten building, looking incomparably terrifying. At this moment, they were all expressing their submission towards the center, a huge dragon whose body was covered in blood-colored crystals. Blood Dragon Overlord. To be precise, it was the Blood Dragon Supreme Overlord, a SSS plus grade parasitic beast. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Overlord slowly opened its bloody mouth. Its blood-colored pupils lit up with scarlet as it spoke in the language of the parasitic beast. Tomorrow will be the day the scarlet vine grows out of the ground. We must monopolize all the fruits before which human bugs react, then overthrow all the human forces, including the humans who failed to parasitize, captive them all and turn them into our rations. Roar! In the next second, all the parasitic beasts let out roars that were deafening. The next day, the top floor of the Black Dragon Mansion, Wu Qi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to take in Yunjian City. At this moment, the firstborn eastern sun slowly rose, and this calm city gradually became noisy. Parasitic beasts, ancient martial artists, and parasites all came out at this moment. In the next second, rumbling, a violent vibration came from underneath Yunjian City, as if it was an earthquake. The earthen buildings seemed to shake more than once. One after another, huge blood-colored vines madly drilled out from the ground and shot straight into the sky. This scene was as terrifying as the end of the world. Here it comes. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, a bloodthirsty smile faintly appearing on his cruel face. It was also at this moment that Yunjian City was completely thrown into a riot. The sun had just risen, and a sliver of morning light had just poured onto the earth. Huge blood-colored vines rose up from the ground of Yunjian City. First one, then the second, the third. Countless blood-red vines were like giant pythons, drilling out from the ground of Yunjian City. That scene was like a monster sleeping in the ground of Yunjian City was about to revive, like the end of days. At this moment, all the forces in Yunjian City moved. At the Black Dragon Mansion, when Wu Qi saw the scene, his cruel face revealed a smirk. He knew that this blood sacrifice vine was also a type of parasitic cell, but it was an extremely special type of parasitic body. It would parasitize on the plant and then dive into the ground, and would not break out from the ground until it had matured. And this growth cycle is just 3 days. The most important thing is, once the blood ritual vine matured, it would directly be a rank 6 parasite. In the previous life, the blood sacrifice vine was only used as a special parasitic body, growing parasitically in a small number of cities across the country, and it was an unparalleled opportunity. At this moment, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace had already been mobilized, and all of them were waiting at the place where the blood ritual vine was about to be born under Wu Qi's orders, except for one person, Feng Eveningsi. At this moment, she stood behind Wu Qi, her eyes filled with horror as she watched the scene before her, as if the world was ending. However, she had long since learned of the existence of the blood ritual vine from Wu Qi, and quickly calmed down, while her heart was more filled with anticipation. After yesterday, Feng Wanqi had also broken through to the 4th rank, and with her strength, she was strong enough to deal with a Zhongshe realm ancient martial artist, but this wasn't the time for her to make a move. Right now, it was only the blood sacrifice vine that had just begun to grow. It must be known that the blood sacrifice fruit, as a 6th order parasite, the fruit borne by the blood sacrifice vines, The blood sacrifice fruit is also divided into classes. The highest blood sacrifice fruit is the 6th order, but when the blood sacrifice vine was just born, the highest blood sacrifice fruit was only the 3rd order. The later, the higher the grade of the fruits will be. In the end, it would also produce a large number of 5th order fruits and several 6th order fruits. And this is the real purpose of Wu Qi. With his current strength, the fruits below the 4th order basically do not play a big role in Wu Qi's strength enhancement. At the same time, the parasitic beast hinterland in Yunjian City, under the command of the Blood Dragon Supreme Overlord, tens of thousands of parasitic beasts came out of their nests, led by 4 Overlord level 4 parasitic beasts. Like a wild tidal wave, all of them ran towards the blood-colored vines. The 4 major parasite forces in the uptown area of Yunjian City. To be precise, there were only 3 major parasite forces now. They were the Dark Crow Group, the Golden Tree and the White Tiger Hall. Since Yi Qing Snake was devoured by Wu Qi, the entire White Python Society basically had no top pillar left, and could only be forced to choose to merge into the other 3 major forces or be devoured. And at this moment, the 3 major parasite powerheads were all startled by the movement of the growth of the blood sacrifice vines within the city. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them with horror. Countless blood-red, monster-like tentacles rose up from the ground of Yunjian City under the early morning sun. It looked like the revival of a terrifying monster. The end of the world in general. What the hell is this? Chen Yun was incomparably shocked as he said. At this moment, his entire being had been plunged into an unrelenting shock. Dumbstruck. Like him, there was also the duo of Zhao Yuan and Luo Baihu. Hiss. I feel the terrifying suppression from it. A parasite that is at a higher life level than me. Zhao Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but feel fear. Even though Luo Baihu was a 4th rank parasite, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide at this moment. If this is really a fucking parasite, how many ranks must this parasite's strength be? I don't know, but it's definitely a monster. For now, it's better for us to stay away from it for now, Zhao Yuan summarized. As parasites, against the blood ritual vines that were also parasites and were at a higher life level than them, Zhao Yuan and the others could clearly feel how terrifying the blood ritual vines were. Yunjiang City Safe Zone. Tianwu Alliance. The commotion within the city that was like a magnitude 10 earthquake instantly startled all the humans in the safe zone. Everyone thought that it was an earthquake coming, and immediately panicked and ran from the house to the street in a swarm of all of them. And then, they saw an incomparably frightening scene. Countless blood-colored vines grew out of the ground like tentacles. What kind of monster is this? Ah, another parasitic beast and a monster. My whole family died. Why don't you just kill me and forget about it? Is death the only way for humans? What the hell is this? All ordinary humans were looking at this scene with incomparable horror. As the most ordinary and common existence in the end times, they did not have any ability to change their current situation. They could only be forced to accept the glance in front of them and be at the mercy of fate. In only 3 days, they had felt the difference between heaven and hell. At this moment, some of the ordinary people who had already arrived at the limit mentally, directly collapsed. Sky Martial Alliance Yunjian City Branch Alliance. The ancient martial artists were naturally the first to notice the tremendous changes in Yunjian City. At this moment, a group of senior members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room on the top floor of the building. Li Hongyue stood at the very front, also looking at this scene with incomparable shock. Originally, she had planned to gather a team of ancient martial artists early in the morning to exterminate the Black Dragon Hall. But suddenly, a strange change occurred and countless blood-colored vines drilled out of the ground. She realized that this was most likely the birth of a great terror parasite. To know, as a place where the nation's top ancient martial artists gathered, Shangjing was also the place with the strongest overall strength in the country, and at the same time, it was also the place where high-level parasitic beasts were born most frequently. Therefore, Li Hongyue has seen a wide range of things. The first day of the end of the world, she has seen a sky-high ancient tree was parasitized, turned into a horrible tree monster. Will be a huge city of Beijing, turned into a forest, and the blood-colored giant vine that was born from the ground of Yunjiang City in front of her. It was undoubtedly some kind of terrifying high-grade parasitic body. Li Jianqing and the other Yunjiang City Sub-Alliance executives were all looking at this scene with shocked faces. The executives looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end, they could only look at Li Jianqing. Where did Li Jianqing know what was going on with this terrifying existence? However, he knew that Li Hongyue came from Shangjing and was above him in strength and insight. So he opened his mouth and respectfully asked, Lord Li, do you know what's going on here? Perhaps it's a high-level parasite. Li Hongyue did not hide it. Hearing this, Li Jianqing's pupils suddenly contracted. If it was really a high-order parasitic beast, then it must not be 6 or 7 orders? And even if it was the entire Yunjiang City Sub-Alliance, it was not likely to be able to find an ancient martial artist that could match it. Quickly send someone forward to investigate the situation. Li Jianqing couldn't care too much at this moment. If this was really the case, then they had to immediately withdraw from Yunjiang City. And Yunjiang City, too, would inevitably fall into a place where parasitic beasts sprouted. The place where the blood-colored vines grew. The Heavenly Martial Alliance sent a patriarch to lead a dozen or so ancient martial artists to check the news. At this moment, all the ancient martial artists arrived in front of the blood-red giant vines, and as they looked at the vines that looked like the tentacles of the giant Crusoe monster, which were still deriving and growing outwards in a steady stream, horror flashed in each of their eyes. "Captain, are we really going to go close to this monster vine?" An ancient martial artist said in fear. "Yes, Captain. This vine is a terrifying parasite any way you look at it." The other ancient martial artists had the same in their hearts, incomparably fearful of the monster-like vine in front of them. So what can be done? After all, this is the Alliance Master's order. The sovereign ancient martial artist said with an ugly face. He then looked at all the ancient martial artists and ordered, "You guys go over and see what's going on." The sovereign ancient martial artist naturally didn't want to take the risk of going close to the vines. Although the other dozen or so innate ancient martial artists were scared, they could only grit their teeth and follow orders at this moment. They could also only comfort themselves in their hearts. None of them had been attacked by the blood-colored vines when they came just now, so it should be fine to just get closer. "Wait, guys, look, what is that parasitic beast doing?" It was at this moment that an ancient martial artist suddenly said. Everyone followed the sound and looked, only to see a low-rank parasitic beast, charging up the thick vines and frantically eating a blood-red fruit, and along with that low-rank parasitic beast eating one by one, its weak body was also growing crazily, its breath expanding. Seeing this, how could all the ancient martial artists not understand that the blood-red fruit would most likely be able to raise the strength of the parasitic beast? Thinking about this, a thought couldn't help but pop up in their hearts. Can this blood-red fruit enhance the strength of an ancient martial artist? Obviously the ancient martial artists were all incomparably looking forward to it in their hearts. In the next moment, all the innate ancient martial artists couldn't care less about the fear of the vines in their hearts. After all, even that one weak parasitic beast was able to eat the fruit. Why couldn't they? All the innate ancient martial artists rushed towards the vines. But the next second, rubbing, a black poisonous thorn on the blood sacrifice vine's thick rhizome shot at all the ancient martial artists like bullets. In the next instant, the screams were endless. Except for the individual innate ancient martial artists who had prepared for this, all the ancient martial artists were shot by these poisonous thorns, and the black toxin on their bodies quickly began to spread, and in no time at all, the ancient martial artists who had been hit by the poisonous thorns this time completely lost their lives. The ancient martial artists who survived were busy withdrawing 100 meters away, and with the leading Zhongshe realm ancient martial artists, seeing such a horrible scene, all of their faces changed greatly. The poisonous thorns on that vine can even shoot out. What next? Do we still have to pick the fruit? The few surviving ancient martial artists said in shock, looking towards the corpses of other ancient martial artists who had died tragically 100 meters away from them in front. They immediately felt a wave of fear. If it wasn't for their advanced defense and readiness to deal with unexpected situations, I'm afraid that they would have all been accounted for here just like those ancient martial artists. Those poisonous spikes are gone after shooting around. Now is the chance. However, at this moment, an ancient martial artist said. The few surviving ancient martial artists looked towards the vines, and sure enough, they realized that all those black poisonous thorns on the vines were gone, leaving densely packed holes like pinholes. "I'll lead this time." The sovereign ancient martial artist opened his mouth. He stared at the fruits on the blood-red vines, a flash of greed in his eyes. Good. The few surviving innate martial artists nodded at his words. Although that blood-colored vine was incomparably terrifying, seeing that parasitic beast from before crazily devouring that blood-red fruit and constantly getting stronger, they really couldn't help the greed in their hearts. As they approached again, the poisonous stingers really didn't trigger anymore, but along with that came a thick vine that crazily lashed at them. The two ancient martial artists were smacked and instantly died violently. In the next second a blade appeared in the Zhongshe ancient martial artist's hand, directly cutting off all the vines, and then coming to the huge blood-red root. He reached out and picked the blood-colored fruit and ate it in one bite. As the fruit flesh entered his body, he only felt a strong energy, born within himself, integrating into his internal organs. There was no doubt that the fruit was really boosting his strength. Essence erupted in the eyes of the patriarchal ancient martial artist, and in the next moment, he noticed many figures not far away, frantically picking the blood sacrifice fruit. Are those the people from the Black Dragon Hall? The patriarchal ancient martial artist looked over at the hundreds of members of the Black Dragon Hall, his gaze lingering on one of the leaders as a flash of scorn flashed across his eyes. He turned his head to the innate ancient martial artist who was frantically devouring the blood ritual fruits and said, "You guys stop eating them for now. So many fruits are definitely enough for us to share. The immediate priority is to quickly go back to tell the Alliance Master the news. We can't let those bastards grab them all. Yes, the latter also realized the importance of the matter and picked a few more fruits, eating them as they ran towards the human safe zone. The ancient martial artist's side was incomparably hasty in dealing with the blood sacrifice vines. On the contrary, on the Black Dragon Palace's side, everything appeared to be in order. The place where the blood sacrifice vines were growing. Crap, sure enough, it's exactly the same as what Lord Hallmaster said. There really are blood-colored vines growing out of the ground. You dumbass, how could Lord Hallmaster lie to us? The blood sacrifice fruit can raise my strength. I must break through the third rank in one fell swoop and let all those doggone ancient martial artists die. Chu Beilan with a group of Black Dragon Palace members had long been waiting here in advance, and it was only today that all the Black Dragon Hall members knew about the blood ritual vine. When they got that taking the blood sacrifice fruit was able to raise their strength, each one of them was so excited. After all, who wouldn't want to raise their strength in this last days? Materials like the blood ritual fruit that could raise strength. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was absolutely priceless. Right now, seeing the blood-red thick vines, like a giant python in the sky, breaking out of the ground from underneath Yunjiang City, there was no fear or dread in their eyes. There was only excitement and incomparable excitement, because this was a priceless treasure that they only knew about. If they could seize the first opportunity, not only would Black Dragon Palace be able to leap into a superpower, even they would be able to raise their strength by a large margin. Since the end of the parasitic world, human ancient martial artists have not been killing parasites. Coupled with the clash of forces, the parasites and ancient martial artists are even more incompatible. A good number of parasites were forced to escape from human formations, harboring deep grudges. However, most of the ancient martial artists had been practicing for a long time, and all of them possessed notable strength, and they were simply no match for the ancient martial artists. And right now, the growth of the blood sacrifice vines naturally became an opportunity for them to take revenge. So how could they be afraid? Everyone, follow the pre-rehearsed positions in standby. Only hearing Chu Beilan yell one, everyone got serious. Although the blood ritual vine could bear blood ritual fruits, which was a huge opportunity, at the same time, the blood ritual vine was also a sixth-order parasite. The blood sacrifice fruit was naturally not that easy to pick. However, Wu Qi had already taught them how to deal with the blood sacrifice vine to minimize the danger of the blood sacrifice vine. If they really died, then they could only be blamed for being too weak. At this moment, with Chu Beilan's order, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace were very vigilant in their hearts, and each performed their duties according to their prearranged positions. Not long after, the first stage of growth of the blood ritual fruit was completed, and a blood-red fresh fruit appeared on top of the vines that were densely covered with thorns, as if bathed in scarlet. Action! Chu Beilan shouted, only to see him take out a small bottle containing some sort of green liquid. Take a gulp, and in the next moment, he took the lead and ran directly towards the vines. The moment Chu Beilan was approaching, on the blood-red giant vines, the sharp and pointed poisonous thorns, as if sensing his presence, rubbed against him, like bullets shooting out towards Chu Beilan. Obviously Chu Beilan had prepared for this, and dodged the poisonous thorns in a flash, but very quickly, the blood sacrifice vine's thick body surface, a tiny vine, drew towards Chu Beilan. Chu Beilan's arm was directly attached with dark golden crystals, transforming into a long crystal blade that instantly cut through these vines. In the next moment, Chu Beilan plucked the first blood ritual fruit and bit down without hesitation. The blood-colored flesh of the fruit went down Chu Beilan's esophagus and entered his abdomen, then transformed into a stream of energy that surged into his parasitic body. It's really the same as what the temple master said. Unprecedented excitement erupted in Chu Beilan's eyes, then he directly rushed towards the next blood ritual fruit once again. Brothers, together! Seeing this scene, the many members of the Black Dragon Palace were also unable to hold back and took out the green potion in their pockets and drank it in one gulp. This green potion was actually the antidote that those scientists in Wu Qi's previous life had researched to deal with the blood sacrifice vine's toxin. And because the formula was very simple, Wu Qi had gotten it out and let them each share several bottles, just in case. Apparently, this antidote also had an immediate effect. Some weak Black Dragon Hall members were hit by the poisonous thorns of the blood ritual vine, and their wounds quickly turned black, but the blackened parts returned to normal in the next second. When the members of the Black Dragon Palace saw the scene, they were even more like chicken blood. Some members who did not want to die, after eating a fruit, they realized that their strength had instantly increased by a large amount, and they directly topped the poisonous thorns to pick the fruits. The fruits over here were immediately swept away by the Black Dragon Palace. Then Chu Beilan directly took the lead and ran to the next place. Incidentally, the Scarlet Giant Tang was incomparably huge, and the Black Dragon Palace now had more than 200 people. all of whom were deployed today, but it wasn't enough to divide up all the fruits in a short period of time. Therefore, the members of the Black Dragon Palace are led by various senior officers, dispersed to different places, and the battle plan is, pick as much as you can, and eat while picking. It's better than leaving it to the enemy. At the same time, there are also Black Dragon Palace logistics personnel. A steady stream of fruits will be transported back to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Palace. As the Heavenly Martial Alliance got the news, this blood-red giant vine could actually produce strength-enhancing fruits. Then at Li Jianqing's order, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's ancient martial artists poured out on Li Hongyue's side. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the bullshit Black Dragon Palace. Killing people and whatnot could be put on the back burner, but the opportunity was unattainable. Therefore, Li Hongyue also directly led 308 martial artists, and directly ran to the direction of the blood sacrifice vines. Unfortunately, after the Heavenly Martial Alliance reacted, most of the blood sacrifice fruits had already been seized by the Black Dragon Hall, leaving only a few scattered fruits, and a small portion of the blood sacrifice fruits were also snatched by the parasitic beasts that had arrived late. In a moment, the three forces had finally gathered together. Parasite Force Black Dragon Palace, Parasite Beast Force Blood Dragon Overlord, and Human Force Tianwu Alliance. Wu Qi naturally knew that it was impossible to hide the information about the blood sacrifice vine for too long, so he had his people keep an eye on the parasite beasts and ancient martial artists' movements from the start. After learning that the Heavenly Martial Alliance had rushed there with a large number of ancient martial artists, a scout immediately informed Chu Beilan and the others, and then assembled all the members of the Black Dragon Palace. It was worth mentioning that the members of the Black Dragon Hall relied on the tactic of grabbing as they ate, and the entire membership had actually risen by a large notch. Now, most of the members had stepped into second-rank parasites, and the number of third-rank parasites had even reached as many as 400. Like Chu Beilan, the Overlord-level parasite, originally there was still a foot left in the fourth stage, and after eating a large amount of blood sacrifice fruits, his strength immediately broke through the early fourth stage, and even had a hidden tendency to break through the middle fourth stage. Secondly, Chu Xiaoxiao, the Emperor-level parasite, also broke through to the early stage of the fourth order, and a group of high-ranking officers even came to the peak of the third order. On the side of parasitic beasts, the Thunder Tiger Overlord, Inferno Mouse Overlord, Dark Gold Python Overlord, and Bone Dragon Overlord led tens of thousands of parasitic beasts, which was quite terrifying. However, more than 95% of these parasitic beasts were first or second order parasitic beasts, reaching third order parasitic beasts, around 500. As for the four Overlord level parasitic beasts, they were all fourth rank. Looking at the side of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, all the ancient martial artists had come out, and there were as many as 608 martial artists. There were more than a dozen first-ranked masters alone, and 5 third-ranked masters and above, and that alliance's leader, Li Jiansheng, was a peak 6th-ranked ancient martial artist, together with Li Hongyue and her 308 ancient martial artists. There is no doubt, the ancient martial artist side had the greatest advantage. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene was incomparably heavy, and all three forces were looking at each other unfavorably, swords drawn. In the darkness, a reflective bright spot suddenly flashed up, and a camera lens head focused on this scene. Only a human was seen creeping inside a rotten building 1,000 meters away, and on his shoulder was a high-definition camera. His name was Su Donlai. He used to be a battlefield reporter, and since the end of the world, he had resolutely chosen to become a reporter, filming the moments when ancient martial artists hunted and killed parasitic beasts, which was also considered to be a way of spreading hope to mankind. This time, when he received the news, Su Donlai immediately rushed to the scene and broadcasted it live for the national and even global audience. At this moment, Su Donlai's heart seemed to be beating like a drum, beating frantically. This was because he knew that that was all the top existences in Yunjiang City today. Parasite, ancient martial artists, parasitic beasts, all of the top bigwigs were gathered here. This was not only a historic scene, but also a moment that would determine the pattern of Yunjiang City in the future. Su Donlai's heart also jumped to his throat, cold sweat breaking out on his body as he tried to suppress it as much as possible. Everyone, in front of us are the top 3 bigwigs of the 3 major forces in our Yunjiang City today. As far as I know, this blood-colored vine will bear a terrifying fruit that can enhance the strength of the 3 parties, the parasitic beast, the parasites, and the ancient martial artists. Therefore all 3 forces are all out in full force at this moment, and without any surprises. Today's battle will set the future pattern of our Yunjiang City. On the 3rd day of the end times, nationwide, there were constantly ancient martial artists and troops removing parasites and establishing a safe zone, isolating the parasitic beasts from the end times. The nation's communication network was also quickly restored. After all, Similar satellites and such communicators that existed in outer space had not suffered any damage. Plus, in order to boost morale, the officials would also open up the network and push real-time information from the ancient martial artists and the military to the surviving people. At this moment, when Su Donglai's live broadcast was turned on, it immediately caused a furor on the network. After all, this was the first time since the end of the world had descended that there had been a three-way confrontation between parasites, parasitic beasts, and ancient martial artists. Even in Shangjing, this kind of scene was rare. Therefore, it also attracted the attention of big and small bigwigs nationwide. Hiss. What is that blood-colored vine? It looks like a huge parasitic beast. I don't know, but it should be some kind of high-level parasitic body. I know about this thing. We have this kind of parasitic body in our city, but it's not as terrifying as Yunjiang City. It's said that the fruits born on top of this blood-colored vine can enhance the strength of the parasitic beast parasites and ancient martial artists. In that case, it seems that the three forces in Cloud River City are facing off for the fruit above this blood-colored vine. Those four parasitic beasts look so terrifying. I wonder what strength they are. Is Cloud River City next door entering into a big battle with the parasitic beasts so soon? Our city has only just established a safe zone now. Hiss. Such terrifying parasitic beasts and even parasites. Can we humans really win? But how the scene looks like it's our human ancient martial artists who have the advantage alright. Not only are there so many modernized troops, but there are also powerful ancient martial artists. Parasitic beasts and parasites. How long have they only been around? And how strong can they be? As soon as the live broadcast came out, a large number of viewers quickly flooded in, and humans from all over the country who were watching the live broadcast were voicing their opinions on the internet. Also, as the pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast, the blood sacrifice vine in Cloud River City reappeared with a strange change. Rumble. With the end of the rumbling, the entire Yunjiang City was just like a place where blood-red vines ravaged the city. The mansions and buildings were all parasitized by the blood-colored vines, and some of the branching vines of the rhizomes were wildly prolonged outwards. At this moment, all the blood sacrifice vines all grew out of the ground. Immediately after, a unique scarlet odor spread out from above the vines, only to see a bright red flower, under the illumination of the morning light, ushering in a bloom that was scarlet and bewitching. But the eyes of all the living beings are not on the scarlet flowers, but in the center of the demonic flowers, a bloody fruit is presented therein. It was a blood sacrifice fruit, and it was a blood sacrifice fruit that was even higher rank than the blood sacrifice fruit that grew outside the blood-colored vines. At this moment, whether it was a parasitic beast, a parasite, or a human ancient martial artist, they instantly realized this. All living beings looked towards the fruit growing in the center of the flower, and their eyes also erupted with unprecedented greed and desire. The previous fruits were all growing on the thick roots of the blood ritual vine, which were very large in quantity, whereas this blood ritual fruit that was growing in the middle of this flower was extremely limited. Roar! At this very moment, there was a roar, and a huge blood-red figure, wrapped in thick pressure, flew in from the distance. All living beings couldn't help but look towards that huge figure, the blood dragon overlord, only to see a huge dragon covered in blood-colored crystals flying in the direction of the rising sun against the rising morning sun, eventually landing on top of a skyscraper in front of all the parasitic beasts, its gaze incomparably cold and arrogant as it looked down on all living beings. Roar! At this moment, all the parasitic beasts roared, their voices shaking the sky and the earth, as if they were greeting their king. With such a scene, even ancient martial artists couldn't help but be cowed when they saw it face to face, and the nation's audience who saw such a horrifying scene couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell kind of parasitic beast is this? So terrifying. I'm afraid that this blood dragon is the overlord of all parasitic beasts in Yunjiang City. No! Facing such a terrifying parasitic beast, can we humans really win? Yes, now that the end times have only just begun. The parasitic beasts are so terrifying. Maybe we should unite with the parasites. At least they were once humans. Black Dragon Hall. The members of the crowd saw the giant dragon bathed in scarlet. They could all feel the crushing power of the blood dragon overlord originating from the life class. The members of the Black Dragon Hall were a little shocked in their hearts, but that was all. After all, compared to their hall master, the bloodline pressure of the blood dragon overlord in front of them was nothing more than that. Or rather, under Wu Qi's influence, they had long since developed a resistance to the life class below Wu Qi. At this moment, Chu Beilan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense that the blood dragon overlord life class was above him. That is, the supreme overlord level. Although the Black Dragon Palace has just been established, we have long since been transformed under the leadership of Lord Palace Master, Chu Beilan said with a high level of vigor. In the next second, Chu Beilan swept his gaze towards all Black Dragon Hall members and said in a loud voice, "All members of the Black Dragon Hall listen." Yes, the Black Dragon Hall members all responded with solemn gazes. Seeing this scene, Chu Beilan continued. From now on, any members who are afraid of death can leave now. I will never stop them. However, the Black Dragon Palace does not need members who are afraid of death. After you leave, you will no longer be members of the Black Dragon Palace from now on. However, as soon as these words came out, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace, without exception, revealed fearless expressions, and none of them fled from the battlefield. This was also one of the roles of Wu Qi's master relics, which not only possessed the power of a master, but also allowed him to enlist people's hearts. Swear to follow the Lord of the Palace. Swear to follow the Lord of the Palace. Swear to follow the Lord of the Palace. I don't know who shouted in the crowd of the Black Dragon Hall. Immediately afterward, the entire Black Dragon Hall hissed. The movement could not be described as not big. Seeing this scene on the side of the human ancient martial artists, their faces all changed slightly. On the battlefield, who wasn't afraid of a madman who wasn't afraid of death, even though their side had the overwhelming advantage? At this moment, they still couldn't help but shudder. Are these parasites crazy? I've heard that the Black Dragon Hall Temple Master is a great terror. A great terror? Oh, how come we didn't see him this time? I think he's scared, right? And Li Jianqing was also a bit puzzled as to why the Black Dragon Hall Master didn't show up. But soon he didn't care. Although the Black Dragon Hall Master was very capable of jumping around. But so what? With his strength as a peak 6th heavenly layer sovereign, he could easily be wiped out. Not to mention that their side also had a left arm sent by Su Yuan, Li Hongyue, who was also a peak 6th heavenly plateau stage sect master. Moreover, Li Hongyue, who came from Shangjing, had acquired a large number of top-level techniques, and her strength was much stronger than Li Jianshang. At this moment, Li Hongyu was also looking at the Black Dragon Hall with cold eyes. It was the people who built up this group of scumbags that slaughtered Big Brother Su's entire family? It's just as well that they all cleaned up together. Between the thoughts of all parties, a great battle for the ages kicked off in Yunjiang City. Roar! I don't know which parasitic beast was the first to hiss, but it didn't matter anymore. After that, the parasitic beasts hissed one after another, resonating through the heavens, and all the parasitic beasts moved at this moment. Like a wave, they surged towards the parasites and ancient martial artists. The modernized human forces had already taken their positions. Seeing all the parasitic beasts coming like a tidal wave, under the orders of all the officers, the guns opened up, and suddenly the cannons roared. At the same moment, all the ancient martial artists below the sovereign also rushed to kill among them, except for the Black Dragon Palace. As the weakest member of the three parties, the Black Dragon Palace, Chu Beilan ordered all members to hold their ground. At the same time, the top management of all three parties clashed their gazes together. Roar! The blood dragon hissed and instantly killed towards Li Jiansheng. The latter's prowess as a peak stage sovereign erupted at once, and he similarly met the battle. In addition, the four parasitic beast overlords, the ancient martial artist patriarchs, and Chu Beilan of the Black Dragon Palace fought together, and the scene was incomparably intense and chaotic. Battling with Chu Beilan was a late-stage sovereign ancient martial artist, as well as the ancient dragon overlord, who was a mid-stage 4th rank, and likewise an overlord-class parasitic beast. Boom boom boom. The late-stage patriarch made a terrifying ancient martial dharma, in which a huge amount of energy erupted out, and the ancient dragon overlord roared out, as endless white-capped bones were continuously born from its huge body, resisting this terrifying attack. Chu Beilan also hurriedly summoned out his parasitic body to resist, but after all, it was a small realm difference in strength, and he soon fell behind. Then, he directly kept taking out a blood sacrifice fruit and devoured it. Devour, constantly devouring while fighting. Huge energy gathered within Chu Beilan's body, and with a roaring sound, dark golden crystals erupted from within him. Chu Beilan also completely stepped into the late stage of the 4th rank. On the other side, the Black Dragon Palace senior management also have been caught up in the battle. The Black Dragon Palace after all is the most recent growth of a force, at the moment regardless of which battlefield, are at a disadvantage. In the void, a red-haired figure stepped on the void, his gaze sweeping over all the members of the Black Dragon Hall, emitting a coldness. Since that hall master of yours doesn't dare to step forward, then I will exterminate you. Saying that, Li Hongyue instantly struck out with a palm of red flame, and the one Black Dragon Hall senior who was closest to her instantly died violently, rubbing. Just as Li Hongyue wanted to kill the next Black Dragon Hall senior, a raging rain of flames fell from the sky. Even though Li Hongyue was a peak realm master, she was unable to dodge, and was injured by the terrifying scarlet rain of flames. What person? Li Hongyue angrily shouted. A pair of beautiful eyes raised up, looking towards the sky dome, but she saw a black-clothed figure, a pair of scarlet feathers behind her, like a blazing flame burning. The visitor was Feng Lianxi. At this moment, She slowly descended from the dome of the sky and stood in front of Li Hongyue, her tone bland as she said, "From now on, your opponent is me." Li Hongyue let out a cold laugh, strong disdain flashing in her eyes. "A mere mongrel parasite. How dare you run wild?" The moment the words fell, she wrapped her infinite power of the Zongshi and killed towards Feng Wanshi. But the next second Li Hongyue realized that she was wrong. In the face of Li Hongyue's monstrous killing intent, Feng Wanshi stood in the air, unafraid, and opened a small white jade hand toward Li Hongyue. Suddenly, an incomparably strong red flame, as if the sun, from her palm cohesion. This moment even the sun also eclipsed it. Li Hongyue's pupils contracted dramatically, instantly collecting her body's aura and exercising extreme pace to get away, while Feng Wanshi simply said indifferently, "It's too late." Rumble. A roar that resounded through the sky and the earth was like a nuclear weapon erupting, wrapped in a huge amount of power, expanding wildly in all directions. Li Hongyue, who was located at the center of the explosion, was hardly spared, and was instantly affected by this horrifying wave of energy, and the entire person was like a kite with broken strings, falling towards the urban area below. Feng Wanshi didn't end there. Her body instantly transformed into a beam of scarlet light and flew towards the urban area where Li Hongyue fell. But in the next second, her brows furrowed, only to see a beam of light lit up in the middle of that urban area, and a terrifying energy, wrapped in infinite true chi, killed towards Feng Evening Ruwashi at a rapid speed. Feng Evening Ruwashi already had the intention of defense. The feather wings behind her instantly expanded several times, protecting her in it. Soon after the energy dissipated, Feng Wanshi gradually revealed herself from it, and saw the wretched Li Hongyue standing in front of her, her eyes full of madness. "Bastard! I'll never let you go." Feng Evening Ruwashi's gaze remained cold, and did more nonsense, and the next moment a terrifying battle erupted between the two of them once again. These two women are so terrifying, it feels like they're no better than the ancient martial artist alliance master's side. That red-haired woman I know. The Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters in Shangjing. The sea-fixing god's pin. Su Yuan's right-hand man, called Li Hongyue, also a peerless heavenly pride. So powerful? But what about that black leather-clad parasite? Why is it able to fight against Li Hongyue? I have a feeling that the latter is most likely a top life-level parasite. Otherwise it would be impossible to fight a peak sect master. Hiss. Are all parasites and parasitic beasts so terrifying that they can be on par with a peak sect master in 3 or 4 days? All the viewers watching the live broadcast nationwide couldn't help but be shocked. However, it was at this moment, a terrifying pressure, from the distant sky, spread over crazily, as if locusts were passing through, covering the sky. All living beings couldn't help but stop fighting, their gazes looking towards that direction in fear. Only Li Jiansheng, who was fighting with the Blood Dragon Overlord in an incomparable mess, looked in that direction with incomparable excitement. "It's Martial King! It's Lord Martial King! Ha 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 ha! All of you damned parasitic beasts! Damned parasites! All of you wait to die, you guys!" Everyone's face changed at these words. Martial King! It must be known that there was a difference between an innate and a sovereign, and even more so between a sovereign and a martial king. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but show fear in their eyes as they looked in the direction where the terrifying pressure was spreading from. A skinny and bony old man. But not a single being dared to underestimate him, only to see the old man of Martial King descending upon the entire field carrying a terrifying pressure. That old voice also resounded throughout the city by virtue of his true chi. "I didn't realize that the world has already seen a huge change after the old man hasn't been out of the gate for only 100 years. Crap, Martial King, it's actually a Martial King. This is a sure win for us humans. Martial King is bullish, ha 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 ha. I can already imagine how these bastard creatures will die." As soon as the Martial King came out, the audience watching the live broadcast across the country boiled over at this moment. However, the next second, a blood-colored, sky-swallowing python-like crystal heli appeared in everyone's eyes. Parasitic beasts, ancient martial artists, whether they were of the 3rd or 4th rank, whether they were early-stage sect masters or late-stage sect masters, they instantly exploded and turned into blood and water. And this blood-colored python killed straight towards that Martial King old man. The blood-colored heli that resembled a giant python instantly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and all the living beings were not expecting it. Summon that blood-colored crystal heli front of the void fighting high-level parasitic beasts and master ancient martial artists. Instantly, as if papier-mâché in general, burst and died, turned into a puddle of blood, along with the heli on the dark red veins surging, are absorbed into the energy. The bloody heli did not stop there, but crazy towards the foot of the void came to the martial arts king to kill. The speed of the fast. Even the martial arts king did not react. Instantly struck, like a broken kite, fell to the ground. Life and death unknown. Martial King was defeated? Sudden scene. Everyone is confused. eyes are flashing waves of shock, as seen more horrible than the end of the world scene, all frozen in place. The live broadcast room also set off waves of shock. What in the world is this? Isn't that a martial king? Why was it directly killed in an instant? This is impossible. How could a martial king ancient martial artist be so weak? Look at this ability. It could be a parasite. But how is it possible? Parasites as a newly born existence. How could any parasite be able to rival a martial king? Or even defeat a martial king in a single strike? Hiss. What kind of great terror is this? Then the next moment, they saw the owner of that blood-colored heli. A young figure that exuded a brutal, bloodthirsty, scarlet aura, with a head of white hair like a god of death, and a murderous aura in his alien pupils. The entire person stood above the blood-colored python, rising up to the dome of the sky like a terrifyingly cruel master of the world, causing all living things to be subjugated to it. What kind of parasite is this? Why can't I help but want to submit to him even through the screen? What a terrifying parasite! I don't even dare to look at him. The audience in the live broadcast room was already born with incomparable fear, and some of the bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast were trembling at the sight of this terrifying figure. Live. Parasitic beasts and ancient martial artists. Looking at that terrifying figure that seemed to be a combination of brutality and bloodlust, all of them showed endless fear. Li Jianshang was even trembling all over, murmuring with incomparable fear under his breath. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lord Martial King! How can Lord Martial King lose? The instant that blood-red heli appeared, he realized that it was that Black Dragon Hall's evil disciple Hall Master. But he never expected that Lord Martial King, the one who looked out of the corner of his eye, would be defeated in just a blink of an eye. Parasitic beasts. All the low-level parasitic beasts, sensing the terrifying, life-class originating pressure on Wu Qi, were all submissive. Only the four great overlords, as well as the Blood Dragon Overlord, were still standing, but their pupils were also filled with fear at this moment. Your Highness, it's your Highness. Ha ha ha. What kind of bullshit Martial King is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Lord Hallmaster? And at this moment, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace reacted, instantly exclaiming in excitement all over. Each and every one of them no longer had the fear they had earlier, replaced by endless exuberance. Li Hongyue. At this moment, she had already been killed by Feng Wanxi, but still retained a chance to catch her breath. However, at this instant, when she saw Wu Qi's figure, as well as the terrifying pressure coming from Wu Qi's body, all the beliefs in her body collapsed at this moment. Kill him? Kill the Black Dragon Hall Master to avenge Su Yuan's family? How is this possible? This kind of terrifying monster-like existence, how could it be possible for her to kill? She'll die. Definitely will die. Endless fear climbed out of Li Hongyu's heart, eventually consuming her entire being. Li Hongyu was also in a flash. She lost her will to fight and lost all 6 gods. The entire person was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, Wu Qi was the absolute master of the world. But soon, a wretched figure slowly rose up in the air above the earth below. Martial King, only to see his pale face erupted with endless anger. And along with it, there was also an endless amount of true qi. Like an ocean, it gathered from the dome of the sky, from the earth, and from all directions, like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Die, I want you to die. And also at this moment, all the ancient martial artists were instantly demoralized. Lord Martial King didn't die. I told you, how could Lord Martial King be defeated? It was this villain who sneaked up on Lord Martial King. A hint of madness appeared in Li Jianqing's eyes as he roared loudly. The viewers in the live broadcast room thought the same. Martial King, ancient martial artists really don't die that easily. I thought this parasite was invincible, but it looks like it's nothing more than a sneaky scumbag. When the Martial King reacts, this parasite is bound to die. Yes, what right does a parasite have to fight against a martial king? All these things, humans are more willing to believe in their own side of the strong, although the end is already obvious. But faced with a desperate situation, they can only hypnotize themselves, thinking that the ancient martial artists, human beings, are bound to win. Above the blood-colored heli, Wu Qi's brutal face, revealing a touch of disdain, the gusty wind raging, lifting his short white hair, Wu Qi's pair of heterochromatic pupils slightly flashing scarlet. Then let me see how powerful the so-called Martial King is. In the next moment, he slightly raised his palm, and the blood-colored heli under his feet once again surged out crazily like a giant python. The Martial King's face changed. He felt terror from Wu Qi, as if he was the master of all things, revealing an invincible aura. But he simply didn't want to believe it. He had cultivated for hundreds of years before arriving at the realm of Martial King. Why? Why was this bastard parasite in front of him able to fight against him in just 3 days? It was even stronger than him. This was impossible. Today he was going to prove it. At the next moment, the Martial King's hands cast a top-level ancient martial arts spell. the berserk energy swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, and then was crashed by the oncoming blood-red heli. The martial king couldn't dodge in time and was created to fly out, but didn't burst into flames like those parasitic beast ancient martial artists. Otherwise how could he be said to be a martial king? But even so, the martial king was like a plaything being played with in the palm of his hand, being played with by that one blood-colored heli, above the sky dome, only passive to be beaten. Who is stronger and who is weaker? A glance will know. All the ancient martial artists even began to tremble with fear. Even Lord Martial King is nothing but a weak plaything in the eyes of the parasite. What about us? What are we? The ancient martial artists were afraid. 1, 2, then all of them, scattered in all directions as birds and beasts. There was no one to stop them. Only Li Jianxing stood in place, still unable to believe the scene in front of him. His gaze frantic. Impossible. Lord Martial King could not have lost. How can the Martial King be so weak? The live broadcast room was even more unbelievable, as if seeing the end of the world. Damn it, don't go wild. Spare the Martial King had lived for hundreds of years. How had he ever been so suffocated? The next moment he wanted to exert his full power. However, at this moment the scarlet heli suddenly split into 6 black and red heli, just like the sharpest spear in the world, easily penetrating his body. The Martial King's body was penetrated by the 6 black dragon crystal heli, and in a flash, blood flowed horribly. The scene was beyond horrifying. The viewers of Su Donlai's live stream had been completely stunned. This is a parasite? Is a Martial King nothing more than a plaything? It's only been 3 days. Why would such a terrifying parasite be born? Is there really no hope for us humans? Even the Martial King can't defeat it. So who else can? They were close to disbelief. A parasite that had only been born for 3 days. It was actually able to defeat a human's Martial King who was infinitely close to the top level of combat power. And not only that, it was still playing with it. And the latter didn't even have a trace of strength to resist. It was incomparably overbearing. This parasite's strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? If the parasites all followed Wu Qi's strength, wouldn't the world all have to perish? Thus the viewers across the country who were watching this live broadcast at this moment couldn't help but feel despair for the future of humanity. But at the same time, their hearts don't and can't help but think, aren't parasites also mutated from humans? Then could they also turn into horrible parasites? But soon most of the humans quickly stopped the dangerous thoughts in their hearts, because nowadays everyone knows how parasites are born. That is, after being parasitized by a parasitic cell, it was only because of special genes and other unknown reasons that they were able to survive and not be devoured by the parasitic cell and turn into parasitic beasts that would only prey on humans. And who dared to guarantee that they would be the one with special genes? They simply didn't dare to do such a dangerous thing. However, although most people were very conservative, there were also a small number of people who chose to take risks in order to obtain great power. Wu Qi's wave had also invariably increased the number of parasites around the world. Returning to the main topic. At this moment, the battle scene. Wu Qi's terrifying figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of all living beings, even the parasite beasts that had previously been raging unrivaledly. At this moment, a thick fear surfaced in their pupils. Those low-ranked parasitic beasts, even more so, sensed the terrifying pressure on Wu Qi's body and did not dare to approach. At this moment, all Black Dragon Palace members listened to the order. Do not let go of any ancient martial artist. Chu Beilan even had an incomparably high aura and roared loudly at all Black Dragon Hall members. Parasitic Beasts 4 Overlords and Blood Dragon Supreme Overlord. They were still around. With the strength of the current members of the Black Dragon Palace might not be enough to fight against. And although all of the parasitic beasts didn't dare to attack again either, they didn't flee around. But ancient martial artists were different. Ever since Wu Qi instantly killed the Martial King in seconds, this group of people were directly scared out of their wits by Wu Qi's brutal, bloodthirsty appearance, and each one of them discarded their armor and fled in all directions, completely losing the will to fight. Therefore Chu Beilan directly ordered to hunt down all ancient martial artists. To be able to kill a few was a few. After all, before this, the ancient martial artists had also killed quite a few parasites. Not to say that there was a blood feud, but it wasn't like they could be let off lightly either. Therefore, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace all summoned their parasitic bodies and killed towards the ancient martial artists that fled in all directions. Above the sky dome, the dark red veins on the black and red heli behind Wu Qi surged continuously, crazily devouring the true Qi of the Martial King. This Martial King's life was tough enough. Even now, he is still hanging on to his breath. The Martial King's old body trembled slightly. The remaining consciousness in his mind was spinning madly. He knew that his life force, his true Qi, was frantically draining away. If he didn't do something, he would definitely die. In the next moment, Martial King bit his tongue fiercely. A trace of fresh blood spilled out of his mouth, and his chaotic consciousness, instantly, cleared for a moment. Martial King once again frantically mobilized the true chi in his body, and fought to crowd out the 6 heli that had penetrated his body and crazily devoured his true chi. Then, escape! The Martial King's desire for survival reached its limit at this moment, and he didn't hesitate to exert all of his true chi onto his king-level footwork. Even though he was only at the end of his strength, Martial King ran out 10 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. However, the moment the Martial King had just loosened up, he saw a white-haired, alien pupilized figure slowly land across from him, a cold-blooded look on his cruel face. It seems that I still don't know enough about the strength of the Martial King. I didn't expect that even after being injured to such an extent, you still have the strength to escape, Wu Qi said coldly. Just now, the moment his heli penetrated the Martial King, he had already churned the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the Martial King, stirring them to pieces, only that he didn't pierce his heart. Wu Qi wanted to devour all the true chi in the Wu Wang's body, but he didn't expect this Wu Wang's life to be so hard. No, don't kill me, as long as you are willing. I can become your slave, kill all your enemies for you. Martial King agitatedly begged for mercy. At this moment, he had long been in a sorry state. His clothes were ragged and bloody, and several large holes appeared on his body, wounds that were obviously placed on other people's bodies to kill them. On the Martial King's body it looked that he was only lightly injured. He begged, "You should also know that I am a Martial King realm ancient martial artist. Even if it is placed amongst the ancient martial artists in the country, I can still be considered a stream." Poof. But before he could finish speaking, a heli completely shattered his hopes, followed by 5 other helis that once again ran his body through. Suddenly, the Martial King lost his last breath of life, and finally turned into a dried up and dried corpse, falling into the building below. And after absorbing all the true chi in the Martial King's body, Wu Qi's strength once again saw a promotion. Boom! An unparalleled majestic pressure enveloped the entire sky dome. Blood God Sherry, Black Dragon Sherry, Juggernaut Sherry, Corrosive Sherry, the Evil God Sherry, Judgment Manifestation. The 6 great relics collectively erupted with an unprecedentedly terrifying aura. At this moment, the evil Black Dragon emerged behind Wu Qi, hissing as if it was from the 9th level of the underworld. The 6 black and red heli behind him even fused into a single blood-red heli, and a berserk blood-slaughtering aura, mixed with an endless sovereign pressure, swept through Yunjiang City. Not only that, this time, the 3 energies of the evil god heli, the corrosive heli, and the judgment heli were also caught in a riot at the same time. Above the dome of the sky, it was as if an unnameable Cthulhu monster existed, opening its scarlet eyes. The power of corrosion and the power of judgment were even more unmistakable. The blood god Shelter instantly stepped from the early stage of the 5th rank to the middle stage of the 5th rank. The Black Dragon Sherry came to the mid-3rd stage. The Juggernaut Sherry came to the 5th stage, and the Evil God Sherry, the Judgment Sherry, and the Corrosion Sherry all reached the peak 3rd stage. At this moment, the power of the 6 great relics merged together to form an even more terrifying energy. Red, black, purple, gold, gray, and white-colored breaths rolled about. Wu Xia looked like a master of all things that combined evil, brutality, bloodthirstiness, and cold-bloodedness in one, terrifying and manic. This incomparably terrifying scene of Wu Xia was also secretly recorded by Su Donglai, who was hidden in the dark live broadcast. What level of parasite is this in the end? Some people are dumbfounded, incomparably shocked. Why? Even through the screen, I seem to be able to feel a terrifying pressure. Some people couldn't help but tremble just by looking at the live broadcast screen. This kind of monster, how can we humans possibly beat it? Some people felt despair because of this. Not only the ordinary humans in the live broadcast, some of the ancient martial artists who were watching the live broadcast also couldn't help but tremble at that bloodthirsty figure at this moment. Just what kind of terrifying existence was this? Even if it was the strongest ancient martial artist of all of them, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be as terrifying as the person in front of them. 1,000th, 1/10,000th, and at this moment, the headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. After the gradual fermentation of this live broadcast, it instantly caught the attention of the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. At this moment, within the high-level conference room of the Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters, here, even if any of them were placed in the entire country, they all possessed a pivotal position, and even the one with the lowest strength was at the peak Martial King realm. However, at this moment, they were also filled with gravity. How is this possible? It's only been 3 days. How is it possible for a parasite to reach such a terrifying strength? A senior said incredulously. At this moment, as he looked at the image of that cruel figure, his pupils were also reflecting deep scorn. Can it be that the Cloud River City Martial King is too weak? A senior couldn't help but say. However, when he said this, it was tantamount to a heavenly joke, and while the crowd did not say anything, The meaning was all in the unspoken. Martial King weak? One must know. Ever since the ancient times, the group of ancient martialists had continuously weakened. Nowadays, before the more terrifying ancient martial artists don't come out, the martial king is the top powerhouse. And how could this be weak? Even if it was a great deal weaker than their strength, it was still not something that could be compared to a mere Zongshur, or even a 4th or 5th rank parasite. But the key point is, this is just the end of the world. Why would such a terrifying parasite appear? So what the hell is going on here? Even if it's a supreme overlord level parasite, it's impossible for it to reach rank 6 in such a short period of time. A martial king really couldn't figure it out and said, according to their division of parasitic beasts and parasites today, the first was the life class, FSSSS plus 10 ranks, SS king level, SS emperor level, SSS overlord level, SSS plus supreme overlord level. Next was the strength, first rank 9th rank. And for parasitic beasts and parasites to be able to resist a martial king, they had to be at least at the 6th rank. But even at the highest SSS plus supreme overlord level today, I haven't seen any parasite beast that has grown to such a terrifying level. Even the parasites were too slow to promote compared to the parasitic beasts. Perhaps this is a life level parasite that is above the SSSS plus supreme overlord level and higher. A very prestigious peak martial king amongst the higher echelons guessed. As soon as these words were uttered, a loud hiss resounded in the conference room as all the top martial kings sucked in a breath of cool air. Not only that, after the martial king of Yunjiang City was killed by him, he was devoured by his parasitic body to become a dried up and dried corpse. I guess that I'm afraid that this son possesses the ability to devour the power of others, or else it wouldn't be possible for him to have grown to such an extent in a short period of time. The peak martial king of the party added. All the top echelons had also watched the full livestream of Wu Qi killing the martial king of Yunjiang City, and had also watched the scene of Wu Qi devouring the martial king in their eyes. Devouring the power of others. What a horrible and evil power this is. If this growth was allowed to continue, what a terrifying existence it would turn into. They simply didn't dare to imagine. No matter what, the existence of this terrifying parasite is a great threat to our heavenly martial alliance, and even the entire human race. It was at this moment that the most high-powered existence of the heavenly martial alliance, who was even more of a terrifying existence that had surpassed the martial king, spoke out, and all the higher-ups immediately cast respectful gazes at him in unison, only to see this middle-aged looking man, not angry and authoritative, said, "Since this is the case, then we must not let its self-development. From today onwards, this son is listed as the primary hunting target of the Tianwu Alliance." The moment these words came out, all the gazes of the senior management changed. One had to know that the description prime hunting target was by no means a joke. In other words, after the middle-aged man announced this matter, the Heavenly Martial Alliance listed Wu Qi as the #1 enemy of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. And after today, they would frantically send martial artists to hunt Wu Qi until he died. Yes, all the top brass said in unison. On the other side, Wu Qi, who was far away in Yunjiang City, did not know that the Heavenly Martial Artist Alliance had already listed him as a prime hunting target. At this moment, after he finished devouring the martial king, his eyes fell on Li Jiansheng. At this moment, when Li Jiansheng witnessed Wu Qi devouring the martial king into a dry corpse, the last string of sanity in his heart completely snapped. He laughed crazily as if he was insane. Ha 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 ha, I must be dreaming. Lord Martial King! Lord Martial King! How is it possible? Put! In the next moment, Wu Xie's heli tail pierced into Li Jiansheng's body. Dark red vein crystals surged, and Li Jiansheng's life force was instantly devoured by Wu Xie, transforming into a dry corpse. With the death of the alliance leader, the Cloud River City Heavenly Martial Alliance branch alliance was also officially declared extinct. Then after doing all this, Wu Qi placed his gaze on the body of the parasitic beast Blood Dragon Overlord. His face was brutal and his voice was bloodthirsty. Submit, or die. A terrifying aura spread its voice above the sky dome of Yunjiang City, as if it came from a god who dominated all things and handed down judgment, carrying an unquestionable aura. Submission, or die. At this moment, within the scarlet vertical pupil of the Blood Dragon Overlord, a rich fear flashed, as well as a touch of unwillingness. It is not willing to submit to the human in front of it, but if it refused, there was no doubt that it would be just as dead as that terrifying martial king. Roar! The Blood Dragon Overlord let out a low hiss, as if venting the unwillingness in his heart, and slowly lowered his head towards Wu Qi. However, the next second, a blood-colored heli instantly cut its head down. Plop! Bright red blood soared wildly as if it didn't want money, and the Blood Dragon Overlord's head rumbled and crashed to the ground. Since you are not willing to submit, then die, Wu Qi said coldly. He had never been a tough person, and he disliked forcing others. since the Blood Dragon Overlord was unwilling to submit. Then he would send the Blood Dragon Overlord to his death. In the next moment, Wu Qi's gaze was once again wrapped in endless pressure as he looked towards the 4 Overlord-level parasitic beasts. Are you willing to submit? The latter, like weak chickens and fowls, nodded their heads frantically in fear, their mouths emitting hissing roars of unknown meaning. However, it could be heard that it was fear and the intention to submit. At the same time, Chu Beilan, who had brought the members of the Black Dragon Hall to hunt ancient martial artists, returned. Lord Palace Master, the ancient martial artists of the Heavenly Martial Alliance were basically all killed cleanly by us, except for a small portion of them who fled really fast and we weren't able to catch up with them, Chu Beilan respectfully said. Wu Qi nodded slightly, not caring about how many ancient martial artists had escaped. They were all no longer a threat to the Black Dragon Palace today. At this moment, he gazed in the direction of the parasitic beasts and faintly declared, since the 4 of you are subservient to me, prove your determination to me by killing all the other parasitic beasts. All of them. Wu Qi's bland voice spread through space. First, what Wu Qi was trying to establish was the parasite power. It was not a force where the parasitic beasts and parasitics fused with each other. By accepting these 4 Overlord-class parasite beasts, he was purely treating these 4 Overlord-class parasite beasts as pets. They were not even members of the Black Dragon Palace for the time being. And other than that, those large numbers of parasitic beasts, Wu Qi did not intend to take them in together. It was really the parasitic beasts below the Overlord level that he was not willing to take in as pets. So, hunting all the parasitic beasts other than the 4 hegemons and also devouring them to enhance the overall strength of the Black Dragon Palace was undoubtedly a doubly beneficial choice. However, the moment Wu Qi's words came out, the parasitic beasts below whose life levels were king level or above were not calm. They all possessed spiritual intelligence, although they did not dare to do anything due to Wu Qi's pressure. But to let them die without resisting anything? This was impossible. In the next moment, all the king level or above parasitic beasts fled frantically, and those lower ranked parasitic beasts, seeing this scene also frantically fled in all directions. 4 Overlord level parasitic beasts, Thunder Tiger Overlord, Inferno Rat Overlord, Dark Gold Python Overlord, and Bone Dragon Overlord, all of them flickered with hesitation in their eyes. After all, these parasitic beasts had all been their subordinates. In the next second, the Bone Dragon Overlord was the first to strike. A huge bone palm instantly surfaced, instantly slapping a piece of parasitic beasts to death. In the end of the world, strength is supreme. This is the eternal truth. Between the parasitic beasts is even more so. Bone Dragon Overlord did not hesitate to listen to the words of Wu Qi, frantically hunting parasitic beasts. After the Bone Dragon hegemon started hunting, the other 3 hegemons also started hunting the parasitic beasts. Seeing this scene, Wu Xia's eyes faintly flashed with satisfaction before he said to Chu Beilan, integrate all the Black Dragon Palace members and transport all the resources that can be utilized, 1 point at a time, back to the Black Dragon Palace headquarters. Yes. In the next moment, Chu Beilan immediately began to act. As for the members of the Black Dragon Palace, even though they had experienced the earlier picking and grabbing of the blood sacrifice fruits, and the battles, and the hunting of the ancient martial artists, all of them were already extremely fatigued. However, as soon as they thought that this was the order of the Hall Master, they all immediately acted like chicken blood, and all of them acted again. The blood sacrifice fruits were still growing in the blooming flowers on the vines, and just looking at the blood-colored fruits made them feel even more motivated. At this moment, Feng Wanqi also carried Li Hongyue as if she was carrying a small chicken and threw it in front of Wu Qi. Lord Palace Master, this is the leader of the ancient martial artists sent by the previous Shangjing. At this moment, all the beliefs in Li Hongyue's heart had long been shattered by Wu Qi, losing the will to fight. The whole person was like a puppet on strings, looking stupidly at Wu Qi. Li Hongyue? The moment Wu Qi saw her, he recognized this person. In his previous life, he was Su Yuan's right-hand man, a top-tier heavenly pride of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and his talent was probably an overlord-level existence compared to the parasite life level. When Li Hongyue heard Wu Xie read her name, on her pretty face, a thick fear immediately surfaced. What do you want? Wu Xie ignored her and said to Feng Eveningsi, lock her up in a cell. As Su Yuan's right-hand man, Li Hongyue's importance to him was self-evident. It depended on whether Su Yuan was willing to come to Li Hongyue's rescue. Thinking of this, Wu Qi cast his gaze to the topmost part of the blood ritual vine, the 6th-rank blood sacrifice fruit. At the top of that huge blood-colored vine, 6 bright red flowers bloomed crazily, while 6 blood sacrifice fruits also bore fruit quietly. Even Wu Qi's eyes revealed a flash of anticipation. Predictably, the martial king was not as fierce as these 6th-rank blood sacrifice fruits in front of him. In the next moment, Wuchi directly stepped on the blood-colored heli and rose into the air to the top of the blood ritual vine. Swish! However, in the next moment, several blood-colored vines lashed out at him. Swish swish swish. At the same time, countless black poisonous thorns hidden on top of the vines transformed into a sky full of black raindrops and shot towards Wuchi's body. However, in the next moment, the heli tail behind Wuchi split into 6 black and red helis, instantly cutting off all the vines, and quickly transforming into a huge blood-colored heli to block all the poisonous thorns in front of Wuchi. Even the poisonous thorns of the 6th-ranked blood sacrifice vines failed to penetrate Wuchi's heli, and one by one, they all fell to the ground. Afterwards, Wuchi's figure directly came to the bright red flowers. A heli swept through, and all the blood sacrifice fruits in the 6 blood-colored flowers were taken by Wuchi. Wuchi directly ate the 6 6th-rank fruits without any hesitation, and what immediately followed was a great energy that surged through his entire body from his esophagus. However, due to this energy being too large, Wuchi was unable to absorb it at all for a while, and felt that the energy in his body was still constantly filling up. Wuxia's strength from the 6 relics was also increasing. He no longer hesitated and flew directly towards the headquarters of the Black Dragon Palace. Wuchi might need to digest for a few days before he could completely absorb the energy of the blood ritual fruit. On the other side, the 4 great overlords were frantically hunting parasitic beasts. At this moment, one of the emperor-level parasitic beasts hunted by them couldn't help but hiss, emitting a language that could only be understood between parasitic beasts. Translated, it probably meant why the 4 great overlords were hunting them. However, the 4 parasitic beast great overlords simply didn't care that much, and the blood dragon overlord hesitated for just a split second before his head was chopped off by Wuchi. The 4 of them just couldn't beat the blood dragon overlord even if they were combined, and they even didn't dare to disobey Wuchi's orders. At this moment, the 4 parasitic beast overlords, in order to survive, couldn't care less, and each of them exerted their full strength, not sparing any of the parasitic beasts in the slightest. On Chu Beilan's side, he was leading the members of the Black Dragon Palace to frantically pick blood sacrifice fruits. After this battle, the Black Dragon Palace was already the undisputed hegemon of Yunjiang City. At this moment, the members of the Black Dragon Hall all had a dreamlike feeling. A day ago, they were only the strongest force of parasitic beasts, but compared to ancient martial artists, parasitic beasts, they were not considered strong. However, in just one thought of Wuchi, the Black Dragon Hall had become the dominant force in Yunjiang City. Thinking about this, Wuchi's existence was as if he was a god in the hearts of all Black Dragon Hall members. With the presence of Lord Palace Master, the Black Dragon Palace will surely become the terror of the world. Shangjing, a certain temporary garrison of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. A young ancient martial artist was discussing with 3 other middle-aged ancient martial artists about a map of parasitic beast distribution on the screen. Lord Su Yuan, as I see it, although this overlord-class parasite beast, its strength has grown to an extremely terrifying existence. Even so, it is far from being a match for our ancient martial artists. That's why we should strike first and strangle it in the cradle before it can truly grow. A middle-aged ancient martial artist of the sovereign realm said. That's right, Lord Su Yuan. I also agree with old Lin's idea. Although the strength of this overlord-class parasite beast is extremely terrifying, I think that you, Lord Su Yuan, who is facing a martial king, will surely have a hard time escaping death. The other 2 sovereign realm ancient martial artists chimed in. That's right. The young man in the lead was none other than Su Yuan, the son of the Heavenly Martial Alliance's current young generation's #1 heavenly pride. At such a young age, he was already at the martial king realm. He was the unique defining needle of the Heavenly Martial Alliance today. At this moment, after Su Yuan heard the words of the 3 sovereign ancient martial artists, he also nodded his head slightly. Since this is the case, then the tactics will be set, and we will set out on a crusade first thing in the morning, with his top martial king realm. Even if this parasitic beast at the moment was at the overlord level, however, it was nothing more than an undeveloped overlord. It would easily be nipped in the bud. Yes, the 3 patriarchs sniffed and exited the conference room. The next moment, another ancient martial artist entered the conference room. Su Yuan glanced at him and said, Is there any news from Li Hongyue's side? The latter's face was a bit ugly, hesitating for a moment and said, Lord Su Yuan, Lord Hong Yushi, she was captured by the Black Dragon Hall, Black Dragon Palace. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, the Black Dragon Hall had become the undisputed overlord of Cloud River City. All the ancient martial artists had all fled out of Cloud River City. The parasitic beast forces, under the frantic hunting of the 4 overlords, had also completely collapsed. As for the Black Dragon Palace, since this battle, its members began to expand wildly. Those existences that had originally just become parasites, they had intended to wait and see for a while longer in the shadows. After all, the end times had only just arrived. Ancient martial artists were again treating parasites as parasitic beasts and expelling them all. And between the forces of the parasites, there were all kinds of fights. This group of parasites, unwilling to take the risk, has always been in the shadows to wait and see. Now after seeing the terrifying strength of the Black Dragon Palace Master, they all chose to join the Black Dragon Palace. Not only that, some of the original parasites of the four major forces basically began to defect as well. After all, in the four major parasite forces, its leaders were so evil that they even devoured each other's people. These parasite members were naturally also afraid of growing to a certain extent, being devoured and taking the fruits. So after the Black Dragon Palace completely dominated Yunjiang City, these parasites immediately chose to turn their heads and join the Black Dragon Palace. Even the four remaining parasite powerheads were all choosing to join the Black Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, although the Black Dragon Palace was not a force of righteousness, however, it would not allow this kind of existence that devoured even its own people together. When the heads of the four major parasite forces approached the door, Chu Beilan directly led a group of higher-ups to kill them. At this time, the Black Dragon Palace's group of senior officers had all broken through to the 4th rank thanks to the blood ritual fruit, a massive amount of resources. The latter were simply powerless to resist and could only end up drinking hatred in the northwest. So far, all the forces in Yunjiang City have ceased to exist. Only the Black Dragon Palace, a hegemonic level power dragon, was left, and the Black Dragon Palace's parasite members were close to 5,000. Of course, compared to the 10 million population of Cloud River City at one time, it wasn't worth mentioning. But one thing to know is that not all humans are parasitized by parasitic cells. Secondly, it was that the probability of a parasite being born was extremely small. These 5,000 parasites alone, that's probably 90% of the parasites within Yunjiang City. To be able to use one's own strength to enlist 9 cities of parasites in Yunjiang City, it was enough to see the terror of the Black Dragon Palace. Even from today onwards, the parasites from several other cities on the edge of Yunjiang City, after learning of the existence of the Black Dragon Palace, there was bound to be a steady stream of parasites that would also choose to become members of the Black Dragon Hall. The afternoon of the 3rd day, while all the members of the Black Dragon Hall were busy, suddenly a terrifying aura was felt. It spread out from the top of the Black Dragon Mansion. At this moment, a terrifying aura was perched on top of the Black Dragon Mansion, and that aura was filled with the meaning of killing, brutality, and bloodlust. All the members of the Black Dragon Hall instantly realized this was the aura of their Lord Temple Master. But what shocked them the most was that compared to 3 days ago, the aura of the Lord Temple Master seemed to have become even stronger. Lord Hall Master had been promoted? At this moment, a thought surged through the minds of all the Black Dragon Hall members. The older members of the Black Dragon Palace were fine. They had already felt the terror of Wu Qi before. But the new members of the Black Dragon Palace that came in, when had they ever felt such a terrifying aura? It was as if it originated from the killing god of the underworld. Just feeling it was chilling. In a flash, some of the timid members' faces turned pale, and more members were still excited in their hearts. Lord Hall Master, to be so terrifying, as they were members of the Black Dragon Hall, and their own Hall Master was so powerful, they naturally felt immensely exhilarated in their hearts. At this moment, the top floor of the Black Dragon Mansion, in a spacious room, Wu Qi stood up. At the same time, all the anomalies on his body, encompassing his terrifying aura, disappeared instantly. That's right, he had broken through. Since the last time the Blood God Shelter broke through to the 5th rank, this time the Blood God Shelter broke through again. The strength came to the late 5th rank. Of course, in terms of the energy of the 6th rank blood sacrifice fruits, this energy is definitely enough for Wu Qi's Blood God relic to break through to the 6th rank. But there is one thing. Wu Xia possessed 6 great relics in his body. Not only that, after the fusion of the 6 major sherries in Wu Qi's body, the breakthrough energy needed to ascend to a higher level of life level was far from 1/6. Rather, it was even more massive than the energy required for 6 Supreme Overlord level relics. Otherwise, Wu Qi wouldn't have been able to easily kill a martial king in seconds with the strength of a 5th rank. But it was worth mentioning, in addition to the Blood God Sherry, the other Sheris in Wu Qi's body also saw another breakthrough. The Black Dragon Sherry came to the peak stage of the 3rd rank, the Juggernaut Sherry came to the middle stage of the 5th rank, and the Evil God Sherry, the Judgment Sherry, and the Corrosion Sherry all reached the 4th rank. Although I haven't broken through to the 6th rank, at this point, with my strength, it's enough to deal with most of the threats, except for the group of old monsters in Shangjing. A hint of bloodlust flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. But now that the end times have just descended, those overlord parasitic beasts are enough of a headache for them. So I guess they'll be distracted for a while. But sooner or later, the chaos at the beginning of the end times will pass. And sooner or later, they will also free up their hands. Before again, I must develop the Black Dragon Hall to the point where it's strong enough to fight against the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Shangjing, the point where the Heavenly Martial Alliance was stationed at the time. Inside the conference room, when Su Yuan learned of the news that Li Hongyue had been captured, his face became unsightly. Li Hongyue served as his right-hand man, whether it was talent or strength. In the world of ancient martial artists in Shangjing, she was one of the most heavenly girls. The importance was self-evident. In addition to that, between him and Li Hongyue, there were still some feelings between a man and a woman. Although so far they had not yet poked through that layer of window paper and were still in a superior-subordinate relationship. But whether it was Li Hongyue or Su Yuan, they were both aware of each other's feelings. But now, Li Hongyue was captured by a person who was the enemy of his extermination. The anger in Su Yuan's heart immediately reached the point of madness. He slapped his palm on the table, and the terrifying power of a martial king poured out, and the conference table was immediately shattered to pieces. The branch over in Yunjiang City was completely wiped out. Where is the headquarters? What did the headquarters say? Su Yuan's gaze filled with rage looked towards that one ancient martial artist. The latter was so frightened that a cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "This Black Dragon Hall has already attracted the attention of those lords from the headquarters, and has been listed as a prime target to be killed by the Alliance, and should soon be hunted down by the Alliance's powerhouses." Only then did the anger in Su Yuan's heart lessen a little. Being listed as a prime target to be hunted by Tianwu, its importance was self-evident. There wasn't even a need for such a big battle to deal with a tiny parasite. Su Yuan did not worry that the other party could still escape. Thinking about this, Su Yuan asked again, "What is the strength of this Black Dragon Hall master?" "I'm afraid it's the strength of a late-stage martial king," the latter said. Late-stage martial king? Su Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of shock, but soon he reacted. How long had the parasitic beast only appeared? How could it reach such a terrifying level so quickly? Su Yuan frowned at the ancient martial artist. "Are you not making fun of me?" The latter's face was bitter. "Lord Su Yuan, how could I dare to make fun of you? Otherwise this Black Dragon Hall master wouldn't have been listed as a prime hunting target by those lords." At those words, only then did Su Yuan slowly nod his head. If it was with a fledgling parasite brat, it would inevitably be impossible for the Heavenly Martial Alliance to pay so much attention. But right now, obviously the Black Dragon Hall master really possessed the strength of a late-stage martial king. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but have a touch of amazement rise in his heart. To know, he was the proud son of the younger generation of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Nowadays, he was only at the late martial king stage. However, this Black Dragon Hall master who had suddenly killed out had grown to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. It was necessary to get him killed. A flash of determination flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He didn't want to let a strong enemy grow unchecked out there. Yunjiang City, Black Dragon Hall. Inside a cell that had been temporarily transformed into a cell, Li Hongyue, who was dressed in rags, was sitting on a simple pieced-together template bed. At this moment, her hands were confined by a special parasitic body. This was an ability possessed by a certain parasite among the members of the Black Dragon Palace. After the Black Dragon Palace was established, it was natural for all departments to be complete. There were naturally logisticians who held enemy prisoners of war. Similar to this parasite's means of confinement, there were even fewer amongst the members of the Black Dragon Palace who knew how to do it. Li Hongyue's hands were confined, her head full of red hair was spread out, and her clothes were ragged. On that originally somewhat pretty face, she also looked very weak at this time. At this time, the door of the cell was opened from the outside, and the originally dim room was instantly filled with light, only to see a white-haired figure walk in from outside. In Li Hongyue's godless beautiful eyes, her pupils suddenly contracted. It was as if she had seen some great terror. A strong panic flowed from her expression. This fearful appearance did not require Wu Qi to torture her into confessing at all. Wu Qi directly asked what? Li Hongyue, all brain set out. Facts proved, when a person is faced with extreme fear, is unable to hide words. So far, Wu Qi also roughly understood the pattern of the Tianwu alliance in Shangjing through Li Hongyue. According to what Li Hongyue said, the strength of all the senior members of the Tianwu alliance in Shangjing, the weakest of them are all peak martial kings, and among them, there are even terrifying existences above the level of martial kings. Thinking about this, a trace of gravity also surfaced in Wu Qi's eyes. Although Wu Qi is a reborn person, but after all, before rebirth he is just an ordinary person, only know the general pattern of the world. For the detailed things, naturally, he did not know as much as Li Hongyue. In addition to that, Wu Qi also learned about the relationship between Li Hongyue and Su Yuan. It was more than just superior and subordinate. It seemed to be mixed with male and female emotions. Two emotions? A trace of disdain appeared on Wu Qi's face, but since it was someone from the Su family, then he wouldn't let any of them go. But, killing Li Hongyue just like that would only enrage Su Yuan, and it wouldn't make him feel pain for it. Then, let's see if his feelings for you are genuine. A touch of teasing surfaced on Wu Qi's cold face. In the next moment, 6 black and red heli surfaced behind him, one of which reached out to the door of the cell. The other 5 heli entwined Li Hongyue's delicate body. As the cell door gradually closed, the light in the cell continued to dim. At the end of the line of sight, one could only see Li Hongyue's frightened and unwilling face. She wanted to say something, but her throat was quickly filled with heli and she couldn't make any sound. It was unknown how long passed. When the dimly lit cell was once again lit up with light, Li Hongyue was already foaming at the mouth as she fainted. Lord Temple Master. Feng Wanshi walked into the cell, her eyes looking towards Wu Qi. The rest of her sight did not feel cruel in the slightest when she saw the scene of Li Hongyue's unclothed body. Since Li Hongyue came to kill Wu Qi, then there should be the realization of being killed, or a more miserable end. Take a picture and send it to Su Yuan, Wu Qi said indifferently. Yes, Lord Temple Master. In fact, Wu Qi did not do anything to Li Hongyue. He did not care to do that kind of thing to Su Yuan's woman. However, he didn't do it. It didn't mean that his Hurley couldn't do it on his behalf. And the reason why Wu Qi did so was just to see how angry and agonized Su Yuan would be after seeing his woman being abused? Wu Qi didn't know. But, the more pain and anger Su Yuan felt, of course, it was only the more excited he was. Wasn't Wu Qi reborn in his first life to make these enemies die in pain? Back to the topic. After doing all this, Wu Qi had someone summon Chu Beilan again. Closed for 3 days. These 3 days the Black Dragon Palace was bound to be growing wildly. As the Hall Master, Wu Qi naturally needed to be informed of the current state of the Black Dragon Hall. In the conference room, Lord Hall Master, you are looking for me? Chu Beilan pushed the door in, and at this time, he had changed his appearance. Dressed in an expensive black suit, he looked like some Yakuza big shot, but even so, Chu Beilan still had immense respect for Wu Qi. After all, he knew that everything he had today was brought about by Wu Qi. Wu Qi said, report on the situation of the Black Dragon Palace today. Upon hearing this, Chu Beilan clearly reported all the information about the Black Dragon Palace over the past 3 days. The ordinary people within the safety zone of Yunjiang City have basically moved to our Black Dragon Palace's territory. Parasite beasts, ancient martial artists. After the 2 forces were completely routed, Yunjiang City was the parasite's sole dominance, and the remaining ordinary humans had to choose to pray to the Black Dragon Palace for shelter. To this, Chu Beilan gave a way to deal with it. Let them engage in basic work. After all, similar to post-disaster reconstruction, or living materials, these most basic work. There was simply no need to set aside a portion of the parasites to do this. Right now there were drudges who could work when given a mouthful of food. So why not do it? Wu Qi nodded slightly after listening. Nowadays, the Black Dragon Palace's top priority was to hurry up and raise its strength, instead of engaging in these irrelevant things. But now that Yunjiang City is close to the limit of the members it can develop, it's time for us to expand to other surrounding cities. Once the Black Dragon Palace is stabilized for a few more days, you can start working on this matter, Wu Qi said. With Chu Beilan's current strength, it wasn't to say that he would go and exterminate all 3 forces of parasitic beasts, parasites, and ancient martial artists in the neighboring cities, but expanding to the neighboring cities could still be done. Wu Qi added, I'm going to be away for a while next, so anything else in the Black Dragon Palace that you can't solve, you can look for Feng Wanshi to deal with. Yes, Chu Beilan respectfully answered, then exited the conference room. Nowadays, the Black Dragon Palace's room for growth in Yunjiang City was almost close to its limit. Expanding outside was necessary, and if Wu Qi wanted to take the Black Dragon Palace to the next level, he would need to continuously inject powerful forces into the top echelons of the Black Dragon Palace. In other words, today's Black Dragon Palace is not strong enough. The 4 overlord-level parasitic beasts in the Black Dragon Palace, they are at most pets that look after the door. Other than that, only Chu Beilan was an overlord-class parasite, as well as Feng Wanshi, a SSS plus Supreme Overlord level. It was naturally impossible to pry the Heavenly Martial Alliance apart with this power. Thinking about this, Wu Qi's mind began to ponder. Wanting to strengthen the Black Dragon Palace was also simple. If there was a shortage of parasites of any level, just go and find them. However, the King level and Emperor level were very rare, not to mention Overlord level, or even Supreme Overlord level. The next moment, a light lit up in Wu Qi's eyes. White River City, a small third-tier city right next to Yunjiang City. After the end times descended, it was also like most cities. Order quickly fell into chaos, but under the control of the White River City branch of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, White River City was also quickly established as a safe zone for humans to survive. However, White River City was nowhere near as large as Yunjiang City. The strength of the Heavenly Martial Alliance sub-alliance in White River City was also very limited. Thus, after the safe zone was established, it constantly suffered from the impact of the parasitic beasts. It was on the verge of collapse. The people within the safe zone were terrified. Against such a backdrop, the White River City branch of the Heavenly Martial Alliance had to choose to accept the parasites. After all, the latter were also mutated from humans, coupled with the fact that some parasites also have their own family and friends. Thus a safe zone established by ancient martial artists and parasites was born. Of course, this kind of example is not unheard of in the whole country. Only the vast majority of them, like the Cloud River City Sub-Alliance, which had enough ancient martial artists to fight against the parasite beast endgame, basically refused to accept the existence of parasites. At this moment, the sun had just risen. Outside the White River City safe zone, roar! The hissing of the parasitic beasts rose and fell. It had just dawned another wave of parasitic beasts. It began to frantically attack the White River City safe zone. And the next moment, a large number of armed soldiers quickly surged towards the battlefield. In a city like White River City, where ancient martial artists are rare, today, modern equipment was still the main fighting force for humans. However, the good thing was that the parasitic beasts born in White River City were also far less terrifying than Yunjiang City. At every turn, there were King Emperor parasitic beasts and even Overlord and Supreme Overlord parasitic beasts. Most of the parasitic beasts that White River City faced were in the first or second rank, and some of the powerful ones were only in the third rank, and the latter basically wouldn't rashly impact White River City. Therefore, with the current modernized human military equipment, coupled with the power of the ancient martial artists parasites and the like, it was still considered to be able to cope. At this moment, along with a large number of soldiers pouring into the battlefield, there were also a large number of ancient martial artists and parasites running to the battlefield, and the division of tasks for this battle was also very simple. Ordinary soldiers only needed to clear the first-rank parasitic beasts. The rest of the parasitic beasts would be cleared by the ancient martial artists and parasites together. All of a sudden, gunfire rained down and a large number of parasitic beasts, like a wave of beasts, surged towards the battle line piled up by the humans, the ancient martial artists and parasites. On the other hand, both erupted with energy and killed towards those second-rank parasitic beasts. Among them, the parasites were especially powerful. After all, a small third-tier city like White River City, the talented ancient martial artists were all absorbed by the big cities. The ones left behind are those with mediocre talent, or some older. Compared to this, the parasites were just born. Even Overlord-level parasites were possible. At this moment, among them was an existence bathed in purple lightning that was the most furious. Only that one delicate figure could be seen. Her body was covered in purple metal, forming an incomparably solid armor. On top of this armor, there was a streak of thunder snakes swimming around. With every punch of the young girl, thunderbolts would suddenly appear, and those parasitic beasts with low strength were instantly turned into charcoal. Is this the power of a parasite? Some older ancient martial artists, no matter how many times they had seen the young girl in front of them strike, they couldn't help but feel awestruck. How many days had the parasite been born? Yet it already possessed strength that rivaled theirs. But to be precise, it should be that their talent was simply too poor. But with Shinji's help, we can better protect the safe zone. An ancient martial artist who was over 100 years old said, I never thought that one day, an old man like me would be able to protect the country. Ha ha ha. Another ancient martial artist with gray hair also laughed out loud. In the next moment, the duo instantly killed a second-rank parasitic beast. With their strength as innate ancient martial artists, coupled with the help of the parasite, it wasn't a difficult task to deal with a wave of first and second-rank beasts. Thus soon the battle was quickly nearing its end. Some of the parasites saw the scene and directly feasted on it. After the mutation, they were no longer able to enjoy human food, and instead developed a strong interest in flesh and blood. And now there was a lack of supplies. Naturally, they could not avoid starving. But the parasites are still foreigners after all. Seeing the parasites eating with a bloody face, an ancient martial artist whispered. The other ancient martial artists opened their mouths, but did not say anything more. Roar! The next moment, a sudden change occurred. A parasitic beast's hissing sound rang out, and parasitic beasts like a tidal wave once again surged from the distance. Third rank, it's a third-rank parasitic beast. I don't know who shouted out, instantly triggering a wave of fear in the scene. White River City safe zone border defense front. With a hiss resounding through the sky, a dense tide of parasitic beasts surged towards the safety zone in pieces. The vibrating sound of the parasitic beasts rushing about was even more incessant. It was like a natural disaster coming. It was incomparably terrifying. On the border defense front, All the soldiers on guard saw this moment and their eyes revealed a strong despair. Could it be that our White River City is going to perish like this? A guard soldier said in a trembling voice. Ancient martial artists. Parasite. Looking towards this scene, unparalleled horror all flowed from their eyes. They had seen more than one third-rank parasitic beast alone. However, the strongest combatants in White River City, the ancient martial artists, were only at the late innate realm, and the parasites were even more basically only at rank 2. Except for that one, the young girl who was bathed in purple lightning. The appearance looks only 18 or 19 years old, but she was already a beauty. Purple metal armor wrapped up her concave and convex figure, slightly revealing a touch of Snow White. Will not look bloated, but very slim, will be a young girl's slender figure, showing the most, willow waist surplus, a pair of white jade legs, slightly revealing half of her thighs. Her calves were also wrapped in purple armor, very eye-catching. At this moment, she was standing at the front line of battle, looking towards the tide of beasts that was like locusts entering the country. The pair of beautiful eyes that were swimming with purple snakes were also filled with gravity. The young girl's name was Feng Xiao. It was the one with the highest life level of the parasites in White River City. Nowadays, she was a late third-order parasite. Even if placed in the White River City Ancient Martial Artist Alliance, she was also a top-notch powerhouse. Therefore, Feng Xiao also had a considerable position in the White River City security zone, adding to her beautiful face that was full of charisma. Her reputation was not insignificant. At this moment, the wave of beasts was coming in with such force that it didn't give the White River City safety zone any chance to react at all. When they came back to their senses, soldiers had already perished in the mouths of the parasitic beasts on the front line. The next moment, even though they were no longer afraid, the fear for their lives forced them to pick up their weapons and start fighting back. In a flash, the fight that had just recently ended resumed. The ancient martial artists couldn't care less about their injuries. Their eyes were red as they unleashed the strongest ancient martial dharma they had ever practiced, and with the flow of their true chi, they blasted towards the parasitic beasts. The same was true for the parasites. At this moment each and every one of them desperately killed the parasitic beast. Feng Zhao's grave gaze also looked towards the third-rank parasitic beasts. A rough estimate was that there were at least several 10 of them. Shin-chan, we've already reported to the Alliance Master and the others. There should be support soon. At this moment, an ancient martial artist who was over half 100 years old said to Feng Xin. It was at this moment. A late stage 3 White Wolf King stared at them with a scarlet gaze. Roar! The White Wolf King revealed its white fangs and a low roar emitted from its throat. The ancient martial artist's expression was incredibly tense and he clenched the weapon in his hand. With his early innate stage cultivation, against the late stage 3 White Wolf King, it was undoubtedly a dead end. However, the next moment Feng Xiao took the lead to strike. Thunderbolts exploded and roared in space. Feng Zhao's sinister figure transformed into a flash of thunder. In an instant, she arrived in front of the White Wolf King, the fist wrapped in thunder and lightning, transforming into an endless pressure that suddenly descended on top of the White Wolf King's head. Ow! The White Wolf King screamed miserably, and his huge body was hammered backwards by the inertia of the enormous force. Seeing this scene, the ascendant ancient martial artist old man sighed in relief. Worthy of being the strongest parasite, without her. But, before the former could finish his words, his entire person was swallowed up by a bloody mouth and turned into rations. This side, Feng Xiao didn't have time to care about the death of the ancient martial artist. This was because after she had sent the White Wolf King flying out, the other 5 third-rank parasitic beasts set their sights on her. These parasitic beasts did not give Feng Xiao the slightest time to react and suddenly launched a frantic attack on her. However, merely facing 6 parasitic beasts, with the terrifying talent and power that came from Feng Zhao's life level, it could also be handled with ease. But, as the battle continued to scorch, the remaining few third-rank parasitic beasts, noticing the battle on this side, also participated. In this way, Feng Zhao's side of the battle also began to show weakness, including the resistance of the entire safe zone. All of them showed weakness. At this moment, a large number of ancient martial artists seemed to have received some kind of message. They fled towards the safe zone one after another. When all the parasites saw this scene, they didn't know that the people in the safe zone had abandoned them. They could only grit their teeth and flee towards the safe zone. Feng Xiao took it all in between her fight with dozens of third-rank parasites. She did not choose to flee. It wasn't because she was of high moral character to give up her life for others. If she was able to escape, with her late stage 3 strength, who could stop her? It was just that right now dozens of third-rank parasitic beasts were staring at it and attacking frantically. Feng Zhao's hasty escape would only lead to a faster death. Thinking about this, Feng Xiao clenched her teeth and a trace of blood spilled out from her red lips. Boom! Putting together her last ounce of chi, incomparably berserk lightning, descended upon this battlefield. Feng Xiao was like the queen of thunder and lightning, her body bathed in purple lightning. At first glance, the closest third-rank parasitic beast to her was instantly turned into flying ash. Strong horror flowed from the pupils of all the third-rank parasitic beasts, and they all retreated towards the back. Feng Xiao naturally knew that if he didn't kill them all at this time, after all his power was depleted, he would definitely die 10 deaths. Die! Feng Xiao's delicate red lips coldly spat out a single word. The berserk thunderbolts then acted like thunder snakes, crazily killing all the third-rank parasitic beasts. However, another huge body of a parasitic beast intervened in the battlefield, easily resisting Feng Xiao's lightning. Seeing the three-headed black dog covered in black crystals, a flash of despair flashed through Feng Xiao's eyes. It was actually a fourth-rank parasitic beast, the king of all parasitic beasts in White River City. It was also the overlord that ruled over all the parasitic beasts in White River City. The purgatory three-headed dog. If Feng Xiao was in her prime, she might have been able to retreat. However, at this moment, she was at the end of her rope. The powerful aura of the fourth rank spread across the entire field. Tens of thousands of parasitic beasts were leering around her. Behind her, all the parasites and ancient martial artists all returned to the safe zone. Deep despair coiled in Feng Xiao's heart. Roar! Endless longing also flowed from the pupils of that three-headed black dog. It was able to sense it. The life level of Feng Xiao's parasitic body was far above it. If it could devour Feng Xiao, it would definitely allow its strength to rise greatly. The next moment, the three-headed black dog suddenly killed Feng Xiao, and at this moment, the energy within Feng Xiao's body also withered down. Purple lightning dissipated from her pupils, leaving behind only a deep despair. There was no doubt. She was bound to die, just facing the betrayal of the ancient martial artist. Feng Xiao's heart was incomparably unwilling. However, being the next instant, a white-haired figure was reflected in her pupils. A brutal, bloodthirsty, terrifying figure. Behind him, 6 black and red-colored heli tails, like the scythe of death, madly harvesting the lives of the parasitic beasts. The moment the black and red-colored crystal heli descended onto the battlefield, it was like the scythe of the god of death. Between just one sweep, it was enough to harvest the lives of a piece of parasitic beasts, and that purgatory three-headed dog also died violently in an instant. The 3 dog heads flew into the distance with scarlet blood. Surrounding, the pupils of all the parasitic beasts reflected that black figure with white hair and alien pupils, revealing a terrifying dominant pressure on his body. The suppression originating from the class of life on the hierarchy of life even made them tremble. 1, 2, 3. All the parasitic beasts began to frantically collapse. Feng Xiao couldn't help but reveal a touch of dullness on her pretty face at this moment. She looked towards that brutal figure, a deep shock gradually showing in her eyes. Just how terrifying a parasite was this? To be able to instantly kill a third, or even fourth-rank parasitic beast in the blink of an eye? And at this moment, Wu Qi did not care about this group of parasitic beasts collapsing in fear. His gaze looked towards Feng Xiao, and a golden shimmering light emerged from his pair of alien pupils. Feng Xiao saw Wu Xi's handsome face, but it revealed a sense of madness. At this moment, Curly retracted behind Wu Qi and coiled behind him. It prompted him to be as terrifying as a brutal and bloodthirsty sovereign monarch. Submit to me, Wu Qi said coldly. The tone of his voice carried an aura of unquestionable dominance. Feng Xiao only felt the terrifying aura of Wu Qi's body, as well as the pressure that originated from the level of life. Submission rose in Feng Xiao's heart. Plus, if it wasn't for Wu Qi stepping in to save her, she would have died for sure. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao lowered her head and said, I am willing to submit to you. There were no surprises. With Feng Xiao's strength of rank 3, she was simply unable to resist Wu Qi's sovereign sheriff, even if she was a dominant parasite. That's right. The parasite that Wu Qi was looking for was none other than Feng Xin. This was also a rumor that Wu Qi had heard by chance in his previous life, the Queen of Thunder and Lightning. Feng Xin, although it was not an SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasite, but Supreme Overlord level parasites were not cabbages that could be found casually. Even in the huge Yunjiang city, there was only one SSS plus parasite out of Fengwanxi. In comparison, the number of Overlord class parasites was much higher, about 100 times higher. If the Overlord class was a 1 in a million chance, then the Supreme Overlord level was a 1 in a million probability. Even in Wu Qi's reborn memories, even in Wu Qi's memories of his rebirth, the information he knew about Supreme Overlord level parasites was only a few palms. Thinking about this, Wu Qi was about to speak. Feng Xiao, however, was the first to speak. However, my lord, can I bring my sister with me? Although Feng Xiao was not very old, but she also understood that Wu Qi wanted her to submit. Naturally, he had designs on the parasite talent in her. Yes, but you can address me as the palace lord, and from now on, you will be a member of the Black Dragon Palace. Although Wu Qi was a brutal and bloodthirsty person, That was all about treating his enemies. He wouldn't be so rigid in what he demanded of his own people. I understand, Lord Hall Master. I wonder what kind of Black Dragon Hall is? Fang Xiao gazed at Wu Qi with some curiosity. At the same time the duo walked towards the safe zone. You will naturally know when you officially become a member of the Black Dragon Palace. Wu Qi was too lazy to explain this with her. Fang Xiao naturally also saw it, so she did not ask any more questions. At this moment, the two figures entered the White River City safe zone together. And inside the safe zone, where were there any human shadows left? After the ancient martial artists had uniformly withdrawn, all of the ordinary humans had long ago fled frantically. Inside the safe zone, there were only a few scattered materials left that had been dropped due to the hasty escape. It was good that Fang Zhao's sister was still there. She didn't follow the retreat of the ancient martial artists and fled as well. Instead, she had been waiting for her sister at home. When she found her, the little girl hugged Fang Xiao and cried out, "Lord Temple Master, this is my sister, Fang Ling." Fang Xin said. Compared to Fang Xin, who was 18 or 19 years old, her sister was much younger. It appeared to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. With her powdered and carved appearance, she was very cute. However, at this moment, in the face of Wu Qi, who revealed a brutal and bloodthirsty aura all over his body, she fearfully shrank behind her sister. She shrank behind her sister in fear. With a pair of big, watery eyes, she looked at Fang Xiao in a pitiful manner, as if she could cry out at any time. "Lord Temple Master, I'm sorry, my sister, she's still young." Fang Xiao, who had seen Wu Qi's terrifying tactics, coupled with the aura he carried, was busy apologizing to Wu Qi. "No harm done." Wu Qi slightly shook his head. Just a pair of heterochromatic pupils glanced at the little girl's body. There was a flickering color of contemplation in his gaze. The next moment, Wu Qi suddenly spoke. "What does your sister's parasitic body look like?" "That's right. Fang Ling was just like her sister, Fang Xin. It was also a parasite. It was still a parasite that was at a higher life level than her sister. A SSS plus Supreme Overlord level parasite. You know, this is a rarity in all of China. I didn't expect that he would find a Supreme Overlord level parasite just like this. This wave was a buy one get two free." Just now, he was pondering which terrifying parasite the little girl in front of him was from his previous life. However, she just didn't look for a matching character in her memory, which was why she opened her mouth to ask, "Lord Temple Master, my sister's parasitic body is similar to mine. Only hers is black lightning." Fang Xiao returned. "Black lightning?" Wu Qi frowned slightly. Obviously there was no Supreme Overlord level parasitic body that matched Fang Ling's before he was reborn. But soon Wu Qi was relieved. After all, it wasn't like all Supreme Overlord class parasites survived. Fang Xin could survive in the afterlife and become the Queen of Thunder and Lightning that was rumored to be in the mouths of the people. But Fang Ling might just fall in disgrace in some accident. Geniuses died young. This was a very common thing. However, since Fang Ling's parasitic body was at the Supreme Overlord level, it was even higher than her sister Fang Zhao's life level. This was naturally an extremely favorable one for the Black Dragon Palace as well. Fang Xin also realized what Wu Qi meant. Even though her sister, Fang Ling, was still young and had not fought with her parasitic body, Fang Xin could also sense that Fang Ling's life level was one level stronger than herself. However, Fang Xin had no intention of resisting Wu Xie's will. After all, from the current point of view, was there an existence stronger than Wu Xie that could shelter her and Fang Ling? A military SUV drove up. This was naturally Wu Qi's specialized vehicle. A member of the Black Dragon Hall Parasite, who got down from the main driver, respectfully opened the rear door for Wu Qi and said, "Lord Hall Master, please." Since the collapse of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Yunjiang City, all military facilities in Yunjiang City had been taken over by the Black Dragon Palace. And in this post-apocalyptic world, the main mode of transportation was naturally by car. Although Wu Qi had also mastered the ability to fly, there was no need. What's more, it couldn't be that Fang Xiao and the two of them could walk back. Wu Qi was about to get into the car. A convoy of cars that had originally traveled from the White River City safe zone drove back and stopped in front of the four of them. And an ancient martial artist stepped down from the car and asked Fang Xin, "Fang Xin, why has the parasitic beast withdrawn?" After all, the ancient martial artists of the Tianwu Alliance had organized their retreat. Yet some people noticed that the wave of parasitic beasts did not seem to have entered the safety zone and seemed to have all retreated. Although the ancient martial artists chose to withdraw from the safety zone, they had to realize that their weak existence would only be in an even more dangerous situation after they went out. A random fourth-rank parasitic beast would be able to annihilate them all. When someone said that the parasitic beasts had retreated, the ancient martial artist hierarchy immediately dispatched an ancient martial artist to investigate. It was a shock when they didn't probe. The originally ferocious tide of parasitic beasts had inexplicably receded, and they hadn't even entered the safe zone. Even White River City's parasitic beast overlord, the Purgatory three-headed dog, was killed for unknown reasons. 3 heads were left in place, and on top of that there was a patch of corpses at the scene, although it was unknown what had happened. But what the White River City ancient martial artist hierarchy knew was that the White River City 4th-rank parasitic beast overlord, the Purgatory three-headed dog, was dead. Right now, even if the other 3rd-rank parasitic beasts were to gather in the Kung Fu safe zone again, with the strength of the higher-ups, it would be enough to fend them off. That's right, they had previously withdrawn from the White River City safe zone because they had learned of the appearance of the Purgatory three-headed dog, which was why they had directly withdrawn without hesitation. As for the Parasite as well as Fang Xiao, the ancient martial artists wouldn't care. After all, the parasites were ultimately mutated and fed on flesh and blood. It was ultimately heresy to them. But the most important of them all was still that the Parasite was not an ancient martial artist. Even the power systems between the two were different, so how could they integrate with each other? If the ancient martial artists in White River City weren't too weak, they wouldn't have been able to accept the parasites. When the tide of parasitic beasts receded, White River City's group of ancient martial artists returned to the safe zone in the same military SUVs that they used to evacuate. At this time, the ancient martial artist who had entered the safe zone ahead of time noticed Fang Xiao on the side of the road. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Facing tens of thousands of beasts, Fang Xiao not only didn't die but even didn't die. The next moment he parked his car behind the Black Dragon Palace car, then got out and walked to Fang Xiao, and then suspiciously looked at Wu Qi on the car. When he saw Wu Xia's cruel face, his heart couldn't help but stagnate and a strong fear welled up. It took the ancient martial artist a long time to come back from that fear. Not daring to look at Wu Xia again, Fang Shirao asked, "Fang Shirao, what happened here?" The middle-aged ancient martial artist did not apologize in the slightest for betraying Fang Xin's retreat earlier. Even though Fang Xin had a good temper, she couldn't help but show a touch of anger on her pretty face at this moment and clenched her fists. "Kill him, Fang Xin." At this moment, Wu Qi inside the car indifferently said. And let's not talk about the fact that the Black Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Martial Alliance were already deadly rivals nowadays. Wu Qi alone would not allow his men to have benevolent parasites. If the Black Dragon Palace wanted to become a world-class power, its methods must never be kind. They must be cruel. In the face of someone who betrayed them, there was no reason to let them go? Yes. Fang Xiao also answered in a cold voice, her gaze incomparably cold. She was not some kind-hearted and soft-hearted person. Otherwise it would not have been possible for Wu Qi to become the Queen of Thunder and Lightning that the population had been rumored to be in the midst of the end of the world before she was reborn. What do you guys mean? The middle-aged ancient martial artist's face changed slightly, and his gaze angrily looked towards Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao, don't forget who saved you 2 sisters. You mean, threatening me with my sister, and I have to thank you? Fang Xiao said in a cold voice. Previously, the Ancient Martial Artist Alliance had sent a few ancient martial artists to put Fang Ling under control, under the name of protecting Fang Ling. In reality, Fang Xiao understood that it was just the ancient martial artists holding Fang Ling hostage so that she would be obedient. In fact, the ancient martial artists in White River City did not really accept parasites. Most of the more promising parasites had their handles pinched in the hands of the ancient martial artists. But at this moment, Fang Xiao no longer had any scruples. Incidentally, parasites were different from ancient martial artists in that parasites had strong restorative powers and could recover a large amount of physical strength in a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Xiao was not saying that he had recovered his full strength, but he was still at a point. Thinking about this, Fang Xin once again summoned her parasitic body, a layer of purple metal armor attached to her body surface, with lightning swimming above it. Fang Xin, the Alliance Master and the others will be here soon. If you dare to kill me, you're dead too. The middle-aged ancient martial artist knew that he was no match for the late stage 3 parasite, and threatened with an ugly face. But Fang Xiao no longer had any scruples at this point. No matter how strong the ally in the middle-aged ancient martial artist's mouth was, could it be stronger than Lord Temple Master? The next second, Fang Xiao's swift and furious fist landed on the middle-aged ancient martial artist's face. With just one punch, the middle-aged ancient martial artist completely lost his life, and his body flew out backwards, rolling 100 meters before coming to a stop. At this time, the convoys of ancient martial artists from Baihe City also arrived, and when the senior management of the Baihe City Heavenly Martial Alliance saw the scene, the leader of the alliance, Yang Guangshen, immediately descended from an off-road vehicle at the very front. Also coming down were a group of senior members of the White River City Heavenly Martial Alliance. Fang Xin, how dare you kill an ancient martial artist in public? My Heavenly Martial Alliance feeds you and protects your sister's safety, and this is how you repay my Heavenly Martial Alliance. Parasites are indeed a bunch of blood and flesh-eating beasts. Just after getting off the bus, this group of ancient martial artists began to verbally attack Fang Xiaoxiao. These words could only be said by a group of shameless people like them. Fang Xiao, a parasite, ate blood and flesh, and with her strength, how could she not be able to hunt and kill a parasite beast? And the so-called protection of Fang Ling's safety is even more ridiculous. Sending a few ancient martial artists to hold her hostage and calling it protection and safety? Yang Guangxing also spoke in a cold voice. Since you are unkind, don't blame me, the Heavenly Martial Alliance, for being unrighteous. Arrest Fang Ling for me. Yang Guangxing did not have the intention of killing Fang Xiao for revenge. After all, Fang Xin was currently a powerful fighting force for White River City as long as he was utilized, and this naturally required the use of Fang Ling, Fang Xin's sister. As the voice fell, several ancient martial artists made a move to grab Fang Ling, but the next second a heli tail suddenly killed. Yang Guangxing's head instantly flew into the distance, still wearing a horrified expression before dying. The other ancient martial artists immediately changed their faces and looked towards Wu Qi, who slowly got down from the car. Previously, Wu Qi had been sitting in the car, and they did not realize it. It wasn't until the moment Wu Qi got out of the car that they realized that there was such a terrifying existence in the car. Brutality, bloodthirsty, terror, black clothes, white hair, alien pupils. Suddenly, they thought of the terrifying existence in Cloud River City next door. The evil Black Dragon of the Black Dragon Hall. Even though it was the end of the world nowadays, it wasn't an era of closed information. And after that war that was broadcast live across the country, the Black Dragon Hall's Hall Master, who with a little bit of status didn't know about such a terrifying existence. Therefore, Wu Qi also had an additional title, Black Dragon. You are the Black Dragon of the Black Dragon Hall. It's the Black Dragon of the Black Dragon Palace. Not good. Run away. In a flash, the ancient martial artists of White River City looked like they had seen the black and white irregulars, their faces pale with fear. Put. 6 heli tails emerged behind Wu Qi at the same time, harvesting the life of an ancient martial artist in an instant. Between the crystal veins surging on the heli tails, the next second that ancient martial artist was transformed into a dried up and withered corpse. The high-level ancient martial artists of the White River City Heavenly Martial Alliance were even more frightened at this scene, and they frantically squeezed the true Qi in their bodies, wanting to escape from the clutches of the demon Wu Qi. Unfortunately, in the face of Wu Xie's terrifying black and red heli tail, whatever these people did was futile. In just a single instant, all the White River City ancient martial artist executives were devoured by Wu Xie's heli tail. Such a small amount of true Qi, really weak, Wu Qi said disdainfully. These true Qi that he had devoured, after being integrated into his body, was simply the same as a drop of water entering the sea, without splashing a single ripple. And just this little bit of true Qi, since it made Wu Qi's heart very disdainful. But after all, it was just a small White River City. How strong could an ancient martial artist be? Lord Temple Master is so powerful. How had Fang Xiao ever seen such a terrifying scene? At this moment, her pretty face was already covered in shock, and her small mouth was slightly open so wide that she could almost stuff down an egg. One must know that previously, the White River City Heavenly Martial Alliance ancient martial artist was already a peak powerhouse in her eyes. However, she didn't expect that even all of the top ancient martial artists in White River City would still be like ants in the eyes of Lord Palace Master. In almost an instant, all of them had their lives harvested. Get in the car, Wu Qi said coldly, then directly got into the military SUV. Yes, Fang Xiao did not have time to think too much. Seeing that Wu Qi had already gotten into the vehicle, she busily pulled Fang Ling's hand and also got into the vehicle. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon Hall Parasite also closed the car door and came to the driver's seat to start the military Land Cruiser and drove in the direction of Yunjiang City. How is this possible? The Alliance Master and the others are dead. The remaining ancient martial artists, as well as those parasites who had originally fled after them, were even more incredulous and shocked when they saw this scene. Wu Qi's terrifying and cruel figure, as if it was the god of death, was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. A needle could be heard on the scene. Countless thoughts and speculations flashed through their minds, and finally, with an ah scream, blood spilled, breaking the silence of the scene. Everyone followed the sound and saw a parasite striking out to kill an ancient martial artist. You bunch of flaunting ancient martial artists. Now this group of old things that sheltered you, let's see if I don't kill you. That parasite roared angrily. As one of the more powerful members among the parasites, his family was then controlled by this group of brute ancient martial artists in an attempt to use it to hold him hostage to sell his life for the Tianwu Alliance. But now that the top Tianwu executives were dead, he could no longer hold back his killing intent at this moment and frantically killed the ancient martial artists. And there were not a few who had the same experience as this parasite. In addition, although the parasites in White River City were equal in strength to the ancient martial artists, or even more powerful. Their status in White River City was lower than that of the ancient martial artists. Almost all parasites had long been dissatisfied with this. It was only a few high-level powerhouses that suppressed them. But now that these few old things were all dead, they instantly had no scruples. Kill these motherfucking animal ancient martial artists. F***ck and **gare. I've been putting up with your group of ancient martial artists for a long time. Pretending for me every day. Pretending your asses off. You bunch of old things. You don't even look at how much you weigh. Ha 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 ha. Now that your backer is dead, I'll see how you can still flaunt your power. The parasites hissed one by one at this moment. Directly summoning their parasitic bodies, they began to kill the ancient martial artists around them in a frenzy. Thus, the scene directly evolved into a great battle between the parasites and the ancient martial artists. But, compared to a group of elderly ancient martial artists, it is obvious that the young parasites are much more powerful. Just one photo, ancient martial artists lost the battle and began to flee. However, the oppressed parasites would not let them go. All of the parasites began to frantically hunt down the ancient martial artists until the last ancient martial artist completely lost his life. After all this, the parasites of White River City had regrouped together. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was too difficult to rely on a single person's strength to survive, and it was everyone's consensus to embrace the group to keep warm. After killing these beastly ancient martial artists, what should we do next? A parasite couldn't help but ask. His gaze cast towards one of the strongest parasites. As soon as these words came out, the other parasites also looked at the red-clothed parasite. The latter pondered briefly for a moment and said in a deep voice, "It's too difficult for us to survive in the end times with our strength. I'm afraid that the parasite lord who took Shinzi away just now should be a big shot of some parasite power. If we can join the power behind him, we will definitely not have to worry about survival." At these words, the rest of the parasites chimed in. "I think this idea is fine. That Lord Parasite is definitely a certain great person that we can't imagine." Hiss. Just now I didn't even dare to meet that lord's eyes. What a terrifying killing Valvora. The one who can instantly kill that group of old things from the Heavenly Martial Alliance in White River City. I don't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying existence it is. All the parasites couldn't help but feel trembling when they thought of Wu Chi's cruel figure just now. But we don't know what power that lord comes from. At this time, however, a parasite said. Then immediately a parasite said excitedly, "I know who that lord is." Everyone's gazes swiped at this person as soon as these words were uttered. The latter hurriedly said, "That lord is the overlord of Cloud River City, the Black Dragon Hall Master. A few days ago I watched that lord in the live broadcast of the war between the three major forces of ancient martial artists, parasitic beasts, and parasites in Yunjiang City. In today's Cloud River City, the two major forces of ancient martialists and parasitic beasts are almost completely wiped out, and it's already the Black Dragon Hall that's dominating the city." Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air as shock surfaced in their eyes. One must know that Yunjiang City was the only first-tier city in Xanadu-ro province, and naturally, it was also the place where the strongest ancient martial artists in Xanadu-ro province were gathered. It could be said that the Cloud River City Heavenly Martial Alliance branch was the city with the strongest overall strength in Xanadu province. Yet such a strong Heavenly Martial Alliance sub-alliance was defeated by a newly born parasite force? At this moment, the parasite added, "Moreover, even martial kings are like toys in the hands of this Lord Parasite, being easily toyed with to death by the Lord Parasite. In addition, the Black Dragon Palace has just been established and is bound to lack members, so we can definitely join at this time." What? Even martial kings are like toys in that lord's hands? Hearing this, all of the parasites were once again plunged into incomparable shock. Even the martial king is not even a match for that lord. Waves of shock rose in the hearts of all the parasites at the thought of this. One must know that this is a martial king. Nowadays, the realm of ancient martial practitioner cultivation has long been announced, and all human beings know that it is the 9th level of chi refining, the innate, the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak stage, the 6th level of the sovereign master, and the 7th level of the martial king. The strongest ancient martial artists in White River City were only at the peak of the innate stage. However, to them, this was already an unrivaled powerhouse. But at this time, someone suddenly told them that there were already parasites that were born not long ago like them, and that they were able to play with martial king ancient martial artists in the palm of their hands. This was a top-notch battle power that was infinitely close to that of an ancient martial artist. This news was undoubtedly like heavy dynamite exploding within their minds. No one doubted whether this news was false, because Wu Chi's terrifying and brutal figure had already given them the answer. Thinking about this, all the parasites could imagine what a terrifying existence the Black Dragon Palace was. Excitement then erupted from the eyes of all the parasites. If one could join such a terrifying force, it would be like getting into Qingbei before the end of the world. It would be a great honor. The strongest red-clothed parasite was also excited upon hearing this. In that case, let's head to Yunjiang City now. Shangjing City, Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters. I wonder when the Alliance headquarters will send someone to hunt down that Black Dragon Hall's evil disciple Hallmaster. Su Yuan couldn't help but think in his heart as he walked through the headquarters building. At this time, he had already completed the mission of hunting the Overlord-class parasite beast, and with his strength at the late Martial King stage, dealing with an Overlord-class parasite beast that was still in the process of development would naturally be a piece of cake. Therefore, right after completing the mission, he rushed back to the Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters without stopping. On the one hand, he was coming back to report back and receive some resources for his daily cultivation. Secondly, he also came for the information about the Alliance's crusade against the Black Dragon Hall. Since the Black Dragon Hall master had captured Li Hongyue, several days had passed. He had long heard that Black Dragon Hall master Wu Xia was incomparably brutal. He treated all his enemies with direct killings, while treating his enemies even more brutally. However, Wu Xia did not kill Li Hongyu. Although this made Su Yuan very grateful, there was another point that he did not understand. Why did Wu Xia want to capture Li Hongyu? Did he want to use it to threaten him? But Su Yuan didn't see anyone from the Black Dragon Palace contacting him either. Plus, Li Hongyue was already extremely beautiful. As a man, he didn't believe that Black Dragon Hall master didn't have half a thought about Li Hongyue, even though everything was still unknown and not capped. But the more this happened, the more apprehensive Su Yuan's heart became. Li Hongyue could be the woman he, Su Yuan, had his eyes on. Even if he let Li Hongyue be killed by Wu Qi, he would never want to see Li Hongyue being defiled by another man. We must kill this Black Dragon Hall master earlier. Thinking about this, Su Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. However, at this very moment, Su Yuan suddenly received a phone call, and the voice on the other end of the phone was slightly trembling. Lord Su Yuan, the Black Dragon Hall has sent you a picture of Lord Li Hongyu. Li Hongyue's photo? Su Yuan froze. He did not expect that the Black Dragon Hall, which had been silent for so long, would send him a message today, or a photo of Li Hongyue. A sense of uncertainty could not help but rise in Su Yuan's heart. The Black Dragon Hall captured Li Hongyu and sent him a message contact he could think of. After all, Wu Qi had slaughtered his entire Su family, and was obviously running to take revenge, and in the end, he was bound to want to kill him. Su Yuan. But why was it that the Black Dragon Hall sent not a threatening message, but a picture of Li Hongyu? Thinking of this, the foreboding of uncertainty in Su Yuan's heart grew stronger. Where is the picture? Su Yuan asked in a deep voice. The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, I've already sent it to your mailbox. Then Su Yuan immediately clicked on the mailbox to check it, and indeed saw a picture sent by a subordinate. The character in the picture was naturally also Li Hongyue, only that the Li Hongyue in the picture had long since become unconscious, with her clothes uncovered and foaming at the mouth. It was hard not to let one's imagination come to mind, almost as if her eyes were rolling upwards in white. The Black Dragon Palace's motive for sending this picture was self-evident. Boom! Su Yuan's eyes split at the sight of this scene. The infinite rage in his heart was instantly triggered, and the machine in his hand was suddenly shattered into powder by the terrifying True Qi. Shattering it into powder, the aura of a martial king descended upon the headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, accompanied by the sound of Su Yuan's agonizing roar. Black Dragon Hall Master Wu Qi. Su Yuan, will make sure you die. After this, because under Su Yuan's intervention, the Heavenly Martial Alliance directly dispatched 3 ancient martial artists of the late Martial King realm to Yunjiang City, bound to strangle the Black Dragon Hall in its cradle. Yunjiang City, Black Dragon Hall. As Yunjiang City and White River City were not very far apart from each other, 2 hours later, the military SUV that Wu Qi was traveling in stopped under the Black Dragon Mansion. Lord Palace Master. As soon as Wu Qi stepped out of the vehicle, several third-rank parasites stationed at the Black Dragon Mansion immediately cast respectful gazes and greeted him. Follow me. Wu Qi didn't pay much attention to it, but just spoke to Feng Xiao Feng Ling behind him, and walked directly towards the sightseeing elevator leading to the top floor of the Black Dragon Mansion. Yes, Feng Xin didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed the pace, while marveling in his heart. Unexpectedly, a third-rank parasite was only a janitor in the Black Dragon Hall? To know that, when placed in White River City, that would be a top-tier fighting force. If White River City had such a terrifying force, how could it be afraid of the parasite beast tide? However, this was still the early stage of the end times, and there were already parasite forces that had developed to such an extent. At this moment, Feng Xiao also realized what kind of behemoth the Black Dragon Palace was. The sightseeing elevator was surrounded by transparent glass, from which one could overlook the cityscape of Yunjiang City. Although a large part of the city had already been reduced to ruins, the city was even colder. But with this, You can still get a glimpse of the city's prosperity before the end of the world. Ding! As the elevator bell rang, the three of them arrived at the top floor of the Black Dragon Mansion. Your Highness. At this moment, Feng Wanqi was already standing outside the elevator waiting. For the next period of time, you are responsible for training the two of them. Wu Qi said straight to the point. It didn't matter if it was the Overlord-level Parasite Feng Xiao or the Supreme Overlord-level Feng Ling. Both were bound to be two powerful forces in the Black Dragon Palace in the future. Especially the Supreme Overlord-class Parasite Feng Ling. The potential that the latter possessed was definitely more powerful than Feng Xin, who would be called the Queen of Thunder and Lightning in the future. This kind of existence naturally had to develop their potential as quickly as possible in the early stages. Thinking about this, a black and a red two parasites appeared in Wu Qi's hands, and the pressure of the sovereign sheriff was quietly released. Eat them. After the experience of being reduced to a parasitic beast's ration in his last life, Wu Qi's mentality had long undergone a sea change. Treating anyone, he would only pedestrianize those who were absolutely loyal to him. And as long as it is the Black Dragon Palace's high-level power, it is inevitable that it should be firmly grasped in their own hands, so as to ensure foolproof. Parasite. Feng Xiao immediately understood that this was the means Wu Qi used to control the two sisters. However, at the same time, Feng Xiao also understood that if it wasn't for Wu Qi's help, she would have died in that beast tide. If Feng Xiao did not want to eat this parasite, then Wu Xia would kill them again, and she would not be able to stop it. Thinking of this, Feng Zhao's heart was ruthless and grabbed one of the red parasites and ate it. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you want to live, you can only grab whatever you can. When Feng Ling saw her sister decisively eat the parasites, coupled with the pressure of Wu Xia's sovereign shell, a hint of strength also appeared on her delicate face as she closed her eyes and ate the black parasites. However, Wu Qi's parasites did not cause any harm to their bodies. The two sisters who felt that there was no abnormality in their bodies naturally felt much more at ease all of a sudden. Seeing that the two sisters ate the parasite, Wu Qi did not say any more. Then from now on, you guys will train with her. Leaving behind such a sentence, Wu Qi walked towards the conference room. The two women's gazes fell on Feng Wanqi's marvelous figure. Feng Xiao opened her mouth. Hello sister, my name is Feng Xiao, and this is my sister, Feng Ling. I'm Feng Evening Ruoshi, and according to what Lord Temple Master said, from today onwards, I'll be the teacher of you two sisters. Feng Evening Ruoshi nodded slightly. Since the moment she had just seen the two sisters, she realized the extraordinary nature of the two sisters in front of her. First and foremost, when it came to her sister, Feng Ling's life level was at the Supreme Overlord level. Feng Evening Ruoshi was also a parasitic body at the SSS plus Supreme Overlord level, and understood what a terrifying existence this level of life was. It was also an extremely rare existence. Thinking of this, Feng Wanqi couldn't help but think that Lord Hall Master had previously seemed to know that she was a Supreme Overlord level parasite, and had frantically searched for her in Yunjiang City. Now that she was connected to Feng Ling and Feng Xiao sisters, Feng Wanqi was even more certain of what she thought in her heart. That Lord Palace Master was afraid to have some kind of means of detecting the level of high-level beings. On the other side, Wu Qi came to the conference room. At this time, Chu Beilan was already waiting for him in the conference room. Seeing Wu Qi's arrival, Chu Beilan hurriedly rose and respectfully said, Lord Palace Master. Nowadays, Chu Beilan was equivalent to the steward of the Black Dragon Palace, and was mainly responsible for taking charge of the development of the Black Dragon Palace. It was naturally impossible for Wu Qi to take full responsibility for these. After all, it was completely unnecessary for him. It was a complete waste of time to operate. As for Chu Beilan, after eating his parasite, he was loyal to him. Coupled with the fact that Chu Beilan was originally an Overlord-class parasite, he was also a giant-like existence within China before he was reborn. There was absolutely no problem with Chu Beilan in terms of strength and ability. Therefore, Wu Qi did not have to worry at all when he left the Black Dragon Palace development matters in his charge. Of course, in addition to this, the Black Dragon Palace also had Feng Evening Ruoshi, an existence similar to an agent. As a Supreme Overlord-level parasite, Feng Wanqi's position in the Black Dragon Palace was second only to Wu Qi. Moreover, Feng Wanqi had likewise eaten the parasite. It could be said that today's Black Dragon Palace was officially on the right track. But, just this kind of development is still too slow. Although Yunjiang City is a first-tier city in the country, and there are a few strong ancient martial artists, but compared to Shangjing, where martial arts kings exist at every turn, it's still too much of a difference. If only this development continues. When Shangjing Tianwu Union side slowed down to deal with the Black Dragon Palace, I am afraid that the Black Dragon Palace is not enough to fight against the Tianwu Union. Thinking of this, Wu Xia said, Are all the people ready? According to what Lord Hall Master said, My subordinate has already deployed 300 elite parasites from amongst the Black Dragon Hall, with the weakest strength being at the late stage of the 3rd rank, ready to go at any time, Chu Beilan said respectfully. That's right. Wu Qi at this time intended to take these 300 elite members of the Black Dragon Palace and expand towards bigger cities. This would allow the Black Dragon Hall to grow rapidly. And thinking of this, the name of a city came to Wu Qi's mind, Zhenghai City, an international metropolis whose economy was second only to that of Shangjing before the end of the world. Similarly, Zhenghai also possessed a huge number of ancient martial artists converging on it, including parasites, and the strength of the parasitic beasts was far from being comparable to Yunjiang City. Wu Qi could think of 2 or 3 supreme overlord-level parasites alone, and Zhenghai was also a city that Wu Qi wanted to have to expand. In addition to this, the forces of ancient martial artists in Zhenghai are complex and complicated, and the Tianwu Alliance is not the only one that is dominant. There are many ancient martial artist families that are like dragons that are entrenched in it. What a fight against the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing. The Black Dragon Palace must devour the behemoth that is Zhenghai. Thinking of this, a pair of eyes with heterochromatic pupils of Wu Qi burst out with majestic ambition. Regardless of whether it was Zhenghai City or the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing, all of them would definitely be devoured by him in this life, turning into the nourishment for the Black Dragon's rise. In 10 minutes, have them report to the conference room, Wu Qi said blandly. Chu Beilan knew what Wu Qi was going to do, and at the same time, his heart was incomparably excited. If he could take down the territory of Zhenghai, then the Black Dragon Palace would be truly powerful. Just thinking about that situation, Chu Beilan couldn't help but be incomparably excited in his heart, and also incomparably wanted to follow Wu Qi's steps. However, as the head of the Black Dragon Palace headquarters, he is naturally distracted. Taking down Zhenghai is certainly important, but in addition, the Black Dragon Palace in Yunjiang City cannot be lost. Taking the Black Dragon Hall in Yunjiang City as the headquarters, annexing all the cities in Xanadu province, and even continuously encroaching on the surrounding provinces, this was also a necessary strategy for the development of the Black Dragon Hall. And to do all of this, one could only rely on Chu Beilan himself. Yes, my subordinate will go inform them now. Thinking of this, Chu Beilan only had infinite regrets in his heart, and exited the conference room after respectfully replying back. Wu Qi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He was wearing a black slim-fit combat suit. His body was robust but would not look too outrageous, the type that had meat off his clothes and was thin in his clothes, with white hair and different pupils. His handsome knife-like features were characterized by brutality and killing valves, accompanied by a terrifying dominant pressure originating from the dominant relics in Wu Qi's body. Wu Qi looked towards the Yunjiang City urban agglomeration, and some memories of Zhenghai surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, he struggled in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world as an ordinary person, and his understanding of the world's information was not comprehensive enough. However, Zhenghai City was known as one of the 2 most powerful cities within China, and Zhenghai was known as one of the safest security zones in China before Wu Qi was reborn. Among them, ancient martial artist forces are numerous. Ancient martial artist family, Tianwu Union, parasite forces, parasitic beast forces, and so on. There were even branches of foreign superpowers hidden in China. It can be said that this is completely a gathering of all kinds of bull-headed ghosts and gods of the chaos of the city. If the Black Dragon Palace can be successful in one fell swoop to devour it, then from then on to grow. On the contrary, self-immolation its body. However, Wu Qi dared to march into Zhenghai. It was not without certainty. Knock knock. At this moment the door of the conference room was knocked. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside the conference room door and Wu Qi's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Enter, he indifferently said. In the next second, the door of the conference room was pushed open from outside, and instead of a full 300 people coming in, there were only 3 parasites. After all, although Wu Qi was going to lead them to Zhenghai next, there was simply no need to meet all the parasites right now. The 3 parasites in front of them were the strongest existences amongst the elite of the Black Dragon Palace, and were at the level of the senior cadres of the Black Dragon Palace. All of them were at the 4th rank and above. Moreover, the life classes of these 3 people were not low. 2 of their life classes had reached the Emperor level, in addition to an Overlord level parasite. Wu Qi looked at their appearance and they were all unfamiliar existences. They should be parasites that joined the Black Dragon Palace later. However, none of this mattered. See you, Lord Temple Master. When the 3 parasites saw Wu Qi's brutal face, they immediately felt a great pressure and lowered their heads respectfully. Previously, they had chosen to join the Black Dragon Hall, partly because the Black Dragon Hall was already the undisputed hegemon of Yunjiang City, but more than that, they still had admiration for the strong. Right now, seeing that legendary Black Dragon figure, a trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the 3 of them coincidentally. and they said in their hearts, Lord Hallmaster is really as terrifying as it is rumored to be. To know, just a moment ago, they just looked at Wu Qi. They felt a great pressure. They did not dare to look at him. They have never felt such an aura on any strong person. This is simply not too horrible. From this, submissiveness also surged in the hearts of the three. There is no need to be polite, Wu Qi said blandly. He did not place much importance on some of these manners. What Wu Qi valued was always, do you have the ability to do things for me? As long as the other party did not have the ability, or was unable to contribute to him, then even if you did more etiquette, Wu Qi did not want to look at it more than once. Yes, the three people raised their heads. Although Wu Qi said this, they knew in their hearts that when facing a strong person like Wu Qi, they had to show enough respect in this kind of speech and demeanor. Wu Qi's eyes swept over the three people, 2 men and 1 woman, but the age was between 30 to 20 by their appearance and dress. Mentioning this also had to mention that the parasites resisted the parasitic cells, and most of them were young people who could do all this. Like the parasites after the age of 30 were only a minority among the total population of parasites. One of the men had an inch hair and didn't look like an ordinary young man in society. He was an emperor-level parasite. Another woman wore a casual dress, unable to see her specific occupation, but judging from her capable appearance, perhaps she was a working woman, also an emperor-level parasite. The last young man was wearing glasses, and judging from his demeanor, perhaps he was from the elite of an upper-class family, and was an overlord-level parasite. The thoughts in Wu Qi's mind flickered and he spoke. All introduce yourself. It's Lord Temple Master. Among the three, the elite youth with overlord-level glasses was the leader. After all, he was an overlord-level parasitic body. The elite youth respectfully said, Lord Temple Master, my name is Qin Chengfeng, currently at the late stage of the 4th rank, and I serve as a cadre within the Black Dragon Temple. The inch-haired youth and the career woman introduced themselves in this manner. Lord Temple Master, my name is Li Jin, currently at the middle of the 4th rank, captain of the parasite squad within the Black Dragon Temple. Your Highness, I am Guo Yu, currently at the middle of the 4th rank, serving as a logistics captain within the Black Dragon Hall. Wu Qi nodded slightly, although it was far too poor compared to those terrifying forces in Zhanghai. But after all, how long had the parasite only been born? It was already not easy to grow to this point. However, even if the three people in front of him, putting them in Zhanghai is also a not insignificant force. Thinking about this, Wu Xie said, since you all came here, why should have been clear to you? I will not repeat too much. However, Zhanghai, as the top city in the country, is by no means comparable to Yunjiang City's group of ancient martial artists, and what we are facing will be one of the most powerful forces of ancient martial artists in China. And what we have to do is also very simple, to hunt down and devour all the roadblocks. As Wu Qi's voice fell, the three of them immediately said respectfully in unison. Yes, the three of them, Qin Chengfeng, had known from Chu Beilan before this that the purpose of this trip to the Middle Sea was to make the Black Dragon Palace the hegemon of the Middle Sea. What kind of existence was the Middle Sea? A terrifying city where the nation's ancient martial artists, parasites, and parasitic beast supreme powers gathered. It was only a tier weaker than the capital of China, Shangjing. If they could make the Black Dragon Hall stand in Zhanghai, or even dominate Zhanghai, then as the first batch to establish the headquarters of the Black Dragon Hall in Zhanghai, they would be the first to receive the credit, and their names would be known in China and even the world. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't hold back their inner excitement. As for fear, failure, even before they came here, they were already prepared to die for this. But failure was absolutely impossible. With Lord Temple Master here, how could the plan to devour the Middle Sea fail? Have everyone assemble downstairs and depart immediately, Wu Qi said as he walked towards the outside of the conference room. Having said all that needed to be said, the next natural step was to depart. The three of them followed behind Wu Qi. Qin Chengfeng took out his walkie-talkie and said, have everyone assemble downstairs immediately. Originally, they were ready to depart at any time, and now after Qin Chengfeng notified them, the 300 elite parasites of the Black Dragon Palace, all assembled downstairs, respectfully waiting for Wu Qi. See you, Lord Hall Master. The 300 people were as imposing as a rainbow, all with respect in their eyes, and by this time, they were already wearing the uniform of the Black Dragon Palace, similar to the military uniform like combat clothing. Both can carry many combat props. Slimming clothes can also be convenient for combat. More critical is that this uniform is also extremely eye-catching. From afar unknowingly thought that it was a certain legion going out to war. Outside the Black Dragon Mansion, more than 10 black military transportation vehicles have been waiting for a long time. Wu Qi went straight forward and boarded a small transportation vehicle at the front. Qin Chengfeng, Li Jin, and Wei Yu on the other hand got into a vehicle behind Wu Qi. Depart! With Wu Qi's command, the 300 parasites boarded the transportation vehicle one after another, and all of them went on the road with great vigor. Inside the vehicle, compared to the transportation vehicle, the car that Wu Qi was traveling in was more like a nanny car, with air conditioning, refrigerator, food, and even beds inside. Even the driver's side was separated. However, this car shell is all wrapped in hard metal. The whole body to the black color system as the main tone is probably the previous to get out of the military Big Brother with the car. Only now after the end of the world, the Black Dragon Palace took over Yunjiang City, all into the bag of Wu Qi. From Yunjiang City to Shanghai is about 1,000 kilometers, but considering the inevitable harassment of parasitic beasts encountered on the road, a day's drive is still needed. Dear City. The sky was already dusk, and the dim sunset poured over the small city. Meanwhile 3 ancient martial artists flew from the sky at an astonishing speed. It was at this moment that one of the ancient martial artists stopped in the sky above Dear City, followed by the remaining 2 ancient martial artists. Lu Yuan looked at the other 2 ancient martial artists and spoke. Since we won't be able to make it to Yunjiang City today, why don't we just set up in the middle of this Dear City? There's no harm in letting the Black Dragon Hall villains live for one more day anyway. That's right. The 3 were precisely the 3 late Martial King ancient martial artists sent out by the Heavenly Martial Alliance. They had flown all the way from Shangjing. Even at the late Martial King realm, it had taken half a day in the afternoon, and Dear City had already entered the boundaries of the Xanadu province. Seeing that the night was getting late, Lu Yuan quickly looked for a place to land first. Although that evil Dragon Hall master of the Black Dragon Hall was able to easily crush Martial Kings, but in their eyes, Yunjiang City's Martial King was just an early-stage weak Martial King. Even if the Black Dragon Hall's evil dragon was strong, it couldn't be higher than a late-stage Martial King. The 3 of them were all late-stage Martial Kings, so even if the Black Dragon Hall's evil dragon was strong, it would be impossible for him to fight against 3 Martial Kings with one person's strength. For them, resting for a night in Dear City was just letting the Black Dragon Hall master live for one more day. However, as the number 1 hunting target of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and with the target's strength suspected to be at the late stage of Martial King, normally, the Heavenly Martial Alliance would have directly sent out a terrifying existence at the peak of the Martial King to eliminate any future troubles. But now the headquarters of the Tianwu Union in Shangjing is being held back by the parasitic beast. 3 late Martial King is already the strongest force that the Tianwu Union can take out. Back to the topic. At this moment, the other 2 Martial Kings nodded in agreement when they heard Lu Yuan's words. All 3 of them agreed that this mission would not be easy, but it would definitely be very easy. After all, there were 3 late Martial Kings on their side. So how could that Black Dragon Hall master still make any waves? Zhang Luo said. Well, I'm in favor of resting for a day over here. Previously in Shangjing we were busy cleaning up the parasitic beasts every day. Now we can just take advantage of this to rest for a while. As the end times descended, the parasitic beasts were getting crazily stronger every day. Especially in Shangjing, all sorts of terrifying Overlord level parasitic beasts were coming out. And even SSS plus Supreme Overlord level. There were not a few of them. The Heavenly Martial Alliance, even the Martial King ancient martial artist was busy. Now that he could easily rest for a while, he naturally wanted to be lazy for a while. I wonder if there are any beautiful women in this city. Another ancient martial artist Fong said greedily. Wait a minute, there seems to be a convoy over there. Looking at the appearance, it seems to be a military convoy? It was at this moment that Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto dozens of black military transportation vehicles outside Dear City. But why is there not a single true chi fluctuation in that convoy? Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder in his heart. In today's post-apocalyptic world, the military was basically controlled by ancient martial artists. Even in the weakest city, there would definitely be ancient martial artists in an army. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan thought of a possibility in his heart. Is it a fleet of parasites? Speaking of this, Lu Yuan's eyes revealed a smear of killing intent. Although the parasite convoy at the moment was not known to him by each other. However, after the end of the world, the Tianwu Alliance's attitude towards parasites had always been the same as it was towards parasitic beasts. Kill without pardon. Therefore when Lu Yuan saw the fleet of parasites outside Dear City, he immediately flew towards the parasites' fleet. The other 2 Martial King ancient martial artists saw the scene and followed. For the 3 of them, destroying a fleet of parasites was not a trivial matter, not to mention that it was only a weak city like Dear City. The parasite's strength wasn't even at the 4th rank, right? They were as weak as ants. Fong couldn't help but say. Don't finish killing them, let's see if there are any pretty female parasites. I happen to want to ease my tastes as well. I wonder what it's like to be a parasite. On the other side, Wu Qi was sitting in a military-grade nanny transporter at the very front of the Black Dragon Palace's transportation fleet. Seeing that the night was getting late and the sun was setting in the west, the view ahead gradually opened up and a small city appeared. Wu Qi then said to the driver in the front row, "Stop and land in the city in front and continue the journey in the morning." Although he had a nanny car, on which he didn't have to worry about eating, drinking, or taking care of anything, the members of the Black Dragon Palace were only traveling in ordinary transportation vehicles. From here to Zhonghai, counting the harassment of the parasitic beasts on the way, as well as the road blockage caused by the end of the world, it would take 2 or 3 days to do the math like this. Of course, with the parasite's physique, it was possible to rush to Zhonghai by directly bracing themselves, but this was completely unnecessary. The Black Dragon Palace forces entered Zhonghai. This matter cannot be rushed, not to mention that even if the members of the Black Dragon Palace can rely on their physique to hold on, it will inevitably lead to a decline in their physical quality. Adding to the fact that the forces in Zhonghai were intricate and complex, they might encounter the possibility of fighting at any time. Therefore, resting and recuperating well and maintaining the best condition at all times was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, under Wu Qi's orders, the Black Dragon Palace convoy stopped at the perimeter of Deer City, and all the members began to move in a well-organized manner. They had all gone through strict training before this. At this time, one wave of people was responsible for cleaning up the parasitic beasts in the neighborhood to prevent them from encountering attacks when they rested at night. A wave of people were responsible for setting up a temporary stationing place, and an open tent was raised from the flat ground. There was no doubt about it. These 300 elites had just as if they had already been trained into a well-trained parasite troop. No wonder Chu Beilun was able to become a giant in his previous life. Wu Qi's eyes also revealed a touch of satisfaction when he saw this. After all, it was possible to take a patchwork of parasites and form a unit of well-trained parasites in a short period of time. This was not a simple thing. If it was any other person, they might just really follow what Wu Qi said and casually gather 300 elites from the Black Dragon Palace. At that time, the scene that Wu Xia saw might be a different story again. 3 late martial king ancient martial artists? It was at this moment that Wu Xia's gaze looked in the direction of the sky and his gaze gradually turned cold. Yes. The moment those 3 late martial king ancient martial artists from the Sky Martial Alliance approached, Wu Qi sensed the other party's aura. They did not hide their true chi fluctuations. After all, to them, outside of Shangjing, they were invincible martial kings, so why would they need to hide their aura? Even if it was a parasitic beast, as long as it was a parasitic beast of a lower life class, it would consciously stay away when it felt their pressure. At this moment, the 3 martial kings entered the airspace above the domain of the Black Dragon Palace's temporary garrison without a care in the world. Parasite troops? A flash of surprise flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect that how long had the end times come, and that parasite troops had already appeared even in the Xanadu province. This was not good news for the Heavenly Martial Artist Alliance. With this in mind, Lu Yuan was ready to destroy this parasite troop. However, just as he was about to strike, a black and red crystal heli suddenly came towards him. In a flash of lightning, Ryubuchi only felt a great danger coming towards him. He couldn't think too much and subconsciously executed his footwork, frantically retreating towards the back. However, facing that black and red heli, all that Lu Yuan did was obviously futile. In the next instant, the black and red heli had already arrived in front of Lu Yuan's body, easily piercing a bloody hole through his body. Seeing this, the other 2 also wanted to go up and help Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, 2 more black and red heli appeared in front of them. Seeing the scene, Lu Yuan secretly said a bad. The next instant, his figure has fallen back hundreds of meters. At this point, the black and red heli did not have the initiative to make a step forward. Only then did Lu Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. The wound located in his abdomen was still flowing with blood, but Lu Yuan did not care about the injuries on his body. His eyes looked towards the direction where the black and red heli attacked with a heavy gaze, and coldly shouted, "What kind of person?" At this moment, his heart had already set off waves of shock. A parasite's strength was actually able to injure him and still leave a bloody hole in his body. One must know that he was at the Martial King realm. Even if he was sneak attacked, it wouldn't be so bad that his body was penetrated. But right now this parasite had undoubtedly done this, which meant that the other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. However, what shocked Lu Yuan was far more than that. When had there been so many parasites that could be comparable? And they were even all in the Xanadu province? It was important to know that as a province, the comprehensive strength of Xanadu province was not high in the whole country. However, after the parasite end times, it was obvious that the situation in Xanadu province was the most special. It was at this moment, a figure appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. That is what kind of existence. White hair with different pupils. All of his body exudes a horrible killing valve and brutal atmosphere, and his body has the pressure of the general master of the world. 6 Hurley stood in the back of that figure. Two evil and horrible black dragons are coiled on both sides of its shoulders. This moment, Lu Yuan only felt that his heartbeat slowed down a beat, because he realized that this person in front of him seemed to look exactly the same as that Black Dragon Hall Master Wu Qi. Or rather, this person in front of him was the Black Dragon Hall Master Wu Xie. But didn't the alliance fucking say that Wu Xie's strength was at most comparable to that of a late martial king? Why was it able to penetrate a bloody hole through his body in a split second down the line? Lu Yuan had no hesitation in suspecting that if Wu Xie was able to run a bloody hole through his body, he was also able to make a hole in his head. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's heart fell to the bottom. The person who arranged this task for him was hated even more to the extreme. The strength of the Black Dragon Hall Master in front of him had obviously long exceeded the late Martial King stage, and he was feared to be at the peak Martial King stage. Although the three of them were all in the late Martial King stage of strength, it was important to realize that in the realms behind the ancient martial artists, there was a huge gap in every small realm. The late Martial King stage and the peak Martial King stage were even less at the same level. The latter was considered a giant in the entire country of China. Even the top echelons of the headquarters of today's martial alliance, for example, were only at peak Martial King strength. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, there might be some misunderstanding between us. We can sit down and have a good chat." He did not want to die, unless Wu Qi must kill him. Otherwise, Lu Yuan simply didn't want to completely offend Wu Qi to death. Wu Qi had naturally reserved his hand. Otherwise, in the split second just now, he would have been able to kill these three martial kings. However, this didn't mean that Wu Qi would let them off like this, but had deeper intentions. Incidentally, the early stage of Martial King in Xanadu province was already the peak combat power, and right now a small deer city surprised three late-stage Martial King ancient martial artists. Wu Qi did not need to think to know that this was sent by the Heavenly Martial Alliance to deal with the Black Dragon Palace. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Wu Qi to let go of the three people in front of him. Submit or die. Choose one yourselves. Wu Xie's brutal line of sight swept over the three late Martial King ancient martial artists as his voice coldly said. In the next moment, a majestic sovereign pressure, like a tidal wave from Wu Qi's body, surged towards the three late Martial King ancient martial artists. When the three felt this aura that seemed to be able to dominate everything, the intention of submission rose in their hearts unanimously. But however, they were all at the late Martial King stage after all, and they still had a few points of resistance against Wu Qi's dominating sharpness. Therefore, the three of them did not submit immediately, but instead looked at Wu Qi with grim faces, obviously trying to get them to submit to Wu Qi, who was a parasite. Was a very difficult thing to do. But, in the next moment, a black and red heli tail behind Wu Xie suddenly killed, and Fong Fong's body was instantly penetrated through a bloody hole by Wu Xie's heli tail. But Wu Xie's heli tail didn't just recycle because of this. Instead, it was as if it had taken root in Fong's body, and in the next moment the dark red veins on the heli tail surged, and Fong's breath quickly withered. They were sent by the Heavenly Martial Alliance to hunt Wu Qi, so they naturally knew Wu Qi's methods. Thus, they were clear that this was undoubtedly devouring Fong Fong's true Qi. It was also the evil means of the Black Dragon Hall Temple Master that they were most afraid of, devouring other people's true Qi and turning it into his own power. This ability simply shouldn't be too heaven-defying. If ancient martial artists could be upgraded like this, then the current ancient martial world wouldn't just be at the peak Martial King level to ask for it. At the same time, Fong felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly withering away, and his face changed drastically as he hurriedly said, "Don't devour me, I am willing to submit to you, don't." However, what awaited Fong was not Wu Qi's timely stop. Instead, it was Wu Qi's cold gaze. In just a few seconds, Fong quickly transformed into a shriveled and withered corpse, completely losing his vitality. It seems that a late martial king does have two skills: to be able to hold on for 5 seconds in the midst of my devouring. Wu Qi felt the energy from Fong in his body and muttered to himself, if it were any other ancient martial artist weaker than Fong, Wu Qi wouldn't need 5 seconds at all. He could instantly devour his true Qi in just 1 second. Obviously the late Martial King stage was still slightly different. At least it could last for 4 more seconds. Thinking about this, Wu Xie's gaze coldly fell onto Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo's body. The aura of killing and brutality swept through the space like a tornado, without waiting for Wu Qi to speak again. This moment, Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo were completely scared out of their wits. Even Fong, who was at the same late Martial King stage as them, didn't put up any resistance in Wu Qi's hands and died in a few seconds. And what could Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo, who were also at the late Martial King stage, do to resist Wu Qi? In the next moment, Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo directly fell to their knees with a thud, and in their hearts, they no longer had the high-mindedness and arrogance of the late Martial King ancient martial artists. At this moment, they were more like two people facing some kind of great horror, and said in a trembling voice in unison, "I am willing to submit to you." Wu Qi made Zhang Yuan and the two of them submit. Naturally, it was not to make them submit to him and become his subordinates in the same way that he had taken in the Parasites. Wu Xie's making ancient martial artists submissive was entirely to make them come as slaves for himself. Of course, devouring a late martial king ancient martial artist would indeed allow Wu Qi to gain a large increase in strength in a short period of time. But that was all. After all, one had to realize that late martial king ancient martial artists were heavyweights in the entire country of China. Wu Qi chose not to kill them, and instead used them as his slave fighters. With 3 martial king slaves, the Black Dragon Palace would also be able to better and more quickly lay its foundation this time when it traveled to Zhanghai City. At the same time, he could also rely on them to stall the actions of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Otherwise, when the headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing found out that not even the 3 late martial king ancient martial artists had been able to eradicate the Black Dragon Hall, and even all of them had died, then the next step would definitely be a swifter and more rapid strike. It might not be certain that all the existences above the peak of Martial King would come out. Before Wu Qi was reborn, he did know about the news of existences above the peak Martial King realm coming out of the world, but it was at least a year after the parasite end of the world had descended. Right now, the Black Dragon Palace was a variable. Undoubtedly, it had intensified the emergence of stronger ancient martial artists. However, even the current Wu Qi was not sure if he could fight an existence above the peak of Martial King. Therefore, Wu Qi still had to be conservative. With this in mind, 2 dark green, as if some kind of poisonous parasite appeared in Wu Qi's hand, and he said to the Lu Yuan duo, "If you don't want to die, eat these 2 parasites." That's right, these dark green parasites were the same as the parasites that Wu Qi had given to the members of the Black Dragon Hall earlier. Both were props that could put people under control. But the difference was, this dark green parasitic worm was even more terrifying compared to the parasitic worm he had previously given to the members of the Black Dragon Hall. Regardless of whether Wu Qi unleashed the parasite or not, the person being parasitized would be subjected to the parasite crazily tearing and gnawing at the internal organs every other month. Once a month. Not only that, Wu Qi can also grasp the life and death of the parasitized person in a thought. When Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo saw the dark green parasite in Wu Qi's hand, their eyes were filled with despair. Even if they weren't parasites, they could probably guess what use the parasite in Wu Qi's hand had. It was nothing more than the means Wu Qi used to control them. If they ate it, they would undoubtedly have to work as bulls for Wu Qi for the rest of their lives. As martial kings, it was naturally impossible for them to agree to such a thing. Just, right now, their little lives were in Wu Qi's hands, and how could they possibly have the qualifications to refuse? The Lu Yuan duo watched as 2 dark green parasites crawled down from Wu Qi's hands and slowly crawled towards them on the ground. It was as if they were seeing a countdown to their deaths, approaching them step by step. Eat it. Even if we don't eat it, we're still dead. We should at least survive first. Maybe there's some way to get rid of this parasite later. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Compared to direct death, chronic death was also death. But to him there was at least a glimmer of a chance. He had only become a late martial king for a few years, only a few years of scenery. He didn't want to die. And Zhang Luo's thoughts were much the same as Lu Yuan's. And in the end, the two trembled as they grabbed the parasite on the ground and ate it in one bite. Is it okay now? Lu Yuan's face was unsightly as his gaze looked towards Wu Xi and said. Zhang Luo's face couldn't be described as good either, agonizing as if he had eaten a pile of replies. After all, this time, they could really become a parasite's vassal. It wasn't even as good as an appendage, because their lives were held in the hands of the parasite in front of them. As long as the other party wanted to, a single thought could make them die without a burial place. That's right. In the moment when he had just eaten the parasite, Zhang Luoyuan felt that his lifeline was grasped in Wu Qi's hands. As long as Wu Qi wanted to, he could easily take his lifeline at any time. Now that they were in a situation, it would be more appropriate to say that they were struggling. Your Highness. It was at this moment that 3 figures came running at full speed from behind Wu Qi. The arrivals were none other than Qin Changfeng, Li Jin, and Gui Yu. Wu Qi had sent someone to summon the 3 of them the moment he detected Lu Yuan's aura. At this moment, Qin Changfeng looked at the 2 ancient martial artists kneeling in front of Wu Qi, and doubts coincidentally surfaced in his eye pupils. How could it be that after only a short while of absence, Lord Hall Master had recovered 2 ancient martial artists? Of course, the 3 of them did not know that the 2 kneeling, defenseless ancient martial artists in front of them were still 2 late-stage martial kings. If they had known all of this, the 3 of them would have had their mouths dropped in surprise. These 2 are the 2 dogs that I have just recovered. Next they will be responsible for all the battles in the Black Dragon Palace. At your sole discretion, Wu Qi said indifferently. With his strength, it was naturally unnecessary to have 2 late martial king as bodyguards. With this time, it would be better to devour 2 more people to increase his strength. Yes, the three of them, Qin Chengfeng, did not dare to disobey Wu Qi's will and subconsciously responded. But in the next moment, Guiyu opened his mouth with some curiosity and asked, "Your Highness, may I ask what the strength of these two ancient martial artists is?" Guiyu's words also spoke the minds of Qin Chengfeng and Li Jin at the same time. In the face of the ancient martial artists that Wu Qi had taken in, they associated them with Wu Qi's terrifying methods and understood that it was naturally impossible for Wu Qi to take in any trashy ancient martial artists. Coupled with the fact that all three of them couldn't figure out the two ancient martial artists kneeling in front of them, it was obvious that the strength of the two ancient martial artists was most likely above them, and they were all at the fourth rank. How much stronger than them could they be? Sovereign Master? Or is it the middle to late stage of Zongshi? However, the answer given by Wu Qi in the next second shocked their jaws, only to hear Wu Qi blandly say, "These two are late stage martial king strength. Even if they are placed in Zhonghai, they are still two first-class powerhouses. After all, above the late-stage martial kings there was the peak stage, and even more mysterious and unpredictable higher-stage existences. So even a late-stage martial king could only be considered a first-rate strength, not a top fighting force." The simple answer from Wu Qi's side caused Qin Chengfeng, Guiyu, and Li Jin to raise shocking waves in their hearts. Late martial king. The three were dumbfounded as they listened to this answer, disbelief surfacing in their eyes. They only felt that what was in front of them was full of unreality. This was a late-stage martial king. Not some late-stage Zongshi, not some peak Zongshi, not even early-stage martial king, but a genuine late-stage martial king ancient martial artist. Even in the heavenly martial alliance of Shangjing City, martial king ancient martial artists were rare, not to mention infinitely close to the highest level of strength of the realm that had already been announced by today's ancient martial artists. However, Wu Qi even said that this kind of horrible existence is a dog, and also put two late-stage martial kings, and handed them over to be managed. A day later, Zhonghai City, as the second largest international metropolis in the country of China after Shangjing, Zhonghai City Circle was immense, and at a glance, the skyscrapers lined up and could not be seen to the end. However, after the end times, a large number of top-tier parasitic beasts were born in Zhonghai, which led to the fact that a large portion of the buildings were destroyed by powerful forces and turned into ruins. However, the latter were almost all gathering places for parasitic beasts. Nowadays, the forces in Zhonghai were intricate and complicated, and all kinds of forces were sprouting up like bamboo shoots after the rain at the beginning of the end times reward. Wanting to get a piece of the pie in the midst of this end times, the Celestial Martial Alliance, ancient martial arts families, parasites, ancient martial artists forces, and even superhuman forces branches abroad, as well as a number of large and small forces. It wasn't even true that there were some forces where ancient martial artists and parasites accepted each other. After all, their purpose was to reign as king in this chaotic world. Or perhaps a simpler idea, as long as they survived in the end times, they naturally gathered together because they shared the same philosophy. All in all, nowadays, Zhonghai is more like a hodgepodge, accommodating all sorts of forces from all walks of life. At the edge of the city circle, the area formerly known as the suburbs was the gathering place for outsiders who used to come to work in Zhonghai. Now after the end of the world, this place has become the gathering place of small forces in Zhonghai City. There are 4 forces here. One is the ancient martial artist force Red Sky Sect, the second is the parasite force Tiger Snake Sect, and the third is the Co-Prosperity Gang, where parasites and ancient martial artists coexist. The last one was naturally the Parasite Beast Force. At this moment, inside the territory of the Co-Prosperity Gang, it was a force where ancient martial artists and parasites coexisted. Its 2 gang leaders, one was an ancient martial artist and the other was a parasite. The symbolism of the gang's name was also very simple. Parasites and ancient martial artists working together towards glory and wealth. At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Co-Prosperity Gang, Grand Master, Second Master, a troop of around 300 parasites has come from outside the city, and there seems to be the presence of ancient martial artists amongst them. It looks as if they are the same force as our Co-Prosperity Gang, a parasite reported. A new coexisting force. The second gangmaster's face changed slightly. This news was not good news for them. For a force to survive in the midst of the end times, it not only had to be strong enough, but it also had to have a constant flow of fresh blood injected into it. It could be said that whoever could recruit more members would be able to occupy a place in the post-apocalyptic world. The coexistence gang, on the other hand, was relying on the policy of parasites and ancient martial artists. I want both, and had absorbed a large number of members. But, right now a force similar to them suddenly appeared. Naturally, it wasn't good news for them. With this in mind, the Grand Gang Master spoke out and asked, "What strengths do they all have? Have you found out yet?" The latter shook his head slightly and said, The people who were sent over to poke around were all killed by the other side. And all we know is that it's a well-disciplined force of parasites. There are also two powerful ancient martial artists among them. Only how to say it. These two powerful ancient martial artists don't look like two strong people. They are more like the parasites. Dogs. Parasites. Dog? The big gang leader looked at this parasite in doubt. He was the ancient martial artist gang leader of the Co-Prosperity Gang. Hearing a member say such words as ancient martial artists or parasites dogs, although he knew that the other party was just elaborating on the information, his heart was ultimately a bit upset. Only the situation at hand was special. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and continued to ask, "What does it mean?" The parasite continued, "These two ancient martial artists possess very strong power. They can kill our common glory gang members in an instant, but they are very obedient to the words of that parasite troop. Whoever the other party tells them to bite, they bite whoever they want, and the scouts of the Red Sky sect and the Tiger Snake sect have been killed by many of them as well." What realm of strength of these two ancient martial artists was not detected? The Grand Gang Master asked again. There were both ancient martial artists and parasites within the Co-Prosperity Gang, so it was naturally impossible to not be able to find out the strength of the other party. Unless a little. The opponent's strength was too high, far exceeding the limits of their probing. The parasites were busy saying. None of the scouts were able to find out. "I'm afraid that the strength of these two ancient martial artists is above the level of a Zongshur." What? Above Zongshur? The big gang master's face suddenly changed. To know, even in Zhonghai, the early stage of the sovereign master realm could be considered a mainstay, not to mention the possibility of mid-stage or even late-stage existences, and it was like a suburban force like their Co-Prosperity Gang. The strength of the two most powerful gang leaders was only at the late stage of the Zongshur and the early stage of the fourth rank. Undoubtedly, a parasite force that could use two ancient martial artists of unknown strength at the sovereign master realm as dogs was bound to be no simple force. Thinking about this, a flash of gravity appeared on the faces of the two leaders of the Co-Prosperity Gang. Have they made their moves in the Red Sky sect and Tiger Snake sect? The second gang master said. With such a force appearing within the suburbs, the Red Sky sect and Tiger Snake sect would definitely not fail to make a move. Not to mention that the Red Sky sect was also an ancient martial artist force, a parasite force that treated ancient martial artists as dogs to be used. They wouldn't be without moves, including the Tiger Snake sect. As a parasite force, if this new parasite force took root in the suburbs, it would definitely affect their interests, including the Co-Prosperity Gang as well. The Red Sky sect and Tiger Snake sect have already gathered their members and are preparing to go and confront this parasite force. The parasite added. Very well, then we'll gather our members as well and go see how much this new force really weighs, the Grand Gang leader said. Although the three major forces were incompatible on the surface, they were definitely united, and other forces taking root in the suburbs would only exploit their interests even more. Therefore all three major forces would never allow any other forces to appear within the suburb. On the other side, Wu Qi was sitting in the head car of the Black Dragon Palace's convoy, and at this time, the Black Dragon Palace had already arrived in the suburbs of Shanghai City. However, when the Black Dragon Hall convoy had just entered the confines of the suburb, there were constantly parasites and ancient martial artists coming to pry for information. However, the latter were quickly purged by Qin Shengfeng's order to the Lu Yuan duo. And facing the late-stage martial kings who were like slaves, Qin Shengfeng's trio did not have the slightest fear. They even directly listened to Wu Qi's words and treated the Lu Yuan duo directly as two dogs, which was considered to fulfill their slave status. For the small forces poking around in the suburbs, Wu Qi naturally killed as many as he could. He didn't want to cause any complications, thus attracting the attention of certain big forces in the center of Shanghai. If the Black Dragon Palace wanted to develop and grow in Shanghai, it naturally couldn't just be reckless, directly rushing to the center of the city to fuck all the power heads to death. This is absolutely impossible. After all, with the volume of the Black Dragon Palace today, it simply can't swallow the huge Shanghai. This will only lead to more and more complex forces in Shanghai. Simply put, the Black Dragon Palace's current volume is still far from enough and still needs to grow. Thinking about this, the killing intent in Wu Qi's eyes was revealed. The annexation of Shanghai will start from this suburban power. In the suburbs of Shanghai City, the sun had just set, and dusk poured over the city. At this moment, all the members of the Red Sky sect, Tiger Snake sect, and Co-Prosperity Gang had assembled and set off together towards a destination. The outskirts of Shanghai City served as a place for small forces to develop and entrench themselves. The combined strength of the heads of the three major forces were all around the late Zongshur stage, placed amongst the large forces in Shanghai City. It was naturally an inconspicuous existence. However, in this remote area of the suburbs, a late Zongshur master was already a top-tier powerhouse. It wasn't long. The three major forces converged on a spacious avenue. At this moment, their numbers had long surpassed the number of 3,000. all of them gathered on the three intersections of the crossroads, looking vast. However, when the three forces converged together, there was no scene of swordsmen fighting between them, because today for them, compared to killing each other, being united was the most important thing. As the three major forces in the suburbs of Shanghai, it was not true that they were arch-rivals, but at the same time, in this matter, they all had common interests. Another force has taken root in this suburb. It was undoubtedly a trauma to their interests. It was said that there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Nothing could be further from the truth. Scene. When the three power heads' eyes met, they all understood each other. The Red Sky Sect's ancient martial artist sect leader, Wang Li, raised his voice towards the other two great heads of forces. Since all of you have assembled here just like my Red Sky Sect, which means that the enemy in everyone's heart is a single person, then today, between our three great forces, we will temporarily call a truce for one day, and be united in our fight against each other. Today only, sooner or later, one day, I will widow you alive with my own hands to ease the hatred in my heart. The Tiger Snake Sect master snorted coldly, clearly disdaining the Red Sky Sect master. There was no other reason. In this post-apocalyptic world, the Tiger Snake Sect and the Red Sky Sect were two very different forces, and friction between them was essential. However, on top of that, the Tiger Snake Sect hadn't suffered many losses, and last time, the Red Sky Sect had even designed to frame the Tiger Snake Sect, causing the Tiger God Sect to suffer a great deal of vitality. Tiger Snake Sect master hated to kill Wang Li, living widow Wang Li, otherwise it was difficult to solve the hatred. Forgetting the lesson from last time, do you still want to fight with my Red Sky Sect? Wang Li sneered. After the last time, Tiger Snake Sect was obviously victimized by him, so far did not dare to take the initiative to provoke. The Red Sky Sect and Tiger Snake Sect had a new grudge and old grudge, compared to each other. Co-prosperity gang and they appear to be a lot of harmony between them, although they also have friction. But after all, co-prosperity gang ancient martial artists parasites have. These bottom members are trying to rely on the big power to live. How can be willing to risk life and limb to fight? Meet the same origin of the existence of the same. It is very likely that they will be directly shaking hands to make peace. At this moment, the Grand Master of the co-prosperity gang also hastened to act as a peacemaker. Two sect masters, our purpose now is to be united. There's no need to dwell too much on the past, and it's said that there are 300 parasites in this team. So each of our forces can gain up to 100 members when we divide it up. The latter was also the purpose of the three major powers. As said before, what the major powers lacked in the end times was not only resources, but also fresh blood, that is, members, right now for them. This parasite troop, naturally, was the most suitable fresh blood. Of course, the Red Sky Sect, as a force of ancient martial artists, did not need parasites, but even if they didn't need ancient martial artists, they could never just give up their parasites to the other two forces. If they could get 100 parasites from it, while the Tiger Snake Sect and the co-prosperity gang would get 100 less parasites, this was also invariably weakening them. As for how the Red Sky Sect would use them after obtaining them, using this group of parasites as slaves, even if it meant killing them on the spot, that would be better than giving them for nothing, but it was still unfair to them. Red Sky Sect Master Wang Li said, since each of you can share 200 members, the two ancient martial artists will have to be shared with me. I'm going to fuck you. Why don't you say let us all shark ourselves? On what grounds are the two sovereign realm ancient martial artists given to you? You have a big face you. The Tiger Snake Sect master directly scolded. How could 100 members be as important as two Zhongshu realm members? Although the Tiger Snake Sect was a parasite force, but just like the Red Sky Sect, if the other party slightly added one member, the Tiger Snake Sect would even earn. Not to mention two Zhongshu ancient martial artists. The second master of the co-prosperity gang said, I'm afraid it's still too early to start talking about distribution. After all, judging from the discipline of that parasite troop, it's bound to be no good. Even if this parasite troop is very strong. So what? Our three major forces together have more than 3,000 people, and they have more than 300 people, a tenfold difference. What are they going to fight with? Wouldn't they all still have to be obedient and submit to us? The Red Sky Sect's Master Wang Li laughed out loud, not putting the parasite troops in his eyes in the slightest. Speaking of this, he turned his words around, but what you said is also true. It's still too early to talk about this. Why don't we wait for all of them to surrender before we discuss all of this? The Tiger Snake Sect Master didn't say anything this time, and clearly agreed with this statement. Between the discussions between the three power heads, it was as if that alien parasite troop was already neat on their tablet, at their disposal. This side, under the light of the dim sunlight, the Black Dragon Palace convoy gradually drove into the center of the outskirts of Shanghai City. However, at this moment, This part of the city looked exceptionally cold. However, the various bloodstains on the road were still clearly visible, and a large number of corpses could also be seen, of parasitic beasts and humans alike. Oh, all three forces have gathered together? Wu Qi sat in the black military-grade nanny car at the very front, his brutal face revealing a touch of amused smile. But this is good. Settle all of them in one go, saving time to slaughter them one by one. The powerful parasitic body that gave Wu Qi power also gave him powerful senses. At this moment, he could clearly sense a large number of parasites, ancient martial artists gathering in front of him, and judging from the number, it was about 3,000 people. Without having to think about it, he knew that this was the forces from the outskirts of this city assembling together, intending to deal with the Black Dragon Palace. Perhaps to them, 3,000 people fighting 300 people was not a handful, but to Wu Qi, the fact that the three major forces had gathered together, this was definitely convenient for him, without having to go through so much trouble to annex them one by one. It also reduced the risk of information leakage. Thinking about this, Wu Qi's heterochromatic pupils revealed killing intent. Not long after, as the Black Dragon Palace convoy arrived in front of a spacious intersection, the convoy stopped behind the crosswalk of the intersection. The Black Dragon Palace's convoy formally converged with the three major forces. At this moment, a dissipating smoke suddenly filled the air. The Red Sky Sex Master looked towards that convoy and said in a loud voice, "The surrounding buildings are already filled with our forces. If you don't want to die, then surrender obediently." At the same time, all the members of the Black Dragon Palace quickly rushed out from their vehicles, taking the vehicle Wu Qi was riding in as the center. Spreading out, they alerted the surrounding area. In the face of a formation of 3,000 people, none of the members of the Black Dragon Palace showed fear and dread. These people were all the elite of the Black Dragon Palace, and the weakest one had a strength above the third rank. Even if they were placed amongst the three major forces, they would still be a powerful force. Although these 3,000 people sounded numerous, most of them were actually first or second rank parasites, or early stage innate or even chi refining ancient martial artists. Of course, even so, there were also quite a few third rank parasites and late innate ancient martial artists among the three powers. Only, what calmed the members of the Black Dragon Hall the most was still their hall master. That is, Wu Qi was present. The three small forces in the central sea of the district, what big waves could they turn over? Thinking about this, all the elite members of the Black Dragon Palace were incomparably calm in their hearts. Qin Chengfeng, Li Jin, and Guiyu also came outside the car at this time. Of course, along with them, there were also Lu Yuan Zhan Luo, the two late martial king ancient martial artists, but at the moment, they were more like vassals of the former. They could only follow behind the trio. The three of them, Qin Chengfeng, arrived in front of Wu Qi's car. Qin Chengfeng respectfully asked, "Lord Hall Master, may I ask if we should kill all of this group of people? Leave none of the ancient martial artists, none of those who resisted, and capture all of the parasite leaders?" Wu Qi blandly said. The moment Wu Qi's voice fell, Lu Yuan and Zhan Luo instantly moved. They didn't dare to resist Wu Qi at all. After all, Wu Qi was holding their lifeblood, and at this moment, the three of them, Qin Chengfeng, also immediately moved out and said to the members of the Black Dragon Hall, "By order of the Lord Palace Master, not a single ancient martial artist will be left behind, and those parasites who dare to resist will also be killed without pardon." In the next moment, the members of the Black Dragon Hall did not hesitate to kill the members of the three major forces. Some weak existences were no match for the third-ranked Black Dragon Hall members. The ancient martial artists lost their lives in an instant, and the parasites who dared to resist had to die as well. In addition, these three forces all thought that they had won, and did not expect the Black Dragon Palace to dare to resist with a team of 300 people. They all thought that the Black Dragon Hall would definitely surrender, but they were directly caught off guard by the Black Dragon Hall. Over here, the three forces were wondering why the Black Dragon Hall hadn't moved, but in the next second, all the members of the Black Dragon Hall directly pounced towards their people. For a moment, the members of the Black Dragon Hall, as if they were a terrifying parasitic beast, were madly maiming and killing the members of the three major forces. First and second rank parasites, including ancient martial artists, were completely no match for the members of the Black Dragon Hall, and most of the parasites chose to surrender in the face of the terrifying Black Dragon Hall members. As for the ancient martial artists, they were directly and instantly sent to meet the King of Hell. How did they dare to resist? Seeing his sex members being crazily brutalized, Red Sky Sect Master Wang Li roared angrily. A terrifying cultivation level erupted, and his true chi transformed into a wild wind tornado. Ha 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 ha. You ancient martial artists deserve to die. While the Tiger Snake Sect Master laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Although they were in a cooperative relationship at the moment, He hated the Red Sky Sect Master so much that he still couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Moreover, there were barely a few of his Tiger Snake Sect's people who had died. This was undoubtedly beneficial to him. Winley's face was green and red as he coldly grunted. Your Tiger Snake Sect's group of losers. They didn't even dare to fight. All of them chose to surrender. And you have the face to laugh at me? 2 gang masters? I'm afraid that the strength of this troop of parasites is all above the 3rd rank. Not to be taken lightly, the Grand Master of the Co-Prosperity Gang said with an ugly expression on his face. It was only at this moment that they realized that this was actually a terrifying team of parasites whose entire force was of 3rd rank strength. To know, even in the suburbs of Shanghai, 3rd order parasites could be considered strong. It was also rare when placed amongst the 3 major forces. However, right now, this parasite troop, actually all of them are above the 3rd order of existence. No matter which one of the 3 forces they were, a single one of them would never be a match for the Black Dragon Palace. The 2nd master of the Co-Prosperity Gang hurriedly said, the 2 sect masters, we should still focus on the big picture right now. Now that our bottom members have descended and died, this is not favorable for us. As a force that had both ancient martial artists parasites, no matter which side died, it would be bad for them. So all he wanted at the moment was to hurry up and stop this terrifying group in front of him. The Red Sky Sect Master and Tiger Snake Sect Master naturally knew this as well. And in the next moment, they stopped talking and got serious. However, the next second, 2 figures were seen slowly falling from the air. It was clearly Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo. At this moment, they looked at the Red Sky Sect Master, Tiger Snake Sect Master, and the 2 leaders of the Co-Prosperity Gang with unfavorable faces. And Lu Yuan said indifferently, by the order of the Lord Master of the Black Dragon Hall, all ancient martial artists must die, and parasites who dare to resist must die as well. The moment these words came out, Red Sky Sect Master Wang Li changed his face, but he was still patient and looked at Lu Yuan with a cold face and asked, as ancient martial artists, why are you serving as dogs to the parasites? Lu Yuan Zhan Luo's face turned green and white. Could they not know that they were playing dog to Wu Qi? But did they have the slightest solution? Wu Qi could say that he was a dog because Wu Qi was stronger than them, but how could this Red Sky Sect Master in front of them, a mere ancient martial artist at the late Zhongshe realm, dare to say that his late-stage martial king was a dog? The next moment, mighty true Qi erupted from Lu Yuan and Zhan Luo. The martial king's aura enveloped the entire field. Martial king! It was only then that the Red Sky Sect Master suddenly changed his face drastically, but it was too late for him to regret. Lu Yuan's true Qi was like a storm that suddenly descended on the Red Sky Sect Master, and in an instant, the Red Sky Sect Master's body exploded into a bloody mist. Along with him, there was also the Grand Master of the Co-Prosperity Gang, who was also an ancient martial artist. After doing this, Lu Yuan gaze then saw the other parasites. You too, surrender or die. And at this moment, the Tiger Snake Sect and the 2nd Gangmaster of the Co-Prosperity Gang had already set off shocking waves in their hearts. They couldn't be more clear about what those 2 words Martial King that the Red Sky Sect's master had said before he died represented. Even in the Middle Sea, the existence of a Martial King was a top-tier powerhouse. However, these 2 Martial Kings in front of them were actually working as dogs for a troop of parasites. Just how terrifying an existence was this so-called Palace Master? Thinking about this, the Tiger Snake Sect Master and the Co-Prosperity Gang's 2nd Gangmaster had involuntarily knelt down. Trembling, we are willing to surrender to the Lord of the Hall. The Tiger Snake Sect Master and the 2nd Gangmaster of the Common Glory Gang all surrendered. All the others naturally felt the terror of the Martial King's aura as well and surrendered one after another. It was worth mentioning that a large group of ancient martial artists also deluded themselves into surrendering to save their lives, but they all died under the members of the Black Dragon Palace, and some of the ancient martial artists who fought to the death couldn't escape death just the same. After one night, the 3 major forces in the suburbs of Shanghai no longer exist. The ancient martial artist Power Red Sky Sect's master was killed, and Common Glory Gang's ancient martial artist Grandmaster was killed. In addition to that, all the ancient martial artists of these 2 powers were also slaughtered. In addition, the 2nd Gangmaster of the Common Glory Gang and the Tiger Snake Sect Master also chose to surrender to the Black Dragon Palace, based on which, all the parasites of the 2 forces were successfully integrated by the Black Dragon Palace. In an instant, the original Black Dragon Palace's members also grew tenfold. It reached more than 3,000 people. It became the only overlord in the suburbs of Shanghai City. Of course, compared to those big powers in the city, this is still not enough to look at. Moreover, most of the parasites of these 2 major powers were parasites that were not useful. The truly capable parasites who were willing to stay in the suburbs basically chose to join the top powers in Shanghai City. Therefore, the core members of the Black Dragon Palace were still the elite of those 303rd rank parasites after all. However, this was not absolute. The third-rank parasites of the two major powers could also join the core elite members after passing the training of Qin Xingfeng's trio. Incidentally, although the Black Dragon Palace in the outskirts of Zhenghai City, the lower-tier members were not as good as those major forces in Zhenghai City. However, in terms of top fighting power, it was actually not inferior to most of the big powers. After all, there were the two dogs of Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo. Both were in the late stage of martial king. Placed in the entire Zhenghai City, they were also top-tier powerhouses that were famous for towns and cities. At this moment, Black Dragon Palace headquarters, the Tiger Snake Sect Master and the Common Glory Gang's second Gangmaster, the two of them stood trembling in an office, only to see that in front of them, a young man with white hair and different pupils, his body revealing a brutal and murderous valve atmosphere, sat in an office chair with his legs crossed, his gaze looking down at them, and that pair of six-colored pupils with what looked like the eyes of the heavens, gazing at the two of them. Hall Master Lord. Although the duo had already been taken in by the Black Dragon Palace, it was after all the first time they had seen this legendary Hall Master Lord. In an instant, the duo was directly shocked by the brutal and crazy aura of the youth, an existence that treated two martial kings as dogs. Using their pig brains to think, they knew that the youth in front of them could be some kind of simple person? I don't know what your orders are for summoning me here? Tiger Snake Sect leader Bu Yi took the initiative to ask. Facing such a terrifying existence, what were they to do? Crazy kneeling, of course. Previously, the Tiger God sect had no idea that the Black Dragon Hall was so terrifying, or else he would have long ago slid over in a direct sliding kneel and fell on his knees in front of Wu Qi, begging him to take him in. As the Tiger Snake Sect's master, Zhang Bai was at the same time a peak 4th rank parasitoid, a king-level parasitoid. But so what? Facing a truly terrifying existence, Zhang Bai knew that he was as small as an ant. Only by hugging his thighs tightly could he live in this post-apocalyptic world with ease. Report all the information of all the top forces in Zhenghai City to me, including the pattern of Zhenghai City today, Wu Xia said, although he was a reborn person. But after all, most of the information he knew was from 3 years later, the early stage when the parasitic end times had just arrived in the stabilized world 3 years later. The order pattern would have changed drastically, and no matter how heaven-defying he was, he couldn't possibly say that he had burned all the information into his mind without any detail. So it was naturally necessary for Wu Qi to have a good understanding of the forces in Zhenghai City. Hearing this, Zhang Bai's heart sighed in relief. He thought that a terrifying existence like Lord Temple Master would ask what kind of shocking questions, but he didn't realize that it was just the pattern of forces in Zhenghai City. This was too simple for Zhang Bai, who had struggled for decades in Zhenghai. After the end of the world came, his family members who were thousands of kilometers away from his hometown were all out of contact. Zhang Bai understood that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his family. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Bai had failed to be parasitized by a king-level parasitic cell and became a parasite, Zhang Bai chose even more to put down roots in the suburbs of Zhenghai. He knew the pattern of Zhenghai City too well. Your Highness Lord, nowadays the pattern of Zhenghai City is extremely chaotic, although there is occasional friction between the forces of all parties, but basically there is no big fight, so there is no explicit number one in Zhenghai City, but the top-level forces. At present, Zhenghai City is recognized to have a few. The first is the Zhenghai City branch of the Tianwu Alliance that has branches all over the country. Although it's just a branch, the Zhenghai City branch of the Tianwu Alliance is only one line worse than the headquarters in Shangjing. The underpinnings are also extremely terrifying. And the top ancient martial artist forces in Zhenghai City also have two major ancient martial artist families, the Li family and the Shao family, both of which are ancient families inherited from the ancient era, with many terrifying top ancient martial artists in them. Other than that, they are all newborn parasite forces, and forces that parasites and ancient martial artists have established with each other. The strongest parasite power belongs to the Tyrannosaurus group, and it is said that the leader of the Tyrannosaurus group is a supreme hegemony-level parasite, and it is rumored that he is now a powerful existence of a peak 5th stage parasite. Of course, with this amount of strength compared to you, Lord Temple Master, it's still too far off. Speaking of which, Zhang Bai didn't forget to slap a bit of ass. However, there wasn't much of a problem with what he said. Although Wu Qi and him were of the same 5th rank, but if they really wanted to fight, Wu Qi could send him to face the King of Hell in a single glance. After all, Wu Qi was carrying 6 SSSS plus Supreme Overlord level relics, which had reached a higher level of life after fusing with each other. This level of life of Wu Qi is called a myth-level parasite, meaning in the legend, in the myth, that is, beyond the Supreme Overlord level, only exist in the myth of the horror of life level. However, the mythical life level which also led to Wu Qi's upgrade speed slow. The benefit was that Wu Qi's strength was also doubling. Of course, compared to others his upgrade speed is still the same as riding a rocket. Back to the topic. Zhang Bu repeatedly patted one sentence of horse's ass, and then immediately continued to report. In addition is the ancient martial artists and parasites interdependent forces to kill the God Hall. It is said to be a number of vicious, offended the major ancient martial arts forces, the world's most wanted martial artists, and the top parasites built the force. Killing God Hall in Zhonghai City is the most lawless, as long as they want to kill, even if it is the ancient martial arts family, Tianwu Alliance people, they also kill. In favor of the ancient martial arts several major forces are silent on this. Outside of this, Zhonghai City also exists a branch of a powerful foreign organization, but the existence of this force is incredibly mysterious. No one knows what their organization's name is, but there is no force that dares to mess with them, because all of them are all messed with by their hands to destroy. Among the legends, this is a terrifying force established by foreign superhumans, all of them possessing powerful transcendent powers, placed in the world are the premier existence. In the city of Zhonghai, high-rise buildings were in abundance. The entire city cluster, at a glance, was immense. At this moment, located on top of a building at the edge of the city, a figure with white hair and alien pupils stood on the steps at the top of the building, overlooking the entire city complex. In the next instant, his gaze fixed on a certain place where the parasitic beasts were gathered. Overlord-class parasitic beasts? A trace of surprise flashed through Wu Qi's eyes. He did not expect. He had just entered Zhonghai City and had discovered the existence of Overlord-class parasitic beasts so quickly. Compared to Yunjiang City, it was obvious that the parasitic beasts in Zhonghai City were stronger by more than a star. I haven't hunted for food for 2 days, so it's a good time to take you for a beating. A ferocious light flashed in Wu Qi's eyes, and the next moment his body fell from the building. At the same time 6 heli spread out crazily from behind Wu Qi, interspersing into the surrounding buildings. At the same time, inside a parasite force, in a conference room temporarily formed from a rotten building, dozens of parasites, large and small, gathered here, their gazes unanimously looking at the center, on a woman with long silver white hair. She was wearing a slim-fitting battlesuit, revealing the perfect curves of her body, with a slightly open neckline at her chest, revealing eye-shattering snowy whites, a delicate and absolutely beautiful face, hung with a lifeless air, long eyelashes slightly blinking all looked extremely good, red lips dainty. Chief, this blood wolf overlord, has been frantically attacking our territory since yesterday? At this rate, in less than 3 days, our territory will be devoured by the blood wolf overlord. A man with the same gray hair color said in a deep voice. The dozens of other parasites, along with the gray-haired man and the silver white-haired woman, almost all shared the same characteristic, which was that their hair color was all predominantly of the white family. At this moment, their faces were either worried or timid as they looked towards the silver white-haired woman in anticipation of something, while the silver white-haired woman's face was grave. Her gaze looked towards the man with long gray hair and asked, the other parasite forces, is no one willing to send out anyone to crush the blood wolf overlord? They are all just thinking of waiting for us to be annexed by the snow wolf overlord so that they can get a piece of the pie. Speaking of this, the grayish white-haired man said with righteous indignation, this group of ungrateful villains, if it wasn't for the hall master, how would they have the position they have today? The silver white-haired woman's face was similarly not too good. Her name was Luo Baiwei. It was none other than the head of this parasite force called the Hall of the Undead. However, what was different from the other parasite forces was that for the parasites of the Hall of the Undead, all the parasite bodies were the same. That is, all of the parasites were just like Luo Baiwei, able to summon white bones to fight. However, this didn't mean that everyone's life level was as powerful as Luo Baiwei's. Luo Baiwei was an overlord-level parasite, equivalent to the full body of a white bone parasite in general, able to utilize the full energy of a white bone parasite. And most of the Undead Hall's people were only around A to C level. The Undead Hall was an incomparably weak existence when placed in terms of the entire Zhonghai city, but in this area, it was enough to be considered a big power. After all the members were C rank or above parasites, which was an extremely rare force. Even if their numbers were sparse, their advantage in power was enough to eliminate the disadvantage. In addition, not to mention the fact that there was Luo Baiwei, an overlord-level parasite. She alone was enough to hold up the Undead Hall's cards. However, the unlucky thing was, recently, the parasite beasts led by the Blood Wolf Overlord had suddenly attacked the Undead Hall's territory frantically. This also led to the Undead Hall suffering heavy deaths and injuries, and its territory continuously shrinking. And when the surrounding forces saw that the Undead Hall was being attacked by the Blood Wolf Overlord, they all gawked at it, wanting to gnaw a piece of meat off of the Undead Hall. To know, in the early days of the end times, if she hadn't led the Undead Hall to fend off the tide of parasitic beasts, this group of parasites would have been damned long ago. Now that the Undead Hall was facing great danger, what they wanted was not to provide help, but to gawk at the Undead Hall and wait for it to collapse and eat it up. Thinking about this, an incomparably icy coldness surfaced within Luo Baiwei's pupils. No, not good. At this very moment, a parasite ran into the conference room in a hurry. All of the parasites cast glances towards him upon hearing this, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Luo Baiwei similarly cast a gaze towards this person, the endless ice cold in her eyes dissipating a few points as she said, "What happened? It's not good, Lord Hallmaster. The Blood Dragon Overlord and the Parasitic Beast Swarm are rioting." The latter trembled and said, "What?" Luo Baiwei immediately frowned slightly. The Parasitic Beast Swarm certainly couldn't attack 24 hours a day. Seeing that there were at least a few hours before the next wave of attacks, how could the Parasitic Beast Swarm suddenly riot? But no matter what, once the Blood Dragon Overlord led the Parasitic Beast Swarm to attack the Undead Hall territory again, the Undead Hall was bound to suffer a heavy blow. Thinking of this, Luo Baiwei didn't hesitate to say, "Everyone gather quickly and be ready to fight at any time." Thus, all the members of the Undead Hall quickly assembled and followed behind Luo Baiwei, running towards the direction of the Parasitic Beast group. There weren't many members of the Undead Hall, but only a few hundred. For one thing, the Undead Hall only recruited white bone parasites, and for another, some parasites that were also white bone parasites didn't choose to join the Undead Hall. In the midst of this parasitic apocalypse, there are high and low levels of parasitic cell life, and it's not possible for each one to be unique. At the same time, a center of a parasitic beast group, a blood wolf, covered in blood-colored crystals that looked like bright red flames, slept in the center of the pack and was lying on its back amidst the ruins of a building, resting with its eyes closed. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud bang came. Woo! Simultaneously accompanying the ringing were the howls of the other blood wolves. The scene was in chaos. All the blood wolves woke up at the same time, roaring as they rushed in the direction where the loud sound came from. And the Snow Wolf Overlord also opened his scarlet pupils, filled with a ferocious light as he looked towards the direction where the loud sound came from. However, the next second, a crystal heli's tail swept across the field, and all the blood wolves that approached instantly split their bodies in two. At the same time, the Blood Wolf Overlord Scarlet reflected a cruel white-haired figure. 6 heli tails coiled behind him, a dominating aura, descending on the whole field. The crushing pressure originating from the level of life prompted a trace of fear to be reflected in the Blood Wolf Overlord's pupils. Woo! In the next moment, the Blood Wolf Overlord actually directly lowered his head, taking the initiative to submit to that figure. Submitting to me? A flash of surprise flashed across Wu Qi's eyes, but he was soon relieved. His strength had gotten stronger again, coupled with the crushing of his life level, as well as multiple factors such as the sovereign sharpness. Nowadays, the district dominion level parasitic beasts naturally did not dare to be his enemy, and in the next second, Wu Qi's face revealed a raging killing intent as he faintly said, "Since you have submitted to me, then obediently fall into my meal." Wu, feeling the raging killing intent coming from Wu Qi's body, the Blood Wolf Overlord also reacted instantly, although it was extremely fearful of the suppression coming from Wu Qi's body. However, the Blood Wolf Overlord would not be so stupid that it would therefore really be willing to fall into Wu Qi's food. The next moment, the blood-colored crystals on the Blood Wolf Overlord's body crazily erupted with fierce scarlet light, like the obsidian sun, carrying a terrifying power toward Wu Qi to kill him. However, the Blood Wolf Overlord was only at the 5th rank, and was simply no match for Wu Qi. In just a single glance, one of the Hurley's tails behind Wu Qi slammed straight into the Blood Wolf Overlord's body. Immediately after that, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 6th, all 6 heli tails pierced into the Blood Wolf Overlord's body, easily devouring the parasitic cells in the Blood Wolf Overlord's body. In the next moment, the Blood Wolf Overlord instantly lost its vitality, and its huge body landed on the ground with a rumble. "I wonder how it tastes," Wu Qi murmured in his heart, and came directly to the corpse of the Blood Wolf Overlord. And a heli tail behind him directly rolled up a piece of the Blood Wolf Overlord's flesh and blood and handed it to Wu Qi. Wu Qi did not hesitate, reached out and took the bloody meat and tore into it. To humans, raw meat was disgusting, especially if it was still dripping with scarlet, but to the evolved parasites, it was the supreme delicacy, incomparably fresh and delicious. As the knot in Wu Qi's throat surged, the piece of flesh and blood had already fallen into Wu Qi's stomach. After becoming a parasite, Wu Qi's meal quantity also rose. This piece of bloody meat was simply not enough for him to eat, while he continued to manipulate Hurley and continued to tear raw meat from the Blood Wolf Overlord. Even if it was Wu Qi, the number of times he had consumed Overlord-class parasite beasts was not many, and it had to be said that compared to other parasite beasts, Overlord-class parasite beasts not only had more energy that could be provided in their blood and flesh, but even the quality of their meat was much more delicious than other parasite beasts. "It seems like we can hunt more Overlord-class parasitic beasts in the future," murmured Wu Qi. At the same time, the entire undead hall was out in full force. Luo Baiwei rushed at the front, leading many members, heading in the direction of the blood wolf beasts to prepare to meet the battle. However, just as they arrived at the edge of the blood wolf beast group, they froze and didn't even see a single living blood wolf. What met their eyes was a field of corpses of blood wolf parasitic beasts. What is this? The members of the Hall of the Undead stared at this scene in disbelief. Waves of shock were mapped in their pupils. The blood wolf beast pack was not inferior to the undead hall, as well as any of the forces in this neighborhood. Its snow wolf overlord was even a terrifying parasitic beast of the 5th rank, which was an extremely terrifying threat to any power in this neighborhood. Otherwise, the undead hall wouldn't have been eaten up by the blood wolf beasts. But such a powerful blood wolf beast group was surprisingly dying and injured in large numbers at this moment, and as they went deeper and deeper, the corpses of the blood wolves became more and more numerous, while the corpses of 3rd and even 4th rank blood wolves could be seen everywhere. Without exception, these blood wolf corpses were all instantly cut in half by some kind of extremely sharp weapon. All of a sudden, blood was everywhere in these ruins, and blood flowed into a river, filling the area with a scarlet flavor. It looks like it's at least a 5th order or above parasite. No. There's also the possibility of a 6th order parasite's terrifying existence. A member of the undead hall guessed. In this area, it was almost all parasite territory, so it was unlikely that an ancient martial artist would appear. But just what kind of existence is it that can achieve such a terrifying level? A parasite said in disbelief. Looking at the bloody scene full of blood, these blood wolves that were incomparably powerful in their eyes in the past were just cut in half one by one, as if to that terrifying existence. This group of blood wolves were just insignificant ants. At this moment, even Luo Baiwei couldn't help but be moved. She was also a 5th rank parasite, but she didn't dare to guarantee that she could achieve such a situation. Undoubtedly, if one could achieve such a level, the other party's strength was most likely above the 6th rank, and in the entire East Sea, there were only a handful of parasites with 6th rank strength. Thinking about this, Luo Baiwei already had several figures floating in her mind. Only those top powerhouses in the entire Zhanghai city could achieve such a level. Where is the blood wolf overlord? Why haven't we seen the blood wolf overlord? Suddenly a parasite asked in confusion. Yeah, the blood wolf parasite beast group basically died out. Why haven't we seen the blood wolf overlord? It's not like they were eaten, right? Another parasite snickered. All the members of the undead hall searched the ruins, but failed to find the blood wolf overlord's figure. At this time, a parasite speculated. Maybe this terrifying existence has captured and domesticated the blood wolf overlord back. After all, the higher the life level of the parasitic beast, the higher the spiritual intelligence, and the blood wolf overlord's spiritual intelligence was no different from that of a human. If the parasitic beast encounters a life crisis, it will naturally choose to submit and thus be tamed. Although it is only the early stage of the end times, this phenomenon has already appeared in Zhanghai City. Of course, it was limited to the big powers. All members of the Hall of the Undead were also more inclined to this idea. Otherwise, if such a powerful and strong person had taken the trouble to come here and slaughtered the blood wolf beast herd, it couldn't really be for the sake of eating it, could it? Everyone was thinking this in their hearts when suddenly one person's voice trembled and said, "You, guys, look over there. That seems to be the corpse of the blood wolf overlord." All the parasites of the undead hall immediately looked over in unison. However, they saw a sticking to the now needed meat foam huge skeleton appeared in front of their eyes. The ground was full of bright red blood. In the center of a brutal figure with white hair and alien pupils. At this moment, in his blood-stained hands, there was clearly a piece of scarlet blood meat, which was put into his mouth and gnawed and chewed. At this moment, behind that brutal figure, there were 6 black and red heli coiled up, revealing a terrifying sovereign pressure all over his body, accompanied by the crushing pressure on the level of life, shocking the mind and soul of every parasite. He won't eat the blood wolf overlord. Right, a parasite said in a lingering voice, a strong fear surfacing in his eyes. All the parasites looked at this scene with disbelief. In the past, that terrifying and incomparable blood wolf overlord was actually eaten as food? At this instant, even the fear in Luo Baiwei's heart was spreading wildly, and her petite body trembled from too much fear, not to mention the undead hall's parasites. It was at this moment, that figure filled with brutality and bloodlust seemed to have noticed them, and his face, stained with a hint of scarlet, turned back. They were also able to see the full face of this terrifying existence. The brutal and bloodthirsty face with white hair and alien pupils was like the god of death looking back, and it was as if all the parasites felt their hearts being tightly pinched, as if the other party only had to move a finger. They would be plunged into a place of no return. Fear prompted them to subconsciously hold their breath, their faces turning pale. Wu Qi naturally also noticed the members of the undead hall the moment they approached. However, he did not care and let these people approach. After all, to him, the parasites of the undead hall were all as weak as ants in his eyes. But at the same time, this power was rather interesting to him. The entire staff was surprisingly a kind of parasitic body, and there were even overlord-level parasites in the midst of this. Of course, this situation was not unheard of in Wu Qi's previous life. For example, Wu Qi had heard of a terrifying force in his previous life. Although the entire force only had less than 300 people, but it was also an undoubtedly powerful force in the country. Even the first-class forces of the current generation did not dare to mess with it. That force also shares a parasite with all its members, and does not recruit those who are not of the same kind of parasite. Every parasite in the force, the weakest was above C grade. If he remembered correctly, that force should be called Undead Hall? Wu Qi quickly associated the force he remembered with the 100-member team in front of him and spoke. You are from the Undead Hall? Wu Qi's voice was not loud. However, he carried an endless sovereign pressure between his words. Of course, this was not something that Wu Xie intentionally released. Rather, as his strength became stronger and stronger, the residual power of the sovereign Sherry also followed the crazy rise, and ultimately contributed to the fact that even if Wu Xie did not take the initiative to release the pressure, he could also raise his hands and throw his feet, filled with the sovereign pressure, and some of the weaker existences could not carry it at all. Back to the topic. At this moment, all the parasites of the Hall of the Dead felt the terrifying aura of Wu Qi's body, just like the heavens, dominating everything. All the parasites looked down and averted their eyes, not daring to look at each other. Only Luo Baiwei, who was a hegemony-level parasite, was still able to resist Wu Qi's dominating aftermath, but even so, her situation was not any better, and she could not help but feel fear in her heart. My lord, I am the master of the Hall of the Undead, Luo Baiwei said. Wu Qi nodded slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. However, Wu Qi was not too surprised. Although the Hall of the Undead was strong in the latter days, but it was also not the top of the world. Or rather, nowadays, among the Black Dragon Palace, there was no lack of Luo Baiwei's same existence, and there were also those who were stronger than Luo Baiwei. Therefore Wu Qi's interest in the Hall of the Dead was nothing more than that. However, using the Hall of the Dead as one's lapdog is not a bad idea. With this in mind, Wu Qi was about to speak. Suddenly, but he saw Luo Baiwei take the lead. This lord, I don't know if you still accept followers. On behalf of the Hall of the Undead, I hope to follow Lord, said. She directly knelt down on one knee to vote her heart. And at this moment, all the parasites of the Hall of the Undead heard the words of their hall master. One by one, they all knelt down on one knee, hung their heads low, and said in unison, we are willing to follow your excellency. This was a very simple thing. Strong people never lacked followers. Wu Qi was preparing to make them submit. But he didn't expect the Undead Hall to take the initiative, so he didn't bother with nonsense and directly agreed to their request. Overlord-level parasites were not a rare figure for him though, but it was no less powerful. Luo Baiwei could also grow to the level of a giant on one side in the future. And this side, when the Undead Hall parasites heard that Wu Qi had agreed to their request, they were all of a sudden incomparably surprised in their hearts. After all, this was a terrifying existence that could even devour a blood wolf overlord. Letting them submit, they were also absolutely willing. Take me to your headquarters first. After eating the last piece of the blood wolf's flesh, Wu Qi took out a handkerchief and wiped the scarlet on his hands as he gazed at Luo Baiwei. Yes, my lord. This way please. Luo Baiwei did not dare to hesitate and directly invited Wu Qi onto the Undead Hall's vehicle. Although it was quite a bit inferior to the Black Dragon Palace's military vehicle, it was still a luxury car worth millions before the end of the world. Adding to the fact that the neighborhood was the territory of the parasites, the parasitic beasts were basically cleared out, so the vehicle was very comfortable even when traveling within the city. Not long after, the luxury car stopped in front of a building. The Undead Hall's parasite driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Wu Qi, saying, my lord, this is our Undead Hall's headquarters. The Hall of the Undead was only a small, last-rate force nowadays. How good could the building it occupied be? It was just an ordinary mansion, far worse than the Black Dragon Hall headquarters in Yunjian City. Of course, Wu Qi didn't mind this. He directly entered the headquarters building of the Undead Hall. At the same time, the other parasite power in the border city, Black Tiger Gang. At this moment, a group of senior members of the Black Tiger Gang gathered together. A senior member of the Black Tiger Gang said excitedly, Big brother, I heard that the blood wolf beasts are starting to riot. In my opinion, the Undead Hall will be hit hard tonight. When the Undead Hall's vitality is greatly injured, we can take advantage of the situation and enter the city. The Undead Hall's master, by Luo Wei, is a great beauty that can't be missed. Long ago, I wanted to have a taste of her, but besides us, the other two forces are just designing the Hall of the Undead, so it's better for us to be careful, a Black Tiger Gang senior said cautiously. However, in the next moment, there was a Black Tiger Gang senior who retorted, now that Big Brother's strength has broken through the mid-5th rank, what are the other forces going to fight for? Ha ha ha, victory must belong to our Black Tiger Gang, so what if it's an overlord-level parasite? We'll capture her as a slave after tonight. Big Brother has already surpassed the other forces now that he has advanced in rank. Our Black Tiger Gang is already ahead of them. Upon hearing this, the other senior officers burst into laughter. Between the Black Tiger Gang executives talking and laughing, the man sitting at the head of the conference table opened his mouth, and the scene instantly quieted down. Although I'm already in the middle of the 5th rank, we still mustn't take it lightly in the face of the major forces. As for Luo Baiwei, saying this, the Black Tiger Gang leader couldn't help but have Luo Baiwei's exquisite figure, with that stunningly beautiful face. In his mind, his eyes flashed with greed and desire. There was a lack of everything in the last days, and a beauty like Luo Baiwei was even more lacking. Even he had never tried the taste of that kind of superb woman. Or after the end of the world, he obtained a powerful parasitic body. Only then did he dare to have such a desire in his heart. Thinking about this, the Black Tiger Gang leader said, Luo Baiwei is an overlord-level parasite and such a beautiful beauty. We naturally can't let her go. After tonight, we'll make a move to capture her back. After I'm done enjoying myself, you'll all naturally have a share as well. Hearing this, a cheer erupted from the Black Tiger Gang executives, their eyes filled with greedy desire. Most of them were at the bottom of the social ladder. They had never come into contact with such a beautiful woman before the end of the world. Even some upper-class people didn't necessarily come into contact with such a beautiful woman like Luo Baiwei. Thinking about this, all the Black Tiger Gang executives couldn't help but ignite the fire of desire in their hearts, and were bound to capture Luo Baiwei back. At the same time, the other two forces in the border city of Zhenghai City were also waiting for this moment. The Bully Whale Gang. At this moment, all the top brass were also gathered together. After getting the news of the Blood Wolf Beasts rioting, they then couldn't wait to plunder the Undead Hall, which had suffered a great deal of damage. This time, we are bound to go before the Black Tiger Gang and Red Flame Gang and eat the Undead Hall clean, the overwhelming Whale Gang leader shouted. The same scene was also playing out in another force, the Red Peak Gang. Time quickly came to the next day. At the slightest hint of dawn, the three forces, Black Tiger Gang, Baja Whale Gang, and Red Peak Gang, had all led a large number of members towards the Undead Hall's headquarters building. At this moment, Undead Hall headquarters building, inside a certain lounge on the top floor, Wu Qi and Bai Luo Wei were getting up. Knock knock. A knock came from right outside the door. My lord, I'll open the door. Bai Luo Wei casually fastened the buttons on her chest, then went to the door and unlocked the unlocked wooden door of the lounge. The one who appeared at the door was a senior member of the Undead Hall. At this moment, when he thought of the three major forces gathering their members to attack the Undead Hall, he didn't care about Bai Luo Wei's abnormality and said with a heavy face, Hall Master, the Black Tiger Gang, the Bully Whale Gang, and the Red Peak Gang, they have gathered all their members and are coming towards our headquarters. Looking at the momentum, they are going to attack our Undead Hall. A cold color immediately appeared on Luo Baiwei's face when she heard this. She didn't expect that the Blood Wolf Beasts would start to riot, and then the Black Tiger Gang, Overwhelming Whale Gang, and Red Peak Gang would gather all of their members and prepare to take advantage of the fire. But they couldn't figure it out. The Undead Hall did not suffer any major injuries, and did not even lose a single member, and it had even gained the support of a great man. Thinking of this, a murderous intent surged in Luo Baiwei's heart as she said indifferently, since they dare to come, let them have no return. Gather all the parasites of the Undead Hall and prepare to kill back. But the moment Luo Baiwei's words came out, this Undead Hall senior staff was a bit hesitant and said, But Your Highness, Black Tiger Gang is standing behind them as the Bloodsea Group. In case we take action against them to anger the Bloodsea Group, I'm afraid that we will be struck by the Bloodsea Group. Most of the forces that can be established in the middle of the Middle Sea end times have big forces standing behind them, or else they would have been annexed by the big forces long ago. Even the Undead Temple. It was once recruited by the Bloodsea Group, but the latter's request was for Luo Baiwei to sleep with their leader, a request that Luo Baiwei could never agree to. After that, the matter was left unsettled. But then the Palace of the Undead discovered that the Bloodsea Group had been secretly supporting the other three forces in the border district, namely the Black Tiger Gang, the Bully Whale Gang, and the Red Peak Gang. Otherwise, with their three ragtag forces gathered together, it was naturally impossible for them to be Luo Baiwei's opponent. However, since they dared to come, Luo Baiwei was confident that they would have no return. As for the Bloodsea Group, The three forces of the Black Tiger Gang were, at best, just 3 dogs of the Blood Sea group. Killing the other party wouldn't matter too much. What's more, now she had already gotten the support of a big shot. Thinking about this, Luo Baiwei was confident in her heart at the moment and blandly said, "There's no need to worry about the Blood Sea group. With Lord Wu Qi here, even the Blood Sea group is not worth mentioning at all." Although the Blood Sea group was a powerful force, but it was far from being considered top-notch. It was just one of the more powerful forces of the many Parasite forces in Zhonghai City. Sniffing, this top-level undead hall Parasite also revealed a flash of joy. He was not a fool. After the previous events, all undead hall Parasites understood how terrifying Lord Wu Qi was. Even the head of the Blood Sea group probably couldn't do it with one person to bloodwash the Blood Wolf Overlord Parasite Beast group. One could imagine how terrifying this lord was. Thinking about this, his eyes also revealed the intention of war. "I'll go and gather the brothers. Black Tiger Gang. These 3 dogstingshi. How dare they plot against us? Let's see if I don't give them some color today." Every member of the Undead Hall of Fame is a rare third-order parasite when placed in the 3 forces of the Black Tiger Gang, the Bully Whale Gang and the Red Peak Gang. To put it simply, although the members of the Hall of Undead were few, each one of them was incomparably tough. This kind of strength was almost equivalent to a third of the Black Dragon Palace's elite. In comparison, the Black Tiger Gang, the Whale Gang, and the Red Peak Gang together had less than 1,000 parasites, and the vast majority of them were first or second rank parasites. There were less than 100 rank 3 parasites in total. As for the leaders of the 3 forces, their life levels were even more pathetic, and the strongest of the 3 was only a king-level parasite. Luo Baiwei can crush all 3 of them with just one overlord level. Back to the main topic. At this time, the members of the Hall of the Undead quickly gathered downstairs in the building. On the other side, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, the Overlord Whale Gang, and the Red Peak Gang also arrived downstairs of the Undead Hall's headquarters at this moment. And looking at the members of the Undead Hall, not only did they not have a great deal of injuries, there wasn't even a single one missing. The Black Tiger Gang leader couldn't help but frown. Why do the members of the Hall of the Undead look like they still haven't decreased after the Blood Wolf Overlord Parasite Beast Swarm riot? Those who shared his doubts were the other 2 major forces. However, their scouts all gave answers one after another, scratching their heads. "Big brother, this matter is true. The Undead Hall also gathered all of its members yesterday, ready to resist to the death by the looks of it. As for why it didn't have a great loss of energy, this, I don't know, but no matter what, how can the Undead Hall have nothing at all? The Blood Dragon hegemony is a late stage 5 existence. The Undead Hall is just as powerful as it is, but it's only a tier stronger than the 3 major forces. There's no way it can easily cope with the Blood Wolf Beast wave, but the situation at hand was clearly somewhat abnormal. So the 3 of them, Black Tiger Gang leader, Overwhelming Whale Gang leader, and Red Peak Gang leader, looked at each other. The Black Tiger Gang leader proposed, "Since all 3 of our ideas have come together, why don't we work together to take down this Undead Hall? And how about we split the Undead Hall equally between our 3 forces when the time comes?" The 2 gang leaders of the Overwhelming Whale Gang and the Red Peak Gang both nodded their heads when they heard this. "Ha ha 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 ha, we've thought of a piece. Old me has long been craving for that Luo Baiwei for a long time, even though she's the one that Lord of the Blood Sea group has his eye on. But before that, we can also enjoy ourselves." The Red Peak Gang leader laughed out loud, greed showing in his gaze. The Overwhelming Whale Gang leader said, "Right now, taking down the Hall of the Undead is the top priority, so we can also deliver to that lord." 2 fools, the Black Tiger Gang leader sneered in his heart. Now that his strength was at the late 5th rank and he had gone ahead of them, how would he be willing to share equally with them? However, at this time, he still needed to utilize the power of the Overwhelming Whale Gang and the Red Peak Gang, so he didn't say any more. The next moment, amidst the gazes of the 3 major forces gang leaders, the Undead Hall Master Luo Baiwei appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Central Sea, Blood Sea Group. The Blood Sea Group was one of the huge forces in Zhonghai City, and almost all of its members were mainly parasites, and there were about 3,000 parasite members up and down the group, which could be considered a first-class force in Zhonghai. At the same time, the head of the Blood Sea Group is an overlord-level parasite. In addition to the Blood Sea Group's executives are all above the S-level king-level parasite. There are 13 of them, so that the Blood Sea Group is deeply rooted in the Middle Sea. At this moment, in the high-level conference room of the Blood Sea Group, a young man was leaning against a black leather sofa. A young man leaning on the black leather sofa, left and right embraced 2 women with good posture. This person is the head of the Blood Sea Group, Wang Hai. Before the end of the world, Wang Hai was just an ordinary unemployed young man, running for his life every day, living a life of darkness and lawlessness. Ever since the parasitic post-apocalyptic descent, He had acquired an overlord-level parasitic body, and by devouring raw flesh and blood, he had become insanely strong. As a former bottom of the social class, he knew that if he wanted to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, he not only had to be ruthless to others, but also to himself. So when the end of the world to become stronger, he then around other people's acceptance of the ability to be faster. Other parasites at a time difficult to accept the raw flesh and blood, he directly chewed a big mouth. Other people are still in the friendly mutual aid. He has already begun to devour the parasites. Therefore, Wang Hai's strength quickly surpassed others in the neighborhood and enlisted a group of parasites to establish the Blood Sea group. Across the black leather couch stood a man in a suit. "How are things doing?" Wang Hai asked casually as he held a cigar in his mouth, wantonly playing with the women on his left and right, his eyes going to the women around him. "Big brother, yesterday the blood wolf parasitic beasts rioted and the undead temple confronted up. The other 3 gangs, this time has also gone out," the man in the suit said. "And before that, we had already sent a team out ahead of time. So this time, we will definitely be able to capture Luo by way back." That's right. Wang Hai was precisely the instigator behind all of this. It was he who had secretly guided the Blood Wolf Overlord to the Undead Hall's territory. Although the Hall of the Undead only had 100 or so people, it was 300 times worse than the huge Blood Sea group. However, Luo Baiwei was a genuine Overlord-class parasite. No different from him. If they really wanted to fight, the Blood Sea group couldn't take down Luo Baiwei so easily. Plus around the Blood Sea group, there were still several other forces eyeing them. That was why Wang Hai had planned this. Thinking of this, Wang Hai couldn't help but think of Luo Baiwei's silhouette, and a blaze appeared in his eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, supplies are scarce, but for the upper class like him there is no shortage at all. What is scarce for him is still beauty, like Luo Baiwei in this chaotic world. Wang Hai had already thrown out an olive branch to Luo Baiwei long ago, but unfortunately she was unwilling to accept it. Thinking about this, a chill surfaced in Wang Hai's eyes. "Luo Baiwei, don't blame me. You asked for it." The other side, Undead Temple Headquarters Building. At this moment, all the people from the 4 directions were gathered here. Under the gaze of the 3 major gangs, Luo Baiwei's beautiful figure also appeared at the entrance of the headquarters building of the Hall of the Dead. However, what the 3 major gangs heard was not Luo Baiwei's words of attempting to maneuver, but rather a faint sentence. Members of the Undead Hall listened to the order. "Purge all enemies." Yes. The next moment, all the parasites of the Undead Hall replied back in unison. Immediately after that, hundreds of powerful third-rank parasites came out together. These 100 third-rank parasites, without exception, were all equipped with white bone parasites, and a strip of white bone spread out crazily from their bodies, or behind their backs, or from their arms, like swords, crazily harvesting the lives of the parasites of the 3 major gangs. In contrast, the vast majority of the members of the 3 gangs were first and second order parasites, and in the hands of the third order parasites of the Hall of the Undead, they almost didn't survive more than 3 rounds. For a while, the scene was like a one-sided massacre, with the Undead Hall winning by a small margin. Of course, this was also a situation where the 3 major gangs didn't react. After all, in their eyes, how could a mere 100 people dare to fight against them who were infinitely close to a tenfold difference? Luo Baiwei, how did she dare to go to war with us with her own strength? The Black Tiger gang leader's face was incredibly gloomy as he roared. "Everyone surround the Undead Hall and kill all of the Undead Hall scum for me. It's only a mere 100 people. How can they be our opponents?" The overwhelming Whale gang leader also snorted coldly. The Red Peak gang leader shouted, "All rank 3 members. All of them, give me the top." In the next moment, the great battle was imminent. When the top 3 gangs reacted, they also quickly mobilized third-rank powerhouses to fend them off. And only then did this one-sided massacre come to an end. Instead, the 3 major gangs began to press the Undead Hall in turn. And with 2 fists, the Undead Hall died and injured several parasites in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Baiwei, who stood above and watched the entire battle, did not show a trace of panic. For the deaths and injuries in the middle of a war, it was unavoidable. Secondly, there was naturally a reason why she could be so calm. However, the 3 major gang leaders didn't think so. The Red Peak gang leader sneered. "It's all on the verge of death, but Luo Baiwei still dares to look calm. Ha ha ha. After all, she also knows that facing the combined power of the 3 of us, she alone can't resist." The baleful Whale gang leader laughed out loud. The Black Tiger gang leader nodded his head and said, "He, after all, she's still too proud, thinking that she can fight against the Blood Sea group with her own strength." It was at this moment, one miserable scream after another rang out. A black military transportation convoy came quickly, and from it came down a large number of parasites, all wearing the same black military uniform. Moreover, The actions were all strictly divided according to a team, and under the command of the captain. They killed the parasites of the three major gangs, not just a large group of people swarming over them. They were more like a well-trained force of parasites than safe forces. Not good. Could it be that the undead hall still has support? The overwhelming whale gang leader's face changed. What is this situation? If the undead hall had support, why wait until now? The Red Peak gang leader puzzled over the situation and said with an ugly face, how could there be such a troop of parasites in the Middle Sea? The Black Tiger gang leader said in a deep voice. The parasite troop in front of him gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression, and it was bound to be impossible for it to be some nameless person. However, he had never heard of when such an additional force had appeared in Shanghai. However, it was too late for them to think about it. This sudden force of parasites, sneaking up on the parasites of the three major gangs from behind, instantly killed a large swath of them. At this moment, the three major gang leaders could no longer sit still. The Black Tiger gang leader gritted his teeth and said, "You too. If this continues, all of our people will die." After saying that, the three gang lords were about to strike. The next moment, two terrifying ancient martial artist auras swept over. Their faces changed drastically, and a look of horror passed through their eyes. It was because these two terrifying auras were far beyond what they could fight against. They were the existence of two martial kings. Even the strongest of those top-tier forces were only at martial king strength. Yet right now, two martial kings had unexpectedly appeared all at once. But what shocked them even more was why would an ancient martial artist appear amongst a team of parasites? Martial King Ancient Martialists. Why are there Martial King Ancient Martial Artists among them? The Black Tiger gang leader shouted in horror. I'm afraid that the undead hall is supported by a great power. The overwhelming whale gang leader's face showed fear. Escape. Must escape. The Red Peak gang master was even more scared out of his wits already. He was no stronger than an early stage 5 parasite, and compared to a Martial King Ancient Martial Artist, he was just like an ant. However, the next moment, those two terrifying Martial King auras had descended on the three of them. Bang! The three of them instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. And when the parasites of the three major gangs saw their big brothers directly explode in place, they were so scared that they threw away their armor and frantically fled in all directions. In this regard, this war ended instantly with the intervention of the Black Dragon Palace. So far the three major forces in the border city area have also become clouds of the past. Only the Hall of the Dead remained. Inaccurately speaking, it is the Black Dragon Palace that reigns supreme. That's right. After following Wu Qi, the Undead Hall naturally had to be merged into the Black Dragon Hall. Only considering that this force is rather special, it is still fully managed by Luo Baiwei. At this moment, the headquarters of the Black Dragon Palace building in Border City, in the top floor conference room, Wu Qi was sitting on an office chair. The three Qin Chengfengs and Luo Baiwei stood respectfully on the opposite side. Hall Master, the big three forces have basically been purged, but there was a team of parasites that claimed to be the Blood Sea group among them. But they have also been eliminated by us, Qin Chengfeng said indifferently. Ever since they had occupied the outskirts of Zhonghai City, the Black Dragon Hall forces had then firmly grasped the city outskirts. Receiving Wu Qi's message again, the three of them, Qin Chengfeng, then immediately led the Black Dragon Hall's elites towards the city of Zhonghai without stopping their hooves. Hall Master, this Blood Sea group is a first-class parasite force in Zhonghai, with the leader Wang Hai's strength at the peak stage of the 5th rank. At this time, Luo Baiwei spoke out. Wu Qi nodded slightly and said, apart from the Blood Sea group, can there be other forces around? There are 3 other parasite forces, with their leader's strength at around peak 5th order. However, all of these forces are dependent on a single force, the Dusk group. And the Dusk group is one of the strongest forces amongst the parasite forces in Zhonghai, possessing several 6th order parasites, Luo Baiwei said. 6th order parasite. It was already in existence that could rival a mid-martial king. After the first few times of predation and devouring, Wu Qi had only broken through to the 6th rank by now for the blood-stopping god shelter. However, this was naturally not that he was upgrading at a slower rate than others. Rather, first of all, Yunjiang City's resources were incomparable to those of Zhonghai. The two were not even on the same scale, so the parasites in Zhonghai City also upgraded a bit faster. The second thing was that Wu Xie possessed 6 relics in his body, each of which had an independent upgrade system that required energy that was far from comparable to that of other parasites. Therefore, even at the 5th stage, Wu Qi was able to crush the martial king. Returning to the topic, Wu Qi said in a cold voice, within today, annex all the first-class forces including the Blood Sea group, and those who resist will be killed without amnesty. After the Black Dragon Hall annexed the parasitic forces on the outskirts of the city, it was also a not insignificant force when placed in Zhonghai, together with the parasites of the Hall of the Undead. After the collapse of the next 3 major forces, a large portion of their members also surrendered. Of course, the most important thing was the Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo that Wu Qi had previously captured. With their late-stage martial king strength, they were far from being able to withstand this group of mongrels from the Blood Sea group. As for why Wu Qi didn't make a move, for today's him, whether it was the three forces of the Black Tiger Gang or the forces of the Blood Sea group, they were all as weak as ants in Wu Qi's eyes. If everything had to make him take action, then Wu Qi shall not die of exhaustion. The Black Dragon Palace was established to be a sharp blade for Wu Qi to use, to kill wherever he pointed. Yes, at the same time, Luo Baiwei, Qin Shengfeng, Li Jin and Guoyu all nodded their heads at the words. Before coming here, Qin Shengfeng's three people were only at the highest level of late 4th stage, but now Qin Shengfeng had already stepped into the early 5th stage. Li Jin and Guoyu had also stepped into the peak 4th stage, with them being at the lowest level of Emperor-level parasites. Qin Shengfeng had even reached the Overlord-level parasites, and would also quickly advance to the 5th stage in a short while. After all, the resources between Yunjiang City and Shanghai City are not comparable. After entering Shanghai there are more resources available. The three people's higher life level talents are starting to kick in, and their strengths are all starting to skyrocket. So, the members of the Black Dragon Palace who had just finished the battle hadn't had time to rest and recuperate, and under the leadership of the four of them, they were divided into two batches, with one batch heading towards the Blood Sea Group's territory, and one batch heading towards the other forces. Time came to noon. The top floor office of the Blood Sea Group. Seeing that the team that was sent out in the morning still had no news by noon, Wang Hai impatiently frowned. Wang Hai frowned impatiently and looked at the man in the suit and said unhappily, "Where is Luo Baiwei? Where is the person I want? Big brother, the people I sent out. No news has been sent back yet. It might be that the undead hall is quite tenacious. Maybe a little later there will be news." The man in the suit hesitated. As a matter of fact, in their plan after the undead hall was heavily defeated by the Blood Wolf Overlord, would the three major gangs be enough to deal with them? And at this point in time the three major gangs should have already ended the battle, and then the Blood Sea Group would sit back and take advantage of the situation, and capture Luo Baiwei back. Big brother, not good. Luo Baiwei killed the door. At this moment, a parasite rushed into the office in a sorry state. Wang Hai and the man in the suit were instantly confused. Not only had Luo Baiwei not been caught by them, instead she had directly killed the door, but Wang Hai thought on second thought, how did Luo Baiwei her little people dare to kill the door? However, just in the next second, rumble, with a loud bang, the door of the conference room was directly smashed open by a white bone. The parasite from the party was instantly crushed and exploded by a white bone palm. Flesh and blood splattered and blood flowed horizontally. In Wang Hai's line of sight, Luo Baiwei's figure slowly appeared, and two white bone palms spawned behind her, looking incomparably gruesome. Without waiting for Wang Hai to react, Luo Baiwei had already launched an attack towards him. The two white bone palms that were eerie suddenly slapped towards Wang Hai. Poof! Wang Hai couldn't dodge in time and was directly slapped out by one of the white bone palms, spitting out a mouthful of blood and paling a bit. Along with Luo Baiwei, there was also Lu Yuan. Otherwise, Luo Baiwei would not have been able to break through the Blood Sea Group's parasites so easily. The next moment a stream of true chi erupted. Wang Hai's body exploded like a watermelon, and the Blood Sea Group was officially declared extinct. In just 1 day's time, the several major first-class forces dominated by parasites were all annexed by the Black Dragon Palace. As a result, the 4 precincts of Bianqing District, Linjiang District, Luoha District, and Shapu District were all brought under the jurisdiction of the Black Dragon Palace. They are all under the jurisdiction of the Black Dragon Palace. Shanghai, as a super first-tier international metropolis in China, has more than 30 jurisdictions alone. As a latecomer, the territory occupied by the parasites in Shanghai was not large. Counting the Dusk Group, the strongest parasite force in Shanghai, there were only 10 or so jurisdictions. Now, half of the parasites' territories have been incorporated into the Black Dragon Palace's territory. In addition to that, after the Black Dragon Palace annexed several major first-tier powers, its strength is also expanding wildly. There are many 3rd, 4th, and even 5th order parasites. Of course, the Black Dragon Palace also needed time to slowly digest this force that came in halfway. If they were to quickly put them into battle, it would be counterproductive. The appearance of this force from the Black Dragon Palace naturally caught the attention of the Dusk Group, but there was no way. The Black Dragon Hall's movements were simply too fast. In just 1 day's time, it had already annexed several major first-tier forces. At this moment, in the conference room of the Dusk Group's headquarters, a group of Dusk Group executives were assembled here. The Dusk Group was the leading group of parasites in Shanghai City. Its big brother, a handful of them, was a 6th-rank parasite. In addition to that, the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Dusk Group are all 6th-ranked beings. This is how they are able to establish a firm foothold in Shanghai. The strength of the other executives is almost all at the peak of the Fifth Order. Even compared to the ancient martial artist forces that had taken root in Shanghai before the end of the world, the Dusk Group was no less powerful. At this moment, a spirited young man, surrounded by several parasites, came to sit at the head of the conference table. This person was none other than the hand of the Dusk Group. His name was Yi Million, and he was once nothing more than an ordinary person, only in his early 30s. After the end of the world, he relied on his powerful parasitic body to grow up quickly. Now he was one of the giants of Shanghai, and he looked quite spirited. But at this moment, Yi Millionaire grimaced, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, a powerful aura descending over the entire room as he asked in a cold voice, "Tell us all, what's going on with this Black Dragon Palace? Why did it suddenly appear in our territory?" Yi Million looked as if he was asking for an offense. However, this was normal. From the Dusk Group's standpoint, the appearance of a force like the Black Dragon Hall in their territory should have been quickly discovered and then quickly eliminated. However, it was obvious that the Dusk Group's handling was not timely. By the time they reacted, the Black Dragon Hall had already annexed half of the parasite's territory. The faces of the top management of the Dusk Group all showed a look of gravity, and each of them did not dare to speak. Yi Million was able to grow up quickly in the midst of the end times, not because of any phoenix mouth, but because he was ruthless enough, and even more ruthless to his own men. It was through his ruthlessness that he had enlisted a group of parasites in the previous period. Lin Yuan, didn't I ask you to keep a good eye on the Blood Sea Group and the others? Why did we only get the news after they were exterminated? Seeing that the group of executives were silent, Yi Million's cold gaze fell on a man with a big belly. "Big brother. Me, I also just received the news." Lin Yuan's breathing stuttered, his speech stuttered, and he immediately revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. "Big brother, this matter really can't blame me. The major forces among the eye line I obviously planted well, but today I don't know why. All dead. Once upon a time, once the Blood Sea Group's several forces had something in the wind, he could receive timely news from his side. But this time is different. The eyes and ears he planted in the Blood Sea Group and other forces were all killed. His side will not receive any news. I fucking see that you only care about eating, drinking and playing with women." Yi Million cursed angrily and directly slapped him on the face. The power of a 6th-rank parasite did not have the slightest amount of restraint, directly slapping Lin Yuan to the point of dizziness. His teeth mixed with blood foam flew out a few, and his two nostrils that were so big they could stick onions in them seemed to open up as if a floodgate had been opened, clattering and flowing all over the place. "Big brother, I think it would be better to take advantage of the fact that before this what's-her-name Black Dragon Palace has stabilized, to directly wage war on them, and quickly annex them, so that our strength is bound to grow as well," a senior suggested. But however, it was quickly vetoed by another parasite. "Definitely do not go to war with the Black Dragon Hall. For the Black Dragon Palace to be able to annex the Blood Sea Group in a short period of time, they must have at least 2, if not 3, 6th-rank parasites or more. If we go to war with them, we will only end up losing both of us, and at that time, the other forces in Shanghai will definitely not let this opportunity to take advantage of the situation." "That's right, I also agree with Old 8. We must not go to war with the Black Dragon Hall," the other executives agreed. Nowadays, the Dusk Group was already a huge force in Shanghai that was hard to shake, so if they went to war rashly, it would definitely affect many things as well. Moreover, this Black Dragon Hall had a mysterious origin and such a powerful parasite. To them, going to war with the Black Dragon Hall was equivalent to opening a blind box. No one knew if they could win the fight. Plus, their lives were stable enough now, even more so than before the end of the world. So naturally, no one was willing to gamble with it all. But with the cautious faction, there was the belligerent faction. "What, are we going to stand by and watch a power comparable to ours grow up within our territory? Are we going to raise a tiger if we don't nip them in the bud? You guys wouldn't have been secretly bribed by the Black Dragon Palace, would you?" A parasite senior spoke in displeasure. "I think you're a pig brain. The Black Dragon Hall has such a mysterious origin. Are you sure there are really only 2 6th-rank parasites? In case there's a stronger existence, then wouldn't we be kicking the can down the road?" The latter explained. "Put your mother's bullshit. The appearance of 2 rank CXS is already tops. If they had so many rank CXS, what the hell would they have done long ago?" The former instantly slapped the desktop and cursed angrily. "All of you stop at the right time." At this time, the silent second-in-command of the Dusk Group spoke out, and it was only then that the 2 parasites stopped fighting, both giving each other a somewhat displeased look before sitting back in their positions. He looked at Yi Million and calmly said, "Big brother, since things have come to this, we can only take one step and see what happens. At least explore the Black Dragon Hall's reality first. If this Black Dragon Hall is nothing more than a paper tiger, We will then directly strike to overthrow the Black Dragon Hall. Yi Million nodded slightly. He was naturally not a fool to be able to sit in this position. The Black Dragon Palace can be in a short period of time under their noses. Rapid annexation of the Blood Sea Group, several major forces to grow up. Behind the scenes must be a strong person to stand. Thinking about this, Yi Million opened his mouth and said, since this is the case, then first send one person to explore the reality of this Black Dragon Hall. But big brother, who should we send? A senior couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid that if the parasites sent out are too weak, they will only be able to be held at the mercy of others, not to mention exploring the Black Dragon Hall strengths and weaknesses. Secondly, who knows how this Black Dragon Palace's style of behavior is? What if the parasites sent out are killed? This is not a peaceful era. There is no such thing as not chopping off incoming ambassadors. In this incomparably cruel post-apocalyptic world, anything was possible. If he was asked to go to the Black Dragon Palace, he would inevitably be 10,000 times unwilling. Yi Million pondered for a moment, naturally knowing the reasoning behind it. Immediately, he looked towards the Dusk Group's third handle, who hadn't said a word all along, and said, Old 3, I'll leave this matter to you. The Dusk Group's third-in-command's name was Zhang Yan. Just like Yi Million, Zhang Yan was also a 6th-order parasite. However, he was only an early 6th-rank parasitoid. But, early 6th-rank parasites weren't that easy to kill. The key was that Zhang Yan's parasitic body was extremely special and was very good at escaping. Even if he faced a siege of 2 6th-rank existences, he believed that Zhang Yan would also be able to escape in one piece. Thinking about this, Yi Millionaire said in a deep voice, if this Black Dragon Hall does not speak of martial virtues, then we, the Dusk Group, will definitely not let them go either. Big brother, you can rest assured that you'll leave it to me. Even if this Black Dragon Hall wants to trap and kill me, it won't be that simple. Zhang Yan decisively agreed. He carried a great deal of confidence on his face. There was no other. It was only because Zhang Yan was confident in his parasitic body. To know, as the third-in-command of the Dusk Group, Zhang Yan himself was an overlord-level parasite, coupled with the fact that Zhang Yan's parasitic body was even a parasitic body that excelled at escaping. Even if it was 3 6th rank or even 4 6th rank parasites, he also had the confidence to escape from it. Yi Million nodded slightly. He could not trust Zhang Yan more. Once when he had fought with Zhang Yan, he had experienced the terrifying mechanics of Zhang Yan's parasitic body. Even he could not possibly capture and kill Zhang Yan. At this moment, the second-in-command of the Dusk Group said, but since this is the first time we are in contact with this Black Dragon Hall, we are bound to not fall behind either. We have to give them a kick in the pants and let them know that we, the Dusk Group, are the kings of the parasites in this region. Yi Million nodded once again. Not bad. The Black Dragon Palace had suddenly taken root in the parasitic power territory of Zhanghai City. They were the once leading parasite power. If they didn't give the Black Dragon Palace a kick in the pants, wouldn't it mean that they were afraid of the Black Dragon Hall? Thinking of this, Yi Million said coldly, Old 3, when you go to Black Dragon Palace, bring more brothers of the 4th rank, and a few of the 5th rank as well, and be arrogant, or else this Black Dragon Palace will still think that we're soft persimmons to be taken at will. Ha 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 ha, big brother, don't worry, I'm the best at this. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. As a parasite who possessed a skill at escaping, after the end of the world, Zhang Yan realized that his escape success rate was infinitely close to 100%. Therefore, he acted arrogantly. After all, no one could do anything about him, and he could put up as much of a fight as he wanted. Black Dragon Palace Mansion Headquarters. It was already the second day after the Black Dragon Palace had swept away several first-class parasite forces. Because of the previous experience of the Black Dragon Hall in Yunjiang City, Qin Chengfeng, Li Jin and Gui Yu were also the senior members of the Black Dragon Palace in Yunjiang City and had experience in managing forces. In addition, those who followed Wu Qi to Zhanghai were all Black Dragon Hall elites. The Black Dragon Palace in Yunjiang City is also a small team leader-level cadres. Therefore, after the Black Dragon Palace was established in Zhanghai City, it soon formally entered into operation, and various departments were quickly established, while also absorbing the parasitic bodies of the previous several major forces. Here is a passing mention. The end of the world. The weak will instinctively cling to the strong. So even if the Black Dragon Palace exterminated several major first-tier forces such as the Blood Sea Group, their members wouldn't hate the Black Dragon Palace for it. After all, it's not like the Blood Sea Group and these forces are their dads. The reason they chose these forces, naturally, they also wanted to rely on these forces to survive. Even in the post-apocalyptic world where supplies were in short supply, the major forces, including the Blood Sea Group, would oppress their members, which made it even more difficult to talk about a sense of belonging. The Black Dragon Palace had fucked the heads of several major forces to death. This only proved that the Black Dragon Palace was even more powerful. That's why this group of members chose to defect without exception. It's hard not to think that you're still thinking of your employees fighting for their black-hearted bosses, isn't it? Back to the topic. After the Black Dragon Palace absorbed the members of several major forces of the Bloodsea Group, it has rapidly expanded in size. At the same time, the territory also rapidly expanded to 4 districts: Border District, Linjiang District, Luoha District, and Xiapu District. Together with the branches in the suburbs, there were 5 jurisdictions. Even the Dusk Group only had 5 precincts. But Parasite is a rising star. The territories occupied in Zhonghai City. Basically, they are all borderlands, far from being considered central areas. The real center areas are occupied by ancient martial artist forces, or parasite beast forces. At this moment, in the area where the Black Dragon Palace's territory bordered the Dusk Group, a fleet of parasites from the Dusk Group drove into the Black Dragon Palace territory with great fanfare. For this kind of fringe area, naturally, there were no parasites stationed there. After all, the Black Dragon Palace territory was so large. If all the fringe areas were guarded by parasites, it would be impossible to manage. The Black Dragon Palace members patrolling around the area quickly discovered this caravan. It didn't take long. The parasite squads in the vicinity of the Black Dragon Palace quickly assembled. It intercepted the Dusk Group's convoy. A Black Dragon Hall parasite squad leader stood in front of the convoy and said nonchalantly, "This is Black Dragon Hall territory, so if you don't want to die, get the hell out." Black Dragon Hall? Ha 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 ha. The next moment, a burst of derision came from within the head car of the Dusk Group's convoy. Immediately afterward, many parasites were seen coming down from the car or that. The one at the head was clearly Zhang Yan, the third in command of the Dusk Group. At this moment, a touch of mockery appeared on his face as he sneered. What kind of bullshit Black Dragon Palace? What kind of trash force? Is it worthy of flaunting its power in front of my Dusk Group? What did you say? A surge of anger surged in the heart of the Black Dragon Hall parasite squad leader. He was an elite member of the Black Dragon Hall who had followed Wu Qi from Yinjiang City to Zhonghai. It was important to realize that the Black Dragon Palace was different from other forces that oppressed their members. The Black Dragon Palace had always been generous to all its members. Moreover, like all the elite members, he was influenced by Wu Qi's master relics, and he respected Wu Qi and followed him. He had long since felt a sense of belonging to the Black Dragon Palace. At this moment, when he heard Zhang Yan exiting to humiliate the Black Dragon Palace, he was naturally incomparably angry in his heart. However, the parasite in front of him was obviously not something he could fight against. Seeing the anger on the face of the junior captain, Zhang Yan immediately laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. I said that your Black Dragon Hall is all a bunch of raking seed trash waste, and your hall master is even a bastard. You seek death. The Black Dragon Hall parasite squad leader roared angrily. He knew that he had no chance of winning against Zhang Yan of the Dusk Group. But Wu Qi was to him. It was like the existence of faith in life. He absolutely could not allow Zhang Yan to denigrate it. In the next moment, the power of the parasite in his body suddenly erupted. A majestic energy was vented from his body. The brown parasitic body also instantly attached itself to his body surface. The Black Dragon Hall parasite squad leader's body immediately shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, his arm transformed into a gigantic clawed tooth, killing towards Zhang Yan. Of course, the Black Dragon Hall members under his hand. They were also all loyal followers of Wu Qi without exception. This was the essence of Wu Qi's dominating sharpness. It could invariably help Wu Qi enlist a large number of loyal followers. The Black Dragon Hall team of parasites saw their captain charging up. At this moment, they also summoned the parasites in their bodies and recklessly killed towards the Dusk Group parasites. Really looking for death? A flash of disdain flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he teased. Since you want to find death, then I'll play along with you. Not to mention that the squads behind him were the elite of the Dusk Group. He himself was a 6th rank parasite. Even more so, he was an overlord level life level parasite. The Black Dragon Palace squad in front of him was as weak as ants in his eyes. In the next moment, the battle started immediately. On this side, there were only a few dozen people in the Black Dragon Palace team. On the other hand, there were hundreds of people on Zhang Yan's side of the Dusk Group. The majority of the parasites were above the 4th rank. On the other hand, on the side of the Black Dragon Palace team, only the team leader had a 4th rank. But even in the face of such a disparity in strength, they still rushed up without a care in the world. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Black Dragon Palace squad was like a mantis. They were sent flying by the Dusk Group parasite. Ha 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 ha, don't kill them all. I'm going to have a good time with them. Zhang Yan laughed out loud as his gaze landed on the Black Dragon Hall squad leader. The next moment, a pair of crystal feathers spread out from the shoulder bone behind Zhang Yan. In just a split second, Zhang Yan's figure arrived in front of the Black Dragon Hall junior captain. as an overlord-class parasitic body. Zhang Yan's parasitic body possessed extremely high mobility. However, at the same time, it was also far less powerful than a normal overlord-class parasite. However, even so, it was also far from being comparable to a weak parasite like the Black Dragon Temple Squad leader. Not to mention the fact that Zhang Yan was still a rank 6 parasite. Only Zhang Yan's feathers were slightly closed, easily blocking the attack of the Black Dragon Hall Squad leader. The latter did not even hurt a single feather of Zhang Yan's feathers. What? A flash of shock flashed across the eyes of the Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain. He had thought that Zhang Yan was not something he could fight against, but he also did not expect that he would not even be able to injure Zhang Yan even a single feather. Immediately afterward, before he could react, Zhang Yan's right leg had already viciously kicked him in the cheek. The body speed of a rank 1 parasite had already evolved into an existence that could not be compared to that of an ordinary human, not to mention 6th rank parasites. Put. The Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his body directly flew backwards. However, before he could even land on the ground, Zhang Yan's figure had already arrived behind him again, adding another kick. The Black Dragon Palace Junior Captain was kicked out again, flying through space like it was enough, being kicked by Zhang Yan from the east to the west, and then from the west to the north. By the time Zhang Yan got tired of playing, the Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain would have already had his skin split open and blood dripping. At the same time, the other members of the Black Dragon Hall parasites had also been beaten down by the Dusk Group, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Hey, I haven't had enough fun yet. Zhang Yan kicked at the body of the Black Dragon Hall's junior leader, who had long been breathing weakly and was spitting out blood. He said indistinctly, Hall Master, Lord, no, won't let you go, Lord Temple Master? Ha, sooner or later, he will also bow down to our Dusk Group. Zhang Yan sneered and kicked the Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain again, sending him several meters away. Suddenly, Zhang Yan walked over to the Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain's body and turned his words around. How about this? If you say a word about the trash Black Dragon Hall and the waste fishing for seeds Black Dragon Hall Master, I will spare your life? I'm going to fuck you. Who knew that the latter's mouth was actually cursing? Then you can go to hell. This instantly caused Zhang Yan's face to turn cold, and he directly kicked the Black Dragon Hall Junior Captain with all his might, kicking him into a store on the side of the street, knocking down the cement cast wall with a loud crash. His life and death unknown. Immediately after that, he came to the next Black Dragon Hall parasite who was knocked down, and said in a cold voice, if you say one word about the trash Black Dragon Hall, the waste fishing for seed Black Dragon Hall Master, I will spare your life. However, this Black Dragon Hall member did not have the slightest fear and cursed, you're the fucking bastard. Zhang Yan's face instantly crashed into the freezing point, kicking this Black Dragon Hall parasite out as well. However, he didn't give up and turned to the third Black Dragon Hall parasite, stomping on the latter's arm. Ka-ching! Ah! Only a bone-crunching sound was heard as the third Black Dragon Hall parasite's arm was stiffly stepped on and broken. Zhang Yan viciously said, speak, your Black Dragon Hall parasite is a waste fishing for seed. However, what Zhang Yan heard was a curse. Your entire family is the one who is a waste fishing for seed. You all want to seek death, right? Then I will fulfill you. Zhang Yan let out a cold snort, and at this moment, the expression on his face had fallen to the freezing point. His intention was to use his crushing strength to make this group of Black Dragon Hall members submit. It was not his intention to drive them to extinction. After all, this was tantamount to directly offending the Black Dragon Hall. It was different from the purpose of his visit, but he didn't expect it. This group of Black Dragon Hall members were so loyal. Instantly, Zhang Yan's anger grew from his heart as he coldly declared, kill them all, leave no one behind. You're looking for death if you don't leave when there's a road to heaven. The Dusk Group parasite raised his butcher's knife upon hearing this and was about to lay his hands on the members of the Black Dragon Hall. But, suddenly, a figure suddenly flashed out. A flash of ferocious light flashed by, and the body of the Dusk Group parasite who raised his butcher knife was instantly cut into 2 halves, and blood was spilled. What kind of person? Zhang Yan's face changed slightly as he looked at the visitor with a cold gaze. It was an elite youth wearing a suit and glasses. Although his strength was only at the late 5th stage, Zhang Yan could sense that this person's life level was not weaker than his. Overlord-level parasites. Zhang Yan could not help but have a flash of horror rise in his heart. It was important to realize that the Dusk Group only had just 3 hegemony levels. However, the Black Dragon Hall had 2 known 6 ranks. To be able to reach this kind of 6th rank in a short period of time must also be a hegemony class parasite, together with the Overlord class parasite in front of them and the Undead Hall's Luo by way. It was the 3 of them that had directly surpassed them. This was undoubtedly an extremely unfavorable situation for them. If they let this kind of power grow, it would surely become a scourge. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent surfaced in Zhang Yan's heart. The person who came. Naturally, it was Qin Shengfeng. The news of the Dusk Group's invasion of the Black Dragon Palace territory. As early as the Black Dragon Palace squad discovered it, they had sent someone to send the news back to the Black Dragon Palace headquarters. That was why Qin Shengfeng was able to arrive in time. Incidentally, the Black Dragon Hall had acquired a large amount of resources after annexing several major forces of the Blood Sea Group. At this time, Qin Shengfeng's strength had already arrived at the late 5th stage. Right behind him, there was also Li Jin and Gui Yu. All of their strength had coincidentally broken through to the 5th rank. The three people's life classes were not low at all. Li Jin and Gui Yu were both emperor-level parasites. It was just that the resources in Yunjiang City were not as good as those in Zhanghai. Now that they had come to Zhanghai, their strength naturally began to soar. Back to the topic. After Zhang Yan sensed the threat of Qin Shengfeng and the Black Dragon Hall, a murderous intent immediately rose in his heart. Then, in a flash of lightning, Zhang Yan's figure moved. It was like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of Qin Shengfeng. At the same time, his arm mutated into a black parasitic body, killing Qin Shengfeng. Die for me. However, Qin Shengfeng was not unprepared. He quickly reacted and his arm also coalesced into a crystal parasitic body, blocking Zhang Yan's attack. Zhang Yan's powerful force impacted on Qin Shengfeng's parasitic body, prompting him to sink his feet into the concrete ground and move backward by half a meter. However, it failed to break through Qin Shengfeng's defense. Here was where Zhang Yan's parasitic body had to be mentioned. Although his parasitic body granted him high mobility, it also weakened his strength. Compared to other overlord-rank parasitic bodies, his power was much weaker. Thus even if he was rank 6, facing the late rank 5 Qin Shengfeng, it would be difficult to defeat him from the front. With this in mind, Zhang Yan was about to utilize his powerful maneuverability, but he suddenly stalled, his gaze looking behind Qin Shengfeng. Two strong ancient martial artist auras locked him in place. Lu Yuan and Zhan Luo figures quickly arrived behind Qin Shengfeng. Scum of the Dusk Group, rest in peace. Lu Yuan's figure wrapped in the aura of a martial king and crushed over towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan couldn't help but pale a few points. Although he was a 6th rank parasite, however, he was simply not a match for the late martial king Lu Yuan. Zhang Yan was a bit confused. Why was there an ancient martial artist in the Black Dragon Hall? Or such a terrifying ancient martial artist? At least the strength was above the middle stage. Zhang Luo gazed at Zhang Yan, his eyes teasingly mocking. Kid, your path has narrowed. Daring to offend the Black Dragon Palace. You're afraid that you won't even know how you'll die. After all, even he and Lu Yuan, two late-stage martial king existences, had also fallen at the hands of that terrifying existence, the Black Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Not to mention the tiny 6th rank parasite in front of them, even the Dusk Group. That terrifying existence could easily overthrow it. Hiss. Zhang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. He gradually began to realize that something was wrong. The Black Dragon Palace. It seemed to be an existence that they could not afford to offend. Aren't you ancient martial artists? How did you join the parasite forces? Zhang Yan asked. Mentioning this, Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo's old faces immediately became a little embarrassed. Was this something they volunteered for? It wasn't because that hall master of the Black Dragon Hall was so terrifying that they didn't even have the ability to resist. Humph, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, then honestly come with us. Lord Temple Master has summoned you and the others. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Zhang Yan was not timid. Even if he faced a late-stage martial king ancient martial artist, he also had the confidence to escape with his life. You guys go back to inform first. Zhang Yan informed his men. Previously, he had brought them here in order to give the Black Dragon Palace a warning, but the current situation was undoubtedly impossible. Bringing them into the Black Dragon Hall again was obviously a dangerous decision. After all, Zhang Yan could run on his own, but could his men run? However, at this moment, Qin Shengfeng said in a cold voice, injuring a member of my Black Dragon Palace and want to leave so simply? Naturally, it was impossible to let this group of Dusk Group parasites leave so easily, and the Black Dragon Palace had always treated its enemies with no amnesty. What do you mean? Zhang Yan's face changed slightly. Right now, two late martial king ancient martial artists were present. It was naturally impossible for him to keep the Dusk Group's parasites. Zhang Yan said in a deep voice, could it be that the Black Dragon Hall wants to completely offend my Dusk Group? Ha ha ha, kid, you seem to have gotten it wrong. The Black Dragon Palace has never put your tiny Dusk Group in their eyes. At this moment, Zhang Luo laughed out loud. He used to be at least a high-ranking member of the Tianwu Group in Shangjing. The Dusk Group was considered a top parasite power in Zhanghai, but in his eyes, at most, it was a first-class power. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's face changed drastically and immediately said, everyone retreat. The Dusk Group's parasites also realized that the situation was not right and began to retreat one after another. Escape? Can you guys escape? Qin Shengfeng sneered. And in the next moment, his body flashed up and attacked towards the Dusk Group parasites. At the same time, the Black Dragon Hall elites who arrived to support them killed out one after another. The parasites on the Dusk Group side were like lost dogs. They were simply powerless. Zhang Yan's side could only watch his subordinates being hunted down one by one, his face so dark that it could almost drip ink. After all, there were still Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo, the two martial king ancient martial artists staring at him. Be a good boy and come with us, or you'll end up just like them, Lu Yuan said in a cold voice. And Zhang Yan was no fool at the moment. Since the Black Dragon Hall dared to make a move against the Dusk Group, it would dare to make a move against him. Going would be in vain. It would be better to send the news back to the Dusk Group earlier. Thinking about this, Zhang Yan coldly said, "You guys alone are not worthy of catching me." The words fell. Zhang Yan's feathered wings flapped behind him, and his figure instantly exploded back 1,000 meters away. And after instantly shaking off the Lu Yuan Zhang Luo duo, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to flee at full speed again, not stopping until he was out of the Black Dragon Palace territory. I didn't realize that there were still two martial king ancient martial artists in this Black Dragon Palace, Zhang Yan muttered to himself. Moreover, it looked like those two martial kings were still very respectful to that mysterious hall master of the Black Dragon Hall. Thinking about it, he was having some difficulty imagining what kind of terrifying existence this Black Dragon Hall master was. However, at this very moment, a cruel black figure appeared in front of him, white hair with alien pupils and a brutal face. 6 black and red crystal heli were coiled behind him, and 2 evil black dragons rose from his shoulder bones on both sides. His body revealed a killing valve and bloodlust, and the aura of dominating everything was born. Zhang Yan only felt a great terror descending on him, and an endless fear spread in his heart, prompting him to tremble. The aura of death filled his heart, and Zhang Yan only felt his throat dry up. What are you? You! Shut up! Where do dead people come up with so much nonsense? A flash of ferocious light flashed within Wu Qi's gaze. Put! The next instant behind him a heli stabbed into Zhang Yan's chest, penetrating his chest. Zhang Yan screamed in pain, but he was horrified to still find himself in front of the terrifying existence in front of him. He didn't even have the courage to run away. The black and red crystal heli pierced into Zhang Yan's body. He only felt that his life was frantically draining away. That was when Zhang Yan instantly realized Wu Qi was actually devouring his life force. At this rate, he was afraid that he would die in less than a minute. A huge fear of death enveloped Zhang Yan's mind as he shouted, "Wait, wait!" However, Wu Qi simply ignored his voice. Immediately after that the other 5 heli tails pierced into his body as well. Ah! Zhang Yan screamed miserably as he looked pleadingly at Wu Qi, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he begged, "Don't kill me, I'm the third in command of the Dusk Group. I can give you resources, tons of resources, and women. To women, as long as you're willing to spare me, I can help you capture many women." However, from the beginning to the end, Wu Qi looked at him as if he was looking at a corpse. Put! In the next instant, Zhang Yan was instantly cut into countless pieces by the 6 paths of heli. All of Zhang Yan's energy was devoured. Wu Qi's strength was also rising rapidly. However, there was no breakthrough. After all, what Wu Qi's 6 heli needed was a much more massive power. The power for each promotion was also far from what an ordinary 6th rank parasite could compare to. In that case, let's clean up this so-called Dusk Group together, Wu Qi blandly said, his figure heading towards the Dusk Group at an astonishing speed. Dusk Group, the high-level conference room of the headquarters building. At the same time that Zhang Yan went out, the Dusk Group's huge intelligence organization was also quickly mobilized. The Dusk Group was able to become the leading force of parasites in Zhonghai City. Naturally, it was not a group of fishes. Therefore, under the investigation of the Dusk Group's intelligence organization, all the information of the Black Dragon Palace had already been presented in front of them. From the sudden appearance of the Black Dragon Palace in Zhonghai, to the lightning conquest of the parasite forces on the outskirts of the city, to the subjugation of the Hall of the Undead, the defeat of the 3 major gangs, and then the annexation of the Bloodsea Group's major forces. All the information was listed in detail, and this entire process took less than 5 days. Simply incredible. The more Yi Million looked at it, the more his brows were tightly wrinkled together. This Black Dragon Palace is not even a force in Zhonghai? He originally thought that this Black Dragon Palace was a force that was hibernating in the shadows of Zhonghai City. After all, to be able to achieve this level of success, a strong force was needed, and 6th rank parasites were even more indispensable. However, the only cities in China that had 6th rank parasites were Zhonghai and Shangjing, and it could never be a force from another city. Can it be that it's a parasite force from Shangjing? A flash of scorn flashed in Yi Million's eyes. Zhonghai and Shangjing is the 2 super first-tier cities of China. Both of them possessed strong comprehensive strength. However, Shangjing City was the political center of China, and was even stronger than Zhonghai in terms of comprehensive strength. If this Black Dragon Palace is really a parasitic force from Shangjing, I'm afraid that the Dusk Group would also be difficult to shake easily, but even so, it's delusional to think that it is a dominant force in Zhonghai. A flash of viciousness flashed in Yi Million's eyes. Although this Black Dragon Palace was most likely a parasite force from Shangjing, but it was said that a strong dragon could not yet crush a snake on the ground. For the Dusk Group to be able to dominate amongst the parasite forces in Zhonghai, it naturally had its own strong points. For example, the Dusk Group's 3 sixth-order parasites are the Dusk Group's 3 most powerful handlers. When placed in the ancient martial artist forces, they also belong to the top of the line. And Yi Million's own strength has reached the late stage of the 6th order. He was even more unafraid of the Black Dragon Palace. I thought about this. Yi Millionaire's gaze looked at the other senior management of the conference room. Have you all finished reading the information of the Black Dragon Hall? All the top brass nodded their heads, revealing a look of gravity. Once upon a time, they, the Dusk Group, were a dominant force amongst the parasite forces in Zhonghai. There was absolutely no need to worry about threats from the parasites, and the other forces in Zhonghai were basically peaceful with each other. However, after the Black Dragon Palace came, this rare peace was probably about to break. Tell us what you all think about the Black Dragon Palace. Yi Million took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The executives were silent for a moment. A parasite said, Big brother, I think this Black Dragon Hall has extraordinary origins, so perhaps coexistence is the best option. I'm against it, Big brother. We are the boss of the Middle Sea Parasite Great Plate. What makes this later comer, the Black Dragon Hall, equal to us? Immediately, a parasite retorted. That's right, this Black Dragon Hall has come on a rampage and annexed and annihilated so many forces as soon as they arrived. What kind of a good guy can they be? We want to coexist. They may not think so, a parasite echoed. Then what do you guys say? Go to war with the Black Dragon Palace? Not to mention the fact that there are still so many forces staring at us. Ancient martial artists, parasitic beasts, and even those terrorist forces in the international arena. If we start a war with the Black Dragon Palace, all that awaits us is the yellow bird in the back. All the top executives of the Dusk Group had different thoughts. For a while the conference room looked noisy. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the floor-to-ceiling window on one side, and the specially manufactured tempered glass instantly shattered into countless fragments, splattering a burst of smoke and dust. It was as if something huge had landed in the conference room. This is fucking over 100 floors up in the air. Inside the conference room, the gazes of all the top executives of all the Dusk Group looked in unison in the direction from which the loud noise came. The smoke and dust dispersed. A figure with white hair and alien pupils appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A mighty pressure that dominated everything instantly descended on the entire room. What kind of existence was this? Brutality. Bloodthirsty. A strong killing valve aura emanated from his body. The pair of 6 colored pupils emitted a faint golden light. It was as if the master was gazing at them from across the sky. Behind him, 6 black and red crystal and heli, like the unnameable and terrifying tentacles in Crusoe. 2 dark evil dragons hissed and roared, emitting an evil aura as if from the underworld. They only felt that their hearts instantly stopped beating, as if they were viciously pinched by a palm, and even breathing became difficult. You, what are you? Yuan Bai's face was unsightly and his voice was horrified, because in this person's body, not only did he feel fear and suppression originating from the level of life, but there was also a sense of crisis of death that filled his heart. This made Yi Million not dare to believe. He knew that he was a 6th-level parasite. Not to mention Zhonghai, he was also a top-level parasite in Shangjing. How could any parasite be able to give him a death crisis? Black Dragon Palace Master. Wu Qi spoke his identity in a flat tone. His 6-colored alien pupils swept his gaze over all the Dusk Group executives present. All the Dusk Group only felt as if they were being stared at by the god of death the moment they were stared at by Wu Qi. It was an unspeakable terror. It easily evoked the strongest fear in their hearts. It prompted them to tremble uncontrollably. He is the Black Dragon Hall Master. If he's the Black Dragon Hall Master, how can we possibly fight against the Black Dragon Hall? It will die. We will definitely die. No, I want to quit the Dusk Group. I don't want to die. There were even Dusk Point executives who were scared out of their wits. But at this moment, Yi Million couldn't care less about this group of executives. He looked at Wu Qi with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "What do you want by barging into my Dusk Group? Submit to me, or die." A flash of scarlet in Wu Qi's eyes. His words sounded incomparably flat, but the brutality and bloodlust on his face left no doubt about the authenticity of his words. "I am willing to submit to you. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve the Black Dragon Palace as an ox." These words came out. The crowd of Dusk Group executives prostrated themselves in unison. instantly choosing to submit. Of course, there were also tenacious types. Grass mud horse, you dog egg goons. He one rushed to our dusk group's hinterland. And you all surrendered before the fight even started? A parasite opened his mouth and cursed angrily. Afterwards, his eyes looked towards Wu Qi and he coldly grunted. Don't fucking play God for me. How strong can you be? Can it be that 6th rank parasites are all ants in your eyes? Swish. The next second, a hurly tail behind Wu Qi moved. Bang! The head of this parasite was instantly like a watermelon when it was exploded by Wu Qi's heli tail. All the higher-ups' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. The hearts no longer dared to have the intention to resist. How dare you? Yi Millionaire glared angrily as he angrily rebuked. His own people were actually all directly scared by Wu Qi's aura and surrendered in place. If this were to be told, Dusk Group would still be laughed to death? At this moment, Yi Millionaire hated to abuse Wu Qi on the spot. But he knows. I am afraid that Wu Qi's strength is not to be underestimated. Thinking about this, Yi Millionaire grimaced and angrily said, Black Dragon Hall Master, you are looking for death. Nowadays, the Dusk Group's group of executives directly submitted to Wu Qi. It could be said that he, Yi Million, the Dusk Group, had lost completely. But, there was one other person on the scene besides him. Naturally, it was the second in command of the Dusk Group, the same as also a late-stage 6 parasite. Together with Yi by playing his too late 6th order, he was likewise not false against Wu Qi. Wu Xia was even stronger. It couldn't be a peak 6th order either. After all, this is unprecedented in Zhanghai. In Shangjing is even more top parasites, only a few. If Wu Xia is the peak of the 6th order, why would he need to come to Zhanghai? He could be the king of Shangjing. And the 7th rank is even more impossible to exist. There is no such thing in the whole of China. So the two of them are in the late stage of the 6th rank against Wu Qi. Not to say kill Wu Qi, at least they can fight against him. With this in mind, Yi Baiwan prepared for battle. However, a parasitic body stabbed in from behind him, penetrating his chest. Yi Baiwan instantly realized something. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned back to look at the originator, the second in command of the Dusk Group. Li Yu, you, how dare you backstab me? Pooh! Yi Baiwan's eyes were split, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. That strike just now had directly penetrated his heart. Even if it was a late-stage 6 parasite, it was also impossible to lose his heart and survive. So the next moment Yi Millionaire's life suddenly and rapidly dried up. The parasitic body on his body also dissipated at once. Puff! His entire body was like a puddle of mud collapsing onto the smooth floor, blood flowing out without money. Yi Millionaire, you're looking for death. I can't do anything about it, so I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Li Yu waved her hand and said. Wu Qi was close to writing the word invincible on his face. You Shabi are still resisting? If you don't backstab, who are you backstabbing? Subsequently, Li Yu similarly prostrated herself and said with incomparable respect. I am willing to submit to you. At this point, all the parasitic forces in Central Sea were annexed by the Black Dragon Palace. The Dusk Group was among the top parasite forces in Zhanghai. Now it had been annexed overnight by a force called the Black Dragon Palace that had suddenly appeared. This naturally drew the attention of other forces. All the forces in the Central Sea had sent out scouts to find out information about the Black Dragon Hall. Ancient martial artist forces. Li family. The Li family is an ancient martial arts family that has been entrenched in Zhanghai City for 1,000 years. The head of the family has many ancient martial artists. Its Li family's old ancestor was even a terrifying existence above the martial king. This was also one of the reasons why the Li family could endure in Zhanghai. At this time, inside the Li family's family meeting hall, after the Black Dragon Palace annexed the Dusk Group and became the leader of the parasitic forces in Zhanghai, the existence of the Black Dragon Palace was also quickly reported to the top management by the Li family's intelligence organization. Although the parasite force was only a rising star, the Li family, as an ancient martial artist power that had been entrenched in Zhanghai for 1,000 years, was naturally not afraid of a mere parasite. However, everything should be prevented before it is too late. What's more, nowadays, the end of the parasitic world, the strength of parasitic beasts, parasites and other existences were insanely skyrocketing. From the end of the parasitic world, less than 2 months, the strength will be enough to fight against them one or two this point. This force of parasites is definitely not to be underestimated. And at this moment, all the information of the Black Dragon Hall was also placed in front of all the Li family executives. A force that suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the city a week ago? A Li family senior couldn't help but show a flash of shock in his eyes as he subconsciously said when he read the time of the Black Dragon Palace's appearance. A week to annex the Dusk Group? How is this possible? To know. Although the Dusk Group grew late, but it was also one of the top forces of the various parties in Zhanghai. It was annexed in a week's time. How was this possible? Even the Li family couldn't have done it so quickly. Unless the other party has a 7th-rank parasitic person, or an ancient martial artist above martial king. But this is impossible. In today's world, even 7th-rank parasitic beasts have yet to come out, let alone 7th-rank parasites. Ancient martial artists above martial kings are even more bullshit. This kind of old monster general existence, in the entire country of China, is a godlike existence. It is impossible to come out of the world without half a bit of news. And so far he has not heard of that person coming out of the world. What's more, why would this kind of existence help a small parasite force? Instead, the Black Dragon Palace had created possibilities under such many impossible conditions. Thinking about this, all the Li family executives realized that the existence of the Black Dragon Hall might be a huge scourge. For a time, all Li family executives couldn't help but show a murderous intent in their eyes. This threat must be completely eradicated. A high-ranking Li family ancient martial artist opened his mouth, killing intent unconcealed in his tone. Not bad, not to mention that they are parasites that eat human flesh and blood. We absolutely cannot keep such a scourge. Another senior Li family member concurred. After all, they were all ancient martial artists with different stances. They would definitely not stand by and watch a parasite force that could turn into a world giant continue to grow. It was at this moment that a Li family senior spoke up. But why do I hear this Black Dragon Hall sounding a bit familiar? At those words, all of the Li family's top echelons immediately looked at this top echelon with their gazes swiping in unison. The latter did not talk nonsense. Immediately, he spoke in detail about what he knew. It was about a month ago that Yunjiang City in the Upper Capital Province once live-streamed a tripartite power war between parasitic beasts, parasites, and ancient martial artists. Even one of the martial kings of Yunjiang City came out, yet in the hands of that parasite's leader, he was defenseless, and in the end, the two forces of the parasite beasts and the ancient martialists were defeated, and the parasite force then became the sole overlord of Yunjiang City. If I remember correctly, that power's name was Black Dragon Palace. The moment these words came out, the Li family executives at the scene were all shocked. What? Are you sure it was a month ago? How is this possible? The parasitic end times only just descended a month ago. How could a parasite possibly fight against a martial king? If this is all true, then how terrifying should this Black Dragon Hall's hall master be today? Hiss. The Li family executives at the scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. They simply couldn't imagine it. A month ago was just less than a week since the end times descended. Yet in just a week's time there was a parasite capable of abusing the existence of a martial king? You have to know. A martial king is close to the top level of combat power in China today. Although it is only an early stage martial king. But it's also the word king. It's not something a cat or a dog can touch. However, this parasite was only born a week ago and was able to crush a martial king? This was once a fantasy. It was undoubtedly a fantasy. But they understood. There wouldn't be any fools bragging at this kind of meeting. Therefore, the Li family's top brass couldn't help but have a thought rise in their hearts. Nowadays, what kind of strength does this Black Dragon Palace's senior management have? A month ago they were able to resist a martial king. And a month later they almost somewhat dared not imagine it. At this moment, they also seemed to be able to understand why the Black Dragon Hall was able to annex the Dusk Group, and even the other parasite forces, in such a short period of time. So it seems that this Black Dragon Hall is more than just a scourge. At this time, a middle-aged man who had been sitting at the head of the conference table without opening his mouth spoke out. His name was Li Peitian, and he was the head of the Li family, a peak martial king realm ancient martial artist. Don't look at the fact that he was only middle-aged looking. He had actually lived for over 300 years. And as soon as Li Peitian's voice came out, all of the Li family executives on the scene immediately closed their mouths, and their gazes swiped over to Li Peitian in unison. In the next moment, only to see Li Peitian's eyes emerge a touch of gravity, his expression serious. This Black Dragon Palace will grow up in the future, and will certainly cause great harm to us, to the entire ancient martial world. As ancient martial artists, although there is a dispute of interests between the major forces, in the face of the parasite, we must be united. Speaking of this, his voice lurched, and with a serious expression, he instructed one of the Li family's senior members, send someone to inform the other Shao and the Tianwu alliance. Those two old things will be able to realize this as long as they aren't stupid. The latter left the conference room at once. At the same time, in the meeting room of the other two major ancient martial artist forces at the top of the Middle Sea, almost this scene was also staged. After all, the live broadcast of the Black Dragon Hall's battle in Yunjiang City back then was open to the entire nation. As long as they picked up on it a little deeper they would be able to notice it. On the other side, Black Dragon Palace, Wu Qi's side. After subjugating the second-in-command of the Dusk Group and many of its top executives, the process of the Black Dragon Palace's annexation of the Dusk Group was also accelerated. Originally, Wu Qi did not want to annex the Dusk Group so quickly. After all, there were still so many forces staring at Zhenghai. He did not want to attract the attention of so many forces. Although with his strength nowadays, Martial King, below the 7th rank parasites, he could run over them and kill them with his eyes closed. But there were still some old monsters in Zhenghai City. Wu Qi also had to be afraid of a few. But this Dusk Group is really too jumpy. And Wu Qi is a person with a decisive character. That's why it eventually evolved into this. However, this also does not mean that Wu Qi regrets. He is still not afraid to face the ancient martial artist forces in Zhenghai. Who dares to hinder the development of the Black Dragon Palace? He will kill them all. Back to the topic. After devouring Zhang Yan and Yi Million, Wu Xie's 6 relics power came to a higher level. First was the Blood God Sherry that had the fastest upgrade rate, and was now at the peak of the 6th rank. Next was the Juggernaut Sherry, which also followed closely behind to reach the early 6th rank strength. The rest, Corrosion Sherry, Judgment Sherry, Evil God Sherry, the strength of the 3 had come to the early stage of the 5th rank. Only the Black Dragon Sherry was still at the peak of the 4th rank. But after all, the Black Dragon Relic is the slowest upgrading speed among Wu Qi's 6 relics. But at the same time, the Black Dragon Sherry is also the Sherry with the greatest potential and the strongest future achievement among Wu Qi's 6 Sheris. Incidentally, each of the 6 relics has a different ability and evolutionary path. The ones that Wu Qi uses most often are the Blood God Sherry and the Master Sherry. For one thing, it was because the Blood God Relic had the highest rank and was also the most convenient one. And naturally, there was no need to mention that the Juggernaut Sherry could utilize the power of the Juggernaut to subjugate enemies and enlist people's hearts, which was wonderfully useful. As for the other 4 relics, apart from the Black Dragon Relic, which Wu Qi would often let the 2 Black Dragons feed on, he basically never utilized the 3 major powers of Judgment, Evil God and Corruption. This was naturally not that he didn't want to use them. Rather, with the previous situation, he simply did not need to use the power of these 4 relics. Relying on the Blood God Sherry and the Sovereign Sherry alone would be enough to kill through everything. Perhaps the 4 powers of Black Dragon, Corruption, Judgment, and Evil God can be used in the next battle, Wu Qi muttered. Those old monsters above the martial kings in Zhenghai City were naturally not that easy to deal with, but Wu Qi was equally not weak. Thinking about the 4 major powers of Black Dragon, Corruption, Judgment, and Evil God before rebirth, a flash of anticipation then flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. Of course, in addition to the Black Dragon Hall 4th rank peak, these other 3 major powers were all 5th rank. Therefore it was far from enough to explode the terrifying power that Wu Qi had seen in his previous life. However, it was also enough. Knock knock. It was at this moment. A knocking sound came. Immediately afterward, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Hall Master, it's me. The owner of the voice was Luo Baiwei. Wu Qi raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Enter. Luo Baiwei was an overlord-level parasite. Nowadays, she had also reached the 6th rank. It was not just her. There was also Qin Shangfeng, who was an overlord-class parasite. It was also already infinitely close to 6th rank strength. Now that the Black Dragon Palace had become the overlord of the parasites in the Middle Sea, it was only natural that the resources and treatments had risen. Back to the topic. At this time, Luo Baiwei closed the door to her room and walked to Wu Qi. It had to be said, she was able to attract the coveting of the 3 major gangs, the Blood Sea Group and other forces. Her face is extremely beautiful, and her figure is concave and convex, which is many times stronger than those actresses before the end of the world. Luo Baiwei had just finished her bath at this time. Her black hair still had a hint of crystals on it, and her face was flushed. I'll come to serve you in bed. Shangjing Tianwu Alliance. The time of the parasitic endgame advent came to more than a month. At this time, the parasitic beasts in Shangjing had basically stabilized. Under the hunting and killing of the many martial artists in Shangjing, the vast majority of the parasitic beasts that had ravaged Shangjing City should have been purged. The human society in Shangjing City had also once again established a new civilized order. Only, compared to the equality of all people before the end of the world, the civilized order in this post-apocalyptic world is undoubtedly much more cruel. The first thing was to directly define the 3, 6, 9 classes of people. Humans who have the talent to practice ancient martial arts belong to the 3rd class. Talented humans who are able to practice ancient martial arts, and also able to cultivate to a certain strength, belong to the 6th class. Those who were gifted enough to be called geniuses in ancient martial arts were in the 9th class. As for those ordinary people who have nothing, sorry, in the end of the world you can only do some of the cheapest work. Every day can eat enough is good, is the lowest level. Of course, this is also the majority of human beings in the end of the status quo. Other than that, it is the parasitic beasts that have built up. There are also a group of supreme overlord level parasitic beasts. there is also a group of Supreme Overlord level parasites. In the other cities of China, Supreme Overlord class parasites were close to a rare situation, but in Shanjing, the most prosperous area in China. However, in Shanjing, the most prosperous area in China, there were not a few Supreme Overlord level parasites. Therefore, there were more than a dozen parasite forces in Shanjing, both large and small. At this moment, the conference room of the headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shanjing City, after re-establishing the order of civilization, the turbulence in Shanjing was also much more stable. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about the parasitic beasts attacking the human safety zone every day. Therefore, the top management of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shanjing was also liberated from high pressure. They had the time to worry about other cities in China. At this time, the headquarters of the Tianwu Union had just ended the chaos. One could imagine how serious the situation would be in the branches in other cities in China. Some of the Tianwu Alliance branches in some cities had even been wiped out by parasite beasts. Parasite forces. For example, the parasites in Yunjiang City were the Force Black Dragon Hall. And what was being discussed in this conference room was mainly because of the Black Dragon Hall. A long period of time had passed since they had previously listed the Black Dragon Hall Hallmaster of Cloud River City as a prime target to hunt down and kill. For this reason, they had sent 3 late-stage Martial King ancient martial artists forward to hunt down the Black Dragon Hallmaster. One must know that in the current world, a late-stage Martial King ancient martial artist was a top-tier combatant even in the upper capital city. Not to mention that Yunjiang City was only a first-tier city in a backward province. However, it is this kind of combat power, from their departure in the past so many days, but as if the earth evaporated. No news. One should know that even a grandmaster could definitely arrive in Yunjiang City in 2 days. Not to mention a late martial king. Therefore, after the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shanjing ended their turmoil, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. Coupled with the flurry of information coming from the Central Sea Heavenly Martial Alliance branch, they were even more horrified. What? Are you saying that not only has the Black Dragon Hall not been overthrown, but its power has even spread to the Middle Sea? A senior member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance was shocked. One had to know that the top management of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shanjing City, the least powerful, was a peak martial king. That was a top-notch powerhouse when placed in the entire country of China. A situation that could make even this kind of existence feel shocked. Its seriousness, or outrageousness, was self-evident. Yes, an urgent contact came from the branch over in Zhanghai today, saying that a force of parasites claiming to be the Black Dragon Hall has appeared in the East Sea, and it only took a week's time to nibble away all the forces of the Central Sea parasites, and has now grown to become the overlord of the Central Sea parasite forces. Another senior said with an ugly expression on his face. There was no doubt about it. The development of this Black Dragon Hall was simply too fast. More than a week ago, the returning Dragon Hall was still just a small parasite power in Yunjiang City. They all thought that 3 late martial king existences had been dispatched. The Black Dragon Hall would surely die, but they didn't expect it. More than a week has passed. They sent 3 late martial arts king no news, but also rumors that the Black Dragon Palace forces spread to Zhanghai. It even reigned supreme amongst the parasites in Zhanghai. There is no doubt. These 3 late martial king ancient martial artists have most likely met an untimely end. And what is the existence of Zhanghai, the second largest city in China after Shanjing? They simply couldn't believe it. This Black Dragon Palace's development speed was so terrifying. How could this Black Dragon Hall develop so fast? If we continue to let them develop like this, what's going to happen? A peak martial king ancient martial artist worried. But soon the Black Dragon Hall won't be able to jump up anymore. At this moment, the Tianwu senior from the party said, on the Zhanghai side, the 3 major ancient martial forces have already jointly organized a team of ancient martial practitioners, and there are not a few peak martial kings, so even if this Black Dragon Hall is no longer terrifying, it will definitely not be possible for it to jump up again. These words came out. All of them immediately revealed relief. Even if this Black Dragon Hall was no longer powerful, it could not possibly be as powerful as those ancient martial arts clans that had been entrenched in Zhanghai for thousands of years. This time, the 3 major forces joined together to eliminate the Black Dragon Palace. Naturally, it will not be a problem. After all, even if the parasites are in the capital, there is no one who can break through the 7th level. This Black Dragon Palace master is even more powerful. At most, he's at the Supreme Overlord level. And none of the dozen or so Supreme Overlord level parasites in Shanjing have ever passed through the 7th rank. Even if the Black Dragon Hall master was more evil, it was also impossible to go against the heavens. Thinking about this, all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Martial Alliance were no longer worried. At this time, the Heavenly Martial Alliance Master said in a cold voice, however, this Cloud River City's Black Dragon Hall has been frantically nibbling away at other cities in Xanadu province these past few days, and half of the cities in Xanadu province have already fallen into the hands of Cloud River City's Black Dragon Hall. Not only that, there are still no less than a handful of cities in the country that have been occupied by parasite forces. We must deal a painful blow to these parasites. Let's start with this Black Dragon Palace. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Palace in Zhonghai City, in a luxurious suite on the top floor. This was also Wu Qi's residence. Luo Baiwei's ebony hair with crystals, her cool and absolutely beautiful pretty face slightly flushed with a hint of redness. Her red lips lightly opened and said, "I'll come to serve you in bed." When Wu Qi heard Luo Baiwei's words, he wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, previously Luo Baiwei had taken the initiative to say, "I want to progress." And Luo Baiwei was originally a rare beauty. Wu Qi was not some sage. Of course he would not refuse. The eyes fell on Luo Baiwei's delicate body, flashed a color of satisfaction. She had just finished bathing. Her body carried a faint fragrance. The extremely beautiful pretty face was even more flushed with a moving rosy color. The long eyelashes looked so beautiful when they blinked. Her skin was even fair and flawless. At this time she wore a loose t-shirt, revealing a pair of long and round white legs, chest undulation. Before the end of the world, such a beauty was definitely the goddess of all attention. It was even rarer in the end times. The night was sleepless. The dim light in the suite was on all night. Early in the morning of the next day, Wu Qi woke up and simply washed up. However, he did not feel fatigued because of the all-night labor. At this time, his physique had long since undergone a radical change. Even if he only rested for a short period of time, he was able to maintain his daily spirit. At this time, Luo Baiwei, who had finished brushing her teeth from the washroom, came walking. Only her walking posture looked strange. It looked like she had suffered some kind of injury. Other than that, she looked refreshed. The body is even faded from the girl's childishness, became more mature a few points, like a fruit tree, emitting a rich aroma. Ripe, delicious fruit. Let a person hate to bite on a bite. Your Highness. Luo Baiwei's voice was still filled with respect. There wasn't any transgression towards Wu Qi because of last night's matter. Inform down. Have all the Black Dragon Palace executives come to the meeting room to gather. Wu Qi said indifferently. It had developed to this point. Luo Baiwei was now considered half of his secretary. It was responsible for delivering Wu Qi's words to the ears of the Black Dragon Palace's senior management. Yes. Luo Baiwei nodded respectfully. She then exited the suite. Nowadays, the Black Dragon Palace had already become the dominating force of parasites in Zhonghai. The other forces in Zhonghai City, putting aside the parasitic beasts for the moment, ancient martial artists on this side of the force will inevitably move. Especially in the face of the Black Dragon Palace, which is growing at a ferocious rate. They will not stand by and watch the Black Dragon Palace grow. They will send strong people to destroy the Black Dragon Palace. Of course, since Wu Qi chose to annex the Dusk Group, naturally, he was also not afraid of the three ancient martial artist forces. But putting that aside, it is still necessary for the Black Dragon Palace to properly prepare for the onslaught of ancient martial artist forces. In the Black Dragon Palace's high-level conference room, at this time, there were about dozens of high-level executives gathered in the large conference room. Among them, those who followed Wu Qi from Yunjiang City to Zhonghai were Qin Chengfeng, Li Jin and Guiyu. Among these three, Qin Chengfeng was an overlord-level parasite. The rest of them, Li Jin and Guiyu, are emperor-level parasites. At this time, Qin Chengfeng's strength has reached the peak of the 5th rank and is infinitely close to the 6th rank, while Li Jin and Guiyu have reached the strength of the late 5th rank. In addition to that, after the annexation of the Bloodsea Group, the Dusk Group, and several other major forces, the Black Dragon Palace had expanded to include 8 high-ranking members. Luo Baiwei didn't count for now, because she is now considered as Wu Qi's direct subordinate, and amongst these 8 top brass, another Supreme Overlord level, 2 hegemonic levels. One of the Supreme Hegemony levels was Lin Yu, the second in command of the Dusk Group. The latter was the one who had been hiding her true life level and strength, and was actually close to the peak of the 6th rank. There were also 2 other heads of other parasite forces, both of which were hegemony-level parasites. All of them chose to submit to Wu Qi and obediently devoured his parasites. The rest of the other 6 higher-ups, their life levels were all clear at the Emperor level. After all, the hostile forces that the Black Dragon Palace had to face nowadays were getting stronger and stronger. It was also becoming stronger and stronger at the same time. Therefore the life levels and grades of the senior staff could not be too weak. And the number of parasite members of the Black Dragon Palace swelled up to an unprecedented number. A full 30,000 parasites. It was important to realize that this could be double the number of members than even the previous Dusk Group, but it was reasonable to reach this level. After all, previously there were more than a dozen large and small parasite forces in Zhonghai, and now there was only one parasite power left, the Black Dragon Palace. It was still a power that was even more terrifying and better treated than the Dusk Group. Some parasites who hadn't joined any forces, or those from even smaller forces, had chosen to join the Black Dragon Palace. At this moment, inside the conference room of the Black Dragon Palace, Wu Qi walked in. Lord Palace Master. All the Black Dragon Hall executives immediately said respectfully. Wu Qi nodded slightly. He came to the head seat of the rectangular conference table and sat down. And the Black Dragon Hall executives also immediately sat down at the conference table. One by one, they were divided according to their life levels, with the higher ones sitting closer to Wu Qi. On Wu Qi's left was the Supreme Overlord level Parasite Lin Yu. On his right was Qin Changfeng, while Luo Baiwei stood behind him, sweeping his eyes over all the top echelons. Wu Xie did not say any nonsense and went straight to the point. Nowadays, the Black Dragon Palace has already become a hegemonic power amongst the parasite powers in Zhenghai. And next, it is the ancient martial artists of Zhenghai that we have to face. According to the news we've gotten now, the two ancient martial artist clans in Zhenghai and the Tianwu Alliance have already begun to act to prepare their forces to go to war against us. Thus the Black Dragon Palace's first battle to become the parasite overlord of Zhenghai is already imminent. The next thing I wish to see is that the Black Dragon Palace will be able to give birth to a group of powerful parasite troops instead of the rabble from before. Sudoku. Previously, the parasites enlisted by forces such as the Dust Group and the Blood Sea Group. Basically, they hadn't undergone much training, and their discipline and tacit understanding were all too poor. At this time, it was different from the time when the end of the world had just arrived in Yunjiang City. Everyone is facing a critical time of life and death. Wu Qi was able to rely on his great strength, coupled with the pressure of the Master Sherry, to make everyone submit to him and coalesce into a powerful force. Nowadays, the Black Dragon Palace had grown immensely in Zhenghai. There were more than 30,000 parasitic members. Even if his dominating sharpness was even more powerful, the parasites that it could reach were also extremely limited. The one that can truly coalesce into a massive power will always be the core force. If the day comes when there is a war with the ancient martial artists, there are bound to be some bottom-layer parasites who are afraid of death and fish. But this is normal. The Black Dragon Palace had just been established. The cohesion is very weak, except for that part of the core personnel who were influenced by Wu Qi, who would be willing to sell their lives. Therefore even if the Black Dragon Palace were to defeat it, it would still pay a small price. Thinking about this, Wu Qi swept his gaze over all the top management and said faintly, above the resource treatment, you can raise it to the highest as much as you can. In short, no matter at what cost. After 3 days, I want to see results. It's the end of the world. Wanting people to sell their lives, high treatment is naturally indispensable. And for Wu Qi, these resources were not of much use to him, but they could create a group of parasite troops, so it was naturally a quality investment. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The ancient martial artist side would not make a move against the Black Dragon Palace so soon. After all, even if they were victorious, they would still be thinking about how to minimize their losses. It would take time just to investigate the Black Dragon Hall's details. The next thing was to mobilize nearly as much of their underpinnings as they had. There was a lot to be concerned about. For example, would the parasite beast forces steal their old home in the meantime? Or maybe they would intervene halfway through the fight. Another thing is that the three major forces are checking and balancing each other and are afraid of each other. Did you send out the same amount of power as me? By what right did you send less power? What if more of my people die? This was all something that needed to be negotiated and a program worked out. Therefore, for a short period of time, the ancient martial artist forces would not make a move for the time being. Does the Black Dragon Palace have a lot of available talent? Naturally, there are many. The Black Dragon Palace had absorbed more than 30,000 parasites in Zhenghai. Even if a large number of them were ordinary life-level parasites, but there are still some higher life-level parasites, therefore wanting to enlist a group of powerful forces from it. It wasn't a difficult thing to do. So when Wu Qi gave the order, the huge machine of the Black Dragon Palace was immediately running. Many departments had information about recruiting core members. Their treatment was extremely exaggerated. Even if it was placed in the pre-apocalyptic era, it was still the land of the upper class. In this post-apocalyptic world where supplies are scarce, it's a place that everyone wants to be. So under the temptation of huge benefits, a large number of people soon chose to become core members of the Black Dragon Palace. That is, the concept of parasite troops. Incidentally, not just any cat or dog can enter the Black Dragon Palace parasite force. Before that, the requirements of the parasite force were enough to jam up a large number of ordinary parasites. The requirements of the parasite unit were not only elite, but also strict discipline. Of course, in addition to that, the ordinary members of the Black Dragon Palace also had other training programs. That's how it is. The Black Dragon Palace's parasite troop program developed rapidly. 3 days passed in a flash. Inside a parasite base in the Black Dragon Palace territory, More than 3,000 parasites gathered here, forming a neat squad. They were all wearing color-coordinated uniform clothing. All of them were mainly black. At the back of the costumes, a lifelike dragon was sewn with embroidery craftsmanship. The scene looked quite shocking. And they were. Naturally, they were the first batch of parasite troops that had been formed after the Black Dragon Palace of the Middle Sea became operational. At this moment, all the parasite gazes looked sullenly at the high stage. Under the dim light, a brutal figure filled with the aura of a killing valve stood on the high platform formed by steel. With white hair and red pupils, a faint flash of golden light emerged from his eyes. All the parasites at the scene showed a sense of awe and submission in their pupils. Wu Qi swept his gaze towards the more than 3,000 parasites. Here, there was not a single parasite whose strength was lower than the 4th rank. 2/3 of them were rank 4 parasites. 1/3 were even 5th rank parasites. Since Wu Qi gave the order 3 days ago, the Black Dragon Palace executives began to take action. The first batch of parasite troops were quickly formed. At that time, they were still far from being as powerful as they currently were. However, after Wu Qi's order, it caused a large amount of resources to be tilted towards them. As a result, the strength of all of them, whose life levels were already not low, had seen a breakthrough. And in front of this troop of parasites, all of the Black Dragon Palace's senior officers stood in order. It was the same as all the members of the parasite troop. They were upright and solemn in appearance. At this moment, the weakest of the Black Dragon Hall's senior officers was already a peak 5th stage parasite, an overlord-level parasite like Qin Chengfeng. It was also frantically evolving. One must know that the way a parasite upgrades and evolves is not the same as an ancient martial artist. Parasites don't need to meditate and cultivate. They only need to keep acquiring energy, and they can upgrade all the time. At the same time, there is also a faster way. That is to devour. Devouring the energy of fellow parasites. Devouring the power of their enemies and strengthening themselves. This was also the reason why parasite beasts and parasites were able to grow so quickly after the parasite endgame descended. The Black Dragon Palace parasite troop has finished training. Please review it. Lord Palace Master. Lin Yu walked to Wu Qi's side and respectfully said. Lin Yu was currently the only supreme overlord level parasite in Zhonghai. Therefore the strength was also the strongest one among the top tier. It reached the peak strength of the 6th rank. Therefore, amongst the Black Dragon Palace's higher-ups, it was Lin Yu who had the highest status. Very well. For the next duel with the ancient martial artists, I hope that you can utilize the strength that belongs to the elite of the Black Dragon Palace and dominate Zhonghai City. Wu Qi's bland voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to reach the ears of every parasite. It was also wrapped in endless pressure. At this moment, Wu Qi was like a god who dominated everything, revealing an unfathomable depth. At this moment, all the members of the parasite troop reached the peak of submissiveness in their hearts, and a great sense of awe rose in their hearts. Hegemony over Zhonghai. Dominate Zhonghai. All the parasites shouted in unison. The sound echoed within this fully enclosed training base. It was deafening. On the other side, the 3 major ancient martial artist forces in Zhonghai, the Li family, the Shao family, and the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Since they intended to make an alliance 3 days ago, they had gone through many rounds of negotiations and formulating programs. Finally, on this day, the ancient martial artists from all 3 forces gathered together. The Black Dragon Palace's bottom line had naturally been mapped out by them during this time. There were more than 30,000 parasite members, but the vast majority were rabble. Some of the 2nd and 3rd order parasites. For them who have been entrenched in Central Sea for 1,000 years, it's not a big deal. The only thing to really care about is the core level power of the Black Dragon Palace. But, as I said earlier, ancient martial artist forces have been growing for thousands of years. Ancient martial artists of any level of power are managed in an orderly manner. And although the Black Dragon Palace core level power, but it is a group of rabble that has just been put together. Obviously the ancient martial artist side had a better chance of winning. However, the real decision to win or lose this war is still dependent on the parasite and the ancient martial artist. It still depended on the top brass of both the parasite and ancient martial artist forces. Even if we were to compare this, it would still be the ancient martialists who would surely win. After all, with the power that the 3 forces had deployed, there were a full 6 peak martial kings alone. Next was the late-stage martial kings, which numbered over 10. In comparison, how many 6th level parasites does the Black Dragon Palace have? Less than 10. This was no longer a disparity of strength. This was undoubtedly the ancient martial artist camp directly crushing the parasite camp. Therefore, the ancient martial artists' 3 forces also looked incredibly relaxed. If this Black Dragon Hall continues to hibernate in the sea and develop for a while, perhaps with our 3 major forces really can't help them. But unfortunately, this Black Dragon Hall master is really too arrogant. Does he think that our ancient martial artists are some kind of soft persimmons that can be pinched? Li Pei Tian, the head of the Li family, snorted. He was a peak-stage martial king, ancient martial artist. If the Li family alone, it was impossible to overthrow the Black Dragon Hall. But right now, it was the three major forces of ancient martial artists that were striking together. It was naturally impossible for the Black Dragon Hall to have a fighting chance in his eyes. This Black Dragon Hall's palace master does have a few points of strength, but wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. After today, the Middle Sea Parasite forces will cease to exist. Another Shao family head, who was also a peak-stage martial king, said coldly, but I've heard that this Black Dragon Palace Lord is incomparably bizarre, able to devour others to increase his own power. Perhaps we can obtain some information from him. A flash of greed flashed in the eyes of the Zhonghai Heavenly Martial Union Alliance's alliance master. The following day, a layer of dark clouds hung over Zhonghai City. A depressing aura permeated the entire Central Sea City. The human safe zone. An army of tens of thousands of ancient martial artists set off in great numbers from within the safety zone. If one were to observe carefully, one would realize, this is an ancient martial artist army. Just the Zhongshan ancient martial artists will occupy a third. The leader was an ancient martial artist who was a martial king, and there were more than a dozen of them. And at the very front, there were three peak martial king ancient martialists. This kind of ancient martial artist army, no matter which city in China, was a top force. And at this moment, they were marching towards the direction of the Black Dragon Palace with the same purpose. Black Dragon Palace Headquarters Building. In the high-level conference room. At this moment, all the Black Dragon Palace executives were gathered here. They had naturally received information about the movements of the ancient martial artist forces. Even the number of ancient martial artists dispatched by the three forces, as well as the number of sovereign and martial king ancient martial artists, were all listed by the Black Dragon Palace's intelligence organization in a detailed list, not to mention the army of ancient martial artists. In terms of martial kings alone, there were a full 16 of them, and up until now, the Black Dragon Palace's 6th rank parasites were only 9. This was undoubtedly a crushing lineup. In addition to that, the ancient martial artist forces even had 3 peak martial kings. The lineup was horrifying. If this had been placed in the previous Dusk group, it would have inevitably surrendered at the speed of light. After all, even if the current Black Dragon Palace was even more powerful than the Dusk group, but there was no way it could be a match for such a terrifying lineup of ancient martial artists. But, at this moment, not a single parasite from all of the top echelons of the Black Dragon Hall showed a timid, fearful color. It was only because they trusted their hall master beyond measure. The gazes of all the Black Dragon Hall executives looked in unison towards the cruel figure at the head of the rectangular conference table. White hair with alien pupils and a cold face. Just by sitting there, the entire person revealed an aura of brutality, bloodlust, and killing madness, even more so as if he was a monarch of the last days. The whole person reveals the power of the master. A pair of 6 colored pupils, golden light, slightly cool air. It was as if the Black Dragon Palace was a sea pin. As long as he existed here, it was as if no gust of wind could shake the Black Dragon Palace. At this time, Wu Qi spoke out. Then, let's go to war. There was an incomparable calmness in his voice, as if nothing was enough to create any waves within him, or perhaps he simply did not put the threat in front of him in his eyes. As soon as the voice came out, all of the top brass of the Black Dragon Palace immediately stood up and respectfully said in unison, yes, the 3 major forces of ancient martial artists, the Li family, the Shao family, and the Heavenly Martial Alliance. A full 16 martial king ancient martialists. But although it sounded like a lot, but in fact, 9 of them were all early stage martial kings, and only 7 of them were not early stage, which were 4 mid-stage martial kings and 3 late-stage martial kings. The power of a martial king ancient martial artist was vastly different at every stage. Of course, even if it was only the early stage martial kings, the power they possessed was unimaginable. And on the Black Dragon Palace's side, out of the 10 high-level executives, only 9 had stepped into the 6th rank parasites, and 5 of these parasites were at the early stage. A Lin Yu supreme hegemonic rank as the peak stage, and a hegemonic rank parasite with strength at the late 6th rank, like Qin Shunfeng, a hegemony level parasite. Although he had also stepped into the 6th rank, he was currently only in the middle stage, and it would take some time before he wanted to break through to the late stage. Although the strength of the various members of the Black Dragon Hall was increasing by leaps and bounds, however, it was mainly because of the large amount of resources that had suddenly been obtained in a short period of time, and when their strength rose, the original resources wouldn't seem like much, and the rate of strength increase would naturally slow down. Like the Supreme Overlord level Lin Yu, she had broken through to the peak of the 6th rank a long time ago, but it was because the power needed to advance to the 7th rank was just too huge, and there were very few resources that could be used by parasites at the beginning of the end of the world. So naturally, she had been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank. This is also the current situation of all the peak 6th rank parasites in the country. Back to the main topic. The only 9 6th rank parasites in the Black Dragon Palace, even with the addition of Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo, the two late martial king slave fighters, were in no way a match for the three major forces of ancient martial artists, and at most, they would only delay their defeat, where the parasite forces and the ancient martial artist forces' territories met. At this moment, all the parasites of the Black Dragon Palace and the armies of the three major ancient martial artist forces in Zhonghai City were facing each other. The atmosphere at the scene was even more depressing, with dark clouds perched on top of their heads, and even though it was now morning, the city of Zhonghai was still extremely dark. Even though it was now morning, the city of Zhonghai appeared to be exceptionally dark. In this wide urban area, tens of thousands of parasites and tens of thousands of ancient martial artists fought against each other. At the forefront of these teams stood the top echelons of both sides. Among them, in the direction of the ancient martialists, 3 ancient martialists were voiding in the air, their bodies emanating a terrifying ancient martialist aura. I didn't think that you and the others who were so petty would dare to answer the battle. Another person opened his mouth. It was the Heavenly Martial Alliance Master, a peak martial king realm ancient martial artist, his voice wrapped in endless martial king pressure, like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky, pouring into the ears of every Black Dragon Hall parasite. In fact, they had discussed before they set out, facing their crushing lineup, would the Black Dragon Hall not dare to answer the battle and directly withdraw from Zhonghai in ashes? Or would the Black Dragon Hall directly surrender with all of its members? Although they had guessed that Black Dragon Hall would answer the battle, but this was all extremely unlikely in their opinion. After all, no matter how quickly it was taken, the Black Dragon Hall, the district's upstart parasite power, how could it not be the opponent of the 3 major ancient martial artist powers in Zhonghai? From today onwards the Black Dragon Hall will be turned into the dust of history, the Shao family head announced indifferently, as if he was announcing something insignificant. Lu Yuan, Zhang Luo, I didn't expect you two old undead things to go and join the parasite camp? Ha, indeed. You are the scum of the ancient martial arts world. It was at this moment that Li Peitian, the head of the Li family, looked coldly at the 2 figures at the front of the Black Dragon Hall. It was clearly the 2 sole ancient martial artists of the Black Dragon Hall. They were also 2 late-stage martial kings. It was important to know that up and down the country of China, late-stage martial king ancient martial artists were big names, and the Lu Yuan duo had previously been cadres of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing, so even in Zhonghai, they would not be silent and unknown. At this moment, the Lu Yuan duo's faces were ugly, but there was nothing they could do. Having eaten Wu Qi's parasites, their little lives had been pinched in Wu Qi's hands. Lu Yuan grimaced and said with a stiff upper lip, "Don't talk nonsense, become a king or lose a bandit." "Humph, become a king or lose a bandit? With your ragtag group?" Li Peitian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. It was at this moment, a terrifying figure slowly appeared in the eyes of all the ancient martial artists. Brutality, bloodthirsty, crazy, a horrifying killing valve was revealed all over his body. It was like a terrifying and unrivaled killing god. The hearts of all the ancient martial artists could not help but stop abruptly for a split second. Black Dragon Hall Master. All the ancient martial artists could not help but be horrified in their hearts. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying parasite. Likewise, it was also the first time they had actually seen Wu Qi in reality. The terrifying aura emanating from Wu Qi's body. It was like a chaotic killing god. Just seeing that one figure, some ancient martial artists with low strength could not help but tremble. We actually have to fight this kind of monster? It's impossible to win a fight, right? This is simply a monster. How can we humans possibly defeat a monster? Voices such as these resounded through the army of ancient martial artists, but they were only the voices of a small number of people. Are you not very bright? The advantage is with us now. So what if the Black Dragon Palace Lord is just as terrifying as he looks? Maybe he's just a paper tiger. That's right. How many of their 6th rank parasites are there? We have a full dozen martial king lords on our side. What can they fight us with? The stronger ancient martial artists laughed coldly. On the other hand, on the side of the Black Dragon Hall parasites, Wu Qi was like their backbone. The moment Wu Qi's figure appeared on the battlefield, the ancient martial artists who were originally still a bit timid immediately perked up. Of course, this also included the credit of the sovereign Sherry. In short, the power of each of the 6 relics in Wu Qi's body could be said to be of wonderful use. And at this moment, when Wu Qi appeared on the battlefield, on the side of the ancient martial artist army, all the gazes of the higher-ups looked at Wu Qi in unison. Even the existence of a martial king, seeing this brutal and terrifying figure of Wu Qi, all of them could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, it seemed that they could understand why Wu Qi was able to make the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing list him as a prime hunting target. as well as why the Black Dragon Hall was able to rise at light speed amongst the parasite forces in Zhonghai, and annexed other parasite forces to become the overlord of all parasite forces in Zhonghai. But, even so, today, the Black Dragon Hall Master must also die, and at the same time, the three major forces, the Li family head, the Shao family head and the alliance leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, the three peak martial kings saw Wu Qi the instant they saw him. In their hearts, they also could not help but create a wave. It was because even they could not help but feel an excess of fear towards Wu Qi. However, it was good that the three of them were all peak martial kings and did not show these out. At the same time, Li Peitian looked at Wu Qi with a cold expression on his face and said indifferently, "You are the Black Dragon Hall Master? Oh, if you choose to surrender here, we can leave you with a whole body." For a terrifying parasite like Wu Qi, the first reaction in Li Peitian's mind was that he must be killed, in order to eliminate future troubles. However, when Wu Xia heard his voice, he just lightly glanced at him, and the crazy killing valve aura in his eyes made Li Peitian feel emboldened, as if he was being stared at by some great terror. Thinking of this, Li Peitian's face changed at once. "This Black Dragon Hall Master is so evil," he said in a cold voice. "Perhaps it possesses some special parasitic body that is not enough to be feared." At this moment, the Shao family head guessed. The Heavenly Martial Alliance Master also nodded slightly. "Not bad, even if this Black Dragon Hall Master has a great terror in his body. But in the end, he is still only a peak 6th rank parasitic person. With the strength of the three of us, we can easily kill him." "No, there is still a peak 6th rank parasitic person amongst the higher echelons of the Black Dragon Hall," Li Peitian added, his gaze landing on Lin Yu. "Oh, but even so, with our two peak martial kings it's the same," the Heavenly Martial Alliance said unexpectedly, then revealed a bland look. Between the three of them talking, the great battle was on the verge of breaking out. However, all the top-tier forces of the parasites and ancient martialists didn't move. Rather, all the bottom-level forces were battling together. Although the high-level ancient martial artists side presented a crushing stance, but in terms of the bottom layer of power, Black Dragon Palace was no less impressive. Especially that unit of parasites at the core of the Black Dragon Palace, a full 3,000 people, divided into a number of small teams, coordinated, well-trained, a time actually able to pressure the ancient martial artist army to fight. Seeing this, the ancient martialist hierarchy couldn't help but show a flash of surprise in their eyes. "Oh, it seems that this Black Dragon Palace still has something." Li Peitian's face revealed a look of surprise. The next moment, the high-level forces of both sides also came out one after another. The parasite side, together with Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo, there were 11 of them. 16 Martial King ancient martialists on the ancient martialist side. Despite the difference of 5 in numbers, the Black Dragon Palace's side surprisingly didn't show a trend of decadence. Although the number of people on the ancient martialist side was large, there were only 3 late-stage martial kings, with Lu Yuan and Zhang Luo dividing against 2, and there was also a hegemonic level 6 late-stage parasite higher level against a late-stage martial king. In this way, there were still 13 martial king ancient martialists left, but there were only just 4 of them mid-stage martial kings, and in this regard, Lin Yu, who was a peak 6th rank parasite, had even made a move. As a supreme overlord level parasitoid, her strength was extremely terrifying, and she was simply not something that an ordinary martial king could deal with. In just a single glance, the latter was blown away, and a mid-stage martial king was spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. For a time, the Black Dragon Hall's senior level was surprisingly not weaker than the ancient martial artists. Of course, this was all because of the addition of the Black Dragon Palace's top force, peak 6th rank parasitic Lin Yu. Seeing this scene, Li Peitian couldn't tense up. His gaze landed on Wu Qi. His face was ugly, surprisingly letting a peak 6th rank parasitoid to participate. Is it possible that the Black Dragon Hall's palace master wants to fight 1 against 3? But how is this possible? Ancient martial artists versus parasites. Naturally, it was also a peak martial king on par with a 6th order parasite. Wu Qi's strongest strength was only peak 6th rank. How could it be possible to fight 1 against 3? No matter what, we can't let that parasite kill anymore. Seeing a martial king die in Lin Yu's hands, the Tianwu Alliance Master's face changed as the aura of a peak martial king suddenly erupted, sweeping towards Lin Yu. That was his Heavenly Martial Alliance's martial king, and Lin Yu felt a peak martial king aura sweeping towards her. She was not afraid either. After all, she was equally at the peak of the 6th rank, but long before that, the Black Dragon Hall had gotten the tactics right. She only needed to frantically kill the upper echelons of ancient martial artists. Peak martial king ancient martial artists were not within her killing range. With this in mind, Lin Yu didn't even bother to pay attention to the Heavenly Martial Alliance Lord and directly killed towards the next martial king. The Heavenly Martial Alliance Master was enraged in his heart. his body aura completely exploded. His figure moved like a ghost, and in the next instant, he wanted to suppress Lin Yu. However, a black and red heli suddenly killed towards him. The Heavenly Martial Alliance Lord only felt a deathly danger climbing up to his heart. His face changed drastically. He hurriedly stopped abruptly and cast an ancient martial art to resist. Rumble! The two forces came together and directly exploded like a cannonball. The aftermath of the force spread crazily in all directions, and some of the buildings that were already damaged collapsed, crushing quite a number of ancient martial artists and parasites to death. Swish! Just before Tianwu Alliance Master's side could react, Wu Chi's heli tail rushed out from it once again, killing Tianwu Alliance Master. At this moment, the Tianwu Alliance Master's face changed drastically, and with a cry of misfortune, his figure hurriedly burst back. However, would Wu Chi let him go? The black and red heli's movement speed was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it killed in front of the Tianwu Alliance Master. But after all, the Tianwu Alliance Lord was also a peak martial king, dodging the fatal blow in the blink of an eye, and then Wu Xia's heli pierced through his arm, leaving a striking wound. Not good. This Black Dragon Hall Master is a bit evil. Li Pei Tian, the head of the Li family, and the head of the Shao family reacted at the same time. With two booms, the auras of two peak martial kings suddenly erupted. Together, they flew over in the direction of the Heavenly Martial Alliance Lord. Alliance Master Luo, we've come to help you, the Li family head said. The Shao family head revealed a look of gravity. It seems that this Black Dragon Hall Master does have something and isn't a fool. In fact, they also knew that the Black Dragon Hall Master couldn't be a fool if he could develop his power to this point. It was just that they thought that a peak 6th rank parasite who wanted to fight against them at the peak of Martial King was tantamount to daydreaming. It was thought that Wu Chi was just being arrogant. Now it seems that this Black Dragon Hall Master does have arrogant capital. The Li family head snorted coldly while a terrifying sword weapon appeared in his hand. That's right, this was not an ordinary sword weapon. Rather, it was an ancient weapon. As the name suggests, the weapon in the Li family head's hand was already out of the ordinary weapon category. It was a king-rank ancient weapon, even if it was placed in the ancient martial arts world of China. This was a supreme treasure. To be able to make this seat send out the Tianxian sword. Black Dragon Hall Master, you are considered to have died a worthy death. The Li family head let out a cold smile. The next moment, a majestic sword chi coalesced in his hand, and it was like an ocean of true chi pouring into the ancient martial sword weapon in his hand. Snort! Terrifying and majestic sword chi gulped above the sword blade, as if a random strand of sword chi could overpower billions of holy spirits. Incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the heavens and earth were eclipsed by it. Die! The Li family had coldly spat out a single word. At the same time, the majestic sword chi converged into a huge sword blade that looked like a curved moon, and the aura was so terrifying that the entire living beings in Zhenghai could sense it. And at this moment this half-moon descended from the dome of the sky, chopping towards Wu Chi. However, an incomparably terrifying power suddenly emanated from Wu Chi's body, and a gray-colored parasitic body spread out crazily from his body. It was like an unnameable existence, on which a deep evil and terror was revealed, and two scarlet gazes slowly opened their eyes, as if an evil god, with a bizarre, ineffable power, like the world had opened Pandora's box and awakened the monster sleeping in the horrifying abyss. Great energy crazily erupted from Wu Chi's body. In just this instant, click, a crisp sound rang out, only to see that the half-moon chopped out by the Li family head shattered as if it were glass. What? The Li family head's eyes rounded up at once, looking at this scene with disbelief. To know that the sword just now, not to say that he struck with all his strength, that was at least more than 90% of his strength. He did not expect to rely on this sword to kill Wu Chi, but at least it should hurt Wu Chi, right? However, Wu Xia merely summoned the parasite body, and the aftershocks of the terrifying breath erupting from his body shattered this sword of his, just like a raft encountering a giant ship on the ocean. In just a single glance. How is this possible? The Li family head's heart set off shocking waves, but at the same time, he looked towards Wu Chi's terrifying, unnameable parasitic body, that pair of scarlet eyes, as if it came from the endless great horror of the ghost-tide abyss, prompting fear to climb out of his heart in a frantic manner. And this, it was precisely the power of Wu Xia's evil god shelter. In the next moment, his scarlet eyes looked at the three people, and his voice revealed a strong evil and weirdness. Next, is my turn. The three people. Suddenly, they only felt that they were being watched by the god of death. An unprecedentedly great crisis spread from their hearts. This was a feeling they had never experienced since becoming peak martial kings. Not, or experienced it, but they simply didn't want to believe it. The only time they felt such fear was when they faced a great terrifying existence above a martial king. But, how could a parasite, the Black Dragon Hall Master, become that kind of terrifying existence in such a short period of time? How was this possible? The three of them did not have time to think too much. Wu Qi had already launched his attack. The scarlet eyes in that unnameable, bizarre mass flickered slightly, stretching out a pitch-black, gigantic tentacle that suddenly descended on top of the heads of the three of them. Not good, the three said in unison. The next second they wanted to burst back, but it was already too late. Wu Qi's attack was simply too fast. Bang! The three of them were instantly swept away, like kites with broken strings, crashing into the city buildings, and the powerful inertia caused a skyscraper to collapse with a bang. In the blink of an eye, dust and fog rose in all directions. However, Wu Qi did not intend to then let them go. As he slightly raised his palm, and behind him the unnameable thing, hundreds of gigantic tentacles descended onto the earth. Rumble! At this moment, it was like the end of the world. As the mountains collapsed, all the buildings collapsed and turned into ruins, while the surface of the earth, under the impact of the terrifying power, even appeared an abyss-like crack that swallowed everything. The next second, when the aftermath dissipated, three wretched, blood-drenched figures slowly rose from it. It was the Li family head, Xiao family head and Tianwu alliance head. At this moment, suffered a terrifying blow from Wu Qi. All the condescension in their hearts was completely shattered. Monster! Wu Qi was simply a monster. This was the common thought in their hearts. In fact, if the grade of the evil god's relic was not too low, under this strike, they should have been pulverized long ago. However, the effect of another strike would likewise not be too bad. With that, Wu Qi swept his cold gaze towards them, his palms slightly raised, while the hundreds of terrifying tentacles slowly raised, and the scarlet gaze of the unnameable and bizarre evil god behind Wu Qi also fell on the three of them. We surrender! Tremendous fear descended on the three of them. The head of the Li family finally shouted out loud as he could not resist the fear of death. And at this moment, all the ancient martial artists were dumbfounded. Why were they losing in a situation that was clearly a sure win? They looked towards the terrifyingly evil figure in the sky. Where was there even a trace of fighting spirit in their hearts at this moment? All of the Black Dragon Hall parasites were as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, frantically killing the ancient martial artists. Wu Qi's gaze fell on the three, and the meaning of the killing valve was self-evident. Die. Above the parasite and ancient martial artist battlefield, an ordinary parasite member of the Black Dragon Palace was fighting fiercely with an ancient martial artist. His name was Lin Yu, and he was just an ordinary member of the Black Dragon Palace. Once upon a time, at the beginning of the apocalypse, when the world order collapsed, he went with the flow and became a member of a certain parasite force, although he was luckier than the vast majority of ordinary humans, surviving the devouring of the parasite cells and successfully evolving into a parasite. But, even so, this post-apocalyptic world was still incomparably cruel. The ravages of the parasitic beasts, the rejection of ancient martial artists, parasite forces will not treat them well. The strongest survives, even if he became 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000,000 parasites. But he was still just a weak parasite. He could only rely on the parasite forces to survive. These forces were like leeches attached to the body. Suckers devour the host's gas and blood, treating people like livestock. But they cannot yet resist, because the result of resistance was death. Until the Black Dragon Palace appeared and annexed all the forces, becoming the only overlord of the parasites in the Middle Sea. He also once again went with the flow and entered the Black Dragon Palace. But the Black Dragon Palace was different from other forces. It didn't treat ordinary members as objects to be squeezed by arbitrarily sucking chi and blood. Instead, it treated all members equally. The treatment given was even more generous in this post-apocalyptic world. This was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air in this post-apocalyptic world. Otherwise, in the face of such a great war, it was impossible for so many people to be willing to participate in the war. Of course, a large portion of this was still due to the existence of that mysterious and terrifying Hall Master. The aura emanating from his body was akin to that of a lord, affecting the members of the Black Dragon Palace all the time, giving rise to subjugation and conviction in their hearts. And at this moment, majestic and terrifying power erupted from the sky. An unnameable monster that looked like an evil god was born above the sky. Its scarlet gaze radiated endless terror. Hundreds of terrifyingly huge tentacles descended from the dome of the sky onto the earth. In an instant, the mountains crumbled. The ground cracked out into an abyss-like fissure. Some of the surrounding ancient martial artists who hadn't paid attention were instantly swallowed up by this endless abyss. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the terrifying figure in the sky that looked like an evil god descending. This scene was again more like a miracle in the legends. It was incomparably horrifying and shocking. It's Lord Hall Master. It's the power of the Temple Lord. A parasite shook. Is this parasite a monster? How can this be a power that a human can use? Monster. The Black Dragon Hall Master is a monster. As for these ancient martial artists, each one of them was stunned and trembled in fear. Them. surprisingly presumed to defeat a monster? A monster that was like an evil god? How was this possible? And at this moment, Lin Yu's heart was also creating shocking waves. Is this the strength of the Temple Lord? At this moment the belief in his heart towards Wu Qi instantly reached an unprecedented level. It wasn't just him, but also all the members of the Black Dragon Palace. Ordinary members, elite members, cadres, and executives were all excited about that brutally evil and horribly powerful figure. The next second Lin Yu's body erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful force, instantly killing the ancient martial artist he had just been fighting fiercely with. And the latter didn't react for a moment and instantly moved his head out of position. This scene not only happened to Lin Yu, but also to the many members of the Black Dragon Hall. The battlefield instantly reversed at this moment. The aura of all the Black Dragon Hall people was like a rainbow. The wariness in everyone's hearts had reached its peak. On the other hand, the ancient martial artists, their battle intent was lost, and they appeared defenseless in front of the Black Dragon Hall parasites. Above the Sky Dome, the Heavenly Martial Alliance Master, the Li Family Master, and the Shao Family Master, the three peak martial kings were each covered in blood and flesh, in a sorry state. At this moment, facing that great terror, they no longer had the condescension they had previously. All that remained in their hearts was endless fear. We surrender, the head of the Li family shouted with trembling. Facing the endless threat of death, he was completely afraid. Practicing ancient martial arts for a lifetime, wasn't it just to live forever? Even though the parasites were strangers, in his eyes, these parasites were just a bunch of mutants. In his eyes, these parasites are just a bunch of mutated bastards. How can they be a match for the ancient martial arts? However, now he no longer dared to think that way. A shadow had even appeared in his heart. And aside from the Li family head, how much better could the Shao family head and the Tianwu alliance head be? Don't kill us. Although your strength is already terrifying, you have to know that amongst the ancient martial artists' path, the martial king is only just beginning. The Shao family head was incomparably appalled. His meaning was self-evident. Although Wu Qi could easily crush them, but there were even more terrifying ancient martial artists in their family. Even you, Wu Qi, could not be a match for those ancient martial artists. That's right, as long as you let us off this time, from now on, we can allow the Black Dragon Palace to be on equal footing in Zhenghai as our ancient martial artist forces, and we'll share the resources of Zhenghai together. How about that? The Heavenly Martial Alliance also hurriedly said. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, whoever believed in one side of the story was definitely a fool. Not to mention an enemy that stood against you. If Wu Qi really let them go back, would the Tenwu Alliance Lord really divide the Middle Sea equally together like he said? Don't kid yourself. What a dream. I'm afraid that the first thing he would do is to ask an even more terrifying existence of ancient martial artists to come out, or even just quickly publicize the matter, followed by having all the ancient martial artists in the country start suppressing the parasite forces. I'm afraid that another terrifying existence like Wu Xia would appear amongst the parasites. What's more, Wu Xia had never thought of sparing them from the beginning to the end. Facing the three people's pleas for mercy, his cruel face was calm as he coldly spat out a single word. Die. How dare you? The three of them, the Heavenly Martial Alliance Master, the Li Family Master and the Shao Family Master, instantly changed their faces drastically. At this moment, they frantically squeezed the already small amount of true chi in their bodies and executed the ancient martial supreme dharma to escape. However, in front of Wu Qi, everything they did was obviously futile. In front of the power of the evil god's Sherry, a grayish-white tentacle descended from the sky and suddenly descended above the heads of the three. In an instant, they only felt that they were locked by the scarlet gaze of the evil god who dominated all things and were unable to escape. But they appeared incomparably small in front of the gray tentacles, and were instantly smashed into the earth. But after all, the three of them were all peak realm martial kings, and their physiques had long since reached the point of transcendence, only to see their bodies split open, blood spilling out. If it were any ancient martial artist, this appearance would definitely die. However, after they climbed up from the pit, they fled regardless. Boom! The gray tentacles landed on the earth once again. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed. The earth also cracked. It was as if cobwebs covered the entire piece. Although the three Heavenly Martial Alliance Masters were peak martial kings, but they did not have turtle shells. Under Wu Qi's terrifying power, in the end, they could no longer get up, dying, and Wu Qi's gaze fell here. A huge blood-red heli behind him also surfaced at once. The blood-colored heli opened its bloody mouth and completely devoured the three people. Up to this point, this was the end of all the heads of the three major ancient martial artists in the Middle Sea, and the ancient martial artists who lost their leaders. It was as if they had lost their backbone. One by one, they were scared out of their wits and threw away their armor. The parasites were even more furious at this moment, madly chasing after the ancient martial artists. This big battle, From the beginning, the ancient martialists were arrogant and imposing. To later on, the ancient martial artists were shocked and horrified in their hearts. And then to the present, they were throwing away their armor and their souls. The entire process only took less than half an hour. And the great battle between the Black Dragon Palace and the ancient martial artists was also in the midst of chasing and killing the ancient martial artists, completely declared towards victory. Of course, the Black Dragon Hall wasn't foolish enough to continue killing ancient martial artists in their old homes, stealing their old home. After all, it was important to realize that although the words spoken by the Tianwu Alliance Lord just now were lying to Wu Qi, but the information he said was true. Zhongheizhuo bit is the same as Shangjing. Both are international metropolises. Its heritage can be compared to that of Shanghai. Behind the ancient martial artists must also stand a more powerful existence. But they were the ones that didn't come out before the end times came. Because the aura that this planet possessed before the end times descended could not support the cultivation of ancient martial artists above the martial king. Many of the young ancient martial world's existences that surpassed the martial king chose to seal themselves away. But Su Jiang knew, after the parasitic end times descended, the future of ancient martial artists would also see a wave of epic enhancements. After the parasitic end times descended, naturally, it wasn't just humans that mutated. The parasitized became parasitic beasts or evolved into parasites. At the same time, the aspect of ancient martial artists would also usher in a wave of enhancement, and the aura contained in the heavens and earth would instantly rise several times, resulting in the future. The martial king would no longer be the peak power of the ancient martialists, and there would be even more terrifying existences that would come out one by one. Before rebirth, everyone called that aura outburst, aura revival. However, there was still some time before the aura revival. Therefore those some terrifying existences wouldn't come out so soon. Of course, if you really want to go and steal someone's old home, plane the ancestral grave of someone else's ancestral grave, those old monsters will naturally sit without killing out. But well now, even if Wu Qi killed so many people in their family, but now choose out of the gate for them no benefit, even because the aura is too thin, they even use the power will be greatly reduced. It couldn't even support the aura they needed on a daily basis. Coming out would undoubtedly do them no harm but no good. It was even more unlikely for them to know that the aura revival would be coming soon. Thinking about this, the Black Dragon Palace was only point blank for the time being. After killing all the incoming ancient martial artists, then it didn't do anything else. Only after this battle, the ancient martial artist forces in the Middle Sea have been weakened to an epic level. There are no more than 10 ancient martial artists who are martial king. The bottom of the ordinary ancient martial artist is not to mention. The ones that were sent out were almost all killed by the Black Dragon Palace. However, at least the three major forces were not that stupid. All the members went out. So it also led to the ancient martial artists. Although there was a wave of major weakening, but at least there was still a certain amount of power. Of course, facing the Black Dragon Palace that looked even more imposing after defeating them, the ancient martial artist forces no longer dared to be arrogant. Therefore, for the next few days, the Black Dragon Palace was frantically eating away at the territories of the ancient martial artist forces. Li family. The Li family was the leading ancient martial artist power that had been entrenched in Zhonghai City for 1,000 years. It used to own numerous conglomerates in Zhonghai and was also one of the leading families in Zhonghai, controlling almost a third of Zhonghai's economy before the end of the world. Therefore, the territory of power in Zhonghai was also extremely large. In a mountain range on the outskirts of a city in Zhonghai, it was highly developed, and a huge, ancient-style building complex was situated in it. However, this place was not a scenic spot. Instead, there were numerous ancient martial artists guarding the place, and at this moment, in the deepest part of the large mountain, a building similar to a sacrificial hall appeared in front of them. A rather young-looking figure walked into this place with a hurried appearance. If it was an ancient martial artist from the Li clan, he would definitely recognize this figure. He was the newly appointed head of the Li family since the collapse of the army of ancient martial artists and the death of the head of the Li family. He was a late-stage martial king ancient martial artist, and likewise the strongest person in the Li family. And at this moment, his face was full of anxiety as he entered the sacrificial hall, where in the middle of the sacrificial hall, rows and rows of soul cards were listed. In the center, there was a soul plate with the words First Clan Li Yuan, and at this moment, a faint soul fluctuation was emanating from the soul plate. The new Li family head walked to the front and back of all the soul tags, and didn't rush to say anything, but instead picked up an incense burner from the table next to him, lit it and placed it on the incense burner, and then came to the front of the soul tags and knelt down. Ancestor Li Yuan is above. Descendant Li Hong comes to bow. Finished speaking, Li Hong did not stand up, but stayed prostrate before the soul plate. The spirit incense on the incense burner slowly burned, and a wisp of green smoke slowly rose. Under the intervention of some mysterious force, the green smoke slowly drifted towards the soul plate, encircling in front of Li Hong's soul plate, and was eventually swallowed by something and disappeared. It had been going on for more than half an hour. Suddenly, inside the originally silent sacrificial hall, a breeze slowly blew, and a disembodied voice appeared in Li Hong's ears. What is it? Li Hong heard the voice look suddenly delighted, and quickly said the whole story. Ancestor Lord, things are so, and now the descendant is the strongest person in the Li family, which took charge of the Li family, and not only the former head of the family died in the hands of that Black Dragon Hall master, and the Tianwu Alliance master, Shao family head is not spared. After this battle, my Li family has lost half of its core strength, and is already far worse than before. However, that indistinct voice only said incomparably flatly after hearing it, there is no harm. Li Hong froze, and immediately said with some doubt, Ancestor clan, what do you mean? I have long had a premonition that heaven and earth are on the verge of a great catastrophe, and at that time, it will inevitably also lead to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now it seems that the opportunity is not far away. All that the Li family has lost will be made up for in the future, and this Black Dragon Hall can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. After saying that, the voice completely fell into silence, and Li Hong also instantly went from a state of doubt to surprise. The words of the ancestor of the Li family were self-evident. Soon he would choose to come out of the world. At that time, what kind of bullshit Black Dragon Hall? What kind of bullshit Parasite? In front of his ancestor were all just like ants. Shanjing Heavenly Martial Alliance. After the great battle between the Parasites and ancient martial artists in the Middle Sea, the Heavenly Martial Alliance headquarters naturally received the information immediately. What? You said that the ancient martial artist from the Central Sea also failed. How is this possible? When a senior member of the Sky Martial Alliance learned of this news, he simply couldn't believe it. No matter what, how could they not believe it? A parasitic force that had walked out of Yunjiang City. It had grown to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. One must know that an ancient martial artist wanted to step into the martial king realm, and still a peak martial king. And let's not talk about his qualifications to reach the ranks of geniuses. The first thing is time. For a genius ancient martial artist to enter the martial king realm, at the very least, he would have to go through 100 years of cultivation. This was still in the case of extremely powerful talents. There are some who only enter the early martial king realm after a lifetime. For example, the former martial king of Yunjiang City. He only entered the martial king realm when his lifespan was about to run out. It took more than 300 years of cultivation, not to mention the even more terrifying peak martial king realm. A genius cultivating to the peak martial king realm in this aura-depleted heaven and earth would need at least 200 years of cultivation. However, now there was someone telling them, parasites were yet able to rival the topmost power of ancient martial artists in a short period of time, or even have defeated the ancient martial artists' topmost power? This was something that no ancient martial artist would want to believe. It would even make them begin to doubt whether their ancient martial Tao was truly powerful. Ha. A parasite could fuck up to the strength of a peak martial king in less than 2 months. It even surpassed the strength of a peak martial king. One must know that before the more terrifying one was born, peak martial king was already the strongest power of the ancient martial artists. If evolution was truly so terrifying, then what the hell would they still cultivate the ancient martial great Tao for? Just directly follow the parasites to evolve. As such, all of the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance were caught up in self-doubt. Now that the Black Dragon Hall was so powerful that even peak martial kings couldn't handle it, with their strength, it was naturally difficult to manage to overthrow them as well. If they had known that things would turn out like this, back when the Black Dragon Hall was still in Yunjiang City, they would have directly sent peak martial kings out to kill the Black Dragon Hall master. However, things had already happened, and there was even less pills of regret to take. Word came from the Zhenghai side saying that soon, the old ancestors of all the major forces will come out of the gate, and will then join together once again to overthrow the Black Dragon Hall. A senior member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance comforted. However, one senior could not help but question. Ever since that battle in Yunjiang City, we sent 3 late-stage martial kings to hunt down this Black Dragon Hall master. However, the result was that there was no news. And then news came from Zhenghai that the Black Dragon Hall not only survived unscathed, but even quickly became the top parasitic power in Zhenghai. But even though the 3 major ancient martial artist powers of Zhenghai joined forces to attack the Black Dragon Hall, Black Dragon Hall survived again. What if we say that by the time the old ancestors come out, this Black Dragon Hall has grown to an even more terrifying existence? The other higher-ups who heard this were silent for a while. Yes, the growth speed of the Black Dragon Hall was simply too terrifying. Every single time, it could bring about situations that they had never expected. But things have come to this point. We can only believe that it is impossible for the Black Dragon Hall to go any further. Just like the Martial King and Martial Emperor realms, The difference in strength between the 6th and 7th ranks is cloudy. There is an insurmountable and huge gap, another senior said. At the very least, not even one of the parasites in Shangjing can break through to the 7th rank. No, as the center of the entire country of China, Shangjing City naturally had the unique advantage of being rich in resources and aura. But even so, the peak of Martial King was already the strongest. Of course, it is not that the peak of the Martial King cannot break through, but the limitations of the power of heaven and earth. It is extremely difficult to break through to a higher level. Even the ferociously growing parasitic beasts and parasites are the same. Basically, no parasitic beasts and parasites can break through the 7th rank. Therefore, under the general trend, they didn't believe that this Black Dragon Hall would be able to break through to the 7th rank as well. And at that time, when the Martial Emperor came out, he would be able to overthrow the Black Dragon Hall in one fell swoop. Hearing this, all of the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial had to nod slightly as well. After all, even the peak Martial King of Zhonghai had fallen in the gutter. What could they, the clear few peak Martial King ancient martial artists, do? One could only choose to believe it all. Of course the truth was just as they thought. For the moment, the peak of the 6th rank in this world was already the peak of all races' power. Parasitic beasts, parasites, ancient martial artists, and even the terrifying transcendents abroad were also the same. Even Wu Qi could not be an exception. At this moment, Black Dragon Hall in Zhonghai City. Several days had passed in a row. The Black Dragon Hall's sphere of influence had doubled again. This time the ancient martial artist forces chose to hold back. As the Black Dragon Hall's expansion progressed, the three major ancient martial artist forces all took the initiative to retreat. As a result, the Black Dragon Hall's expansion was also extremely rapid, and its members and resources were both swollen. And the most important thing was that Wu Qi's 6 relics evolution speed was also increasing by leaps and bounds. First was the Blood God Sherry. Despite devouring 3 peak martial kings, as well as a number of martial king ancient martial artists, the Blood God Sherry was never able to break through to the 7th rank. Instead, it was the other relics that were madly rising in rank. Among them, the Evil God relic grew the fastest. It directly came to the peak of the 5th rank, and the Juggernaut Sherry reached the early stage of the 6th rank. The rest of the relics, the Judgment relics, and the Corruption relics had reached the late 5th stage. The Black Dragon Sherry also lived up to its name this time with rapid ascension, leaping to the early stage of the 5th rank. It seems that even if the power I've devoured is enough to rise to the 7th rank, I won't be able to break through to the 7th rank under the limitations of the power of heaven and earth before the aura explodes. Wu Qi muttered, before he was reborn. After the parasitic end times descended, both parasites and parasitic beasts were after that aura outbreak. Only then did they begin to gradually emerge as 7th rank powerhouses. Although the main beneficiaries of the aura outbreak were still ancient martial artists, but for parasitic beasts and parasites, with the world's abundant resources, the rate of improvement was naturally faster, including the fact that it also contained a large amount of opportunities. But even if I can't break through to the 7th rank, if I can raise the other 5 major sheer levels up in the meantime, so that even after the great outbreak of aura, I'll be able to fight against an ancient martial artist of the martial emperor level, Wu Qi said indifferently. Nowadays, with his myth level of life, it was one level higher than the qualification level of a great emperor's stance or the like amongst ancient martial artists. Thus even if he was facing a martial emperor, Wu Xia was no less powerful with the 6 great relics. After all, the power of each of these 6 great relics was calculated separately, but their power was not as simple as 1 by 6, but 10 times 100 times more powerful than that, and it was naturally simple for Wu Qi to increase his strength. That was by devouring. Crazy devouring. There was no need for cultivation amongst parasites. The most convenient way to increase strength is to devour. This is not too different from the growth route of parasitic beasts. Of course, Wu Qi's devouring was different from the devouring of other parasites. The devouring power that Wu Xia utilized was from the power of the Shelly. It could devour all the power without wasting a single point. Therefore, Wu Qi's devouring efficiency is not comparable to other parasites. Returning to the main topic. At this moment, the Black Dragon Palace was already the truly strongest force in Zhonghai, and on the side of the ancient martial artists, they can't be moved for the time being. But, one must know that before the end times came, Zhonghai was an international metropolis, and the several neighboring cities had rubbed off on Zhonghai. It was also one of the top-tier cities in the country, so the resources and power would not be particularly weak. So Wu Qi also set his sights on these cities. But before that, there are 2 other forces in Zhonghai that can be purged. Wu Qi muttered to himself. One of them was of course the parasitic beast forces. And the second. A word came to Wu Qi's mind, transcendence. Superhumans. It was also the special forces abroad. The global outbreak of the parasitic end times. Foreign countries naturally could not be an exception. Whereas the Chinese country had ancient martial artist powers, the Western countries likewise had special superhumans. At the time before Wu Qi was reborn, they were uniformly called the Transcendent Human Group by the country. As the name suggests, these people have very strong transcendental powers, and there were branches in countries all over the world. But nowadays, the whole world was struggling to protect itself, and there was no time to intervene in other countries' fights. That's why the international forces within China didn't have much movement. And no movement does not mean it does not exist. Thinking about this, a fierce light appeared in Wu Qi's eyes. The main reason he had previously targeted ancient martial artists so much was because of his previous life. But that didn't mean he wouldn't devour other forces, as long as everything could be turned into his use. With this in mind, Wu Xie directly gathered a group of Black Dragon Palace Parasite troops, then directly swaggered towards the foreign power territories in Zhonghai. At this moment, the Sidewinder Sanctuary, as an organization that enjoyed fame internationally, the Seed Sanctuary was one of the top few organizations in the world. Therefore they had their own branches in countries all over the globe. As Zhonghai was an international metropolis, and Shangjing was an important place in China, it was impossible to allow foreign forces to set foot in it. So Zhonghai was naturally the obvious choice for them to put down roots. And at this moment, ever since the end of the world, the Stygian Sanctuary had stopped hiding and directly occupied a territory in the country of China. Of course, it's impossible for you to expect them to protect the nationals of China. It's already good enough if they didn't persecute you. In addition, the Black Dragon Palace and the ancient martial artists' two forces war. They naturally also got the news. They even thought of taking advantage of it. But even they didn't expect the Black Dragon Palace to win. That's why the Stygian Temple made another emergency retreat. At this time, a few top executives from the Shanghai branch of the Seed Holy Temple gathered in a conference room. This damned Black Dragon Temple. I didn't expect it to possess such a powerful battle force. I'm afraid it's no match against our peak 6th rank transcendent power. A white male said. I think it would be better to pull in this Black Dragon Temple. If he is willing to join our Sidewinder Sanctuary, it would not be a less powerful force. Oh my god. Bob, what are you talking about? A shocked cry rang out, and there was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with an extremely disdainful expression who said, just by virtue of this group of yellow-skinned monkeys of theirs being worthy of becoming a member of our SCE Holy Temple? I think it's more like letting them be our dogs. That's right. I also think it's a blasphemy for this group of yellow-skinned monkeys to join our noble SCE Holy Temple. Another blonde-haired, blue-eyed white female also said with a faintly loud mouth. This white female was extremely beautiful. Her blonde hair was permed into big waves, an entire height estimated to be 175 centimeters. She was wearing a slim-fitting wraparound skirt and blouse. She was wearing nice and bold smoky makeup. Her delicate little ears were wearing two big earrings. Her figure was also impeccably imperial. A pair of snow-white long legs, stepping on pointy angled heels. Her jade peaks towered high into the clouds, slightly revealing a wiggle of white. But at the moment, her eyes revealed a deep loathing for the Chinese. Not only her, the other senior members of the Sidewinder Sanctuary likewise had a deep loathing in their eyes, because in their hearts, the Chinese were a group of lowly humanoids that had yet to evolve. Yellow-skinned monkeys. And sensing such an atmosphere, the senior who had just proposed that the Black Dragon Palace join the Side Temple also had the sense to keep his mouth shut at this time. Of course, this wasn't because he didn't discriminate against Chinese. Rather, it was purely because he felt that this Black Dragon Hall could be utilized one way or another. After all, a strong power was something that any power in the world was in short supply of. But since everyone else was so disgusted, he didn't say any more. Bang! However, it was at this moment. A loud bang came, and the door of the conference room was suddenly blown out. Accompanying it were the corpses of the members of the Sidewinder Sanctuary. Immediately afterward, dozens of parasites dressed in uniformed black uniforms quickly rushed into the conference room and surrounded all the higher-ups of the Steed Temple. Seeing this scene, the Steed Sanctuary executives reacted at first, and when they realized that the arrivals were the parasites of the yellow-skinned monkeys that they had been talking about, a strong anger immediately surfaced on each of their faces. Damn it, you bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys, how dare you break into our noble sanctuary meeting room? I will send you to meet God. A high-ranking person cursed angrily. However, the next second, swish, a black and red heli tail instantly killed towards him. He didn't even have a chance to resist, and in the next second, his heart was torn apart before all his power was devoured at the speed of light. Seeing this scene, all of the white executives of the Sidewinder Sanctuary's faces changed drastically. Oh my god, Bob is a late-stage 6 transcendent human. How did this damn parasite do it? A white man exclaimed. Then they saw the man with white hair and alien pupils that revealed brutality and bloodlust walk in. At this moment, the hearts of all the white executives of the Sidewinder Sanctuary suddenly stopped. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and an unprecedented terror surfaced on their faces. What kind of monster is this? However, not waiting for them to react, there were more hurriedly killing them. All the whites hurriedly had to resist, but without the slightest resistance, they were all instantly killed and sucked dry all their strength, except one of the blonde hair and blue eyes of the big waves of the imperial sister. Full of fear to look at Wu Qi, because too much fear, her legs are soft, directly duck sitting on the ground, is more than trembling all over the body, even with that wonderful plump or shaking. The blonde hair big waves of the white imperial sister, looking at Wu Qi's pair of good-looking eyes, filled with the color of panic. In her turquoise-colored pupils, there was a reflection of Wu Qi's brutal and bloodthirsty terrifying figure, with bright red blood still staining the six ghastly heli. And at this moment, Wu Qi was walking towards her step by step. Want to live or want to die? She only heard a ghost-like word coming from Wu Qi's mouth. The strong desire to survive forced her to blurt out, "I want to live." A shallow smile appeared on Wu Qi's cruel face, but no matter how handsome this face was, it always gave people the feeling of having killed countless people. Very good. Wu Qi's face revealed a touch of satisfaction, and then a collar with a collar appeared in his hand and he blandly announced, "Then you will be my dog from now on." The blonde-hair big-wave imperial sister stared blankly when she heard this. The Chinese man in front of her even wanted her to be a dog. If this was placed in the past, she would inevitably let the lowly Chinese man in front of her die without a corpse. But right now, only to see the blonde big-wavy imperial sister reveal a pleasing smile, crawling to Wu Qi, taking the initiative to stick her head into the collar. Woof. Although the Seed Sanctuary was a top international power, but after all, it was only a branch belonging to Shanghai. It really had to be compared. The strength of the Seed Sanctuary was not even comparable to any of the forces on the side of the ancient martial artists. After all, after the end of the world, they couldn't even take care of themselves domestically. The powerful transcendents were basically all transferred back to their own countries, and those left behind were basically early-stage 6 transcendents, including a large number of elites from this side's branch. They had also long since been transferred to their own country. So the Black Dragon Palace could basically be said to have eradicated the Seed Sanctuary from the Middle Sea without any effort. Of course, this also meant that the Black Dragon Palace had truly offended the international power, the Seed Sanctuary. However, to Wu Qi, this was just the difference between being offended earlier and being offended later. There was nothing to worry about. It was because there were not many extremely powerful people in the Shanghai branch of the Seed Sanctuary. So in fact the power of Wu Qi's 5 relics hadn't risen much. About all of them had only risen by a small rank. The Black Dragon Sherry was currently at the early stage of the 5th rank. The Corrosion and Judgment Sherries are currently in the middle of the 5th rank. The Juggernaut Sherry and Evil God Sherry had not risen in rank, still being early 6th order and peak 5th order. Then the next thing left is the Middle Sea Parasitic Beast. A fierce light flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. Parasitic beasts were considered the greatest enemy of parasites and humans after the parasitic end times descended. After all, the early stage of the parasitic cell end times devoured a large number of humans. It almost caused more than 70% of the global population to mutate into parasitic beasts. Although it was also just born, even if we looked at the number alone, it was one of the largest forces in the world. Not to mention the large number of terrifying parasite beasts in this. There are a few overlord-level parasitic beasts in the Middle Sea, and even supreme overlord-level parasitic beasts. And having reached this level of life, they basically had all been born with spiritual intelligence as well, and wouldn't be any easier to deal with than ancient martial artists. Of course, unlike Yunjiang City, these parasitic beasts were not ironclad, so for Wu Qi, they were still very easy to deal with. As long as they were broken down one by one, it would only be a matter of time before they were all devoured. The next 2 days, the Black Dragon Hall began to gather its members. After defeating the Black Dragon Hall to rout the army of ancient martial artists last time, this matter had completely spread in the cities around Shanghai. As Shanghai was an international city, the surrounding cities were all centered around Shanghai and established as a huge cluster of cities. Therefore the transportation and information transfer between these cities and Shanghai was very convenient. So after that battle in Shanghai, the Black Dragon Palace's name immediately spread to the several surrounding cities. This also directly led to the fact that the parasites from the several surrounding cities chose to join the Black Dragon Palace in droves, allowing the Black Dragon Hall to absorb a large number of members. To this day, it was already a behemoth that could be fully described as such, close to hundreds of thousands of members. This was just a drop in the bucket for China Sea, which already had a population of 30 million. The vast majority of the reason was that parasites were still too rare. It was considered a high probability that one parasite would be born out of 1,000 parasitized people. Moreover, the Black Dragon Palace had only reached this number after absorbing parasites from other surrounding cities. Back to the main topic. 2 days later, Wu Qi began to gather the members of the Black Dragon Palace and prepared to clean up the parasites in Zhonghai. On the one hand, he would also be able to rely on devouring parasite beasts to increase his strength, and on the other hand, he could also obtain a large amount of resources from the parasite beasts. After all, parasites were bloodthirsty meat-eating existences, and parasite beasts were undoubtedly the best choice for parasites. On the morning of the second day, close to 50,000 members of the Black Dragon Palace had already assembled, and under the leadership of various cadres, they began to clear the parasitic beasts on the edge of the Black Dragon Palace's sphere of influence. On the other side, Wu Qi led a troop of parasites alone and attacked the hinterlands of the parasitic beasts. The closest parasite beast colony to the Black Dragon Palace was an overlord-class parasite beast called the Red Refinement Beast. There were even fewer parasitic beasts that had submitted to it, and a few of them numbered in the millions. But of course, the vast majority of them were just the most ordinary first-rank parasitic beasts. To an ordinary human, it is like an absolute beast. But to the stronger parasites, it's no different from a rookie. The parasitic beasts basically have no spiritual intelligence, and can only rely on their instincts to hunt humans. But at the same time, these lowly parasitic beasts would also sense the powerful life-level suppression and thus feel fear. So even if the Black Dragon Palace's convoy traveled within the territory of the Red Refined Tiger, none of the parasitic beasts dared to approach. It was just like a full-level boss walking in a small monster copy that was full of level 1 monsters. So naturally, no parasite beast dared to approach. Of course, if this boss encountered the boss of this copy, then the situation would be different. Roar! Only a roar could be heard as a reddish-brown, four-legged parasitic beast appeared in front of the Black Dragon Palace caravan. It had a huge body, like a small mountain, as tall as a 5 or 6-story building, with a tiger-like physique, but with a long scorpion tail behind it. However, this situation was a common type amongst parasitic beasts. Parasitic beasts are originally mutated from parasitic cells, and no one knows what they will really grow into. And at this moment, the Red Refinement Beast was vigilantly watching the Black Dragon Palace caravan, because it could feel the suppression of the life level that overrode it in Wu Qi's body. But this was its territory. It could never allow other existences to act recklessly in its territory. At the same time, hundreds of parasitic beasts, large and small, stood behind the Red Refined Beast. As the parasitic beast overlord of this area, it naturally had quite a few powerful parasitic beasts under its command. At the same time, Wu Qi stepped down from the vehicle, and a large number of Black Dragon Hall's parasites also quickly came down from within the Black Dragon Hall's several transportation vehicles. The battle also started in an instant. 6 heli tails rose behind Wu Qi. Roar! And that Red Refined Beast roared angrily, killing towards him. But in the next second, the heli behind Wu Qi ruthlessly stabbed into the Red Refined Beast's body, and along with a few flashes of ferocious light, the Red Refined Beast was torn into pieces of flesh and blood, and scarlet blood was scattered all over the ground. Woo! When the other parasitic beasts saw this scene, deep fear immediately surfaced in their pupils. However, the Black Dragon Hall parasites did not spare them, calling out their parasitic bodies to kill them one after another. And so this one-sided slaughter ended after only 10 minutes or so. But even though the Red Refinement Beast was an overlord-level parasitic beast, however, it didn't allow Wu Qi to raise his strength much. After resolving the Red Refinement Beast on this side, Wu Qi reboarded the vehicle and headed towards the next cluster of parasitic beasts. This kind of unilateral slaughter only lasted for a few short days. The parasitic beast overlords in Zhonghai City had almost all been purged by Wu Qi. The remaining ones were only some low-level parasitic beasts. As for Wu Qi's 6 relics, except for the Black Dragon relics, all of them have reached the peak of the 5th rank. The Evil God Sherry and the Dominator Sherry have reached the mid-6th stage and early 6th stage respectively. Black Dragon Palace Headquarters. The sun rises and it is a new day. Wu Qi woke up from the tenderness. Master. At this time, the blonde-haired big-wave Imperial sister had also sat on her knees in front of him waiting for his sentencing, and her snow-white neck still carried an exquisite collar. Incidentally, this blonde-white Imperial sister's name was Elisa, a late-stage 6 transcendent. And now, in front of the powerful Wu Qi, she was already too muddled to resist. It had to be said that the big ocean horse was still very moist. Elisa's height of 1.75 m and the Chinese women are considered to be a ride, a pair of snow-white long legs. The body is also the place where there is meat. The slender place is never vague, including a 3-dimensional features of the face, placed in the Oriental aesthetics, is also definitely considered to be a big beauty level. When did Wu Qi come into contact with this kind of blonde blue-eyed white Imperial sister before he was reborn? Not to mention in-depth communication. Today a try feels still very good. Roll down. Wu Qi coldly swept her a glance. Yes, Elisa didn't dare to resist. It was already more than 2 months since the end of the world had descended. However, It was different from the previous life where he was muddling around at the bottom. This time around, Wu Qi was now the undisputed big man in China, the leader of the Parasite forces. The Black Dragon Palace's power has developed rapidly in Zhonghai, and on the Yunjiang city side, it has also almost expanded to the entire province of Xanadu-Ro province. It was estimated that they would be able to completely take down Xanadu-Ro province in the next month, but Wu Qi did not care, because the resources of Xanadu-Ro province were not very rich. The province wasn't even as strong as a Zhonghai city, so he just directly handed over Cloud River City to Chu Beilan to deal with it in its entirety. And it was worth mentioning, Fong Wanqi, Fong Xiao, Fong Ling, these three women also came to Zhonghai yesterday. After all, the three of them were both Supreme Overlord-level parasites, and although Fong Xiao was only an Overlord-level parasite, her future achievements were by no means low, so it was undoubtedly a waste of talent to have them all stay in the Xanadu province to develop. Wu Qi came to the conference room after washing up, and at this time, the three women had already been waiting here for a long time. Your Highness, seeing Wu Qi's arrival, the three women spoke out respectfully. Aha! Wu Qi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over them. Fong Wanqi, Fong Xiao, and Fong Ling happened to be three girls from three different periods of time. One was already a 25-6-year-old elder sister. One was still a young girl, and the youngest, Fong Ling, was still just a little lowly. Appearance. Fong Wanqi was dressed in a slim black leather jacket, her body was tall, her curves were displayed to the fullest, and she was also a rare great beauty, while Fong Xiao appeared to be much more of a teenager. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks still had a little bit of youthfulness on them. Strength. First was Fong Wanqi. Strength compared to a month ago, she was now a late stage 6 parasite, and could break through to the peak stage at any time. Wu Qi wasn't overly surprised. After all, Fong Wanqi was already a Supreme Overlord level parasite. This kind of speed was only normal, as well as that was Fong Xiao. She was a 4th rank parasite before joining the Black Dragon Hall, but during the time she had been in the Black Dragon Hall, her strength had also rapidly advanced to the peak 5th rank stage. In addition, Fong Ling, who was also at the Supreme Overlord level, was also rapidly rising in strength, coming from a strength that was originally only even at the 1st rank to around the peak stage of the 4th rank, crossing the 4th rank in a short period of time, although it sounded complimentary, but this was after all only the early stage, and this kind of speed was naturally easy for the Supreme Hegemonic rank, and it was also simple for Wu Qi to gather them to Zhonghai. After all, after the great outbreak of aura, there would be more powerful ancient martial artists emerging, and the Black Dragon Palace side couldn't do without supreme powers. Even now, there were only less than 26th rank parasites in the Black Dragon Palace. Overlord level was a very scarce talent. Supreme Overlord level was even more so. Wu Qi casually said a few words to them and then let them leave. Compared to Elisa, the big ocean horse that Wu Qi could use as much as he wanted, these three women were still naturally very important to Wu Qi. So for the next period of time, the Black Dragon Palace was developing steadily, but at the same time, during this period, Wu Qi also led the members of the Black Dragon Palace to harvest several cities around Zhonghai. And by the way, these boards were also included in the Black Dragon Palace's sphere of influence. Trace State City. Heavenly Martial Alliance Safe Zone Headquarters. No, don't kill me. With Wu Qi resolving the last ancient martial artist of a martial king of the Tianwu Alliance in Suizhou, Suizhou was also officially included in the Black Dragon Hall's sphere of influence. At this moment, the energy gathered within Wu Qi's body had also reached an unprecedented level. All the Sherries had broken through to the 6th rank. The Juggernaut Sherry and Evil God Sherry had even reached the peak stage for one and the late stage for the other. Even the Black Dragon Shelter was at the early stage, and the other Corruption and Judgment Shelters had reached the middle stage of the 6th rank. The current me might already be able to defeat a low-ranked martial emperor. Wu Qi murmured. That's right. In the subsequent realms of ancient martial artists, the first major realm was the martial emperor. While there were even terrifying ancient martial artists such as martial Zuns, martial saints, and martial emperors behind them, with Wu Xia's 6 relics all reaching the point of 6th rank, he could feel that his power had far surpassed the 6th rank. So at the same time, the Black Dragon Palace's sphere of influence in the entire country of China has also officially entered its heyday. Currently, 2/3 of the cities in Zhonghai City were occupied by the Black Dragon Palace, including several of the surrounding first-tier cities, which had also become the Black Dragon Palace's sphere of influence. The upper capital province had even completely fallen into the territory of the Black Dragon Palace and was constantly expanding to the periphery. A few more days later, in this world, a huge change suddenly came from heaven and earth, and a large amount of aura converged into a tidal wave that swept through the world. The great spiritual qi eruption officially began. Countless amounts of spiritual qi surged out of thin air from the heavens and earth. turning into a tidal wave of spiritual qi that swept across the entire country of China. In an instant, the richness of China's aura instantly rose several notches. Even ordinary people were able to start cultivating through aura. However, this was just the beginning. In the 3 years after the end of the world before Wu Qi was reborn, ancient martial artists used this opportunity to not weaken because of the parasitic end of the world, but instead became stronger. Powerful ancient martial artists from all walks of life came out one after another. That period of time could be called the golden age of ancient martial artists, but at the same time, the strength of the parasitic beasts and parasites would likewise see a huge increase. At the same time as this great eruption of aura, the power of the parasite beasts and parasite system would likewise see a huge increase. At the same time, in the ancient martial world of China, a terrifying existence awoke from its long sleep. One must realize that in the former ancient martial world where aura was depleted, it wasn't for no reason that the martial king was the strongest combatant in the ancient martial world. This is mainly because of the drying up of aura. Ordinary people cannot cultivate. Martial arts king above the ancient martial artists are no longer able to cultivate to enhance the strength, break through the life expectancy, so sooner or later will die of old age. And self-sealing was the only means they could think of to save their lives, including martial emperors, martial zuns and even martial saints also had to self-seal, waiting for the arrival of the recovery of aura. And at this moment, when the aura recovery came, the first to awaken were the martial emperors, because most of them had only entered the sealing in the last 100 years, coupled with the fact that they were all relatively young ancient martial artists. When they sensed the arrival of the aura revival, they immediately revived from their sealing. At this moment, the entire ancient martial world of China underwent a huge shock. This was because overnight, almost all of China's ancient martial ancestors, terrifying existences at the martial emperor level, had awakened from their seals. This caused them to be incomparably shocked. Even more so, it made them incomparably surprised. Now their old ancestors had awakened. So what if it was a parasitic endbringer? So what if it was a supreme overlord level? So what if it was a supreme hegemonic level parasitic beast? So what if it was a parasite? They were all just a bunch of ants in front of their martial emperor ancestors. I didn't expect the world to change so drastically after I awakened. A martial emperor elder ancestor of a certain ancient martial artist power awakened. And after listening to his offspring's narration, he couldn't help but sigh. However, in the next second, he somehow revealed a touch of disdain and faintly said, "Parasitic beasts? Parasite? In front of the true ancient martial great Tao, they are nothing more than existences like ants. Just by virtue of them do they want to shake the foundations of our ancient martial artists? They're just trying to shake a tree." This same scene was staged amongst all the ancient martial forces, because to them, the ancient martial great Tao was the great Tao of truth that they had practiced for thousands and thousands of years, and it was impossible for anyone to shake it. The martial emperor was only the beginning of the ancient martial artists, and above them there were martial zuns and martial saints. These parasites, parasitic beasts, a group of fledgling upstarts are nothing? At best, it is a group of evolutionary material incidental to the change of the world. And at this moment, Shanghai, as the second largest international city in China, Shanghai City was the second largest ancient martial artist power center in China. Compared to Shangjing, the capital of the country of China, Shanghai was only a hair's breadth behind. At the same time, the martial king ancestors of the major forces in Shanghai had awakened. Why did they say major forces? Although there were only 3 major forces that had previously gone to war with the Black Dragon Palace, there were far more than these 3 ancient martial artist forces in Shanghai. There were shadowy forces and even weaker forces. Of course the reason for this was all because these forces were not as powerful as these 3 ancient martial artist forces. But even so, there was no lack of existences amongst these small forces that possessed martial emperor ancestors, and this was already their greatest heritage. At this moment, in the middle of the Li family ancestral hall, all the direct descendants of the Li family clan were gathered here. All of them were kneeling on the ground with incomparable respect, and in front of them kneeling, stood an old man with snow-white hair and skinny bones. But the next shocking thing happened. Only a wonderful aura surrounded the old man's body, and in the next second he transformed from the half-step foot in the coffin look he had just had into a middle-aged man. Greetings to the old ancestor, the Li family's children said in unison. That's right, this middle-aged man who had transformed from an old man was none other than the Li family's old ancestor. It was also a martial emperor ancient martial artist. Come on man, tell me what kind of pattern the world is in today? The Li family's old ancestor swept a glance at the Li family's crowd and said indifferently, Li Hong, the current family of the Li family, immediately stepped forward to tell the parasitic end times from start to finish. Among them, he also focused on the Black Dragon Hall, saying how the Black Dragon Hall master had gotten the heads of the 3 major forces in Shanghai killed. Old ancestor, nowadays, Our Li family has long since lost the glory it had 1,000 years ago under the erosion of the Black Dragon Hall. This Black Dragon Hall is just too damned, Li Hong said resentfully. In reality, he was happy in his heart. The Black Dragon Hall had gotten the Li family head dead, and he had been able to rise to the top. Now that the Li family's old ancestor had even revived, then he could be said to be the head of one person and the head of 10,000. As for the glory of 1,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, the ancient martial world wasn't so down and out, and it wasn't something that the Li family could touch before. Interesting. This parasitic end times might be the root of the aura recovery. The Li family's old ancestor nodded slightly, not caring about the Li family's current situation in the slightest. To him, although these people were his children and grandchildren, it wasn't like he had watched them grow up with his own eyes, and there wasn't much kinship to speak of. However, a touch of ferocity surfaced in the eyes of the Li family's old ancestor, and he said in a cold voice, "The people of my Li family are not that easy to kill. Since this Black Dragon Palace dares to kill the people of my Li family, then be prepared for destruction. Old ancestor is mighty." Li Hong took the lead too. "Old ancestor is mighty," the Li family members said in unison. At the same time, the old ancestors of the other two major forces in the Middle Sea also had the same idea as the old ancestors of the Li family. Thus, there was a scene where the three major ancient martial artist forces came out aggressively and then ran into each other. The Li family's old ancestor was not surprised to see the other two forces' old ancestors, and even recognized them. The Li family's old ancestor directly and nonchalantly said, "I didn't expect that you two old undead didn't die in the ceiling, awakened as well? Ha 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 ha. You old thing not dying likewise surprised me." The Shao clan's old ancestor disliked back. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Martial Alliance said, "Since the three of us have the same goal, why don't we go together to see what this parasite is?" The three of them were originally planning to go out and overthrow the Black Dragon Hall. Since they ran into each other, it was only natural that they would be together as well. Thus, a few minutes later, the three ancient martial artist forces' ancestors directly entered the Black Dragon Hall's sphere of influence, facing those parasites that dared to come up and block their way. With just a glance from them, the latter instantly burst into flames. Inside the Black Dragon Hall territory, the three great ancient martial power ancestors led a group of ancient martial practitioners, strutting into the Black Dragon Hall territory. This instantly drew the attention of the Black Dragon Hall's patrol force. However, as they approached, they were only given a glance by those three ancient martial ancestors, yet they suddenly felt immense power descend upon them. Bang! All of the Black Dragon Hall parasites' bodies exploded into a cloud of blood mist. "This is a parasite? Nothing more than that," the Shao family ancient martial artist commented sharply. And after this scene, the members of the Black Dragon Palace realized that this group of ancient martial artists were far from being a great terror that they could deal with, and they retreated back to the Black Dragon Palace headquarters to report. The three great power elders saw all of this in their eyes. However, they did not stop it. After all, in their view, the Black Dragon Palace was nothing more than a weak force that could be destroyed with a single hand. Even if they were allowed to go back and inform, nothing would change. And at this moment, the higher-ups of the Black Dragon Hall had also received the information immediately. Led by the supreme hegemonic Lin Yu, a group of high-level executives rushed to the scene. "It looks like it's the same as what Lord Hallmaster said. The old ancestors of this group of ancient martial artists are just about to come out," Lin Yu said indifferently, without the slightest surprise in her eyes. After all, before this, they had already known about the existence of the old ancestors of the three major forces in Zhonghai from where Wu Qi was. But at this moment, even if they knew that the few ancient martial artists in front of them were martial emperor-level existences, they did not have the slightest fear in their eyes. Of course it wasn't because they could fight against martial emperors, it was simply because in their eyes, since Lord Temple Master didn't care about these so-called old ancestors, they could certainly be dealt with easily. "We just need to stall them and wait for Lord Temple Master to arrive," Lin Yu said to the people around him. Inside the close to 20 people behind him, without exception, all of them were Black Dragon Hall senior officers, and all of them were at the 6th rank. At the same time, behind the group of high-level executives, a large number of elite members of the Black Dragon Palace also quickly assembled. "Humph, this group of ancient martial artists dares to come and cause trouble again. I think they think their dog's life is too long," a Black Dragon Hall senior snorted disdainfully. On the other side, it seems that it's not without reason that this parasite can become an overlord in Zhonghai City. A flash of interest flashed in the eyes of the Li family's old ancestor when he saw the Black Dragon Palace's parasite. As a martial emperor-level existence, he could naturally sense that this group of parasites possessed a powerful force in them. A parasite of rank 6 strength, corresponding to the ancient martial realm, was a martial king existence. With close to 20 martial kings, it was no wonder that the Black Dragon Palace had become the #1 force in Zhonghai. However, The head of the Li family knew that the main reason for this was that the Black Dragon Palace owner had a terrifying and unrivaled strength, the strength of the peak of the Sixth Order, but could kill 3 peak martial arts kings. This was in existence at the level of a supreme genius even if it was placed amongst ancient martial artists. Thinking about this, the Li family's old ancestor murmured, "Perhaps we can make this Black Dragon Hall master become our Li family's dog." After all, this kind of existence was placed in the ancient martial world that was also rare in the world. And as an immortal cultivation giant of the ancient martial world, he knew countless ancient martial spells, and casting forbidden spells that could control others was no big deal. But it wasn't just him, the old ancestors of the other 2 families had the same thought in their minds. In addition, this group of Black Dragon Hall executives in front of them were considered rare geniuses according to ancient martial artists. If they could be turned into their own, it would undoubtedly allow them to grow several times stronger. At this moment, the Li clan's old ancestor spoke out, "Either of you, are you willing to submit to me?" As he spoke, the aura of a martial emperor was displayed on his body, and a powerful pressure swept down over the heads of all the members of the Black Dragon Hall. This aura was undoubtedly saying, "If you are not willing to submit, then die." This scene is very similar to the time when Wuxia subjugated them. Only, there was not a single person on the scene who had fear and submission in their eyes. Only heard. A senior member of the Black Dragon Palace snorted, "Old thing, asking us to submit to you, are you worthy?" Similarly, disdain flowed from the faces of the other high levels, making them give up their loyalty to Wu Qi and submit to the ancient martial artist in front of them. Were they worthy? That's right. Just like this senior, most of the Black Dragon Palace executives had long been under the influence of Wu Qi's mastership, and had become incredibly loyal to him, and even regarded him as their faith. It can be said, the Black Dragon Palace's senior management had long been ironclad. As for the Li clan's old ancestor, his face immediately couldn't hang on, his expression instantly stiffened, the pressure on his body was even more terrifying, and he even released endless killing intent. His gaze was dead set on the snickering Black Dragon Hall senior, his voice wrapped in martial emperor's mighty pressure. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the space. "Are you looking for death?" One must realize that this was still him just coming out of the world. It was still facing the old ancestors of 2 other forces. Wasn't this Black Dragon Hall senior stomping his face madly into the dirt directly in front of them? The next moment, along with the Li clan's old ancestors' anger, a mighty pressure suddenly descended on the Black Dragon Hall senior who had just spoken. "Kneel down for me. My loyalty will always be to the Lord Temple Master. And just you deserve it?" The latter felt the powerful pressure descending on his entire body, and in an instant, his 7 orifices began to bleed, and his body bones were still creaking as the powerful pressure pressed his body bones to the point of trembling. But his gaze towards the Li clan's old ancestor was always characterized by disdain. "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you." The Li clan's old ancestor snorted coldly. All of the senior members of the Black Dragon Hall immediately cast out their parasitic bodies. As the Li family's old ancestor wanted to kill their Black Dragon Hall member, they naturally couldn't just watch the latter get killed. While the Li family's old ancestor saw the scene, he let out a cold smile. "Then all of you go to hell for this emperor." Behind him, a group of ancient martial artists even sneered, giving them a chance they don't hit the mark. This group of parasites are really looking for death. I really don't know what loyalty that Hall Master of the Black Dragon Hall has. In front of the Martial Emperor Elder, it's nothing more than trash. If you dare to offend Lord Martial Emperor, dying 100 times is considered less. In their eyes, after their old ancestor came out of the world, the Black Dragon Palace was already a power that existed in name only. And right now, this group of parasites were even presuming to resist? It was simply a mantis. At the same time, the Li clan's old ancestor had already struck out. He performed a spell, like the obsidian-like red flames, forming a huge palm in the sky, at the same time wrapped in the endless terrifying pressure of the Martial Emperor, killing the crowd of the Black Dragon Palace. At the same time, this side of the Black Dragon Hall people are also like a great enemy, was about to receive the move, but found a brutal incomparable white hair and pupils of the figure do not know when has appeared in front of them. Wu Qi's 6 terrifying heli instantly killed the Li family's old ancestor. That Li family's old ancestor's palm was simply unbeatable in front of Wu Qi, and instantly broke. Wu Qi's 6 sharp terrifying heli in the blink of an eye tore the Li family's old ancestor into countless pieces of flesh and blood. This scene immediately caused all the ancient martial artists to all look dumbfounded. All the ancient martial artists were dumbfounded at the sight of this scene, their mouths so wide open that they could stuff down a fist so exaggeratedly. One must know that this was their old ancestor. Ah, a terrifying existence at the Martial Emperor level. How could it be that in the hands of a parasitic person, he didn't even have the slightest power to fight back, and was instantly torn into pieces of flesh and blood? For a moment, the gazes of all the ancient martial artists landed in unison on that brutal and terrifying figure. with white hair and alien pupils. 6 black and red ghastly heli coiled behind him. Even though it was not the first time they had seen this terrifying figure. However, they still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear rising in their hearts. Especially after Wu Qi instantly killed the Li clan's old ancestor in seconds. All the ancient martial artists instantly couldn't help but tremble. What kind of monster was this? This was a martial emperor. How could he be killed in seconds in an instant? And even without any resistance? Martial emperor? Nothing more than that. It was at this moment. They heard a contemptuous and bland voice coming from Wu Qi's mouth. Not loud, but loud enough to reach the ears of every one of their ancient martial artists. For a moment, disbelief rose in everyone's hearts, as if they had heard some heavenly joke from the heavens. Martial emperor, is nothing more than that? How could this be possible? As an ancestor-level ancient martial artist, how could it be nothing more than that, as Wu Xie said in his mouth? Of course the fact was that it was indeed nothing more than that in front of Wu Qi, but this was undoubtedly because Wu Qi's strength was too terrifying. Hiss. As for the Shao family ancestor, the Heavenly Martial Alliance ancestor, the two ancient martial artists could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Killing a martial emperor in an instant? This, as fellow martial emperors, was unheard of for them. It was an unheard of, never seen before absurdity. One must know that martial emperor level ancient martial artists, not to mention comparing to those martial zuns and martial saints, were also one-to-one top powerhouses. How could they be instantly killed in seconds? However, with the facts in front of them, they realized that this Black Dragon Hall master was far too much more terrifying than they had imagined. Looking at that figure with white hair and alien pupils, 6 black and red terrifying heli tails coiled behind him, as if he was a god of death. His body revealed a strong aura of killing valves, brutality, and madness. They could no longer hold back the fear in their hearts at this moment. Just kidding, Wu Qi could kill the Li family ancestor in seconds. Couldn't he kill them in seconds? Thinking about this, the Shao family had hurriedly squeezed out a fawning smile, nervous and fearful that even his voice stuttered and trembled. Black Dragon Palace. Your Excellency, since you want to leave the Middle Sea, we will exit the Middle Sea, and in the future, the Middle Sea will be your Black Dragon Palace's world, and our Shao family ancient martial artists will never come to violate it in eternity. If you have any orders, our Shao family can also serve you. As for my Heavenly Martial Alliance, as long as you give the order, my Heavenly Martial Alliance can also serve you as a dog and horse. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Martial Alliance also hurriedly said, and the crowd of ancient martial artists around them were suddenly shocked when they heard this. What was their old ancestor talking about? Wasn't he saying that the Black Dragon Palace could be destroyed with a single hand 1 second? Why did they all turn against the Black Dragon Hall in the next second and say that they wanted to serve the Black Dragon Hall? Of course, they could all understand facing a death crisis and showing weakness, but it cannot be so outrageous. You two as ancient martial artist ancestors, even fighting did not fight directly is to shout dad's rhythm, so really good? The ancient martial artists of the 3 ancient martial artist forces each looked at their old ancestors in shock. However, if they let the old ancestor of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the old ancestor of the Shao family know what was going on inside their hearts, they were bound to be disdainful. Hadn't they started sealing since hundreds of years ago just to prolong their lifespan? Right now, facing the threat of death, as long as they could survive, not to mention serving the Black Dragon Palace, they would be willing to serve as dogs for Wu Qi. The terrifying means that Wu Qi had just displayed. They had no doubt that even if they exerted their full power, they might not be able to remain unharmed. As the old ancestors of the 3 major forces, surviving from hundreds of years ago until now, they were naturally proficient in various streams of Godao. However, in the next second, they heard Wu Qi's voice coming out coldly. Having come, then all of you should stay here. What's the point of going back? Wu Qi's voice, accompanied by a killing valve intent, descended upon the entire field. The faces of the Shao family ancestor and the Heavenly Martial Alliance ancestor instantly stiffened. Your Excellency the Hall Master, don't joke. The Shao family's old ancestor squeezed out an ugly smile and was about to say something, but then he saw the 6 heli behind Wu Qi fiercely killing towards him. The Shao family's old ancestor's face changed drastically and he was about to flee. But unfortunately, Wu Qi's killing moves flew incomparably fast. Poof! Between the flash of lightning and fire, the 6 heli instantly pierced through the Shao family's old ancestor's body. 1 heli pierced into his heart. Even if it was a martial emperor powerhouse, losing his heart instantly stopped him from breathing, and then in a few seconds, the Shao family's old ancestor's internal true qi was swallowed up by Wu Xie, transforming into a dried up and withered corpse. On the other side, where was half a shadow of the old ancestor of the Tianwu Alliance? He ran faster than a rabbit, and as early as the moment Wu Qi struck out at the Shao family's old ancestor, he had already executed his footwork to frantically flee out. Only the Tianwu Alliance old ancestor ran even faster. but also failed to escape Wu Qi's means. The dome of the sky suddenly descended a gray-white tentacle. Under that tentacle, everything seems to be as if it will be ashes. And the Tianwu Alliance old ancestor was also instantly crushed into a piece of meat cake. After doing all this, Wu Qi looked at the Black Dragon Hall crowd and said indifferently, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." The strongest of the remaining group of ancient martial artists was only in the late Martial King stage, which was not very useful to the current Wu Qi. This was because after devouring the 3 martial kings, Wu Qi could feel that the 6 relics in his body were insanely advancing. Incidentally, back when the aura outbreak came, Wu Xia followed the enhancement of the power of heaven and earth and stepped into 7th rank parasitic strength. Otherwise, it was naturally impossible for him to manage to kill martial emperors in seconds so easily with his 6th rank strength. And at this moment, after devouring the 3 martial emperors, the power of the 6 relics in Wu Qi's body had once again grown a lot. The Blood God relic had smoothly stepped into the middle of the 7th rank. The Juggernaut relic had stepped into the early 7th rank. The Evil God relic was at the peak of the 6th rank. The Evil God relic and the Corrosion relic were in the late 6th rank, and only the Black Dragon relic was still in the middle of the 6th rank. However, compared to before, the current strength of Wu Qi's 6 have all been very close. The strongest Blood God Sherry is still 1 order higher than the Black Dragon Sherry, but as Wu Qi's order gets higher, the gap will become less and less, and the Black Dragon Sherry, as one of the Sherry with the greatest potential, the power at the time of the realm, naturally, will also exceed the Blood God Sherry. Returning to the topic, now that Zhanghai has basically been pocketed by the Black Dragon Hall, then what's left is Shangjing. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. One should know that the most important thing about the Black Dragon Hall's decision to move towards Zhanghai was to fight against the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing. Now that Zhanghai was taken, with the strength of the Black Dragon Palace, there was no need to fear the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing. However, for this reason, Wu Qi's goal has long ceased to be the same. Wu Qi's goal is no longer the Beijing Tianwu Alliance. At best, the Beijing Alliance is only a small short-term goal for the Black Dragon Palace. With the volume of the Black Dragon Palace today, what it really had to continue to face was naturally the forces from all over the world. And in the next few days, under the Black Dragon Palace's parasitic forces, almost all of the ancient martial artist forces in Zhanghai City were decimated. In this regard, it was only then that Zhanghai City was considered to have completely become the territory of the Black Dragon Palace. Shangjing City. After the great outbreak of spiritual qi, the world of ancient martial artists in Shangjing had also seen the emergence of many strong martial emperor-level individuals. There were those who had awakened from their seclusion after the recovery of the aura. There were also peak martial king ancient martialists who would have been able to break through to martial emperor because of the aura recovery. As a result, the top echelons of the ancient martial artist forces in Shangjing had also seen a wave of huge boosts. For example, all of the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing, all of them were already at the peak of martial king, and after the revival of the aura, their strength followed suit. Close to half of them had stepped into the martial emperor realm. Of course, the strength of the ancient martialists had increased, and on the other side, the Parasite and Parasite Beast's strength also followed suit with the birth of the 7th rank, and at the same time, the news of the annihilation of the ancient martialists in Zhanghai was also transmitted to Shangjing. At this moment, a youth appeared in the meeting room of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing City. This person was none other than Su Yuan, the strongest genius that the Heavenly Martial Alliance had claimed to have in the past 1,000 years, without a single one. Before the parasitic end of the world, Su Yuan had relied on his heaven-defying talent to step into the martial king realm at an age of just over 30. Therefore, his outward appearance did not look like he was only a young man of 23 or 24 years old. After the parasitic end times, Su Yuan's strength was even more rapid. A few days ago during the aura recovery, Su Yuan's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the martial king's strength, a late martial king in his 30s. In the history of the ancient martial world over the past 1,000 years, this was definitely an unprecedented and unparalleled supreme genius. Therefore, Su Yuan's position in the Heavenly Martial Alliance was also imaginable, with a high position of power, and his master's father was even the alliance master of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and now his master's father had already become a true martial emperor. However, at this moment, Su Yuan's expression was somewhat ugly as he sat at the conference table. Not only him, but the other senior members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing City were also all stony-faced. All of them were naturally aware of the news of the extermination of the ancient martial artists in Zhanghai City. However, Su Yuan was not entirely because of the news of Zhanghai City, but to this day, Li Hongyue was still a captive, and he could not even dare to imagine how big of a cuckold Wu Qi had put on him. If he sees Li Hongyue again in the future, the latter is carrying a big belly and has already spoiled Wu Qi's seed. He almost does not dare to imagine this kind of consequence. It had never been only him. Su Yuan, who had bullied others, and he simply could not tolerate others bullying him. I didn't expect this Black Dragon Palace to be so terrifying. Now even Zhanghai has fallen into their hands. At this very moment, a senior member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance said in a cold voice, "It's not too late. Now that the aura has revived, our Heavenly Martial Alliance's strength has long been transformed. We should exterminate this Black Dragon Hall earlier to stop future troubles." At this time, the Heavenly Martial Alliance Master spoke. "Well, this time, you will be summoned here for this matter. This Black Dragon Hall grows at an incredibly fast speed. The focus is on the Black Dragon Hall Master. This son has the ability to devour other people's power. It can be called a demon, and it is incomparably evil. If he is allowed to grow further, he will become a great danger. Now the deaths of the Li family, Xiao family and Zhanghai, and the martial emperor powerhouses of our sub-alliance are undoubtedly a reaffirmation of this point. So this time, I intend to gather all the martial emperor powerhouses in Shangjing to suppress this son." Hiss. The moment these words came out, the higher-ups on the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. But this Black Dragon Hall Master was terrifying. But their alliance leader actually said that he wanted to gather all the martial emperor powerhouses? One must know that martial emperor powerhouses are naturally divided into strong and weak. For example, among the martial emperors in Zhonghai City, the strongest one, the Li family ancestor, was only at the early stage. The strongest martial emperor in Beijing, even the peak strength of several, not to mention the other martial emperors, adding up to more than 30. Yet the Heavenly Martial Alliance League leader even said that he had gathered all the martial emperors just to kill a Black Dragon Palace Lord? Even if this Black Dragon Hall Master was incomparably terrifying, how could he possibly use such a powerful lineup? I know that you all think that some of you are too big for your britches, but this Black Dragon Hall Master is not like that. Every time we think that he is bound to die, but every time he is able to surprise all of us. Before the incident in Zhonghai City, who could have thought that he could kill 3 martial emperors in seconds with a single parasite? The Heavenly Martial League Alliance Master said in a deep voice. That's why this time, we are bound to kill the Black Dragon Hall Master. Upon hearing this, all of the top echelons of the Heavenly Martial Alliance immediately felt that it made sense as well. This Black Dragon Hall Master had surprised them time and time again since the time of Cloud River City. If they had deployed peak Martial King realm powerhouses back in the Black Dragon Hall, how could this Black Dragon Hall Master have popped up to Zhonghai City? Thinking about this, all of the senior members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance immediately had no more doubts and nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master said, "Since this is the case, then the time will be set for tomorrow. And after tomorrow, the Black Dragon Hall will cease to exist from now on." The time went back to 3 days ago. Black Dragon Palace in Zhonghai City. Wu Qi devoured 3 martial queens, and his strength once again saw a rise. However, he did not slack off because of the rise in strength. After all, the news that he had killed martial emperors again would sooner or later reach Shangjing, and at that time, the group of old monsters in Shangjing would probably sit out and come to kill him. With Wu Qi's current strength at the middle of the 7th rank, he naturally wouldn't be a match for so many martial emperor ancient martial artists in Shangjing, so Wu Qi moved to leave Zhonghai on the same day. Of course it was not meant to run away, rather, it was to enhance his strength. As a reborn person, Wu Qi naturally knew more than just the blood ritual fruit information that could enhance his strength. But previously, Wu Qi was busy with the expansion of the Black Dragon Palace, and simply didn't have the time to spare for this. And now that the Black Dragon Palace had basically stabilized, and was facing the threat of Shangjing City, it was now imminent to raise his strength. And Wu Qi's goal this time was not there. It was precisely Shangjing. It should be known that Shangjing, as the center of China, is also naturally the richest in resources, so the heavenly treasures that descend there are also the most. Like the blood sacrifice fruit, there are also born in Shangjing. Just for the abundant resources of Shangjing, the blood sacrifice fruit can only be considered as a good resource. Naturally, Wu Qi's goal was not the blood sacrifice fruit. His goal was a powerful parasitic beast that would soon be born in Shangjing. This parasitic beast has been hibernating in Shangjing City since the beginning of the end of the world, and will not descend on Shangjing City until after the recent recovery of the aura. Shangjing City was located in the center of the entire country of China, and was also the largest city in the entire country of China. However, at this moment, under the ravages of the parasitic Armageddon, what met the eyes of the now prosperous Shangjing City was also a mess. Pieces and pieces of the city had been blasted into ruins by powerful forces, and on top of these ruins, many signs of survival of the parasitic beasts could still be seen. Even the safe zone established by the Heavenly Martial Alliance in Shangjing was only a tenth of the size of Shangjing City. Nowadays, the safe zone had been surrounded by towering walls that had been built to isolate the ruins of the outside world, forming a closed safe zone. However, there was no lack of human figures outside the safe zone. These people were either ancient martial artists who came out to hunt the parasitic beasts, or members of the parasite forces. Admittedly, the parasitic beasts were terrifying, but at the same time, the ancient martial artists also found that taking the flesh and blood of these parasitic beasts could not only satiate their stomachs, but also enhance their physique and physique. You know, after the end of the world, all the resources are incomparably scarce, not to mention what meat. Human beings, even fresh vegetables and fruits, are difficult to see. Those are ancient martial artists are only qualified to enjoy the food. Hard bread is already a good thing. Therefore, nowadays, the blood and flesh of parasitic beasts is a precious resource that is highly sought after in the human safety zone. Of course, the lower-ranked parasite beasts' blood and flesh were not very useful, so the higher-ranked parasite beasts' blood and flesh were more precious. Back to the topic. In Shangjing City, a figure with white hair and alien pupils appeared in the middle of a certain piece of ruins. Just like after a war, everywhere he went was a wasteland, and it was at this moment that a few black wolf-form parasitic beasts slowly came out from the ruins around him, their scarlet eyes staring at him intently, revealing their fangs. However, in the next second, a flash of golden light faintly flashed in the eyes of that black figure, accompanied by a brutal killing valve aura frantically spreading out. In an instant, as if these parasitic beasts felt some great terror, one by one, their bodies trembled as they prostrated themselves, and a howl begging for mercy came out of their mouths. Woo! Snort! However, in the blink of an eye, 6 incomparably sharp heli emerged from behind the white-haired youth, instantly slicing these black wolf parasitic beasts into pieces of flesh and blood, splattering blood all over the scene. So strong! It was at this moment that an exclamation of shock came from the ruins not far away. Following the sound, several parasites were looking at this scene with shocked eyes. The several black wolf parasites of the party were the high-level subordinates of an overlord-level parasite in this vicinity, and the lowest-level black wolf life class was above B class, and the level was even at least 3rd order, and 4th order was also very common. Of course, this wasn't anything to some strong people, but to weak people like them in the parasitic end of the world, it was already a very powerful parasitic beast. Right now, seeing several black wolf parasitic beasts being instantly torn to pieces, their hearts would naturally be shocked beyond measure. So their gazes had fallen on the white-haired, alien-pupiled figure on the ruins. Several people instantly thumped in their hearts, as if their hearts were pinched by a nameless hand, and they couldn't help but hold their breath. What kind of terrifying existence was this? With just a single glance, it allowed them to feel the brutality and killing like that of a killing god. Several people were immediately shocked by the figure in front of them, realizing that this person in front of them could never be any kind of good person, and a strong sense of awe surged in their hearts, but none of them fled directly. After all parasitic end times? Whoever is a holy mother who is the first to die, there is not a single one of them among the people who has not done something to kill. Boss, how come I've never seen him in this area before? What a terrifying parasite! Even when facing an ancient martial artist Martial King? I've never been so scared. A hawk-nosed parasite among the few whispered. Martial King? Holy F***CK. I feel like even a top-tier Martial King isn't as scary as him. This is definitely a big brother. Boss, didn't you say that you're well-traveled in this area? You must have seen this big brother, right? A fat parasite said. Don't ask lousy. Old me's legs are all soft with fear. I don't know who this big brother is either. A parasite with a gold necklace in the center of the crowd spoke up. Crap, boss, he's coming towards us. It was at this moment that the hawk-nosed parasite said with an excited expression. Don't be. I'm not blind. The latter cursed. Within a short time, Wu Qi had already walked up to a few people, and among these parasites, the leader who wore a gold necklace around his neck, hurriedly walked up to show a fawning smile, and despite the fact that he was trembling all over his body, he still respectfully complimented. This big brother, may I ask if there is anything I can do to help? He also understood. Although Wu Qi seemed to be a brutal and unkind lord, but there should be no hostility towards them at the moment. At this time, if they could curry favor with Wu Qi and hold on to this thigh, wouldn't they take off in place? Thinking of this, the hearts of the parasites wearing gold necklaces were secretly happy. However, Wu Qi certainly did not have any thoughts about them. A few small teams of parasites, of which there wasn't even a decent king-level parasite. It was only that he was new to the city and did not yet understand this side of Shangjing, so he needed a guide. Wu Qi glanced at him and said indifferently, I just came to Shangjing. I need someone to show me the way. Can you do it? Of course. Big brother, I am a native of Shangjing. If you report a place name, I can find it for you with my eyes closed. The latter hurriedly responded. These words were naturally the king's own boast, but it wasn't like it was anything difficult if it was just a guide, so Wu Qi didn't care. He asked again, what's the name of the strongest parasite force nearby? Big brother, it's a gang called the Black Tiger Gang. Their boss is a late stage 5 parasite. They are particularly strong in the surrounding area and often suppress some powerless parasites. Of course, compared to you, Big Brother, it's definitely worthless trash. The golden necklace parasite flattered. Lead the way, Wu Qi said indifferently. The parasitic beast that Wu Qi was looking for was hibernating in the Shanjing city. Although Wu Qi knew that it would reveal itself after the aura revival, it would be several days later, and Wu Qi didn't have that much time to wait. So before that, it would be necessary to develop his forces in Shanjing and form an intelligence organization. Yes, the gold necklace parasite sniffed and hurriedly led the way. The Black Tiger Gang was originally a force in this area, so it didn't take long for Wu Qi to arrive in front of an abandoned building under the golden necklace parasite's lead. Of course, compared to the Black Dragon Palace, this Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was much worse. Although it was a mansion, it was devastated by the fighting, probably the difference between a rough house and a commercial house. Noticing Wu Qi and the others at this moment, under the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters building, a few Black Tiger Gang parasites stationed downstairs came forward and asked, "Who are you people? Can't you see that my big brother is here? Why don't you hurry up and get out of the way? Don't get in my big brother's way." Facing the Black Tiger Gang parasite's inquiry, the gold chain-wearing parasite arrogantly scolded. The Black Tiger Gang parasite couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. It wasn't like he didn't recognize this parasite in front of him. They were all nearby parasites, and he knew that the other party was just a small third-order parasite. Put in front of the Black Tiger Gang is simply not enough to look at. But the Black Tiger Gang parasitoid looked at Wu Qi again, and a deep fear surfaced in his eyes, a feeling that even he had never experienced in their gang leader. Anyone who was not a fool could see that Wu Qi came from an unusual background and was a powerful parasite. Thinking about this, the Black Tiger Gang parasite also just retreated to the side and respectfully said, "Please come in." The golden necklace parasitoid had a dark feeling in his heart. The Black Tiger Gang was one of the strongest gangs in the neighborhood. When was there a time when their style wasn't about an overbearing one? However, now he could actually be so arrogant and domineering towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang. This was certainly cool, but he also knew that it was because of Wu Qi standing behind him that he was able to do all this. Thinking of this, the gold necklace parasite was even more in awe of Wu Qi in his heart. "Big brother, inside please." Wu Qi did not care about these interludes. After entering the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang, he didn't need the golden necklace's guidance anymore and directly bypassed him towards the headquarters. The latter instantly understood Wu Qi's meaning and did not follow any further. Although it was said that the Black Tiger Gang headquarters building appeared to be devastated on the outside, however, the interior decorations were actually quite presentable. Upon entering the Black Tiger Gang headquarters, Wu Qi saw some of the Black Tiger Gang's parasite members. However, most of these parasites were very weak. Of course this was in Wu Qi's eyes, so when these parasites saw Wu Qi, a touch of fear passed through their eyes and they immediately stepped aside, making a path for Wu Qi. "Who is this big brother? Could it be the new big brother of our Black Tiger Gang?" "Hiss, I don't know, and I haven't heard of which big brother is going to join our Black Tiger Gang. Why do I feel like he's even more terrifying than the gang leader?" "I feel the same way. Even when facing the gangmaster, I don't feel fear. Yet I just took one look at him and my legs started to go weak." After Wu Qi left, the Black Tiger Gang parasites couldn't help but discuss one after another. There was no other. It was only because the brutal aura on Wu Qi was just too terrifying. It was like a killing god walking on earth. The crazy killing valves on his body were so rampant that ordinary beings couldn't help but feel fear when they saw it. Not to mention that Wu Qi still had the residual power of the sovereign Sherry on his body. These weak members of the Black Tiger Palace were simply unable to resist. The higher up the Black Tiger Palace members went, the stronger they became. Not long after, Wu Qi stopped in front of an office, and from the room came a male lewd voice, and female woozy sounds. "Big brother Black Tiger, there's someone next to him. He. Isn't this more exciting? Hate it. People will be shy. Bang. Suddenly, the offices was lifted off. Wu Qi had wanted to open the office door in the normal way, but he didn't expect the office door to be unlocked from the inside, so he also simply broke the door directly. Reflected in the eyes is a ragged beautiful woman, and a big belly lewd man. At this time the beautiful woman is snuggling in the big belly man's body, a shy and make a show of appearance, and at the same time, the office door was lifted off. Both of them were stunned, their gazes looking at Wu Qi. "Who are you?" The big-bellied Black Tiger Gang leader's face changed, but at the same time, he could also feel the powerful aura on Wu Qi's body, so he didn't dare to make a sudden move for a while. After some friendly exchanges, Wu Qi crossed his legs and sat on the leather sofa, and the Black Tiger Gang master stood beside him trembling and uneasy, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling from fear. "Duh, Lord, may I ask what your orders are?" Speaking of this, He hurriedly looked at the raggedly dressed pretty woman to the side and scolded, "Have you no eyes? Why don't you hurry up and come serve this lord?" The latter was originally relying on a face to climb up, but was essentially an ordinary human being, so how could she withstand Wu Qi's terrifying aura? Previously, he had already been scared out of his wits. Now hearing the words of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, he immediately came back to his senses, while a trace of joy surged in his heart. Obviously, this white-haired big brother is more powerful than the Black Tiger Gang leader. Of course, the most important thing is that people are not only more powerful but also a big handsome man. Thinking of this, the pretty woman hurriedly revealed a flirtatious smile. "My lord, I'll come." Scroll. However, before the pretty woman finished speaking, she heard Wu Qi coldly spit out a word from his mouth. The pretty woman's expression immediately stiffened, but she didn't dare to feel resentment in the slightest. She didn't dare to have even a hint of displeasure, and only obediently retreated to the side. This side, Wu Qi naturally disdained this woman. Really want a woman he has more than enough around him, although this woman in front of him is pretty, but that's all, let alone a broken shoe. I don't know what your lordship commands. If you can let me come in handy, I will definitely do my best. The Black Tiger Gang master hurriedly said in a fawning manner. He had long since realized at this moment, the existence in front of him. I'm afraid that it was a powerful existence that he could hardly imagine. Even that group of martial king ancient martial artists were not even a fraction as good as the adult in front of him. Wu Qi directly told him about the search for the parasitic beast and said, "Within a day, I want news of it." Although the parasitic beast that Wu Qi was looking for was still dormant in the middle of Shangjing City, it was not that it did not exist, it was just that its reputation was not obvious, but as long as it existed, there were bound to be traces of it. "My lord, I'll have my people inquire." The Black Tiger Gang leader did not dare to hesitate and quickly agreed before rushing out of the office. The parasitic beast that Wu Qi was looking for was known as the White Beast before he was reborn, and had a very striking feature of having a white color all over its body, making it a special type of parasitic beast. Just like longevity meat can be eaten to live forever, the White Beast's flesh and blood also has a huge role in enhancing strength, but the White Beast is extremely rare amongst the parasitic beasts. The white beasts in the Shangjing will not add up to more than the number of palms, but this is enough to create a super strong person. However, nowadays they are all hibernating in the middle of Shangjing City, scattered all over the place, and the white beast's ability to escape and survive is extremely strong. As long as they have survived the juvenile stage, they will be able to become powerful parasitic beasts. Of course, this is not a big problem at all to Wu Qi nowadays. Soon, a few hours later, Wu Qi got news of the white beasts. Another member of the Parasite force said that he had seen traces of the white beasts.